Chapter 001. The School Hunk's Infidelity, the Prince's Return. When soon Niansheng received the critical illness notice, she received a video. It was sent by her husband's agent. In a dim KTV, a handsome man was downing drink after drink, with a woman in revealing clothing snuggling up to him, slowly kissing his lips, and he showed no reaction. Seeing someone filming, the woman shyly buried her face in his chest. "Don't film. It will be bad if my sister-in-law sees." Hearing this, the man suddenly grabbed her waist and pulled her into his embrace, his cold, indifferent eyes staring into the mirror, as if provocatively saying, "So what if she sees? Do you think I care?" Cheers erupted from nearby. Sister Yishuan, true sister-in-law. Sister Yishuan, true sister-in-law. In the video, the man was her husband, Sheng Bai, the youngest three-gold actor in the entertainment industry, while the woman was Lin Yishuan, the popular flower he referred to as his sister since childhood and also his affair after marriage. And she was just a joke, a discarded child. She had known Sheng Bai for 7 years. From campus to wedding dress, she poured all her thoughts and efforts into him, enduring countless hardships, chasing after him for 6 years to finally be together, thinking that marriage would be the beginning of happiness. But instead, it turned out to be the starting point of hell. On their wedding night, he did not touch her but got drunk and was photographed by reporters lying with Lin Yishuan in an RV, disheveled. On Valentine's Day, Lin Yishuan posted a picture on Weibo of 2 interlocked hands, familiar enough for her to recognize at a glance, causing a stir among netizens. Extremely romantic. Popular flower Lin Yishuan announces her relationship with three-gold actor Sheng Bai on Valentine's Day. After that, on every significant day like 520, Qixi Mid-Autumn Festival, and New Year, they spent time together, flaunting their overflowing sweetness and love to the entire internet. When she married Sheng Bai, they did not hold a wedding, and apart from a few people who knew their relationship, everyone else, including netizens, thought he was an A relationship with Lin Yishuan. They were considered a perfect match. Having sat for too long, soon Niansheng's illness began to flare up, and her whole body ached so much that tears brimmed in her eyes. Severe somatization disorder led to systemic organ failure. She didn't know when she was afflicted by this strange illness. Perhaps it was the first time she saw a bed photo of Sheng Bai and Lin Yishuan that drove her into hysteria, or the repeated anger and madness from bombarding him with calls. Or perhaps it was the realization that Sheng Bai never loved her, but had been using and tormenting her with sadness and despair all along. In the end, she was in so much pain that she lacked the strength to cry or resent, feeling like a still lake, unable to stir even the slightest ripple no matter how much she was disturbed. Since Sheng Bai hated her so much, she would fulfill his wish, determined to leave without the identity of his deceased wife. She took out the divorce agreement she had long prepared, and as she opened the clauses inside, tears couldn't help but fall. She had nothing left. She was once the daughter of the richest Su family in the capital, but to be with Sheng Bai, she had hidden her identity, continued to quarrel with her family, and even severed ties with them. She was once the #1 seed in the youth world figure skating competition, but for the careers of Sheng Bai and Lin Yishuan, she toiled and busied herself, forcibly giving up her professional career. Moreover, she had even broken the heart of her childhood friend who had accompanied her growing up, sending him abroad, never to return. She gambled everything on what she thought was love, believing she would ultimately gain happiness, only to realize that her life was now at stake. Foolish, like a fool, with teardrops like the continuous rain in June, moistening her dreams, soon Niansheng sent the electronic version of the agreement to Sheng Bai and gradually fell asleep. The next morning, she received a reply. "I'm at Huanyu Building, let's talk in person." Huanyu Building Award Ceremony. The venue was crowded with giants from the business and entertainment industries, with stars gathering, the red carpet stretching for hundreds of meters, continuously showcasing handsome men and beautiful women in front of the signing board. When Sheng Bai and Lin Yishuan appeared on stage, dressed in splendid attire, linking arms, the fans erupted into a frenzy of screams, shouting "Golden Boy" and "Jade Girl." Welcome everyone to the 23rd Golden Ear Award Ceremony. Let's give a warm round of applause to our heavyweight award presenter, Sheng Bai, to present the trophy to our Golden Ear Award Best Actress, Miss Lin Yishuan. The host passionately put down the microphone, waiting for the spotlight to gather on Lin Yishuan. Unexpectedly, with a swish, The dazzling laser light actually fell at the entrance, as the two magnificent golden doors slowly opened, drawing everyone's gaze. Since falling ill, Su Niansheng hadn't participated in such a large event for a long time, and upon arriving at the venue, she began to feel anxious and cold all over. However, when she saw the scene beyond the doors, it felt like she had fallen into an ice cave. Inside the building, amidst the fragrances and dazzling lights, countless stars, reporters, media, and fans. And in the SVPC, there was a strikingly familiar young figure that seemed somewhat unfamiliar now. Back then, he was a naive, overbearing, somewhat arrogant childhood friend she spent every day with, a good buddy with whom she shared everything. Now, after years apart and returning from studying abroad, he had shed the youthful innocence, formally becoming the heir to the Shun family conglomerate, the most prominent prince. In the capital, dressed in a suit, exuding an air of untouchable nobility, not even bothering to glance at it turned out that Shi Yubai's so-called meeting was to make her, the person betrayed by her husband and friend, the laughingstock of the entire capital under the spotlight in front of estranged family and friends. A complete and utter clown. In an instant, Su Niansheng felt frozen, her eyes vacant, her face as pale as paper, feeling so humiliated that she almost turned to run, but her weak body wouldn't allow it. At the same time, everyone at the banquet was also stunned. Who is she? With simple shoulder-length hair, an ordinary black coat, and a face that couldn't hide the signs of illness and exhaustion, she seemed out of place in this glamorous event. Yet, her ethereal aura and exquisite features were stunning enough to captivate attention, like a fallen swan. When Shi Yubai saw her, he slightly furrowed his brow, momentarily forgetting the award presentation. How did she come here? She is Su Niansheng? She has changed a lot after so many years. Prince, what's wrong? In the SVP seat, a friend asked in shock, only to be sternly rebuked by the man. I didn't see. I didn't say you saw. I meant your hand. At the table, the glass wine cup he tightly gripped was crushed, sharp shards embedding into his long fingers, with bright red blood, continuously oozing out, a sight that was chilling to behold. Babies, my new book is here. Updated every day at 10 in the morning. It's another sweet and exhilarating story. Buckle up, let's go. Chapter 002, We Are Divorced. Lin Yixuan saw everyone in the audience discussing her, and a hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes. Su Niansheng, starting today, you will never take away the brilliance that belongs to me. Thank you. She took the trophy, forcibly pulling back everyone's attention. Today, I can receive this trophy not only thanks to the support of the Golden Ear Award Committee, but also to Shi Yubai, who has been by my side for so many years, giving me help and love. As she spoke, she even slightly tiptoed to kiss his chest. So sweet, so sweet. My CP is giving out sugar. The fans in the venue erupted in excitement. Su Niansheng's eyes suddenly felt like they were pierced by a thorn, causing her insides to ache, not because of her public display of affection, but because the necklace she kissed was the one she had given to Shi Yubai. The necklace was a relic left to her by her mother, adorned with camellias, symbolizing everlasting love. Such pure and passionate love she had entrusted to the wrong person, and now it was being humiliated in front of everyone. In an instant, a wave of immense anger engulfed her mind, granting her unknown strength as she rushed onto the stage, pushing the woman aside and grabbing the man's necklace from his chest. Give it back to me, give it back. The entire audience was stunned by this sudden commotion. An uproar ensued. Shi Yubai was also taken aback, grabbing her wrist with an impatient expression. Su Niansheng, what are you doing? We are divorced. Shi Yubai, we are divorced. Su Niansheng shouted hoarsely. Before her stood a man whose eyes had been frozen for years, now showing a rare crack of disbelief. What did you say? We are divorced. Give me back the necklace. Su Niansheng repeated word by word, her sudden calmness inexplicably angering the man. Impossible. Su Niansheng, don't even think about it. I won't agree. Lin Yixuan's face changed when she heard his refusal, and she stealthily kicked the woman hard under her voluminous skirt. Su Niansheng, just die. With a loud bang, the world turned gray. Su Niansheng, Su Niansheng, someone, save her. As Su Niansheng fell down the numerous steps, she heard countless chaotic voices, reminiscent of the chaotic carousel of her life. Finally, a stunningly handsome face came into view. It was Shun Juanxi, her best childhood friend. Sheng Sheng. He trembled as he lifted her body, But to his surprise, she felt so light beneath his coat, as if she had no weight at all, ready to vanish at any moment. A moment of sheer panic filled his eyes, radiating a deep, shocking darkness. Sheng Sheng, Sun Niansheng, open your eyes. If you dare to die, I'll kill Shi Bai. Now was the best time, but he always rushed to her side first when she was hurt, just as he had promised to support her for a lifetime, even though she had betrayed their friendship first. Sun Niansheng's lips curled slightly. Unfortunately, she no longer loved him. She truly regretted sacrificing so many important things in her life for Shi Bai and Lin Yixuan, and now even this life was lost. She wanted to personally make amends for everything, but her body's energy had been completely exhausted, leaving her with no strength even to open her eyes. The girl closed her eyes in the man's embrace. Sheng Sheng, wake up. Please wake up. I'm begging you, please. The most prestigious young master in the capital crazily carried the lifeless body of the girl out of the building, shocking everyone. His hands dripped with blood, and his pleading cries sounded as if his heart had shattered. Sheng Sheng, wake up, hurry and wake up. Sun Niansheng woke up amidst a cacophony of sounds, rubbing her eyes to see familiar youthful faces surrounding her. Sun Niansheng, your family is too rich, right? 100,000 all at once, more than the total donations from the whole school to Shi Bai. Yeah, this time you're definitely in the running. Were they her college classmates? She looked around, seeing a blackboard filled with advanced math problems, a large tiered classroom, and her desk mate who loved konjac jelly. Had she been reborn? In her shock, someone outside shouted, Shi Bai is here. Thunder rumbled and rain poured outside. When Shi Bai came in, he was already soaked, droplets of water cascading down his short hair onto his handsome face. He walked straight towards her, his gaze lowered, making it hard to see his expression, tightly clutching a piece of paper in his hand. His voice was colder than the rain outside. This is an IOU. 1,100,000, principal and interest. I will pay you back every penny. That's right. Sun Niansheng remembered this day. Shi Bai's mother had a sudden car accident and urgently needed a high surgical fee of 1 million. The principal organized a donation drive for him, and upon learning this, she directly took out her pocket money to help. He had given her an IOU, with a 1-year limit and an interest rate twice that of the bank. She remembered tearing that IOU apart in front of the whole class and smiling as she said to him, Shi Bai, I willingly spend money for you, no matter how much, as long as you like me just a little bit. That time. He had said nothing. She thought he would be deeply moved and would develop feelings for her. But now, looking into his lowered eyes, the silent, restrained expression, his fingers clenched so tightly they were turning white, and Lin Yixuan's mocking gaze behind him, she realized that it must have been from this moment that he began to despise and hate her. He hated her for humiliating his pride in front of everyone, hated her for making him embarrassed in front of the girl he loved. That was why he later sought to retaliate against her. But none of that mattered anymore. What mattered was that she had been reborn. She had truly been reborn. Shi Bai saw that she hadn't taken the IOU, only shyly smiling, and directly threw it down and left. Lin Yixuan walked over with a beaming smile. Sun Niansheng, thank you. You really helped you by a lot this time. Hey! Before she could finish, she was suddenly bumped aside by the girl who stood up abruptly. You! She clutched her shoulder, watching her rush out, gritting her teeth. Stupid. What was she so happy about? Did she really think Bai would change his view of her because of this money? Sun Niansheng suddenly ran out of the classroom because she thought of something more important. Today wasn't just about Shi Bai's mother. It was also the day Shen Juanxi went abroad. In her previous life, she had argued fiercely with her family and friends multiple times to pursue Shi Bai, almost severing all ties. Just yesterday, Shen Juanxi had come to persuade her not to cause conflicts with her family over Shi Bai. It wasn't worth it, but she had impatiently shut him down. How I choose is my business. It has nothing to do with you. If you can't stand me, you can leave, and we won't be friends anymore. Sun Niansheng, am I really worth so little in your heart? Chapter 003 Junge, call him to make it feel good. When she heard this question, she had never seen that expression on his face before, as if he had suffered a huge blow and was completely disheartened. Yet, she was bewitched and replied yes. Later, he really left, going abroad to study, and never came back until the day she passed away. Shen Juanxi. She ran all the way to the business school, but did not see his figure. Classmate, do you know where Shen Juanxi is? I don't know. Could it be that he's already dropped out and boarded a plane? Soon Yinxing was about to take out her phone when she turned around and bumped into a boy, causing the chips in his hands to scatter all over the ground. Can't you watch where you're going? The boy was halfway through his words when he looked up, his eyes suddenly brightening. Oh, it's the campus bell. Sorry, I'm in a hurry to find Shan Juanxi. Didn't see you. You're looking for Shen Xiao? He's in the gym right now, but I advise you not to go. His mood is, hey. Before he could finish his sentence, soon Yinxing dashed away like a gust of wind, leaving behind a cheerful thank you. In the gym, a large crowd was gathered outside the boxing room. Hey, our university has only 2 major heartthrobs, and now one is leaving. There will be no more beautiful things to cleanse my eyes, and I'll have to face the painful early classes. Exactly. I haven't even had a single word with Shen Xiao. What are you doing? Do you still have thoughts about worldly fantasies? Stop dreaming. As soon Yinxing rushed in, she saw a bunch of classmates gathered together, discussing worldly ideals Bai, worldly fantasies Shen Juanxi, which she didn't understand, and then heard Bai is a millennium of cold ice. Shen Juanxi is a millennium of blazing sun, which she deeply agreed with. Yes, his embrace was the last warmth she felt in the world. Hotter than a millennium of blazing sun. She slowly squeezed through the crowd and walked inside. In the vast boxing room, the sound of bang, bang, bang echoed fiercely, expressing the owner's emotions at that moment. The young man, wearing black boxing gloves, kept striking the sandbag, with fine beads of sweat dripping down his black short hair, outlining his handsome profile, flowing down his long neck, all the way to the bottom of his shirt, revealing the powerful muscle lines that seemed to burst forth. He stood tall, his posture elegant, his movements swift and fierce, exuding an untamed aura. Every time he struck the sandbag, it would provoke a wave of involuntary screams from the girls at the door. Ah, he's so handsome. Shen Xiao is so handsome. Watching him, Soon Yinxing felt her heart flutter. He didn't leave. Great, but she completely overlooked how low the boy's aura was. You've been hitting for so long, drink some water. Duan Xingyu opened a bottle of water and handed it to him. The next second, the powerful vibration of the sandbag nearly knocked it over. Zhongzhe shook his head from the side. Don't provoke him anymore. His mood is really bad. Be careful not to be caught in the crossfire. Soon Yinxing noticed the boy's usually lazy brows tightly knitted, and the dark pupils contained obvious anger, which made her recall what she said to him yesterday. His bad mood was probably because of that, right? Hey, the campus belle is here? Why did she come? Isn't she always following Bai around? A commotion arose around them. In her past life, because she was pursuing Bai, she kept a low profile, never associating with anyone who could expose her identity at school, including Shen Juanxi, so no one knew about their relationship. When Shen Juanxi heard the noise and turned around, his deep gaze froze when he saw the girl's figure. Then he quickly averted his eyes as if he hadn't seen anything. However, the force of his punches on the sandbag became even harder. Soon Yinxing walked forward with her head down, pondering how to apologize to him, when she suddenly heard a sarcastic scoff. What's wrong? The Su classmate fear I won't leave, so you came to see me off? Sun Niansheng. Su classmate? They had known each other for over a decade, calling each other by their full names, nicknames, even pet names. But he had never called her something so strange and sarcastic as classmate. It seemed he was really angry. After all, she had hurt him so deeply that he didn't even want to return to the country. It appeared that only a formal apology would win his forgiveness. She brainstormed and remembered that they were born on the same day. And when they were young, she often forced him to call her sister because she was born 2 days earlier. While he stubbornly refused and tried to lure her with cotton candy, cheese sticks, and little cakes to call him brother. They had been at an impasse since then. Raising her head to glance at his friends around him, she thought about their usual interactions. She closed her eyes, steeled herself, and called out, Junge. Her sweet and soft voice, tinged with a hint of charm, made the entire crowd gasp in unison. Shen Juanxi's body seemed to be electrified. His fist, which had been striking the sandbag, suddenly veered off course, nearly causing him to collide with it. Soon Yinxing, have you been possessed by a ghost? After a moment, he slowly turned to look at her in disbelief. His handsome brows furrowed, and the dark depths of his eyes revealed a strange light, as if he were carefully examining her for any signs of trouble. However, a hint of a smile emerged in Soon Yinxing's eyes. It worked. She had already transitioned from Su classmate back to Su Niansheng. I'm sorry. She walked up to him seriously and bowed at a 45-degree angle in apology. I was out of my mind yesterday to say such things to you. Can you pretend I never said it and forgive me? And don't go, okay? As soon as she uttered her words of regret, it was like a fresh breeze that dispersed the heavy gloom surrounding the young man's heart over the past 2 days, causing the corners of his thin lips to subtly curve up as he casually removed the boxing gloves from his hands and tossed them aside. A proud little princess actually apologizing. What a rare thing. But then, thinking again, the laughter in his eyes turned cold. So Niansheng, don't even think about having me help you pursue Xiu Bai. I'm not pursuing him anymore. Su Niansheng suddenly raised her head. This time, Shen Juanxi was completely stunned, as if doubting his own ears. What did you say? I'm not pursuing him anymore, really, she repeated, enunciating every word with utmost seriousness. But the next second, the boy's hand reached out to touch her forehead. Is something wrong? Are you sick? Sun Niansheng. Not only did he not believe her, but the classmates around them also didn't believe her. Everyone at the university knew how persistent and stubborn Su Niansheng was in pursuing Xiu Bai. What was she doing now? Probably playing some new trick to attract Xiu Bai's attention. But that shouldn't involve Xin Xiao, right? That's too much. Chapter 004 No matter what. I want T let go I didn't T. Just as Shen Juanxi was about to take her to the infirmary, Su Niansheng suddenly pulled his hand away. I'm not feverish, and I'm in a perfectly normal state. I know you might not believe me right now, but next, what she said, he didn't hear a word of it. His gaze and attention were all focused on her small hand holding his. Su Niansheng. At the door, a voice suddenly called out from her deskmate. Su Niansheng turned around. Finally found you. The class teacher wants you to go to his office right now. I'll go first. Don't go yet. It's urgent. Okay. She nodded, releasing Shen Juanxi's hand then. Can you wait for me for a while? I'll talk to you when I come back. The boy's wandering thoughts slowly returned. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Your hair is wet. Shen Juanxi took off his jacket and draped it over her, gently wiping the raindrops from the ends of her hair with his fingertips as she put on the hood. It's raining outside. Be careful. This familiar tone of concern, the actions, and the jacket still retaining his warmth all made Su Niansheng recall the scene before her death, her nose involuntarily tinged with sorrow, tears welling up in her eyes. To the boy, she looked bright and sparkly, like a beautiful ragdoll cat drenched in rain, looking pitiful and adorable, making him momentarily forget to breathe and even think. Shen Juanxi, don't go, okay? Zhongzhu observed this scene and felt a sense of doubt rising in his heart. Do they know each other? Shen Juanxi's actions were unusual, far too unusual. A person with such severe cleanliness that he wouldn't even bother accepting a girl's love letter would lend out his jacket and help dry her hair? It seemed their relationship was quite extraordinary, too extraordinary. What a joke. Duan Qingyu, however, was completely oblivious. Not only was he unaware, but he also found Su Niansheng rather ridiculous. It was so simple and straightforward to flirt. Just call him brother and act a bit pitiful. Did she think Juanxi was as easy to pursue as Xiu Bai? He was the distinguished prince of the Shun family, the #1 rich young man in the capital. What kind of beautiful girls hadn't he seen? Even if she was the school beauty, it didn't make any difference. Juanxi, it's almost time. Let me take you to the airport. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and was about to leave when he bumped into the two of them, his solid shoulder receiving a punch. Ouch. What are you doing? Where are you going? Going abroad? Aren't you going to study abroad? Duan Qingyu looked at him in confusion. Shen Juanxi, so pro-Western. You can go by yourself. Duan Qingyu. He pro-Western? He going? Are you kidding? Who was the one who kept saying he wanted to study in America, possibly settling down there and never coming back? He had cried and pleaded for him to stay for half a day, but he remained unmoved. Now, wait, could it really be that he was staying just because of a word from the school beauty? What kind of rich young man in the capital is this? It's too cheap. Upon hearing this, Su Niansheng knew he wouldn't leave, and the tears in her eyes immediately turned into joyful smiles as she left with her deskmate. Wait for me to find you. At the entrance of the boxing room, a group of people watched, dumbfounded, and began to discuss. Wait, why does young Master Shen listen to her so much? He actually decided not to go study abroad for her. Ah, so jealous. He even draped his jacket over her. I watched him fight and play basketball for so long, and he hasn't even handed out a bottle of water. Aren't they strangers? Being pretty is great, but is there no way to not play the modeling card? As if responding to her, the boy hummed a barely audible tune, slowly raising his hand to gently caress his fingertips, bringing them to his nose. How long had it been since she held his hand? The sensation had changed. It wasn't quite the same as when they were children. Sheng Sheng noticed his pleased expression, staring intently at the girl's back as if he were lost in it, and couldn't help but pull out his phone, reminding him, Juanshi, are you sure she's not using you? A new post on the campus forum has already reached the top trending. Shen Juanshi glanced over and saw the particularly glaring post title. Shocking. The school beauty splurges $1 million to pursue the school hunk, Niansheng, don't love too much. His expression suddenly darkened, and on this damp, gloomy, rainy day, it felt like a web of threads, tightly binding the girl's figure, trapping her within. Using? Regardless of whether it was using. Sheng Sheng, this time it's you who's holding on to me. No matter what happens in the future, I will never let go. Just received a call from the hospital. With timely payment of the surgery fees, Bai's mother received effective assistance. This is a certificate awarded to you by the school, praising your spirit of unity and selfless dedication towards your classmates. Niansheng, take it. The class teacher called her to the office just to talk about Bai's matter, and soon Niansheng was disinterested and didn't take the certificate. No thanks. Teacher, Bai said he would pay me back, so it doesn't count as selfless dedication. She left the office. The rain had stopped. The world seemed to have been washed clean of dust, exuding a fresh and tranquil aura. She slightly tilted her face up, feeling the sunlight pouring down on her, the faint fragrance of flowers filling her lungs. At this moment, she truly felt reborn. 19, a flower-like age, the starting point of life. Every part of her body was healthy, full of vitality and energy. Heaven really gave her another chance. This time, she would definitely seize it, cherish her career and the people who love her around her, and would no longer be foolishly used by Bai and Lin Yixuan. She would no longer love Bai. President, here's the material submitted by the English Club. Please take a look. Okay. Bai took the material and, while lowering his head, inadvertently caught a glimpse of a girl's figure. She stood in the garden, slightly on her tiptoes, sniffing a flower, her long, straight black hair gently blowing in the evening breeze, revealing half of her beautiful and radiant face. Under a white dress, her slender shoulder blades lifted, and in the air filled with tiny raindrops, she looked like a butterfly about to take flight, captivating him. Lin Yixuan walked out of the restroom and saw that scene. Bai stood in the corridor, half turning a document in his hand, seemingly captivated by something below. Curiously, she walked over and looked down in the direction of his gaze. It was Niansheng. What was she doing here, acting all pretentious again? She actually made Bai lose his focus. He was someone whose attention was always so concentrated, never wasting time on irrelevant people or things. Yet today he had looked at her for so long. Could it be because, Bai, you wouldn't be moved just because she donated money to your mom, would you? She suddenly spoke, interrupting the boy's thoughts. Don't forget, she's the one who harmed. Of course not. Bai frowned, withdrew his gaze, closed the document, and walked towards the teaching building. Chapter 005, She is the greatest temptation, Yixian. Wait for me. Why are you walking so fast? Zhao Menghan ran out of the restroom, her hands still wet, and saw Lin Yixuan just finishing a conversation with Bai. She walked up with a gossiping expression and nudged her shoulder. Hey, what did the school hunk say to you? Nothing much, just mentioned how my aunt is doing in the hospital. Ever since his mom's accident, he's been feeling low and hasn't talked to anyone except you. Yixian, you must be really special to him. Of course. Lin, Yixian smirked. I heard your families have been living together for a long time. With such close proximity, why not take the chance to win him over? Back then, he was the top scholar who got into Jingda. Now, he's a top talent in the finance department, elected as the student council president. And he has got the looks of a school hunk. Someone like him, even though he seems to be on the same level as us now, once he leaves school, he'll immediately rise through the ranks and face a lot of temptations. It's not just small matters anymore. And speaking of which, there's already one. Temptation. The greatest temptation. Zhao Minghan said, pointing downwards. Look, Sheng Sheng. I really didn't expect her to be so beautiful and wealthy. Did you see everyone's eyes when the school announced she donated $1 million this morning? It was like they were fawning over a rich person. A wealthy beauty chasing after Bai. Aren't you afraid he'll fall for her? Isn't that good? Lin Yixian slightly raised her chin. I don't want someone who is unfaithful. What do you mean? Zhao Minghan was taken aback. Is Yixian trying to use Sheng Sheng to test Bai? Moreover, Lin Yixian sneered and added, Bai will never fall for her. So confident? Zhao Minghan couldn't agree. Putting any guy in this situation? I can't think of a reason for rejecting a girl like Niansheng. Even Bai, who seems so aloof, might not be immune. You're way too calm. It's not calmness, but Lin Yixian said, looking into the distance. Some people's lifelong efforts may not even reach other starting points. As she finished speaking, a sudden commotion arose. Zhao Minghan followed her gaze and saw the famous young elites from the capital coming out of the gymnasium, each one exuding confidence and wealth, like they were in a different social stratum. Among them, the most striking was Shun Juanxi, surrounded by others. Seeing Lin Yixian staring intently at Shun Juanxi, Zhao Minghan couldn't help but feel a jolt. Could it be that Yixian's lack of clarity with Bai was because she had feelings for young Master Shen? After all, he was the heir of the prominent Shun family in the capital, with immense power that spanned military, politics, business, and entertainment. Truly a son of heaven, untouchable by ordinary people. Yixian has high aspirations. Lin Yixian noticed Zhao Minghan's expression and smiled. Just like you said, this is school. Everyone can interact equally, and I won't miss any opportunity. After saying this, she tucked her hair behind her ear and walked towards the gym with her books. As she passed by a group of people, one of her books accidentally fell to the ground, but no one noticed as they brushed past. Yunge. Zhongzhe is too flamboyant. He actually likes big waves. Duan Qingyu laughed as he patted the boy's shoulder from behind. What kind of girl do you like? I like. The boy murmured, his lazy voice particularly alluring, girls in white dresses. White dresses. So you like a lot of girls. You idiot. Zhongzhe couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Who are you calling an idiot? White dresses. Lin Yixian turned around, looking at his back, silently remembering. As night fell, the Jingda girls' dormitory was brightly lit. Sun Yinxing was in a 4-person room with Lin Yixian, Zhao Minghan, and Suyu. Every night before bed, they loved discussing the professional courses they studied during the day, the club activities they participated in, and handsome guys. When it came to handsome guys, they always circled back to Bai and Shun Juanxi. Sun Yinxing automatically filtered out the part about Bai and jumped straight to Shun Juanxi. If Bai is the pure moonlight in the sky, untainted, then Shun Juanxi is the embodiment of earthly hormones, a trap for millions of girls. Yeah. That top-notch bone structure, those exquisite features, and that captivating aura. He is simply the ultimate handsome guy. Just thinking about it makes me swoon. And his smile is so charming. It gives off a captivating bad boy vibe. Not to mention his voice is amazing too. Sun Yinxing was washing her face when she heard them discussing and intermittently squealing, unable to help but laugh. After all, she knew Shun Juanxi too well in fact, to the point of knowing what color underwear he wore as a child. Hearing them describe him as a god descending to the mortal realm gave her a strange feeling of a familiar person showing off. Sheng Sheng, what are you laughing at? Suyu poked her head out from her bed. I know you like Bai's cold and abstinent type, and you're not into young Master Shun. But I can only say that not being able to appreciate this extraordinary beauty is your loss. Huge loss. Zhao Minghan nodded vigorously in agreement. Sun Yinxing shook her head. I don't like Bai anymore. Cut the two said in unison, looking at her with disdain. You said that 800 times already. The next day, you're definitely in front of the mirror, clenching your little fists. Sheng Sheng, you can do it. One day you'll win over Bai. Please. Beautiful girl, spare us. My ears are about to develop calluses. Sun Yinxing watched their reactions and recalled the identical expressions from the gym earlier. Forget it. Time will prove everything. What are you all discussing? So lively? Lin Yixin pushed the door open and walked in, causing Su Niansheng's washing motion to freeze. She slowly turned around to face her. This was the first time she looked at her directly since her rebirth. She would always remember how she had kicked her down dozens of steps and the bone-deep pain that came with it. In her past life, just because Sheng Bai said, "She is almost like my sister," she treated her like family, wholeheartedly being good to her. Academically and in her career, no matter what she asked. She would go all out to help her, turning her from an unknown person into a popular star in the entertainment industry. But what she received in return was the most vicious betrayal. Photos of Sheng Bai cheating, words of provocation pierced her heart like daggers. Su Niansheng, Bai has never liked you. His heart and person belong to me. Bai married you just for revenge, just like I made friends with you just to use you. Didn't you know? Now you're just a waste. Appearing in front of anyone will annoy them. I never expected there would be such a stupid person in this world, haha. After draining her of all value, she didn't even leave her life. It was cruel to the point of being shocking. Chapter 006 Give him some rewards. She stared at her fiercely, her eyes slightly red from anger. However, Lin Yixuan was preoccupied with her own thoughts and didn't notice her unusual behavior. She approached enthusiastically, took her hand, and said, "Niansheng, why are you up so early? Didn't you promise me?" As she spoke, she suddenly leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "Will you practice lip-syncing with me again tonight?" Lip-syncing? Yes. The best singer competition. Have you forgotten? Lin Yixuan noticed the confusion on her face, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. She couldn't be having second thoughts. Could she? Su Niansheng recalled. Every year, several universities in the capital hold a best singer competition, and the overall champion has the chance to become the spokesperson for a popular music app. Lin Yixuan signed up to participate. However, her submission was eliminated in the online selection phase, so she thought of asking her to help with the singing. After much persuasion, she agreed, and after several rounds of PK matches, they successfully advanced. The final competition was held at the Jing University Exhibition Hall, and perhaps because Sheng Bai was the student council president, she easily managed the connections for them, allowing her to perform behind the scenes while Su Niansheng sang on stage. They only needed to keep the rhythm and lip sync in sync. In her previous life, she won the championship this way, successfully becoming a spokesperson and opening the door to the entertainment industry. The song she performed in the finals was live-streamed online, and she was hailed as the campus singing queen by netizens, with no one ever discovering the lip-syncing. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but mock herself. Previously, she was blinded by love, agreeing to such a request. Now, looking back, her panicked eyes were filled with purpose and utilitarianism, lacking even a shred of friendship. Of course, she hadn't forgotten. She forced a smile. Lin Yixuan breathed a sigh of relief. Then let's hurry up and practice. Okay. After finishing the song, Su Niansheng sent a WeChat message to Shun Juanxi. Wait for me after school tomorrow. Aye. Before she could explain in detail, she received a quick reply. At your service, princess. The corners of her mouth, which had been pretending to smile at Lin Yixuan, genuinely curved up now. By the way, Menghan, yeah, do you have a white dress? As soon as Lin Yixuan returned to the dormitory, she began rummaging through her things. Lend me one. I want to wear it on the day of the finals. I don't have one. My skin is dark, and I never wear light-colored clothes. Me neither. Su shook her head and then saw Su Niansheng. Isn't Sheng Sheng wearing a white dress? You can ask her to lend you one. Sheng Sheng? But her size is too extreme. You probably won't fit. Sorry. While they were still discussing, Su Niansheng directly refused. I don't share personal belongings with others. As soon as she said this, the dormitory fell silent for a few seconds. Lin Yixuan tightened her grip on the cabinet. Zhao Menghan silently pulled the bed curtain and lay down. Rich people are different. She wondered what kind of business her family was in, always keeping her background so tightly wrapped. In the afternoon, bright sunlight spilled over Kyoto University. Su Niansheng, holding 2 textbooks, ran to the agreed meeting spot and saw that Shun Juanxi had already arrived. He was half reclining under a cherry blossom tree, his excessively long and straight legs slightly bent, spanning 3 or 4 steps, rhythmically dribbling a basketball with one hand. Is he showing off? As she approached, she realized his eyes were closed, as if he was resting. A gentle breeze blew, slightly tousling his dark, messy hair, casting shadows under his eyelids that swayed like clearly defined raven feathers. Several cherry blossoms fluttered down and landed between his deep brows, on his prominent nose, and on his lips, which were pinker than the flowers. His clean-cut facial features bathed in sunlight, his exceptionally handsome face magnified before her eyes, stunning Su Niansheng and making her heart skip a beat. She recalled her roommate's descriptions of him last night. Exquisite and captivating, the embodiment of hormones, a trap for millions of girls. At the time, she thought they were exaggerating, but now it didn't seem so. Over the years, she had been focused on Bai and hadn't even noticed how handsome her childhood friend had become. She tiptoed forward, ready to tap him on the head. Unexpectedly, just as her hand reached out, he accurately caught it. Su Xiaosheng, planning to sneak attack someone? Shun Juanxi slowly opened his eyes, his lazy black pupils reflecting her figure, a hint of a smile appearing. You weren't just closing your eyes? I can smell you even with my eyes closed. Who are you cursing? No one. Su Niansheng's lips curved up, quickly switching to a flattering smile. Her dimples filled with charm. I'm complimenting you. Your sense of smell is sharp. As soon as Shun Juanxi saw her like this, he knew she wanted something. Speak up. What do you want to ask me about? Actually, there's something. Su Niansheng leaned in slightly closer. She was planning to pull some strings during the Best Singer finals, but to bypass the student council president Bai's scrutiny, she could only rely on Shun Juanxi, the wealthy heir whose family's donations funded half of the university's buildings and equipment. After she explained her plan and operations in detail, she thought he would hesitate, but to her surprise, he nodded without any hesitation. All right, you're agreeing so quickly? Wasn't he curious why he suddenly agreed to help his good friend? Or did he think this was underhanded and disagree? Confusion floated in her eyes, which Shun Juanxi saw through. He raised his hand and tapped her head. Ouch! Su Niansheng exclaimed, wanting to retaliate, but found her hand still tightly held by him. Wow, not only has your appearance evolved, but your wits have too. To prevent me from resisting, you've even learned to anticipate. Shun Juanxi, you little ungrateful one. All these years, well, have I not been the one letting you off the hook? You climb over walls, and I act as your human ladder. You get scolded, and I take the blame. Even if you wanted to commit murder, I'd hand you the knife. What's this little thing compared to that? Except when it comes to pursuing Bai. As long as she was willing to give up, he would definitely obey her for life. Su Niansheng slightly raised her head and saw the boy's deep, obsidian-like eyes staring intently at her, flames burning within, fervently, as if swearing an oath. It reminded her of the time before her death when she heard his heart-wrenching threat in her ear. Su Niansheng, if you dare to die, I will kill Bai. Her eyes gradually became warm, and her voice trembled a bit. Shun Juanxi, you're really nice. The girl's voice came again, soft and tender, causing Shun Juanxi's ears to suddenly heat up, not daring to meet her gaze, recalling her calling him Jungo in the boxing room yesterday. When did she learn to act cute? So deadly. Ahem. He cleared his throat to regain his composure. If I'm so good, do you want to give me some rewards? What kind of rewards? Just. Shun Juanxi's lips curved slightly, a hint of mischief showing his eyes. Call me like you did yesterday. Chapter 007. Not wanting to be a brother, wanting to be a husband, Jungo? He really likes it. After all, this represents a complete victory after more than a decade of childhood friendship and battles of wits. If it were any other time, Su Niansheng would definitely not accept it, but right now she is so moved that she would do anything, let alone call him brother. How about I just acknowledge you as my brother? You're even better than my real brother. She looked at him with sincerity, but unexpectedly, the boy's face darkened instantly, ruthlessly rejecting her. No way. Why not? Su Niansheng pouted and joked. Are you afraid I'll scheme for your family's fortune by becoming a member of the Shen family? Shun Juanxi scoffed. You want to scheme? I want to take everything from you. Then you don't need to acknowledge me as a brother. There's a more convenient, quick, and legal method. What method? Su Niansheng looked at him in confusion, but he wouldn't say, just smiling slyly, unable to hide his excitement. What good thing is he thinking about? Forget it if you want to say. I'm leaving. Don't think about escaping. I haven't called yet. Shun Juanxi pulled her back, and due to inertia, the girl almost fell into his arms. Under the blazing sun, the cherry blossoms were radiant, and the boy's long, clear black eyelashes cast shadows over his eyes, almost drowning in the light. If I don't call you Junge, I can call you Jungich. Soon Niansheng shivered all over, goosebumps almost falling off. Jungische. Jiangu, it sounded like calling a lover. Ugh, so disgusting. She accidentally blurted out her true thoughts. Disgusting? Shun Juanshi narrowed his eyes, giving her a look like he was seeing a white-eyed wolf. Wasn't it you who begged me to stay yesterday? Hee, this is a different time. Fine. If you want to call, then the reward is deducted. You owe me one. Saisu Niansheng sighed lightly, shook her head, and pretended to be sad. Shun Xiaoxi, you've changed. You're no longer the innocent and pure boy from childhood. Now you even have to negotiate for help. Shen Juanshi chuckled, a deep, magnetic voice rolling from his throat as he reached out to remove a cherry blossom from her hair. Without some means, you would have been deceived away. Kyoto University Exhibition Hall. The annual Best Singer Finals is underway. Leaders from various universities, student council representatives, contestant fans, popular music software streamers, and media personnel have all gathered. A sea of people, every seat occupied. Lin Yixuan stood in the contestant waiting area, dressed in a white dress, peering through the curtain at the crowd below. This year's event is unexpectedly grand. Not only has the principal come, but several important department heads are also present, along with many small streamers live broadcasting on site. Yubai certainly wouldn't miss it. As the student council president, he sat in a prime second-row seat. She was watching when her heart suddenly raced with excitement. Shen Xiao actually came. His appearance in the venue caused quite a stir. Even the principal personally got up to greet him, leading him to the reserved spot. Great. It's the front row. I can see her outfit clearly and hear her singing perfectly. She is confident. No one will be indifferent. This white dress, bought with 2 months of living expenses, was definitely worth it. She lowered her head to adjust the hem of her dress, then took out a mirror to check her makeup for any flaws, and sent a message to Sun Niansheng. I must show all my strength today and amaze everyone. Sun Niansheng received the message and moved her fingers. Don't worry. I guarantee to amaze. Miss Su. The salesperson continued to introduce 2 formal dresses in the workshop. This Ganni seasonal formal dress comes in 2 colors, white and black. Which one do you prefer? Sun Niansheng raised her eyes, took a glance. Black, please. All right. Jungu, when did you become interested in singing competitions? Duan Qingyu sat down, looking puzzled at the boy beside him. A few days ago, Shun Juanshi picked up the event program card, his gaze fixed on the last contestant, Lin Yixuan, scheduled to perform at 6:10. So sudden? Duan Qingyu didn't understand and wasn't interested. He didn't even like listening to famous singers invited by his family for his birthday, let alone college students singing without any skills or professionalism. How boring. He adjusted his sitting posture, preparing to take a nap until. Next, let us welcome our last contestant, Lin Yixuan from Kyoto University, contestant 010, to sing for us, If This Is Love. You made a choice, right or wrong. A pure, clear voice, both ethereal and magnetic, flowed from the microphone, sending shivers through the audience, making their scalps tingle. This is too beautiful. It's simply kneeling to listen. Is it really an a cappella performance? The low notes were soft and gentle, like a breeze whispering, enveloping the audience in a relaxed narrative, while the high notes were bright, yet not piercing, woven with endless resilience, as if she had her own sound system, every note cleansing the soul, captivating everyone. Even Duan Qingyu, who had no interest in music, felt stirred, waking up and looking toward the stage. He didn't expect this girl, who looked plain, to have such a magnificent voice. He smiled and turned his head, only to find Shen Juanshi had already closed his eyes, his three-dimensional and deep facial contours radiating a lazy, soothing pleasure under the lights, as if he were completely immersed in it. You like it that much? Looking back at the girl on stage, the white dress she wore was exactly the style Junga liked. Wow. In the second row, Cheng Hao couldn't help but exclaim, poking the boy beside him. Yubai, I can't believe it. Your neighbor has such a good voice. It's simply heavenly. After the competition, can you introduce us? Upon hearing the singing, Yubai shifted his attention from the event planning proposal and looked up. Previously, he had listened to the song she advanced with online, not expecting her voice to be like this, completely different from how she spoke. Radiant and eye-catching. The audience erupted in warm applause, envious expressions, and endless praise. Lin Yixuan was thoroughly enjoying this feeling. To better showcase her dress and performance, she even twirled, her brows furrowed, looking deeply emotional. However, when the piece reached its climax, the singing suddenly stopped. What is going on? Why is there no sound? Strange. I see Lin Yixuan's mouth is still moving. Is there a problem with the microphone? Below, a commotion immediately arose. Several seconds later, Lin Yixuan finally reacted, panicking and stopping her singing. What's going on? Is there a problem with Sun Niansheng? Chapter 008, His Private Treasure. The organizer immediately went on stage to check her microphone. Hello, strange, there's nothing wrong. Why did it suddenly go silent? Should we change the microphone for you? No need. Lin Yixuan immediately refused. Since there's no problem, I'll continue. She deliberately emphasized the word continue to hint at Sun Niansheng, but there was still no response from the backstage. What on earth was going on? Since the singing was suddenly interrupted, my state has also been affected. Can I apply for a 10-minute break? Just as she was speaking, the sound system suddenly resumed playing the song. Lin Yixuan's face turned pale in an instant. The entire auditorium erupted in an uproar. What was happening? Was she lip-syncing? Lip-syncing meant playing a pre-recorded song and just matching the lip movements during the actual performance. But today, to ensure fairness, everyone was singing live without any playback or recording equipment. Someone must be singing for her. Singing for her? How could such a thing happen? How could a student from Kyoto University resort to such despicable tactics? So vain, resorting to deception to win the competition. Wow, this is quite the spectacle. At this point, Duan Qingyu was completely awake. Not only was he awake, but he also shouted loudly, "Who is singing for her?" Yeah, who is singing for her? The uproar spread like wildfire. Others in the venue began to shout along. The organizers kept pushing in close-up shots, while the principal and mentors whispered criticisms. And the disdainful gazes from classmates and fans made Lin Yixuan feel utterly humiliated, as if she had fallen from heaven to hell, wishing she could just run away. However, just as she turned around, the stage curtains slowly opened, the crisp sound of high heels clicking on the pine floor, accompanied by a girl's clear and melodious singing and her stunning appearance, appeared before everyone. If this is love, it is inherently unfair. Hiss, in an instant, the entire audience gasped. This was too beautiful, right? Her voice perfectly matched her appearance, beyond comprehension. She wore a black strapless swan dress that accentuated her incredibly slender and soft waist, adored with a pearl necklace that highlighted her snow-white skin. Her collarbone was straight and well-proportioned, and her features were exquisite. With rose-colored lips, a smoothly contoured nose, and a pair of sparkling starry eyes, the flicker of her long, curled eyelashes reflected countless glimmers. Even her high bun was perfectly flawless. She looked like a glass girl who had walked out of a music box. So beautiful that it was hard to blink. God, she is so beautiful. Even top stars wouldn't dare to be this stunning. Is this what they call beauty with a sweet voice? She is Sun Niansheng, so well known. No wonder she is the school belle, really doing Kyoto University proud. She is simply a little fairy. Duan Qingyu was stunned. He finally understood why that day her simple call a bro could leave Jun Gu captivated. Such beauty, who could possibly refuse? With just a beckoning finger, any man would go over. Doubt, understanding, and surpassing. He turned his face, and sure enough, he saw the boy beside him had opened his eyes, staring intently at the girl on stage, seemingly entranced. He couldn't help but feel a teasing thought. Jungo, are you sure you're not mistaken? Don't you prefer girls in white dresses? You should be looking at the one next to her. What's her name? Yixuan? Today she is wearing a black dress. Ha ha. He couldn't help but laugh. All right, forget it. Zhong's eyes lit up, but when he looked at Shen Juanqi, he felt that he was different from the others. Unlike others who looked at beautiful girls with envy and admiration, he was fixated on Sun Niansheng, his dark, deep pupils like an extremely dangerous vortex, as if he wanted to engulf her, his possessiveness almost spilling over. It was as if she was his private treasure. Shen Juanqi straightened his posture slightly, seeming to want to get a little closer to her. Even the raucous cheers of the audience couldn't drown out the secret and fervent heartbeat within his chest. My princess. Unexpectedly, the song was not sung by Lin Yixuan, but by Sun Niansheng. Sheng Hao was surprised. Shu Bai's gaze also froze in place. It was her. Indeed, it was her voice. "You Bai, you're so lucky to have such an outstanding, beautiful, and generous girl pursuing you. I'm so envious. Why don't you just accept it? Don't talk nonsense." "What do you mean nonsense?" Sheng Hao, who in all of Kyoto University doesn't know that the school belle, Sun Niansheng, has a crush on you. The aloof boy from the finance department? She's pursuing you so fervently, and only you can hold her back. If it were anyone else, they would have already rushed over. Wait. As he spoke, he suddenly put his hand to his ear. "Listen, the song Sun Niansheng chose today, is she confessing to you?" On stage, the girl was singing, "So this is love, I can't resist. People can't resist your charm. So romantic, who could withstand this? You Bai, tell me honestly, do you really not like her at all?" As the song was coming to an end, when Sun Niansheng sang the last line, "It's not that I see clearly, but that I prove I love you," she looked down at the audience, starting to search for Shan Junshi's figure, her gaze unintentionally glancing over Shu Bai, who almost instantly turned away. He turned his face, his eyes cold and devoid of emotion, not liking her. Really? Sheng Hao was doubtful. If he didn't like her, why did he stare at her for so long after she came on stage? And why was he constantly fiddling with the documents in his hand? This was something he had discovered over the years as a friend. When he was in a good mood, he would unconsciously touch the things around him. The last time it was like this was when he received a full scholarship to Kyoto University. As the final note fell, Sun Niansheng finally spotted Shen Junshi, waved at him, and broke into an incredibly radiant smile. In the front row, bathed in light, the boy whose corners of his eyes and brows were dyed with precious sheen slightly raised the corners of his lips, responding to her in his heart. "I love you too. Oh, so beautiful. Call her, crazy call her. Sun Niansheng, champion. Sun Niansheng, champion." Inside the venue, waves of applause surged higher and higher. Everyone looked at the girl with awe and admiration, except for Lin Yixuan, whose face turned pale, staring at Sun Niansheng with eyes like knives, wishing she could carve a piece of flesh from her. Sure enough, she was up to something. This outfit, this expression. She had been plotting for a long time, wanting to betray her at the finals and make her the target of everyone's scorn. She thought she was a naive, sweet girl who didn't understand anything. Little did she know how scheming she was. That bitch. Never let her get close to you Bai again. Chapter 009. How could her waist be so slim? This classmate. Although Sun Niansheng captured the hearts of everyone present, the organizers were still puzzled. "May I ask why you're singing on behalf of contestant Lin Yixuan? It's not a substitute performance." Sun Niansheng walked over to Lin Yixuan and took her hand. Lin Yixuan glared at her fiercely. What is she trying to do? "It's a stage design." "Stage design? How so?" The 10th item in this year's Best Singer Competition guidelines emphasizes the importance of stage design. So I designed this stage performance based on the recent hot topic of counterfeits in society. Moreover, the songs that were selected for the online preliminary rounds all featured Lin Yixuan on stage while I sang. 010 is not Lin Yixuan, but my competition code. I see. It is indeed very innovative and unexpected. This is allowed? It's too much of a show. If it's about love, it must be champion, champion, champion. The audience began to discuss again, and amidst the noise, Sun Niansheng slightly moved the microphone away from her mouth and whispered to Lin Yixuan, "There was a sudden issue backstage, so I had to adapt on the spot. You won't be angry, right?" Lin Yixuan gritted her teeth, nearly exploding with rage. What is she pretending for? It's clearly a deliberate design, to play with her, to steal her ranking and spotlight, publicly trampling on her dignity, constantly referring to her as a counterfeit. In the end, she even pretends to be a good person. Seeing that Lin Yixuan did not respond, Sun Niansheng returned to the microphone and publicly asked, "Yixuan, what do you think?" Lin Yixuan was so angry that her fingers were about to rip her white dress. But she could only remain silent, like a mute eating a bitter melon, unable to say anything. Because if she denied it, it would be embarrassing. And if the school investigated the competition for cheating, she would face serious consequences. After a long while, she admitted humiliatingly, "Since that's the case." After a discussion, the Best Singer organizers confirmed that this conformed to the competition rules and was an exciting stage design. The judges couldn't wait to raise their scorecards and gave it the highest score. The championship was beyond doubt. During the award ceremony, school leaders, internet celebrities, and students and fans present rushed to the stage, eager to take photos with Sun Yinsheng. Lin Yixuan could not bear the humiliation and ran off the stage, covering her face, and after passing by Bai, she cried out loud, tears streaming down her face. Bai looked at her. Sun Yinsheng watched her flee in embarrassment, the corner of her mouth curling up. This was much more enjoyable than winning an award. Bai, as a good friend, don't blame me for not reminding you. Being pursued by a girl like Sun Yinsheng is like having a pie fall from the sky. If you don't cherish it, you might regret it when someone else takes her away. Sheng Hao was still chattering. Bai had already left his seat. Meanwhile, in the front row, Shen Juanxi also stood up. The two brushed past each other, one heading towards the exit, the other stepping onto the stage, wishing his girl congratulations. During the fan photo session, Shen Juanxi opened his arms generously and hugged Sun Yinsheng. But when he was about to let go, he hesitated. She smelled exceptionally good today. Especially near her neck, the refreshing and sweet scent lingered at the tip of his nose, as if it flowed from her dark, soft hair, making his heart race. He looked down along the graceful curve of her back and saw her beautiful butterfly bones, and then his pupils suddenly constricted. How could her waist, wrapped tightly in layers of straps, be so slim? Slim enough that it seemed he could crush it with one hand. Thank you. Sun Yinsheng hugged him back, and when she was about to let go, she noticed he was still holding on. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The time seemed to stretch a little too long, and she felt something hard pressing against her under her skirt. She looked down and saw a champagne-colored gift box. What is this? Let's open it and see. Shen Juanxi reluctantly released his hold. Flowers. Sun Yinsheng opened the lid, and her eyes brightened. A wave of rich floral fragrance, accompanied by vibrant, fresh flowers, rushed into her view, refreshing her spirit. A small card attached read, Long live the little champion. How did you know I would win today? What you do is always outstanding. You understand me. Sun Yinsheng smiled brightly. Let's take a photo together. Just a photo? What else do you want to do? I want to... Shen Juanxi lowered his gaze, looking deeply into her eyes. Tonight, I want to ask you out. Sure. But what are we going to do? Of course. Shen Juanxi said suddenly, raising his hand and lightly flicking her forehead. You still owe me a favor. Ouch. Sun Yinsheng covered her forehead. He had already sneak-attacked her twice recently. You're so stingy, just one favor, and you're so eager to get it back. Shen Juanxi smiled lazily. He really couldn't wait. Sun Yinsheng stood on her tiptoes, wanting to get back at him, but he wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Look at the camera, cheese. The girl didn't say cheese, but bared her teeth like an angry little wildcat. It's not fair. She was wearing 10-centimeter high heels. Yet she was still at a disadvantage. That night, the dormitory was empty. Sun Yinsheng looked at Zhao Menghan and Su Yu's messages about treating her to dinner. But now the empty chairs were a clear sign that they had been taken away by Lin Yixuan to cry about her grievances. She didn't bother to ask. After changing her clothes, she headed straight to meet Shen Juanxi. But when she arrived at the location, she regretted it. Regretted agreeing to the dinner invitation from her flaky roommates and refusing his suggestion to meet at a restaurant. Now, she was as hungry as a pigeon, her stomach growling loudly. She originally wanted to ask Shen Juanxi if he had eaten, but unexpectedly, as soon as they met, he magically pulled out a cake gift box from behind. The box was semi-transparent, containing butterfly pastries, Mont Blanc, mango pancakes, and some of her favorite snacks. Just looking at it made her drool. Is all this for me? She looked up in surprise. Yeah, besides you, who else loves these? Who said that? There are plenty of girls who love these. Sun Yinsheng opened a small box of chestnut Mont Blanc, and after tasting the familiar soft and creamy flavor, a wave of emotion surged in her heart. Flowers cake. How long had it been since she received any? In her past life, she had chased after Bai, wholeheartedly giving, pleasing him, completely neglecting herself, until she didn't even realize she was drained. Now, she was beginning to feel her own existence and the feeling of being cherished. There would be someone who would send flowers because of your success. Someone would remember your preferences and buy them one by one without complaint. Chapter 010. Be my baby, right? Shen Juanxi lowered his gaze and unintentionally met her eyes. In the girl's pair of pure and bright almond-shaped eyes, there were glimmers of tears, like stars scattered across the sky, dazzling and enchanting. And at the center of every star, there was him. His eyebrows, eyes, nose, mouth, face. It gave the illusion that his presence filled her heart and mind. Shen Xiaoxi, why are you so good? Su Niansheng murmured, her voice trembling slightly. Just as she wanted to lean closer to him, the boy suddenly reached out and covered her eyes, pulling back the distance. What are you doing? Nothing. Shen Juanxi forced himself to stay calm. But his obviously altered tone still revealed his emotions. He simply couldn't help but feel moved when she stared at him so earnestly, and he couldn't resist the desire to bully her. Why have you been looking at me with that kind of gaze lately? Sun Niansheng, is it that obvious? Because I've noticed you're getting more handsome. The aesthetic improvement is remarkable. Shen Juanxi's lips curled into a playful smile. It's just that you've realized it a bit late. I've always been this handsome. TCH, narcissist. Su Niansheng laughed and took a spoonful of Mont Blanc to her mouth. The campus night, with a gentle breeze and a rich floral scent mixed with the sweetness of the cake, accompanied by her youthful childhood friend, everything felt so pleasant, making the girl as heart-soft. What was once taken for granted now felt exceptionally precious. By the way, what do you want as a reward? Shen Juanxi, be my baby. What? Cough, cough. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Niansheng was caught off guard and choked on a mouthful of chestnut puree, coughing wildly as she lowered her head, unsure if it was from shock or fright. Shen Juanxi reached out to pat her back while leaning closer to her ear, his deep-set eyes narrowing slightly, his tone mischievous. I'm in a soccer cheerleader. What were you thinking? Su Niansheng's face turned red with embarrassment as she looked up, her starry eyes filled with shame. Clearly, it was your ambiguous wording. Huh? Shen Juanxi chuckled softly, looking at her excessively shocked and flushed face, his gaze coolly grinding his molars. Even if it was ambiguous, it shouldn't have scared you this much, right? Do you have a game? Yeah. The business school is organizing a friendly match between the International Trade and Finance departments, scheduled for next Wednesday. When he mentioned the finance department, he slightly raised his gaze to observe her expression, only to find her calm and composed, showing no signs of disturbance. Sound good? Isn't it just a matter of holding flowers and dancing a cheer for you before the game? It's a small task for me. Are you sure? Shen Juanxi raised an eyebrow. Aren't you going to check the list of participants from the finance department first? What's there to see? Su Niansheng was puzzled, her clear and bright eyes shining under the starlight, appearing earnest and sincere. No matter who it is, I will always support you. The girl's light-hearted words fell like thunder on the boy's heart, stirring up intense waves, leaving him momentarily stunned. After a while, he slightly turned his head. The endless stars in the clear sky and the flowers blooming in spring were nothing compared to the beauty of his emotional state at that moment. The unpleasantness from earlier was swept away, replaced by unparalleled sweetness. Su Niansheng raised her eyes and saw the mottled moonlight falling on him, dividing his handsome features into two sides, one warm and one dark, making it hard to discern his expression. But from the clear lashes beneath those dark eyes and the pronounced curve of his lips, it was evident he was smiling, a captivating smile that was mesmerizing and stunning. Although she didn't know what he was foolishly smiling about, she was infected by it and broke off a small piece of Mont Blanc, offering it to him. Here, you eat some too? No. Shen Juanxi refused. He was already sweet enough. Any sweeter, and his blood sugar would exceed the limit. At 10 o'clock, Lin Yixuan, Zhao Menghan, and Su Yu had returned to the dormitory. Su Niansheng opened the door and saw they hadn't gone to bed yet. Thinking they had all been incited by Lin Yixuan, she decided to collectively confront her, but unexpectedly. Zhao Menghan and Su Yu greeted her, as usual, while Lin Yixuan had put aside her earlier embarrassment and anger, happily trying on clothes. Menghan, do you think I look better in this sporty outfit or this ladylike one? The sporty one. All right. She picked up the sporty short-sleeve shirt. The sporty style is more suitable for the game. Game? Yeah, we just had dinner. And Yubai asked me to meet him downstairs, saying the business school is organizing a soccer game. He.S. representing the finance department and specifically invited me to be the cheerleading captain to support him. By the way, you and Su Yu should come too. I've reserved a spot for you. There will be a lot of handsome guys there. After she finished speaking, Zhao Menghan and Su Yu exchanged glances with Su Niansheng, an expression of sympathy showing in their eyes. She liked Yu Bai so much, but didn't he even know about this news? It was clear he didn't want her to know, let alone join the cheerleading team. Moreover, now she had angered Yishuan, and it seemed she wouldn't have any chance to get close to him in the future. The two silently shook their heads, while the subject of their sympathy felt nothing, her only thought being that it was no wonder Sheng Sheng wanted her to check the list of participants from the finance department before making a decision. This guy didn't believe she would give up pursuing Yu Bai. After Lin Yishuan finished speaking, she quietly put down the clothes and observed her reaction. Seeing her expression remained unchanged, the pride at the corner of her mouth gradually turned into mockery. What are you pretending for? Hearing that Yu Bai invited you to join the cheerleading team, your heart must be bleeding, right? You deserve it. This is just the beginning. So Niansheng, just you wait. Wednesday, Kyoto University, the green field. The friendly soccer match between the International Trade and Finance departments organized by the business school attracted a large crowd, with an equal number of boys and girls. There were even students from other schools who came specifically upon hearing the news. Most of the girls were drawn in by the legendary looks of the two major campus heartthrobs of Kyoto University, Sheng Sheng and Yu Bai, while the boys came purely for Sheng Sheng, who had once donned the number 10 jersey, representing the capital in matches against various cities, winning repeatedly as the young king of football. Before the match began, the area around the field was already packed with people, the atmosphere lively and buzzing, as the cheerleaders specially gathered to show their support began to appear. Led by Lin Yishuan, the cheerleading squad of the finance department made their way to the left half of the field. Yu Bai glanced back at her. Only Zhao Menghan and Su Yu looked momentarily stunned. Chapter 011. Intimate gestures? Duan Xingyu saw that the crowd across from him was already waving their hand flowers and shouting slogans, while his side was silent, leaving him puzzled. Yun Ge, where are your cheerleaders? Look at the lively cheer squad over there. The pretty girls who usually chase after you can line up from Peking University to ETH Zurich. Why is it that none of them are here at such a crucial moment? Why not? Sheng Sheng tossed the football in his hand, letting it spin rapidly on his fingertips. Isn't this a football? Duan Xingyu was dazzled by his show-off skills and tried to imitate him, but failed miserably. He broke down. What good is being cool if he has the football, but not the girl? Wow. Just as he spoke, a sudden uproar erupted around them, rising and falling like a tide, growing more intense. Duan Xingyu was stunned, curiously turning around to follow the crowd's gaze. Who is it? The entrance is more grand than Junji's. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, casting dappled light through the gaps in the towering treetops, all landing on the girl walking out of the dormitory building. She wore a classic JK uniform. The top was a meticulously tailored white shirt that perfectly showcased her beautiful shoulders and slender waist. A vibrant, deep blue bow tie adorned her chest. Below, she wore a pleated skirt of the same color paired with short socks, her long legs straight and fair, so delicate they almost hurt the eyes. A gentle breeze lifted her thick, dark hair, revealing her stunningly beautiful face, both pure and alluring. Walking in the sunlight on the green field, she looked like a character breaking through the constraints of a two-dimensional world, bright and dazzling, causing a chorus of screams from the players and spectators. She is so beautiful. With her flowing hair and youthful charm, she is exactly the top school goddess every boy has fantasized about. The campus belle of Peking University. Is this stunning? Duan Xingyu was once again stunned. The last time he saw her, she was an elegant and noble black swan. But this time she transformed into a pure and charming campus goddess. This campus belle has such a versatile style. Whoever gets to be her boyfriend is truly lucky. Wow. Cheng Hao excitedly patted the shoulder of the boy next to him. Yu Bai, the campus belle is here to cheer for you. This beauty has caused a stir throughout the school. It's really impressive. But Yu Bai looked calm, as if he had anticipated this moment. Cheng Hao couldn't help but click his tongue. So composed. After all, being favored brings confidence. If she were coming towards him, just the overwhelming cheers would be enough to inflate his vanity. Sheng Sheng? Su Yu's eyes lit up when she saw Sun Niansheng. She looks so good in the JK uniform, so different from her usual style. Zhao Menghan also thought she looked good, but was hesitant to compliment her, only glancing at Lin Yishuan. Sure enough, when Lin Yishuan saw the girl, she stopped all her movements. Sun Niansheng? Why is she here? and dressed so provocatively. Is she trying to seduce you by in broad daylight? How shameless. She didn't even receive an invitation and shamelessly ran over to cling to him. Her eyes gradually filled with disdain as she walked towards you by with her hand flower, eagerly waiting to see how she would publicly mock her. Here she comes. Shun Juanshi threw the football aside, his gaze intensely fixed on the girl approaching. Duanqingyu looked confused. What is coming? His lips curled slightly. My girl is coming. Duanqingyu became even more puzzled. Su Niansheng, the finance department cheerleader, didn't he seem to have invited you, right? Showing up uninvited, so cheap, huh? Yun-gay. Are you joking? She must be here to cheer for you by... As Su Niansheng stepped onto the left half of the field, getting closer to the finance team. Lin Yixuan mocked her, and Duanqingyu shook his head. But unexpectedly, the girl ignored her, not stopping her steps, seemingly treating her and Yubai like air, continuing to walk towards the right half of the field. Yubai frowned slightly, unsure of what she was up to. The audience was also confused. Wasn't Su Niansheng here to cheer for Yubai? No, could it be? She is really here to cheer for Junga? Duanqingyu was dumbfounded. Yes. Su Niansheng stood with her hands behind her back in front of them. Shun Juanshi raised the team flag in his hand to shield her from the sun, his eyes lingering with a smile as he glanced behind her. What is she hiding? This small, considerate gesture made many people scream. So sweet. Although no one knew how Su Niansheng and Shun Juanshi knew each other, the sight of the handsome man and beautiful woman standing together naturally created an atmosphere that bubbled over with pink romance, pleasing to the eye. Good stuff. Su Niansheng raised an eyebrow. Shun Juanshi looked at the mischievous glint in her eyes, like a little fox planning a prank, and suddenly had an ominous premonition. He narrowed his eyes, and indeed, the next moment, the girl pulled out a huge scroll from behind her and opened it in front of everyone. On the bright red rectangular canvas, bold black letters clearly read, Infinite Charm, you are the strongest, Shun Xiao, king of the field. The moment Duanqingyu saw it, he sprayed water. The audience burst into laughter. Shun Juanshi's smile deepened. The little flag that shielded her from the sun had been moved to cover his own face. Su Xiaosheng, you are so cheesy. What is wrong with cheesy? Doesn't it just match your personality perfectly? Su Niansheng slightly tiptoed, mischievously leaning in to pretend to lift the flag off his face. Don't be shy, Shun Xiao. Be more generous. Shun Juanshi reached out to tap her, but she was already prepared, nimbly dodging away. Their sweet and eye-catching interaction became a major highlight before the game, igniting a lively atmosphere. While only Yubai watched the scene with an exceptionally dark expression, Cheng Hao stood beside him, feeling a chill creeping in, scratching his head awkwardly. So the campus belle wasn't here to cheer for Yubai, but for the other side. I said it, a girl as beautiful, talented, and generous as Su Niansheng is very appealing. If not cherished properly, she could easily be taken away. Lin Yixuan was also dumbfounded, her enlarged pupils trembling in disbelief. How'd you get to know Shen Xiao? Their gestures are so intimate. She must have shamelessly approached Shun Xiao during the final of the Best Singer competition. That be TCH. Thinking of this, she was so furious that she wanted to crush the hand flower in her hand, having stolen her opportunity, and now she actually wants to take away the boy she likes. Chapter 012, Help Me Put On. When did Sheng Sheng get to know Shen Xiao? Zhao Menghan was surprised, and Suyu also shook her head in confusion. I don't know, but it seems she and Shen Xiao match so well. Both of them are top tier and have a noble and rich appearance. Standing together, their aura is very harmonious, sparking infinite imagination. Do you want me to dance for you? Su Niansheng put away her banner and was about to move, but before her beautifully curved body could twist, she was stopped by Shun Juanshi. No need. He was afraid that, after watching, he wouldn't be able to concentrate on the match. The game is about to start. What score do you like? So arrogant? Su Niansheng raised her lips and glanced at the finance team. Just a 0-0 shutout would be fine. All right, school beauty. The goalkeeper with a big smile ran over, but was pressed back by Shun Juanshi. I'll make sure to complete the task. Lin Yixuan noticed her smug look and immediately got angrier. Sure Yubai looked down at the football. His expression changed. Blow. With the referee's whistle, the match officially began. Everyone thought it would be a relaxed and friendly campus-friendly match, but as they watched, something fell off. On the green field, the atmosphere was tense. Everyone was fully committed to performing, especially the two number 10s, the two main characters, school heartthrobs, Shun Juanxi and Shi Bai, who should have been rivals, unexpectedly faced off, with a strong sense of competition in the air, making the match all the more exciting. Shun Juanxi was the first to bring the ball into the opponent's penalty area. Shi Bai retreated deeply into defense for the first time, using all his strength to block him. But unexpectedly, Shun Juanxi lightly flicked the ball with his heel, executing a beautiful rainbow dribble, directly bypassing him and taking a precise shot at a sharp angle. 1 o'clock. Shen Xiao, Shen Xiao, Shen Xiao. Infinite charm. You are the strongest, Shen Xiao, the king of the field. The audience erupted in cheers, even using Su Niansheng's slogan. Shun Juanxi made a salute to the princess gesture to the girl in the crowd, who was clapping, instantly causing a group of girls to swoon. He's too handsome, woo woo woo. Su Niansheng also smiled with her eyes crescent-shaped. So smug. The captain, sorry, I was out of position just now. A defender walked over with his head down to apologize to Shi Bai, who was known for his calm and generous demeanor. But for the first time, he didn't respond. As the match reached the 10th minute, the international trade team launched another attack. Shun Juanxi took the ball all the way from midfield into the opponent's half, looking ready to complete a solo run, when Shi Bai suddenly made a fierce tackle from the side, trying to regain possession, but was outmaneuvered by Shun Juanxi's agile back-turn skill. He tricked the defenders and directly took a shot into the bottom corner. 2 o'clock. The audience erupted in cheers again. As Shun Juanxi and Shi Bai brushed past each other, he smirked in a mocking manner. Going past you is like crossing the road in the morning. Shi Bai's face tightened in an instant, looking extremely ugly. Next, his play became increasingly aggressive and intense, frequently engaging in physical confrontations, to the extent that the referee issued him a yellow card warning. But it still couldn't change the direction of the match. 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. The international trade team was unstoppable, while the finance team was retreating steadily. Shen Xiao is too handsome. No wonder he's the famous king of the Qingjin tournament. Playing against the finance team's players is like playing against children. How can someone be so handsome and so strong? It's simply against the heavens. Adding one to my bucket list, to get close to Shun Juanxi. Zhao Minghan and Su Yu were originally just watching the excitement, but as they continued to watch, they felt something was off. Yeah. Don't you think the atmosphere between Shun Juanxi and Shi Bai is very strange? Strange? It's downright confrontational. They're about to fight. Yeah. You said they don't have any grievances, and this is just an ordinary friendly match. Do they really need to play so fiercely? Su Yu was stunned by what she said, and suddenly an idea flashed in her mind. She whispered, could it be because of Sheng Sheng? How is that possible? Even though she lowered her voice, Lin Yixuan heard her and harshly rebutted. How long has she known Shen Xiao? How could Shen Xiao target Yu Bai for her? Yu Bai wouldn't do that either. He just wants to win. True. Zhao Minghan and Su Yu thought for a moment and nodded. Sheng Sheng must have just met Shen Xiao. Otherwise, she would have told them earlier. As for Shi Bai, it's good enough that he doesn't dislike her. Then what is it for? Lin Yixuan looked nervously at the match situation. Although she was very happy every time Shen Xiao scored and her heart raced uncontrollably. If this continued, the situation would become too difficult to bear. After all, she was representing the finance team as a cheerleader. Wow, that kick was too handsome. A world wave, I recorded it. Blow, in the 94th minute. The final whistle blew, accompanied by Shun Juanxi's stunning world wave, ending the friendly match with a score of 7 o'clock, with the international trade team winning decisively over the finance team. As soon as the game ended, all the players and spectators rushed to the field, enthusiastically praising and congratulating Shun Juanxi, including Lin Yixuan. However, the center of attention, Shun Juanxi, was unfazed, holding the shiny golden medal, and walked straight through the crowd towards Su Niansheng. Help me put it on. The scorching sun shone on the boy's slightly messy short hair, giving it a layer of shallow, charming golden glow, while his three-dimensional facial features were outlined deeply and delicately. He slightly lowered his head, looking at her like a well-behaved, fluffy puppy, inviting its owner to reward him. The deep affection in his burning black eyes swirling like a bottomless pool. almost drowning her. Niansheng saw this and was covered in goosebumps. Jungu, in less than 3 rounds, he's completely captured by the school beauty. Before, he thought that anyone could become a woman's plaything, but Jungu wouldn't. Now it seemed he was the first to fall. Okay. Niansheng took the medal and put it on him. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished, he forcefully pulled her into his arms and held her tightly. Shinjuanshi? Wow. On the grass, their intimate actions sparked a wave of cheers and photo-taking from the surrounding crowd. Lin Yixuan saw this and was so jealous she felt like she could bite her teeth to pieces. The victory and joy of the match belonged to the international trade team, while the defeated finance team felt utterly dejected. Forget it, we're just not as good. Yeah, it's not like we lost by a small score. There's nothing to regret. So embarrassing, everyone hurry up and leave. The players left the field in disappointment. A few defenders saw that Bai was still there, his jersey already in tatters, and the captain's armband soaked in sweat, feeling a bit guilty. In this match, he gave it his all, attacking, passing, defending. He was everywhere clearly wanting to win, but the result. Chapter 013. I have a wife. He doesn't captain. I'm sorry. It's not that we're slacking off. It's just that the strength of both sides is too disparate. Yes, especially Shun Juanshi, he's terrifying. I heard he's been the champion of several youth football championships and has represented the capital multiple times, undefeated. Losing to him isn't shameful at all. That's right. It's just a friendly match. There's no need to take it so seriously. Moreover, football is originally a game for the wealthy. The young master from the capital has had favorable conditions and leisure to play since childhood. We ordinary people can't even catch up in 8 lifetimes. A few players walked over, trying to comfort him, but the boy's gaze remained fixed on the center of the crowd, his expression gloomy. Cheng Hao knew that their attempts at consolation missed the mark. What he truly valued wasn't the outcome of the match, but Niansheng. His friend was too awkward, clearly caring deeply but saying nothing. Niansheng was surprised. Just as she was about to move, Shan Juanshi held her tighter. Don't move. You won the championship. I congratulate you. Now that I've won, aren't you going to hug me? Okay, Niansheng smiled, unable to resist his coaxing, and reached out to hug him back, congratulating him. King of football Shun. 7 o'clock, feeling the soft arms of the girl wrap around his waist. Shun Juanshi's lips curled up in pride, looking provocatively at the gloomy boy in the distance. I have 7. He has nothing. Niansheng didn't catch his underlying meaning, thinking he was just showing off his record, and nodded, saying, yes, you're the best. The pride of the entire capital university, and even the capital. Is it yours? Shun Juanshi withdrew his gaze, slightly lowered his head into her neck, shamelessly inhaling her sweet scent. Hearing her response, he felt like he was floating. Of course it is. Bai watched from a distance as Niansheng hugged him back, feeling as if a thorn had suddenly pierced his heart, causing his eyes to redden slightly. Cheng Hao noticed his thoughts and threw an arm around his shoulder. Bai, I feel like something's off. Niansheng and Shun Juanshi have never interacted before. How did their relationship suddenly become so good? Could it be she's trying a new tactic to pursue you, deliberately using someone to provoke you? To catch and release, you're smart enough to know that. But you're also the same, always keeping people at arm's length. Over time, even the most passionate and devoted girl will become disheartened. At least give her some hope, right? After he spoke, the boy's expression indeed warmed up considerably. His brows slightly furrowed as he pondered. God, you guys look at the campus forum. Shun Juanshi and Niansheng hugged on the football field. They look so well matched. It's sweet. Are they together? How is that possible? Niansheng always pursuing Bai? That intense effort. Wouldn't she stop until she succeeded? What kind of relationship do they have? Friends? That is possible too. Don't forget last time, Niansheng donated money to Bai. It was $1 million at once. Very generous. Plus, her temperament is so outstanding, and she's multi-talented. She really resembles a rich girl. By the way, do you remember the Best Singer finals? That dress she wore, I saw it in a fashion magazine. It's from next year's Ultra Season collection by a well-known foreign designer. Something that ordinary people can't buy even with money. Maybe her family is also from the capital. Knowing Shun Xiao is very normal. A few girls were gossiping by the sink when a mocking voice suddenly interrupted them. Lin Yixuan walked out of the bathroom, her tone dismissive. Nonsense. Su Niansheng is not a rich girl at all. Her family collects waste. Huh? Collects waste? Is that true? How do you know? The girls looked at her in confusion. Lin Yixuan. Of course, she said it herself. She told you that? Who are you to her? Wait. One of the girls thought she looked familiar and quickly remembered. ISNT, she Su Niansheng's teammate from The Best Singer? The one who was suspected of lip-syncing at the beginning. Yes. I often see her walking with Bai. They seem pretty close. So what she said has some credibility. But if Su Niansheng's family collects waste, how could they be so rich? Yeah. Is collecting waste so profitable now? And she knows Shen Sheng, who is always surrounded by tycoons like Duan Qingyu and Zhongzhe. How can an ordinary person access the connections in the capital? Capital? Lin Yixuan sneered. Does she deserve it? Not everyone in the capital is a young lady or a rich girl. There are also outsiders. This industry has a lot of income. After she finished, she directly washed her hands and left, leaving a group of girls stunned and speechless. What she meant was, in the bathroom, Su Niansheng heard every word she said clearly. She slowly walked out, startling a few girls who hurriedly waved their hands, saying it was all her doing and had nothing to do with them. Let us go. Su Niansheng looked at Lin Yixuan's back and couldn't help but let out a soft hum. Outsider. Not much income. She seems to know the market quite well. At school, she indeed concealed her identity because she once overheard Lin Yixuan say, Bai hates the rich. His family has been severely hurt by wealthy people, and he will never like pampered and aloof girls. So, when others asked about her family situation, she casually mentioned the inconsequential detail that her family is in the recycling business. It's just that the recycling is of gold, but to her, it became waste. Now that she no longer pursues Bai, there's no need to hide her identity anymore. It's just right to move out of the dorm and switch to day school to avoid facing such an annoying face every day. But over the years, the ridiculous things she did and the nonsense she said have made her family quite angry, to the point of severing ties. How would she go back? Her grandparents and her father and brother are not as easy to coax as Shun Juanxi, who could be soothed with a little charm. Just thinking about it gives her a headache. She bit into her ice cream, pushing open the dormitory door, only to see Zhao Menghan and Su Yu approaching her with beaming smiles, their flattering expressions obvious. Do you want some ice cream? She pulled out the ice cream from her bag and handed it to them. Zhao Menghan and Su Yu took it, and upon seeing that it was high-end ice cream from the imported snack section of the supermarket, priced at 89 each, they couldn't help but be shocked. This is more than their daily allowance. Thank you, Sheng Sheng. After they unwrapped the packaging, their guilt intensified. Su Yu. Sorry, Sheng Sheng, after last week's finals. We didn't mean to stand you up. It was just that Yixuan was crying too sadly at the time and insisted we accompany her, so. Zhao Menghan nodded along. She usually had a better relationship with Lin Yixuan, so she didn't need to explain, but recently she discovered that Sheng Sheng is actually so wealthy. After graduation, they would enter society, which is much harsher than university. Having more friends means more opportunities. Even if her family is just a newly rich waste collector, it's still more useful than ordinary people. Chapter 014. The school hunk starts to chase after her. It's okay. Su Niansheng shook her head. This was originally a matter between her and Lin Yixuan, and there was no need to put them in a difficult position. Niansheng, have you forgiven us? Niansheng, you're so generous. The two happily surrounded her, chattering nonstop. Niansheng, I've noticed you've changed a bit lately. Yeah, the change is huge. Really? Su Niansheng put down her ice cream. Or have I changed? She was afraid that the lingering depression from her past life was still within her. Although she couldn't feel it, others could see it. However, Su Yu and Zhao Menghan gave completely different answers. You've become more radiant, although you were already dazzling before. It was like a precious vase, beautiful, but soulless and lifeless. The only thing you did was follow Bai around like a little tail that couldn't be shaken off, which even outsiders found a bit annoying. But now, you're more like a star, continuously radiating light, brilliant and captivating, making people yearn for you. Just like today, when she cheered for Shun Shao on the soccer field, wearing a JK skirt, holding a banner, her smile bright and exuberant. Just like last time, when she stood on the Best Singer stage, beautiful, graceful, and shining, exuding vibrant vitality from within. By the way, Niansheng Yishuan said that during the Best Singer finals, the microphone didn't malfunction. You did it on purpose. We all don't believe it. You're definitely not like that. I did it on purpose. Sun Niansheng suddenly admitted. Su Yu and Zhao Minghan's expressions froze. After several seconds, they laughed and said, "It's okay if it was on purpose. After all, you were the original singer." In the dormitory, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and the two felt embarrassed to ask further, especially curious about how she and Shun Xiao met. And they returned to their seats. Soon Yinxing didn't continue the topic. She bit her ice cream and thought about how to get home. Duxing Building. Craftsmanship Spirit and Characteristic Practice Elective Course. When Sun Yinxing walked into the classroom with her backpack, she saw her resentful deskmate Fang Yin, and they exchanged smiles. What a coincidence. We ended up in the same class. I missed the course selection last year due to an illness, so I was automatically assigned to such an obscure elective. What about you? What else could it be? It's because I was so focused on Sure You Bai before that I didn't care about my studies, resulting in a significant backlog of credits. If this continues, graduation might be a problem. So I started taking elective courses frantically to make up for lost credits, but since it was too late, all the high-scoring, popular courses were taken, leaving only this obscure one where only 30 or 40 people were seated in a large lecture hall. Got it. Fang Yin looked at her expression and understood what was going on. It's because of the school hunk again. School hunk? As she spoke, her tone suddenly changed. At the classroom door, a white figure appeared suddenly. A tall boy walked in, holding books with a detached expression, stirring up a wave of discussion. Sure you Bai? Why is he here? Yeah, ISNT this class for those who are short on credits. Coming here to make up for it? He asked the number one in the finance department and the student council president. His credits must already be full, right? Maybe he is interested in the course content? The credibility of that was even less than his initial interest in Sun Yinxing. Look, the school beauty is sitting right there. Oh, could it be that Sun Yinxing has been thinking about him, and now it's coming back to her? Hey. Fang Jian exclaimed, repeatedly nudging Sun Niansheng. Look who is here. Sun Yinxing raised her head and saw Sure You Bai. Her expression froze. How could he come? With his grades, many professors from high-scoring, popular courses are fighting to have him. Does he really need to take such an obscure subject? Just as she was puzzled, Sure You Bai stopped in his tracks. Looking down at the podium, his gaze coincidentally meeting hers. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As he kept looking, Sun Yinxing frowned. In her memory, during the years she chased him, he had never even glanced at her. Now he was staring for so long. Was it because he thought she was trying to cling to him by deliberately choosing the same class? She guessed he would turn around and leave without hesitation. Unexpectedly, the next second, the boy walked down the steps and sat directly in front of her. Oh, what is going on here? With so many empty seats. Why sit right in front of you? Fang Yin saw the situation and her gossiping spirit ignited, giving her frantic looks. Sun Yinxing's frown deepened. She didn't know either. Perhaps he had reached the point of viewing her as heir. Just right, she was too. He asked, giving you such face today? The elective course teacher entered the classroom, and upon seeing the recent school celebrities, the most beautiful girl and one of the best boys, his mood instantly lifted. I'll distribute these materials. Today we'll learn to build models. Everyone will draw a set of blind box model parts, and the shapes will vary. Without an instruction manual, you are required to complete and submit them within an hour and a half. This counts as part of your homework and will be included in your credits. What is this? So many parts, I can't even tell what it is. How do I assemble it? Fang Yin opened the blind box, feeling overwhelmed. Sun Yinxing couldn't tell what model she got either. But fortunately, her luck was better. The number of parts was only half of what Fang Yin had. Good thing there's a top student here. We can ask if we don't know. Fang Yin said while winking at her, hinting that she could take this opportunity to approach Sure You Bai openly. But the girl expressionlessly lowered her head and focused on building the model. You can ask. Okay. Huh? She was puzzled. Is the sun rising from the west today? Usually you're like a piece of chewing gum, sticking to the school hunk no matter what. No matter how much he tries to shake you off, today he's come to you, and you're actually indifferent? Are you dumb? She waved her hand in front of her. Sun Yinxing, if you delay any longer, you won't finish. Right. Once the class bell rang, many people rushed to sit around Sure You Bai, eagerly asking him how to build the model, and he patiently answered each one. However, the voice of the lively and spirited girl, which usually surrounded him, was absent for a long time. In the 40th minute, he completed the Model First, a luxury cruise ship, with a stunning exterior that revealed intricate details, earning the teacher's praise as he showcased it in front of the blackboard. Everyone, let us pause for a moment to appreciate Sheng Sheng's work. Chapter 015, I must really like you so much. Without any instruction manual, he managed to build a ship in just 40 minutes. Truly a top talent from the finance department. Attending class with a top student feels like being hit by a dimensional strike. The crowd was buzzing with discussions, but there was one person who kept her head down. Sheng Sheng looked over at her. She was assembling a butterfly's wing, but the few strands of hair that fell slightly across her forehead and her delicately fluttering eyelashes made it look even more like a real butterfly wing. Everyone should learn more from Sheng Sheng. Is there anyone else finished? One by one, students submitted their works, and the teacher graded them based on the time taken and the quality of the work. Once most had been graded, the teacher began assigning homework. There would be a hands-on assignment after class that required everyone to work in groups, and the grades would also count towards credits. Next, I'll call out a few group leaders, and students can freely apply to join. The first name the teacher called was Sheng Sheng, and almost all the students eagerly wrote their names on slips of paper and submitted them to him to apply to join. Fang Yin was no exception. While writing her name, she glanced at Niansheng, who was still seriously assembling her model, and decided not to disturb her, directly adding her own name. Sheng Sheng received the group applications, tossing aside slips of paper until he saw the last one with 3 characters. And a barely noticeable smile appeared at the corners of his lips. How all done. Niansheng's craftsmanship was never that great, but she hurriedly finished her model just before class ended. When she submitted her pink butterfly, the teacher commented that it was beautiful but a bit slow, scoring her 90 points. Thank you, teacher. As long as she could pass and earn credits, that was all that mattered. All right, class is over. Everyone's scores have been recorded, and the teacher can't take so many works back, so why not let each person choose one they like to take home as a keepsake from this class? Great. With that, a crowd rushed forward. Sheng Sheng walked up to the podium and took a pink butterfly from the corner. The teacher was somewhat surprised, thinking he would choose a piece from the excellent works, scoring above 95, but he ended up picking such an ordinary piece in terms of both score and design. He looked again at the ship model he had been admiring in his hands, and then at the girl below who was packing her bag, and suddenly understood. Niansheng walked up to the podium, and the teacher handed her the ship model, saying it was the only full-score work of the class and that she seemed interested in model building, so she could take it home for reference. Niansheng looked at the 100 points marked on it and the glaring Sheng Sheng written on it, and immediately refused, saying, "Thank you, teacher, but I don't need it. I have no talent for model building." But before she could finish speaking, the last piece on the podium was taken away. You need to learn well if you have no talent. Take it. The teacher forced the model into her hands and turned to leave. In the classroom, only a few students remained, whispering to each other and occasionally casting envious glances at her, some even pulling out their phones to take pictures. She was so lucky to have received Sheng Sheng's work. Yeah, I thought the teacher would take it back as a keepsake for himself, but he gave it to her. She likes Sheng Sheng so much. Getting a model he built by hand must make her incredibly happy. Niansheng slightly lowered her eyes, looking at the ship model in her hands, a mocking smile creeping into the corners of her eyes. If it were in her past life, she would have been overjoyed, treating it like a treasure. But now, she walked straight out and threw it into the trash can. Weekend. A message popped up in a large group for the elective course, Craftsmanship Spirit and Characteristic Practice. At 10 o'clock, the first group will meet at the school reading room. Led by Sheng Sheng, with members Fang Yin, Guohai Tao, and Iwan Shu. Niansheng's eyes widened in disbelief when she saw her name. How could she be included? Frowning, Fang Yin sent a message. Sheng Sheng, you were actually chosen by Sheng Sheng. Amazing. When I submitted the group member application list, I thought he would cross your name out since so many people wanted to join the first group. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Is your long wait and unrequited love about to see the light of day? So it was her. Niansheng closed her eyes and ground her teeth. Who told you to apply for me? Of course, it's our solid friendship as desk mates over the years. I know your feelings well enough. I helped you out. Don't thank me too much. Just treat me to the coconut chicken hot pot at the school gate sometime. I've been craving it for a long time. Seeing her lost in self-importance, Sun Niansheng thought that explaining would only get her the same reaction as her roommate, so she sent a voice message saying, "Since you're so eager to help, can you also help me sign in for today's group assignment?" "No way." Fang Yin was shocked. "You don't want such a great opportunity to get close to Shi Bai?" "Nope. Whoever wants it can have it." Fang Yin. She recalled the last elective open class when Shi Bai appeared and sat in front of her, and she had no reaction at all. This was too unusual, right? Could it be that she no longer liked Shi Bai? That was impossible. After all these years in school, she had never seen anyone pursue Shi Bai as passionately and recklessly as Sun Niansheng. Even if the sky were to fall, her feelings would not change. Sun Niansheng. After it's done, 3 meals of coconut chicken hot pot. All right. Fang Yin was no longer curious, just repeatedly tapping the loud noise from the sky. The old servant makes a shining appearance emoji. In the reading room of Jing University, in the leisure communication area, the members of the first group received the group notice and arrived at the location, finding that Shi Bai was already there. Moreover, he looked different from usual. Wow, the group leader is really handsome today. Yes, it seems he has changed his style, looking different from usual. Normally, he always wears a simple white shirt, which has become a symbolic look in the school. Today, he wore a sky blue striped jacket over a layered shirt and tied a neat bow tie. He looked clear and fashionable, adding a touch of liveliness to his usually aloof demeanor. No wonder he is one of the 2 top boys at Jing University. With just a little dressing up, he looks more handsome than celebrities. How does he compare to the other one? Shi Bai spoke up. The group members froze. Group leader, are you referring to Xin Xiao? The sun must have risen from the west, as he usually dislikes others overly focusing on his appearance, let alone commenting on it. Today, he actually compared himself to Xin Xiao. Is this a new trend of male competition? That's a bit different. What's different? Everything is different. One is a high mountain flower. The other is celestial being descended to earth. They can't be compared at all. Let's put it this way. A boy thought for a few seconds, then patted his chest and said, "If I were a girl, I would definitely like you." Nearby, several girls nodded vigorously in agreement. Because, Xin Xiao, they wouldn't even dare to imagine. Upon hearing this, Shi Bai seemed to think of something, and the corners of his lips curled slightly, looking quite pleased. Chapter 016. Things that are dirty. I no longer want. I'm sorry, I'm not late, right? When Fang Yin hurriedly arrived at the reading room, Shi Bai looked up and glanced behind her. "Did Sun Yinqing not come with you?" "She had something come up last minute and couldn't make it. She asked me to help sign in and complete the assignment." "Group leader, just give me your part." As soon as she finished speaking, the smile that had barely touched the boy's eyes vanished. "No. Huh? In my group, you cannot sign in or complete assignments for someone else. They must be present in person." After hearing this, Fang Yin felt as if her 3 pots of coconut chicken had been kicked over. Is it really that strict? Isn't it unnecessary? It's just an extracurricular assignment, and there's no teacher supervising. She wanted to argue more, but Shi Bai directly picked up his phone. After resolving the assignment issue, Sun Yinqing pulled the blanket and prepared to take a nap. Unexpectedly, her phone rang again. This time, in a large elective class group, her name was highlighted prominently. Shi Bai. Group assignments must be completed in person, otherwise, it will be regarded as not participating and will count as 0 credits. Art Management 253. Sun Yinqing. After reading it, she narrowed her eyes. Shi Bai must be doing this on purpose, right? He even wants to manage the routine practice of signing in for extracurricular assignments. No wonder he agreed to let her join the group. It turns out it was to make things difficult for her. She originally wanted to leave the group and give up the credits, but with the semester nearing its end, she was preparing to go home and apologize to her family. If she hadn't even completed the course and had to retake it, that would be too insincere. After thinking it over, she held back. "Leave my assignment behind. I'll come over later." "Group leader, I finished my part and I'm leaving." "Okay." "Group leader, I'm leaving too, Bai." Leaving, going to have lunch." As noon approached, the group members gradually left. Fang Yin packed her bag and was about to leave when she curiously glanced at Shi Bai, who had already completed his tasks but was still sitting upright, showing no signs of leaving. "Group leader, are you not leaving? I need to organize things a bit more." "Okay, then I'll go first." As soon as she left, a group of girls spotted Sheng Bai from a distance. Is that the president? What luck, running into the president. Let's go over. Ding, ding, ding. The noon alarm rang, and soon Niansheng lazily set off from her dorm. At this time, there shouldn't be anyone left, right? With this thought, as soon as she stepped into the reading room, she saw Sheng Bai, surrounded by a group of student council girls and a few roommates. In the communication area, a group of people also looked up at her. Several girls, who had been smiling at Sheng Bai, now had their lips pursed, their gazes scanning her up and down, mixed with subtle emotions. Sun Niansheng, why is she here? She's here to chase the president, right? She's from the art department. Could she be here to study? Haha, she really has a lot of energy, trying to follow him every day, not even letting lunch break her focus. Unlike us from the engineering and finance departments, who are racing against the clock. Of course, the art department doesn't rely on skill. Just having looks is enough. The campus belle is here. Chung Hao's eyes lit up when he saw her, and he turned to the boy beside him. I told you. Sun Niansheng was acting all familiar with Shun Junxi on the soccer field. She was just playing hard to get. Yu Bai is pretty impressive. Just a little sweetness, and she's back chasing him again. Look, Yu Bai's little tail is here. I'm really jealous of my buddy. Being chased by such a beautiful girl every day. So what if she's a beauty? In your eyes, she's a goddess. In her eyes, you're just a dog chasing after someone. A few roommates huddled together, whispering and gossiping, their mockery and hostility almost spilling over. Sun Niansheng tugged at her lips and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Sheng Bai called out to her, Sun Niansheng, come here. His voice was calm and aloof, laced with a hint of commanding authority, causing Sun Niansheng's footsteps to come to an abrupt halt. This tone was like calling a little cat or dog. Around them, some people chuckled softly. Sun Niansheng's expression gradually turned cold. How had she endured this in her past life? She turned around, just about to speak, when a boy named Zhao Yihong stood up with a grin. The campus belle is here? Is she here to chase you by again? He staggered toward her, his eyes glazed. His cheeks flushed. Before he got close, a strong smell of alcohol hit her. Sun Niansheng frowned and was about to step back when suddenly he wailed and vomited a mixed, unidentifiable substance all over the floor, splattering on her. Her face turned pale, and her body stiffened. Seeing this, Sheng Bai's expression tightened, and he immediately stood up. Ah, that feels better. Oh no, did I get it on you? Sorry, I drank a bit too much at noon. After Zhao Yihong finished vomiting, he raised his head and continued to smile at her, apologizing, but there was no hint of sincerity in his eyes. After all, she liked Sheng Bai so much. As his roommate, she definitely wouldn't mind. When Sheng Bai approached and saw the girl's soiled light yellow coat, which was a luxury brand worth over 10,000, he said, I will compensate you. No need. Sun Niansheng was thoroughly disgusted and took a long time to finally speak. She looked at him with icy eyes and said, I won't take back something that's dirty. Then, she took off her coat, tossed it aside, and walked away. Sheng Bai lowered his head to look at the discarded clothing on the ground, slowly bending down to pick it up. The image of her expression and gaze from just now kept flashing in his mind, something he had never seen before. Oh, are you angry? Zhao Yihong looked at the girl, departing back with curiosity. She can still get angry? Yu Bai, I thought she never got angry when you rejected her before. He looked at the boy beside him with amusement, but was startled by the brewing storm in his eyes. Yu Bai, what are you? Before he could finish, Sheng Bai grabbed him and dragged him straight to the restroom. The way he did it was more like dragging a piece of trash than a person. Yu Bai? Yu Bai. Splash, splash in the restroom. Cold water was turned on to the maximum, quickly filling the sink. Yu Bai, what are you doing? MMPH. Zhao Yihong's words were completely drowned out in the icy water, his head being treated like a mop, dragged out and pressed down repeatedly, his mouth and nose choking on water, unable to say a complete sentence. Sheng Bai looked at him, his eyes colder than the water in his hands. This is to help you sober up. In the communication area, a group of people who were originally watching the spectacle suddenly fell silent, feeling a chill run down their spines. They had never seen the president so angry before. It seemed he did not care about Sun Niansheng as much as the rumor suggested. Chapter 017. What others call disgusting, she calls comforting. What are you browsing? Why are you laughing so happily? Still watching that football match? The interactions between Shun Junxi and Sun Niansheng in the pre-match video were so sweet. I watch them every day on the forum. I'm almost turning into a CP fan. But the post below says they don't even know each other? It might be a cheering segment designed specifically for the match. Don't get too into it. Nonsense. They know each other. Someone at the gym said that Shun was boxing, and Su Niansheng went to watch and even called him Junge. Just thinking about that scene is so sweet and mushy. Yunge. Lin Yixuan, passing by the anime corner, stopped when she heard their conversation. No wonder Shun Jun knows her. It turns out she took the initiative to flirt. It seems that being reserved is no match for being shameless. She can't take it slow anymore. What a pity the heavenly bow that just dropped was picked up by Zhongzhe. Junge, next time at LL be my turn, right? What do you need equipment for? You a border freak. Enough. You're taking advantage and still acting innocent. In the International Trade Department building, Duan Qingyu chased after Zhongzhe, followed by a nonchalant boy. He carried a backpack with one hand, and his short, jet black hair shone brilliantly in the sunlight, highlighting his deep-set eyebrows and eyes that exuded a strong aura, making anyone who caught a glimpse of him's heart race uncontrollably. Lin Yixuan, holding her drink, nervously lowered her head and walked straight towards them. As she brushed past, she suddenly twisted her ankle, and her whole body swayed towards the boy. He dodged just in time, but still got splashed with a large amount of the drink she spilled all over his bag. A yellow-green viscous liquid blurred everything. Duan Qingyu heard the commotion and turned around just in time to see that scene, unable to help but let out a long hiss. Junge has a serious cleanliness obsession. I'm sorry. Lin Yixuan half fell to the ground, slightly lifting her head to look up at him. Her eyes filled with guilt and a pitiful glow. What's wrong with you? Can't you watch where you're walking? Duan Qingyu originally wanted to scold her, but seeing her expression, he couldn't bring himself to do it. How come it seems like she's the victim? Zhongzhe took a glance and quickly saw through the trick. How can there still be people in college who like to play such low-level tricks? Junshi, are you okay? I'm sorry, it was my fault. Give me your bag. I promise I'll clean it up, Junge. When she shyly called out Junge, the boy, who had only slightly frowned before, suddenly lost his composure, exuding an aura colder than ice. He took out the books from a bag and threw it straight into the trash before leaving. Throughout, he didn't glance at her once, nor did he say a word. Lin Yixuan was immediately left feeling awkward and at a loss. How could this be? This was completely different from the scene she had imagined. Clearly, people in the anime corner said that Su Niansheng got to know Shinjun because she called him Junge, but now, Yunge. Duan Qingyu sensed that Shun Juanshi was angry and hurriedly chased after him, but almost got hit by a book thrown back. Shut up. Why are you mad at me? It's not like I spilled the drink on your bag. ISNT at your mouth, that S always so annoying. Calling him Junge all the time? Now, anyone can learn it. How disgusting. Anyone? Lin Yixuan vaguely heard this and tightened her grip on the empty drink cup. Over the years, she had created countless opportunities to encounter him, to appear in front of him. Did he really not have even the slightest impression of her? You're not allowed to call him that again. No. Duan Qingyu was caught off guard. He never expected that it was his own title that tripped him up. If not Junge, then what should it be called? Call him Dad. Huh. Duan Qingyu sneered, suddenly remembering something. Wait, last time a campus beauty called him that in the gym too. Why didn't you find it disgusting then? You were so considerate and caring to her. Hearing Su Niansheng's name, Shun Juanshi's gloomy expression slightly warmed, the corners of his thin lips curving up a bit. What others call disgusting, she calls comforting. TCH, simply a model of valuing romance over friendship. Zhongzhe, let us go. Don't pay attention to this person who only has the opposite sex and no humanity. Su Niansheng, again with Su Niansheng. Why is she always stealing her spotlight and getting ahead of her? Other matters can be overlooked, but even the person she likes ISNT spared. Lin Yixuan's grip on the drink cup nearly deformed, mirroring the hatred in her eyes. Since she could not have her wishes fulfilled, then she should not expect to be proud in front of you by either. On the basketball court, Zhongzhe passed the ball. Wait, Zhongzhe stopped, raised his chin towards the distance. Juanshi, ISNT, that's Su Niansheng? Shun Juanshi turned around and immediately saw the graceful figure of the girl walking out from the library. It's her, he said, the corners of his eyes curving up. He walked towards the court while calling out loudly, Su Xiaosheng, not replying to his messages. Turns out she went to the library to study. When did she become so proactive? Yo, Su Xiaosheng calling out so sweetly. Duan Qingyu picked up the ball and winked at Zhong Zhe, who was holding his phone but looked a bit worried. The boy's voice was youthful and passionate, carrying a strong sense of affection and magnetism that even he was unaware of, with a penetrating quality that caught the attention of many passers-by. However, the girl being called showed no reaction, as if she hadn't heard anything, and continued walking ahead. Duan Qingyu felt a bit awkward and leaned over. It seemed like she didn't hear. Not likely. His voice was so loud that even students from the adjacent teaching building were peeking out with curiosity. However, the boy actually believed this absurd claim and raised his voice to call again. Sheng Sheng. This time, the girl not only didn't look over but instead quickened her pace. Her hurried retreat seeming like she was trying to avoid something. Seeing this, the boy's expression stiffened. At this point, Duan Qingyu didn't know how to comfort him, so he had to brace himself and speak frankly. Junge, it seems she doesn't want to talk to you? Could it be that Zhongzhe hit the nail on the head? Last time, Zhongzhe said in the gym, Ju and she, are you sure she's not using you? The new post on the campus forum, Sun Yinxing spent $1 million to pursue you Bai, had already reached the top of the trending list. This time, Zhongzhe pulled out his phone again and said, there's a new post after the football match. Yu Bai and Sun Yinxing enrolled in the same elective course, and even exchanged gifts. After hearing this, Duan Qingyu suddenly realized and clapped his hands on the ball. So, the campus beauty is blatantly trying to use Jungu to provoke Yu Bai, to make him jealous, and thereby draw closer to each other? That's too much. The moment he said too much, he felt a chilling glare from the boy beside him, as if to say, if you say another word, I'll twist your head off and kick it like a ball. Duan Qingyu immediately made a zipping gesture over his mouth. No way. The campus beauty's ulterior motives are already common knowledge. Yet Junge is still so protective of her. He must be deeply trapped. Chapter 018 Living with the Prince. Since the distressing incident in the reading room, Sun Yinxing's desire to go home has become even stronger. But no matter how hard she thinks, she can't find a suitable opportunity. The ones who dote on her the most at home are her grandparents. But her grandfather fell ill due to her last month and is currently recuperating in a hospital in Berlin, with her grandmother accompanying him. She feels embarrassed to disturb them and is even more afraid of triggering their emotional fluctuations than their Esser brother, but unfortunately, she had long since blocked all his contact information. When she tried to unblock him, she discovered she had been blocked in return. The Scorpio CEO really holds grudges. As for her father, she doesn't dare to communicate with him at all due to his strictness. As she was lost in thought, she became dazed, wandering the streets like a hollow shell, to the point where she didn't hear Shun Juanshi call her the first time. It was only when he called her a second time that she received a phone call. It was her uncle. He had just returned from training abroad. That's great. She felt like she saw the dawn of hope and excitedly ran to a quiet place. Uncle, you're finally back. I missed you so much. As soon as Chu Jinglan landed, he was overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of his niece. He had only been abroad for less than 3 months. Did this little ingrate really miss him that much? Surely, she must have some ulterior motive waiting for him. No good deed goes unpunished, he thought. So, are you having trouble pursuing that campus idol and need my help? No. Sun Yinxing shook her head, and upon hearing his voice, her nose felt a bit sour. In her past life, her uncle was the only one who didn't oppose her pursuing Yu Bai. To be precise, he didn't oppose her doing anything as long as she was happy. Compared to the love from the Su family, his affection felt more like spoiling, especially after her mother passed away. Both she and her uncle were drawn into the sports world by her mother. One loving figure skating and the other passionate about fencing, and they had jointly participated in long training sessions and competitions abroad. With only a 7-year age difference and shared ideals and love for their mother, her sister, their relationship had always been very close. He was probably the saddest person after her mother's death, apart from her. After that, his temperament changed from being strict with her to allowing her freedom. As long as it was something she liked, he would support her wholeheartedly, right or wrong. In her previous life, in order to help Yu Bai and Lin Yixuan, she shamelessly used him many times, causing damage to his reputation and career, and he fell into a low period. Hearing his vibrant voice now made her feel a bit sad. Fortunately, they had a chance to start over. Sheng Sheng? Chu Jinglan noticed something was off in her tone and became a bit flustered. What's wrong? Did someone bully you at school? No, it's just, I miss you, uncle, and I miss home so much. He could understand missing him, but missing home? Haven't you already had a falling out with your family? Yes, but I regret it. Really? Chu Jinglan was pleasantly surprised. That's wonderful. He knew how much the Su family cared for her. He had always been troubled by their poor relationship, and he didn't expect her to come to this realization. Had her rebellious phase passed? Really so, uncle. Can you help me ease the relationship with my family? I want to go home. I don't want to live at school anymore. That's fine, but Chu Jinglan glanced at the itinerary handed to him by his agent. I have some important competitions to participate in after returning to the country, and I won't be able to reach the capital in time. Besides, the conflict between you and your family isn't something that can be resolved in a few words. How about I finish my competitions and personally take you back to the Su family? Okay. As for not wanting to live at school, he pondered for a few seconds, a spark of inspiration flashing in his mind. Simple. I'll arrange for you to temporarily stay with a friend. Friend? Sun Yinsheng was confused. Who? Is it reliable? If it were a stranger, she would rather continue living at school or live alone. Don't worry. Chu Jinglan smirked, assuring her. Absolutely reliable, especially for you. They will take great care of you. He deliberately emphasized for you, making Sun Yinsheng even more puzzled. However, she had always unconditionally trusted her uncle and didn't ask further, just agreed. Sheng Sheng, you want to change to living off campus? Suyu was shocked by this news. Zhao Minghan also couldn't sit still. Sheng Sheng, why are you suddenly wanting to live off campus? It's not because you haven't forgiven us for ditching you last time, right? Sun Yinsheng replied, of course not. And I haven't decided to live off campus. I'm just temporarily staying at a friend's house. Okay. Suyu tugged at her sleeve, feeling a bit reluctant. If you come back, you must tell us in advance so we can come and pick you up. Zhao Minghan saw her packing everything so neatly and noticed that the driver had already arrived. Glancing at Lin Yishuan's bed, which had its curtains drawn the entire time, and couldn't help but wonder, would she really come back? It should just be a polite phrase. Her family conditions were much better than theirs, and she was willing to live on campus just to please Yishuan and get closer to Shi Bai. Now that their relationship had broken down, there really was no reason to live in such a simple environment. Although she had always had a better relationship with Yishuan, she also enjoyed the benefits of being roommates with the school belle, receiving countless love letters from boys, getting invitations to various gatherings and events. And everything was convenient as long as she mentioned her name. Now, she suddenly wanted to leave as if she had a halo, disappearing from the dormitory in an instant. She regretted not interacting with her more before. Sheng Sheng, if you don't come back, will we still be friends? Of course, Minghan. What are you saying? Sheng Sheng just wants to live off campus. She is not dropping out. Yeah. Then, can we visit your house sometime? Sure. If she successfully returned home. See you in class tomorrow. Sun Yinsheng waved to them as the driver drove away. On the way, she rolled down the car window, breathing in the fresh air outside and admiring the beautiful scenery along the way, feeling very content. Since her rebirth, it seemed that every decision she made could improve her mood a little. However, as they drove along, she suddenly felt something was off. The car drove out of Jingda, heading towards the precious Wanlu area. The road gradually became wide and spacious, flanked by tall and majestic sycamore trees and vibrant bauhinia flowers. Under the gentle breeze, dappled light danced on the ground. At first glance, there was an endless expanse of lush green golf courses, followed by intricately designed Chinese gardens. And adjacent to them was a private helicopter landing pad. When a magnificent and beautiful Qingqin Lake came into view, Sun Yinsheng was completely stunned. Wasn't this the residence of Shun Juanxi, right at the foot of the imperial city, Diyuan Yihao? No wonder it felt more familiar the further she walked. It turned out that the reliable friend her uncle mentioned was the Shun family. Chapter 019. The humid little dog goes crazy with jealousy. The car finally parked in front of a magnificent villa. As soon as the engine was turned off, several servants came forward to organize the luggage. Miss Su, we've arrived. The driver opened the car door, and Sun Yinsheng looked up to see a tall woman standing on the steps. She was dressed in a moon-white qipao, with lilac flower buttons accentuating her graceful figure. Her long, curly hair was styled up with a few strands falling beside her face. And she wore a sparkling diamond necklace around her neck. The whole person appeared mature, beautiful, and dignified. It was Shun Juanxi's mother, Jianhua, who was also her mother's best friend before she passed away. Once, they were both the top socialites in the capital, shining like twin pearls, writing vibrant legends in life, love, and career. Now, only Aunt Jian was left. Sun Yanqing looked at her and couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. If her mother were still alive, she would surely be as charming and radiant as Jianhua, showing no signs of fading beauty. When Jianhua saw her, her eyes filled with excitement and warmth. Unable to control her emotions, she rushed down and tightly hugged her. Sheng Sheng, my child, you finally came. Annie has been waiting for so long. Annie Hua. Sun Yanqing came back to her senses and scratched her head shyly. I'm sorry, Uncle didn't tell me we were coming here, so I didn't bring a gift. Silly child. Jianhua wiped her tears and looked at her with a mix of amusement and affection. What gift do you need to bring to your own home? Don't you remember that if it weren't for Juanxi making a fuss back then, you would be my goddaughter by now? I haven't forgotten. She clearly remembered that on her 5th birthday, she wore a custom Elsa princess dress at the party, which made Aunt Jian so smitten that she insisted on recognizing her as a goddaughter on the spot. Both families agreed, but only Shun Juanxi was against it. Not only did he oppose it, but he would also cause a scene if anyone dared to say she is Jianhua's daughter. When he got angry, he acted like an irritable little beast, fierce yet adorable, making others want to tease him continuously. The worst was old Mr. Shun, who got bitten on the arm when he joked, "In the future, your brother will have to prepare a dowry for your sister." He was called a naughty little dog because of that. Remembering this, she couldn't help but start to complain, "Last time I wanted to recognize him as my brother. He rejected me too." Jianhua covered her mouth and laughed. That kid, back then, I thought he was just being selfish about not wanting to share his mom. But later I realized what he was really thinking. He only wants to be a brother. Of course, he wouldn't be satisfied. Yes. Sheng Sheng, let me show you your room first, okay? No need, Anihua. I'm quite familiar with this place. This time is different. Jianhua smiled mysteriously, leaving Sun Niansheng passive. Once she entered the villa, she saw a variety of instruments in a music practice room, all rare collectibles from internationally renowned masters. The walk-in closet was filled with an array of girl-esque dresses, and the accessories were dazzling and expensive. Even the famous wines on the island counter had been replaced with her favorite juice. The bedroom, bathroom, and private study were all furnished according to her preferences and habits. Just like her previous home. Annie Hua this. Sun Yanqing was stunned. Everything is prepared for you. Do you like it? I do like it, but she looked at her somewhat overwhelmed. Isn't this too extravagant and troublesome? I'm only planning to stay here for a while, but with this setup, it feels like you want me to stay for a lifetime. Troublesome? No way. You coming here is actually solving a big problem for me. Sun Yanqing was taken aback. On the 4th floor, the esports room was filled with chaotic sounds of fighting, killing, and raging games, yet the owner remained exceptionally calm. He held a mouse, staring unblinkingly at the screen. Kyoto University Forum, top sticky post. Stepping down from the pedestal, Shi Bai elects to take unpopular courses for love. Publicly exchanges tokens of affection with the school flower. I can't believe it. Shi Bai is actually responding to Sun Yanqing. I've been following their updates for years. And finally, there's some progress. Wow. Are they going to become a couple? I said it before, the girl chasing the boy is just a thin veil. Especially for a top beauty like Sun Yanqing. It was just a matter of time before she captured Shi Bai. No way. I just started shipping Shen Xiao and Sun Yanqing's CP, and they are about to break up? Are you kidding? Sun Yanqing has been chasing Shi Bai for so many years. She is definitely not going to fall for someone else. Exactly. Everyone has witnessed her dedication. Even if the sun rises from the west, she won't give up. Don't you find it strange? Shi Bai was so indifferent to Sun Yanqing before, but after the soccer match, he suddenly changed and started taking the initiative. Could it be that Shun Xiao unwittingly became a tool? Who knows? The way they are together in these photos is really pleasing to the eye. At the bottom of the forum post, there were 3 glaring photos. The first photo was in a large lecture hall, where Shi Bai was sitting in front of the girl, slightly turned, looking gently at her as she assembled a model in her hands, a pink butterfly. The second photo showed Shi Bai putting that pink butterfly into a backpack. The third photo was of the girl carefully holding a ship with both hands, as if afraid of breaking it. On the sail, the words Shi Bai were clearly written. Shen Juanqi nearly crushed the mouse in his grip. His dark eyes were filled with a venomous glare, fixated on the screen, as if he wanted to carve a hole into the boy in the photo. Outside the door, the housekeeper's voice came. "Young master, are you done? Lunch is ready. Madam said there are important guests visiting today and instructed you to personally come downstairs to greet them." He asked once and received no response. He asked a second time and a third, and by the fourth time, he finally heard the boy's voice, but it was cold and harsh, seemingly venting some kind of irritation. "No, but..." He tried to say more, but faintly heard something shattering, which scared him into rushing downstairs. "Uncle Lee, what's wrong?" Jianhua was leading Su Niansheng down from upstairs. The housekeeper quickly reported, "Madam, you should check on the young master. He seems to be in a bad mood. Since he returned last night, he's been locked in the media room and hasn't come out, not even eating a bite. I'm worried something might happen." Su Niansheng was bewildered. Had he not eaten for a whole day? What happened? Jianhua, however, seemed accustomed to it, looking at her helplessly. "This little rascal is my big trouble. Since entering puberty, his temperament has become very rebellious, and he has picked up several bad habits. Even his father and grandfather can't control him, let alone me. But with you here, it's different. Jianqi has always been closest to you. He will definitely listen to you." Chapter 020. He couldn't last 2 minutes after listening. Su Niansheng was even more confused. A rebellious phase? Picking up bad habits? Shen Xiaoxi? Is this a joke? In her eyes, he clearly had a sunny personality, excellent grades, and abundant athletic talent. He was the epitome of a good student. Words like rebellious phase and delinquent had nothing to do with him at all. Yes, the young master had been insisting on staying at school recently, not wanting to stay at home. The butler nodded in agreement. And only then did Su Niansheng start to have doubts. Is this true? She wanted to go check it out. Shen Juanqi crushed the mouse in his hand. When he stood up, he accidentally touched a figurine nearby. The figurine depicted a girl standing on a vast white ice surface, balancing on sharp ice skates, dressed in a dazzling competition uniform, with long hair flowing elegantly, resembling a noble and graceful white swan, yet also a valiant warrior charging into battle. The whole figure was radiant and breathtaking. Su Niansheng. He gently picked it up, caressing and stroking it repeatedly, even closing his eyes to kiss it, just like usual. But the curve of his lips was entirely different from before, revealing a hint of something sinister, and his eyes, hidden from view, were dark as night. "Little princess, I've told you. This time it's you who is trying to keep me. No matter what, you can't escape my grasp." His nearly twisted tone was suddenly interrupted by a clear and pure voice of a girl. "Shen Xiaoxi, are you going to cultivate immortality? Not eating for a whole day?" With a whoosh, the figurine almost fell to the ground. He, like a child caught doing something wrong, hurriedly held it tightly, then froze in place. Niansheng? Was he hallucinating? Why was there no sound? Could it be that he fainted from hunger? Su Niansheng murmured to herself and quickly stepped forward, preparing to knock on the door. Unexpectedly, just as she raised her hand, the electronic door opened with a buzz, but she couldn't retract her motion in time and slapped him directly on the body. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After a full 5 seconds of shock, she finally withdrew her hand. It seemed like she touched his abs. Young, warm, vigorous, flexible, and elastic. Completely different from the hard abs she had imagined. The sensation was great. "Shen Xiaoxi, not bad, looks like you've been training well." She raised her head, looking at him with a mix of embarrassment and admiration. But the boy didn't notice her expression at all, only staring at her in disbelief. "What are you doing here?" Seeing her, the gloom that had surrounded him all day was instantly dispelled, leaving only the boiling heat in his chest. Su Niansheng raised an eyebrow. He didn't know? Aunt Hua was making such a big deal about it. Jianhua indeed hadn't told him. Everything had been kept quiet these days to give him a surprise. Since Aunt Hua didn't say anything, then she would keep him guessing. Su Niansheng clasped her hands behind her back, her lips curling into a playful arc. "I have some news to tell you." Upon hearing news, Shen Juanqi's bright eyes dimmed in an instant, and the stormy clouds returned. What kind of news could make her so happy that she came all the way to his house to tell him? Was it that sure you Bai finally responded to her feelings? Or were they together? He didn't dare to think about the latter. Just the thought of it made his fists clench tight, unable to control his emotions. I don't want to hear it. He turned to leave, but soon Niansheng quickly grabbed his hand. Hey, he is definitely acting a bit off. When did he ever show her a cold shoulder? After thinking about it, it seemed like he hadn't except when it was related to Sure You Bai. You have to listen. She pulled him downstairs to eat while talking. Shen Juanshi didn't want to hear any words related to Sure You Bai from her, but he couldn't refuse or touch at all, like a puppet on a string, allowing her to lead him. He even secretly relaxed his tightly clenched fist, intertwining his fingers with hers. In less than 2 minutes, Jianhua witnessed this scene. The girl was domineeringly pulling the boy downstairs. Although he looked unhappy, he followed her closely without missing a step. Watching them, it seemed like his unwillingness was battling with his obedient body. She exchanged a surprised glance with the equally astonished butler, unable to help but laugh out loud. Jianshi, why do you look so much like a wrong, shy little wife? Is this still the little tyrant of our house? The butler was also dumbfounded. Wait, wasn't he that the young master who just now emanated a menacing aura, making people tremble with just a word? Now he looks strange and frightening. Anhua, we're here. Okay, then let us get ready to eat. Jianhua maintained her calm demeanor, but secretly gave Su Niansheng a thumbs up. Impressive, as expected of Niansheng. She always finds a way to deal with him. She thought that even if the King of Heaven came today, he wouldn't be able to calm this troublemaker down. But she didn't expect him to last less than 2 minutes. The Shen family prepared a rich and delicious feast to welcome guests. When Su Niansheng sat down and saw the luxurious spread that could be called a banquet, she was surprised. Aunt Hua, is it just the 3 of us today? Yes. Your Uncle Shun has an important engagement and can't come back in time. I'm here to welcome you. Thank you, but this is too extravagant. You don't have to do this in the future. All right, in the future, just tell Annie what you like to eat, and I'll have a chef make it. When Shun Juanshi heard in the future, his expression momentarily softened. In the past, he often played at the royal villa, and Niansheng would come back with him. Every corner of their family's land, gardens, pools, and courts had their footprints. But ever since she liked Sure You Bai, she hadn't come back. Would she still come in the future? Thinking of this, his expression darkened even more. Come, try to see if it suits your taste. Jianhua picked up a piece of red oil garlic sea cucumber and placed it on her plate. Su Niansheng watched, a bit hesitant. Just as she was about to muster the courage to eat it, a pair of chopsticks moved faster than her, taking away that piece of sea cucumber. She didn't like the taste of garlic. This was the first sentence the boy had spoken all day. And although he didn't raise his head and his tone was heavy, it was enough to surprise everyone. Oh, sorry Niansheng, Annie didn't know. Jianhua was about to pick up something else, but those chopsticks kept picking up dish after dish in front of her. Crystal shrimp dumplings, dried tangerine peel, duck tongues, delicate tofu, all her favorites. Su Niansheng propped her head up, looking at him with a smile. Although a little cloud hung over her head and her mood was poor, he still remembered her preferences. Cold-faced picking up food? Shen Xiaoxi, you're just too cute. So cute that she couldn't help but want to tease him, and she picked up a piece of spicy food for him. It was well known that Shun Juanshi couldn't handle even a bit of spice. Seeing this, Jianhua was about to speak, but the boy silently ate it all without a word. Chapter 021. Too direct, too explicit, soon Niansheng continued to serve him sweet and sour dishes. And even bitter melon made an appearance. Yet he showed no reaction and accepted everything. It seemed she had truly angered him this time. Even his sense of taste had disappeared. Who had provoked her precious young master? Thinking that he hadn't eaten all day, she decided not to tease him anymore and started serving him some of his favorite dishes. Jianhua watched their strange interaction and shook her head with a smile. She didn't understand the fun between these childhood friends at all. After dinner, I'll come find you to play. Su Niansheng leaned closer to him and whispered. She initially wanted to tell him that she would be staying at the Shun family for a while, and they could eat, live, and go to school together like before. However, seeing him in such a bad mood, she figured he wouldn't be able to take it in any way, so she decided to comfort him first. Upon hearing this, Shun Juanshi froze, thinking that she must be eager to share that good news with him. The food she had personally served him suddenly lost its flavor. I have something to do. He coldly rejected. Oh, Su Niansheng casually nodded. If he had something to do, then so be it. it wouldn't delay her from finding him. After dinner, she walked into the piano room and began selecting instruments. In the past, whenever she was in a bad mood, Shen Juanxi would often sing off-key songs next to her to make her laugh. Now that she was playing herself, it was much more loyal. She picked up a ukulele and was about to test the sound when she heard some noise outside. Peeking her head out, she saw servants continuously moving packages into the activity room on the 3rd floor. "Uncle Lee, what are these?" "I don't know. They're all orders that the young master just placed online, and he asked us to move them up quickly. He needs them right now." Curiously, she walked upstairs and saw Shen Juanxi's figure in the activity room, along with a floor covered in Lego blocks piled up like small mountains. On the thick assembly instructions, 4 large characters were prominently written: aircraft carrier. When did he start liking to build Legos? And so crazily, challenging hellish difficulty right off the bat. "Knock, knock." Knock. She hesitated for a moment, but still reached out to knock on the door, afraid he would call her over to build with him. She really didn't like this thing. "Shun Xiaoxi, do you want to go out for some fresh air? I'll play a song for you." "Busy," Shen Juanxi replied seriously, studying the piece in his hand without even turning his head. "Busy building an aircraft carrier?" She raised her eyebrows, detecting a hint of amusement in his incredulous tone. "You don't believe I can build it?" "Indeed." Soon Niansheng glanced at the thousands of blocks scattered on the floor. It did seem a bit difficult. "One night." "Uh-huh." Soon Niansheng chuckled, thinking he was bragging. The instruction manual clearly stated the recommended assembly time, within 2 weeks. But he seemed to have his pride hurt, with a slight turn of his shadowy brows filled with stubbornness. "What? Others can build a ship in 1 class, and I can't build an aircraft carrier in 1 night?" So Niansheng, Who built a ship in 1 class? Moreover, even if someone built a ship, what did it have to do with him? What was he competing about? She was utterly confused. Even if he could build it, it would still be boring. This thing could make her fall asleep after half an hour. Last time, she struggled hard to build a butterfly, barely completing the assignment. As the girl lightly uttered the word boring, the boy suddenly tightened his grip on the blocks in his hand, his long fingers turning white and numb, accompanied by the unsettling sound of creaking. He was completely consumed by jealousy, his handsome face almost twisted beyond recognition, and he began to speak without a filter. "It's indeed less interesting than a ship, which makes you like it. What she cared about wasn't the ship or the aircraft carrier, but the person building Legos for her. Some people were treasures, while others were extremely boring." He looked at the scattered blocks and felt like a clown. "What?" Soon Niansheng heard his deeply suppressed, almost mocking voice and suddenly felt that his anger today wasn't directed at anyone else, but at her. Why? She hadn't provoked him these past 2 days. Even if she had, he wouldn't have been sarcastic towards her, right? She suddenly felt a bit displeased, put down the ukulele, walked in, grabbed his collar, and forced him to look directly at her. "Shen Xiaoxi, you explain to me clearly. What ship? What do you like or not like?" The girl's stunningly beautiful face unexpectedly intruded into his view, so close that the distance was negligible, her warm breath fanning against his face, causing quite an impact on Shen Juanxi. His dark pupils suddenly widened, and he couldn't move at all, his mind turning to mush, unable to think. All he could think about was beauty, and so beautiful. Speak. Weren't you exchanging gifts with Shi Bai and accepting a ship? Under the pressure of her beauty and the fluster of his heart, he blurted out what he had been holding back, the faint red in the corners of his deep-set eyes seeming to complain. "You said you wouldn't pursue him anymore." But as soon as he said it, he regretted it. Too direct, too explicit. Would Sheng Sheng see through his thoughts? Would she begin to dislike him, to distance herself from him, upon realizing that the person she had grown up with harbored such filthy thoughts? He couldn't accept such a result. And just as he was about to cover it up, the girl frowned, as if trying to remember something. After a while, she looked at him curiously. "Who told you that? Does it matter?" "Of course it matters. I want to know who is spreading rumors about me." Spreading rumors? Shen Juanxi's expression suddenly froze. Was it true? That was just an assignment from the elective course Craftsmanship Spirit and Characteristic Practice, where the teacher asked us to learn to build models, submit our completed works, and then randomly distribute them to each student to take home. Shi Bai's work just happened to be the one I got, but I already threw in the trash. Trash can? What else? Trash should stay in the trash can. Upon hearing this, the tension in Shun Juanxi's mind snapped. Then what was the news you were going to tell me? I'm going to stay at your house for a while. What? She didn't exchange gifts with Bai and was going to live with him. The sudden arrival of these two drastically different pieces of good news left him completely frozen, his chest bursting with sparks, and an incomparable joy radiating from the depths of his dark eyes. The 3 souls and 7 spirits he had lost to jealousy over the past 2 days gradually returned. Chapter 022. Intense possessiveness, what's wrong? Soon Niansheng saw his incredulous expression and asked, "Not welcome? Then I'll leave." After she said that, she was about to let go of his hand. However, the next second, the boy tightly grasped her wrist and forcefully pulled her into his embrace. Sun Niansheng bumped into his chest muscles and couldn't help but exclaim, "So hard." It seemed she had misjudged his muscles before. Although they felt nice to the touch, they were much harder compared to hers. "Really? Sheng Sheng." Shun Juanxi lowered his gaze, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His dark, thick eyelashes were filled with a smile and sweetness that seemed about to overflow, almost drowning Sun Niansheng in it. She looked up at him, momentarily dazed. Why was he so happy? From being gloomy just a moment ago, he had transformed into a happy puppy. Could it be because she suddenly remembered that before the football match, he had tentatively asked if she wanted to see the list of contestants from the finance department? This guy, it turned out, had never believed she wouldn't pursue him. So when he heard the rumors, he became so angry. All right, Shen Xiaoxi, you never believed me, did you?" She curled her fingers and quickly gave him a few punishing taps on his forehead. After tapping, fearing he would retaliate, she immediately covered her face. Surprise attack successful. Ever since he hit puberty, his height had been growing rapidly, almost reaching an astonishing 9 meters now. She had never been able to tap him again, but today, taking advantage of his unpreparedness, she finally got her revenge. But what she couldn't see was that the boy had no intention of retaliating at all. Instead, he smiled even more brightly, his eyes filled with a deep affection that seemed ready to spill over. "In the future, I will only believe Sheng Sheng. Young master, this is the last box." The butler, bringing in Lego, walked in and saw this scene. The young master was sitting on the ground, tightly hugging Miss Niansheng, his prominent nose pressed against her full forehead, his lowered gaze filled with intense joy and possessiveness, softly murmuring Sheng Sheng, as if he would uncontrollably kiss her the next second. Meanwhile, Miss Niansheng bashfully covered her face, afraid he would do something to her. Startled, the package in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. Realizing this, he immediately bent down to pick it up, repeatedly apologizing, Sorry, young master, miss, I didn't see anything." This made Shun Juanxi come back to his senses, realizing his overly intimate actions, and he immediately withdrew his hand. What did he just see? Curious. Sun Niansheng lowered her hand and caught a glimpse of the boy's dazed gaze, as if he had no intention of pursuing her taps. Afraid he would change his mind, she turned to run. "Since you like Legos so much, I won't accompany you anymore. I'll leave." Before she could finish her sentence, the boy grabbed her hand. "Wait, what are you doing? You haven't played a tune for me yet. Aren't you busy with building Lego?" "Change my mind." Shun Juanxi threw away the Lego in his hand, his eyebrows raised. "This is indeed boring. Your Hawaiian ukulele is much nicer." Fiklamon. Late at night, the silhouettes of the young boy and girl disappeared into the villa, slipping into the silent, Darkback Mountain. The butler, sensing the situation, silently dismissed the servants, not wanting to disturb them. As he spoke, he smiled. The madam had originally worried that the young master and Miss Niansheng wouldn't successfully get together, but he could see that the two kids had already started dating, right? It was so sweet that his blood sugar was rising. As night fell, a layer of deep blue mist enveloped the sky, illuminated by the mischievous light of countless stars, making the entire earth shine brilliantly. The two of them ran from the rustling leaves of the jungle to the buzzing fields of insects, crossed the lush and vast sports field, and finally arrived at the banks of Qingxin Lake. Soon Niansheng saw the clear, round moon reflected on the lake's surface, shimmering with the rippling azure waves like scattered silver pouring down from the Milky Way, breathtakingly beautiful. "This is too beautiful, right?" She couldn't help but exclaim as she saw the boy walk to the shore, loosen the anchor of the wooden boat, and immediately understood. Shun Xiaoxi, are you going to listen to music here? The night breeze was gentle. The fragrance of flowers wafted through the air, and with the moonlight illuminating the boat. Accompanied by a beautiful person playing the zither, it was too enjoyable. Learn it from you. Shun Juanxi wrapped the rope around his wrist and glanced at her. Soon Niansheng suddenly recalled her childhood achievements. When she was 4 years old, the Shun family had just bought a property at Diyuanihao, and she and her brother went to find Shun Juanxi to play, discovering such a beautiful lake nearby. They wanted to play in it, but at that time, Qingqing Lake hadn't been commercially developed yet and was shrouded in mystery and danger due to some writers' articles, and the servants wouldn't allow them to get close. So she secretly used a small bamboo raft discarded by fishermen and a few small branches to board the boat and started to paddle on the lake, of course, not forgetting to bring Shun Juanxi along. That afternoon, the entire Shun family and Su family mobilized everyone to search for them, crying and causing a ruckus. In the end, they were finally found sleeping soundly on the small bamboo raft on the lake. Of course, she and Shun Juanxi's outcome was quite miserable. Who was to blame? You were the one who happily boarded the boat with me. No one forced you. Were you unwilling? Willing. Shun Juanxi had a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. After adjusting the bow of the boat, he ceremoniously performed a princess invitation gesture. My lady, would you like to board my boat? Soon Niansheng tilted her chin slightly, pretending to hesitate. After a few seconds, she elegantly extended her hand, perfectly embodying a delicate little princess. I suppose it's a chore. It's my honor. Shun Juanxi took her hand with one hand and wrapped his arm around her waist, easily bringing her onto the boat. Soon Niansheng, as if performing magic, pulled a harmonica out of her pocket. You can't expect me to perform for you unilaterally. Let us duet. Okay. Shun Juanxi took the harmonica and tried it. Each hole was filled with the fragrance of the girl, and when played, the gentle breeze carried it into his nostrils, stirring his heart. I like it very much. I must understand you. What shall we play? Their eyes met in the night, and they spoke in unison, childhood. Great. Soon Niansheng picked up the ukulele, her long black, shiny hair cascading down her neck, fluttering in the wind like the flower bud skirt, revealing her extraordinarily beautiful brows and eyes. On the banyan tree by the pond, the cicadas were chirping, calling for summer. She sang while strumming the strings, her stunning figure bathed in moonlight like a goddess, causing Shun Juanxi to stare in a daze. It seemed she was not just strumming strings, but tugging at his heartstrings, with her bright smile, melodious voice, and intriguing mystery. So much that Qingqing Lake could hardly contain it, almost overflowing from his heart. If someone had seen it at that moment, they would have found that his eyes, filled with love for the girl, shone brighter than the moon in the sky. Chapter 023. So exciting, so exciting. It's almost unbearable. Why aren't you playing? Soon Niansheng looked up in confusion, and Shun Juanxi immediately averted his gaze, feeling guilty as he picked up the harmonica. Haha, why does he look like a thief? On the lake, the cheerful and lively notes from the four-string ukulele blended with the unique, melodious tunes flowing from the Suzuki harmonica, creating a beautiful and harmonious melody that effortlessly reminded one of childhood summers. Soon Niansheng stared at him intently. She originally wanted to supervise the little thief's laziness, but as she watched, she became somewhat mesmerized. At the bow of the boat, the boy played the black and gold harmonica with one hand, his expression focused and serious, his tousled short hair gently blown by the evening breeze, casting a faint shadow on his eyelids. In the interplay of light and shadow, his brow was pronounced, his features were striking and three-dimensional, making him extraordinarily handsome. She would believe it if someone said he was a spirit transformed from the lake. In the blink of an eye, both she and Shun Juanxi had grown up. He seemed a bit different from when they were young, but she couldn't quite pinpoint how. It just felt different. The small boat had unknowingly drifted to the center of the lake, and Shun Juanxi gazed at the rippling waves, wishing they would never stop, carrying him and Sheng Sheng, drifting from childhood to adulthood, and then drifting together into old age. Just keep drifting like this. Why aren't you staying in the dorm? It's a long story. Soon Niansheng paused her actions with a hint of melancholy, as if remembering something, and looked at him. But I've heard you've been insisting on staying in the dorm? Shen Juanqi's expression stiffened slightly. Have I? I didn't know. Yes, Aunt Hua and Uncle Li said so. Don't deny it. All right, even if I did. I've changed my mind now. Why? Su Niansheng asked curiously. Seeing her anxious look, Shen Juanqi narrowed his long eyes slightly. Why, Su Xiaosheng? Do you want me to stay in the dorm so badly so you can occupy my big room? All right, Shen Xiaoxi, you're on guard against me. I have to be cautious. You have such charm that my mom is so happy she almost wants to adopt you as a goddaughter. What if you charm her in front of me? What if she doesn't want me, her own son, anymore? What should I do? In that case, with me around, I guarantee you'll be kicked out of your house. Shen Juanqi's eyes curved up. Then I guess I'll have to rely on you for the rest of my life. Relying on me is fine. She suddenly leaned in with a mysterious expression. But before that, can you help me with something? What do you need help with? I want to go home, but things are so tense with my family. You know, if I just go back like this, I definitely won't be forgiven. I need to show some sincerity, so you have to help me. If you don't help me, I'll just have to stay at your house and seize your family fortune. Helping her wasn't even a question for Shen Juanqi, but he was stunned by the latter part of her statement. The temptation of staying at your house was too great, so much so that he developed a selfish desire to keep her with him for a lifetime. But he also wanted her to have her wishes fulfilled, to have everything she desired, free from worries. How do you want me to help? Go to the Su family to plead for you? No. Su Niansheng shook her finger. This matter involves my uncle. I just need you to help me with my credits. The semester is almost over, and I am far from passing. If I fail, how can I face my family? Especially after the last reading room assignment incident, she had directly withdrawn from the group. Losing credits for the elective course, craftsmanship, spirit, and characteristic practice, which she was already lacking. Aren't you currently taking economic thinking? I heard this course offers a lot of extra credits, but it's super competitive and everyone is scrambling for it. You are Professor Feng Shuping's most prized student. If you step in, he will definitely be happy to add another spot. She spoke passionately, and a hint of joy gradually appeared in Shen Juanqi's eyes. He had thought she only had Shiyu Bai in her heart, but it turned out she was also paying attention to his situation. That's fine, but what do I get out of it? Su Niansheng caught the obvious hint of extortion in his words and was momentarily stunned. Then she put down the ukulele and sat beside him. She reached out her little hand, gently tugging at the corner of his shirt. Her cherry blossom pink lips slightly biting, her innocent fluttering eyelashes enticing, with her eyes reflecting his figure. Brother Juanqi, the moment she touched his shirt, a current surged through his skin, striking his heart and sending tingles throughout his body. Not to mention that alluring call of brother, which made Shen Juanqi involuntarily gasp. But before he could respond, the girl unleashed a smooth barrage of coaxing. Please, I beg you, you're the best. Her voice was enchanting, sweet to the core. Shen Juanqi gritted his teeth, turning his head away, his handsome face slightly contorted in discomfort. This is really killing me. Who taught you this? That's none of your business. Just tell me if you agree. As she spoke, she leaned in closer. A faint fragrance wafted into his nose, like an intoxicating poison that made Shen Juanqi lose all rationality. At this moment, forget about just one class. He would do anything for her. But he couldn't bear to let this sweet torment slip away, using all his willpower to push back. Don't come at me with this. I'm not falling for it. Not falling for it. Her voice trembled, and her lips were almost stretched to her ears. How could he tell her he wasn't falling for it? Seeing her who had been domineering all her life now forced to act meek, he was almost overwhelmed with joy. Su Niansheng didn't care. She continued to press on. Shen Juanqi was indeed feeling so good that it was almost unbearable. If she kept this up, he was about to. Which 19-year-old boy could withstand such excessive teasing from the girl he loved? Moreover, it was a moonless night with just the two of them on the boat. If he acted impulsively and turned into a beast, disregarding everything too, the consequences would be irreversible. He was about to give in and agree to her request when the girl's patience ran out. She frowned and threatened him fiercely. Shen Xiaoxi, will you agree or not? If you don't, I'll jump off this boat. As she spoke, she walked to the narrow bow of the boat. Shen Juanqi stared at her slender figure swaying for a while, finally catching his breath and chuckling. Su Xiaosheng, are you trying to get me to give you artificial respiration? Su Niansheng shivered at the mention of artificial respiration. You're so disgusting. Knowing it's disgusting, why don't you hurry and come down? Huh? The girl caught a fleeting glimpse of worry in his eyes and instantly felt she had grasped something. She proudly placed her hands on her hips. I want tea. I'm going to jump. I want you to feel guilty, to regret, and to lose your little childhood sweetheart forever. Chapter 024. Want it or not? You have to. All right. Shen Juanshi stretched his arms, smiled lazily, and stood up. Then you jump. To avoid feeling guilty and regretting it. Benju would personally go down to pay for love. Hey. As soon as he stood up, the balance of the small boat was immediately disrupted, starting to sway violently. Soon Niansheng looked at the deep, pitch-black center of the lake, originally just wanting to tease him, but now she was genuinely a bit panicked, repeatedly reaching out to stop him. You don't move. The boat is going to capsize. What are you afraid of? I'm here with you. The more Shen Juanshi spoke, the closer he leaned towards her, his expression teasing. Soon Niansheng saw that he didn't seemed to be joking, and instantly felt both angry and annoyed. All right, I want to jump, okay? Just don't move. Come here. He stood firmly in the center of the boat, tightened the rope, and reached out to her. Next time, will you still dare to joke about your safety? Ooh, I'm not playing anymore. I want to go ashore, I want to go back. I want to tell Anhua that you're bullying me. Dream on. You got on my pirate ship and still want to get off easily? Shun Xiaoxi. You have no conscience. I play the piano for you for free. At 11 o'clock at night, a stretched Lincoln pulled up at the villa's entrance. Shun Xingyuan got out of the car and saw Jianhua still sitting in the hall from a distance. He hurriedly walked over to hug her. Wife, why are you still awake? Were you waiting for me? Stop being so sentimental. Jianhua handed him a peeled grape, bringing it to his smiling mouth. You've been coming back so late lately, and you still want me to wait for you? The Tianan project is really a bit taxing. Once I finish this busy period, I'll compensate you well. How about we go to the Maldives together? Bring Juanshi and Sheng Sheng too. By the way, speaking of Sheng Sheng, he immediately realized, is Sheng Sheng asleep? I didn't greet her when she came today. Is she angry? Is she petty like you? I just came down to see if she was asleep, and then she couldn't help but laugh. The servant said she went to play in the back mountain with Juanshi. As a fan of her son and Sheng Sheng's CP, she was most pleased to hear that the two kids were stuck together all day. Juanshi? Hasn't that brat been in a low mood these days? He doesn't talk to anyone and still has the mood to go out and play? Can he be the same with Sheng Sheng as he is with others? You blockhead, Jianhua said, giving him a glare, and he immediately understood, smiling and nodding. Yes. While they were talking, a burst of laughter suddenly came from outside. Quick, hide. Don't disturb them. Jianhua hurriedly pulled the man, and they hid in the bathroom. The scene of two people, one a powerful chairman of a Sheng group, and the other a well-known socialite in the capital, hiding in the bathroom and peeking out through the crack in the door was quite comical. Wife, our thrill of sneaking around is too much, isn't it? Didn't you hear Juanshi and Sheng Sheng are having a great time playing? If they see us, it'll be embarrassing. Here they come. Look, our son has been wearing a deadpan face these days, as if the whole world owes him something. But now that Sheng Sheng is here, he is grinning from ear to ear, like a sunflower in the backyard. Yeah, Shen Xingyuan nodded with satisfaction. Our son now resembles how I pursued you back then, completely under her control, and even more so. Jianhua was filled with joy. Sheng Sheng is really amazing. No wonder I've seen her as my daughter-in-law since childhood. I'll forgive you this time, Shun Xiaoxi. If you do this again next time, don't blame me for being ruthless. At your command, princess. Soon Niansheng was indeed coaxed by Shun Juanshi, but when they reached the entrance of the villa, the boy suddenly stopped again. The boat was randomly chosen by you. But what about the butterfly? Why is it in his hand? Why did he suddenly think of this again? Moreover, her butterfly was in that person's hand? How did she not know? She turned her eyes in confusion. It should be a coincidence, right? He doesn't know I'm competing for the butterfly. Doesn't he know? Shen Juanshi's eyes lowered, his dark lashes casting shadows over the swirling undercurrents below. He stared at her for an entire class. How could he not know? I don't care. I want it too. He suddenly raised his gaze, his tone domineering, locking his eyes on her, making Sun Niansheng feel a bit creeped out. You want what? He didn't speak, just pulled her upstairs. Jianhua originally wanted to eavesdrop on the sweet chats between the childhood friends, but she heard nothing only saw her son whisking Sheng Sheng upstairs like he couldn't wait to do something. Wife, stop being a bystander. Shen Xingyuan took her hand, his hint clear. You've been neglecting me for 3 days. Shouldn't we? Pervert. It's only been 3 days. Jianhua lightly hit him. The couple soon returned to their room in a lovey-dovey manner, ready to start their wonderful nightlife. But before they could do anything, they heard a fierce voice of a girl resisting. Is Sheng Sheng? No. As soon as Niansheng entered the activity room, she was scared out of her wits and turned to run, but her frail strength was no match for the boy. Shen Juanxi closed the door and walked towards her step by step, his handsome figure and shadowy face filled with strong aggression, like a demon from hell, forcing the girl into a corner with no escape. Want or not, you have to. Jianhua and Shen Xingyuan rushed over, and just a door away, they heard their son's fierce threat, immediately on high alert. Want what? But I can't. Sheng Sheng's voice trembled, pitifully, as if she was being bullied. I'll teach you if you don't know. Come on, hold this first. The boy coaxed her, his tones sounding as if he was deceiving an innocent and ignorant girl, then aimed here and inserted it. Jianhua and Shen Xingyuan's faces instantly changed when they heard inserted, especially with Sheng Sheng's following cry. Ah, it hurts, Shin Xiaoxi, you hurt me. I'm sorry. That was an accident. I'll be careful next time. Well, will you jerk? I said I don't like it, yet you still force me to do it. When will this end? Didn't I tell you? At least one night. But if you focus, maybe halfway through the night, I'll kindly let you go. Ooh, I can't do this for so long, I'll die. Please let me go, stop playing. Jianhua and Shen Xingyuan, hearing this, were already certain of what had happened, their scalps tingling, nearly exploding with anger. Especially Jianhua. She ground her silver teeth, furious, and pushed the door open, shouting, Shen Juanxi, you ungrateful child. Shen Xingyuan quickly covered his eyes, afraid of seeing something he shouldn't. But the scene after pushing the door open left the couple dumbfounded. The floor was covered with Lego blocks and blueprints. The childhood friends were bent over, seriously studying and discussing, dressed neatly, turning to look at them with confusion upon hearing the noise. The air instantly froze. Jianhua's gaze slowly shifted downward, seeing the pieces they held. The curse on the tip of her tongue suddenly stopped. You actually, oh my God, they were actually just building blocks. What filthy things was she imagining about a pair of pure young boys and girls? Jianhua, who had been through many storms in the capital for decades, turned red for the first time in front of the younger generation, unable to speak. Shen Xingyuan couldn't help but laugh, realizing it was just a misunderstanding. Chapter 025, finally admitting the relationship, soon Niansheng was startled by the loud roar of the River East Lion, and the building blocks in her hand fell. It was the first time she had seen Aunt Hua angry. She never expected someone so gentle to be so terrifying when upset, as if she wanted to swallow Shen Xiaoxi whole. Suddenly, she felt a bit of sympathy for him. He must have been bullied often. Shen Juanxi was also puzzled. It had been a long time since anyone had called him by his full name. Had he broken a rule? Jianhua looked at them, stammering, unable to say a word for a long time. Shen Xingyuan noticed her embarrassment, walked over, and slightly covered her face with his hand, saying, Your mom thinks it's late, and it's not good for you to stay up late playing with Sheng Sheng. You have school tomorrow, so hurry back to rest. Yay! Upon hearing this, Sun Yinxing jumped up 3 feet high in delight. Finally free, she gleefully ran behind the two and silently signaled Shen Juanxi with her pinky finger, saying that she didn't like it, but he kept forcing her to do it. What a devil. From now on, she would blacklist building blocks. Shen Juanxi shot her a look that seemed to say, You can escape from the 1st grade, but not from the 15th. The next morning, 2 luxury cars were parked at the entrance of DUN number 1. Zhongzhi got out and saw Duan Xingyu, who was wearing headphones and dancing around. What are you listening to? Julia's new love song. It's super cool. Want to hear it? Forget it. Better turn it off early. Be careful of collateral damage. Oh, right. Duan Xingyu suddenly realized. Junge had just gone through a breakup these past 2 days. To be precise, it wasn't even a breakup since the school beauty hadn't confessed to him. She was just using him to provoke Shi Bai. So, his mood was worse. If he heard this ear-piercing sweet love song, wouldn't he just vent his anger on him? Young Master Zhong, young Master Duan, you are here. The butler stood in front of the villa to welcome them inside. The young master played too late yesterday, so he might be a bit tired and hasn't gotten up yet. No problem, we'll wait for him. Duan Qingyu and Zhongzhe sat in the hall, preparing to kill time with the game. Unexpectedly, just as they opened their phones, their peripheral vision caught sight of a graceful figure appearing at the railing of the second floor, slowly descending the crystal spiral staircase. The girl was dressed in a soft, fluffy luxury princess nightgown, with a lace veil and mask on her head, her long black hair pushed behind her ears, revealing a stunningly beautiful face without any makeup. As she walked down, she stretched lazily, her sleepy eyes blinking as if she had just woken up. Upon seeing them, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, followed by a cheerful greeting. Hello, everyone. Zhongzhe and Duan Qingyu were instantly breathless. Their first reaction, she is so beautiful and cute. Second reaction, she is Su Niansheng, right? Third reaction, how could Su Niansheng appear in Juanqi's house? Could it be? Rationality stopped Zhongzhe from letting his imagination run wild. But Duan Qingyu's thoughts were completely out of control. Could it be that after Junge learned that the school beauty didn't like him at all and was just using him, he became bitter and dark? To obtain her, he would use his power to forcibly bind her to his side, imprison her, and cruelly punish, torment, play with, and humiliate her day and night. Just like that gossip about the gold master and the goldfinch he heard last time. Combining that with what the butler just said about the young master played too late yesterday, and might be a bit tired, it was absolutely solid evidence. Junge is so cool, no, so beastly, to do such things to a beautiful girl like her. Others only dare to do it at 30, but he is already doing it at 19. Truly the lawless prince. When Shen Junshi got up, the first thing he saw was his little princess. She stood in the living room like a fragrant, soft cake, every move captivating and occupying all his attention. He couldn't help but imagine how wonderful it would be to see her like this every day. The corners of his lips curled up as he walked towards her. Just as he reached downstairs, he heard an astonished voice. Su Niansheng? How come you are in Juanqi's house? Zhongzhe and Duan Qingyu? What are you doing here? Duan Qingyu. They had been sitting there for half a day, and he just noticed? It turned out the smiles he saw earlier were all for the school beauty and had nothing to do with them at all. Junge, you are too much. Compared to looking down on his character, Duan Qingyu was more concerned about another matter. He stood up and squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. You actually betrayed the organization and broke the purity first. You are no longer innocent. Even though his voice was very low, Su Niansheng still heard it. Upon understanding the meaning of breaking the purity, she immediately looked at Shen Juanqi, her face filled with horror. Shen Juanqi, upon meeting her gaze, furrowed his brows immediately. Glaring at Duan Qingyu, his temples throbbing. What nonsense are you talking about? TCH. Still not admitting it. The evidence is right here. Duan Qingyu looked down on him even more. Su Niansheng couldn't help but laugh at his eager explanation. I'm here to stay. Stay? Although Duan Qingyu was scared of being K.O.D., he couldn't help but ask with curiosity, what identity are you staying with? He expected to hear answers like girlfriend, victim, or even friend with benefits, but he never expected. Su Niansheng held her glass of milk and stood in front of Shen Juanqi. The two of them, with an 18-centimeter height difference, equally matched top-notch looks, and an incredibly harmonious aura, inexplicably gave off a feeling of being a natural pair. As his best bro, Zhongzhe saw that when Juanqi heard the words best bro, the curve of his lips gradually disappeared, while Su Niansheng's gaze towards them held a hint of possessiveness that even she didn't realize. It can't be. Junji's best bro is me, right? Duan Qingyu immediately jumped up. Seeing that the boy didn't speak, he panicked. Junge, say something? Su Niansheng raised her eyebrows, looking at him with a proud expression, as if to say, hurry up and say, who is the best? Get out of the way. This was directed at Duan Qingyu. He was directly struck down onto the sofa, heartbroken and unable to get up, mumbling, it can't be, this can't be. Ha ha ha. Su Niansheng was amused by him, while Zhongzhe looked puzzled. Best bro? All right. Su Niansheng put down her milk glass and stopped joking with them. She told them about her relationship with Shen Juanqi in full detail. After listening, both of them were shocked, unable to recover for a long time. Even Zhongzhe, with an IQ of 140, found it unbelievable. You are the daughter of the richest man in the capital, the daughter of the Su family in Hushi. You and Junge are childhood sweethearts, knowing each other since you were born. Sun Yinsheng glanced at Shun Juanxi and nodded. The boy also smiled as she finally admitted their relationship, his lips curving upwards. Chapter 026, breaking the precedent. For her, Zhong finally understood why Juanxi liked her so much. He wasn't the type to be swayed by appearances, nor could he possibly be so attentive and caring for a girl without reason. It seemed he must have been infatuated for a long time. However, Duan Qingyu was utterly puzzled. Then why did you hide your identity at school, conceal your relationship with Junge, and even fall for her? Sure you buy? That last point was what he wanted to ask the most, as it was completely illogical. It wasn't that he looked down on ordinary people, but those born into wealthy families like them had a completely different upbringing, education, worldview, ideals, and interests compared to ordinary people. They were like two parallel lines that would never intersect. Stories like the domineering CEO falls for an ordinary girl or the rich girl elopes with a poor boy only existed in the fantasies of film and television scripts. There was none in reality, and even if there were, it was merely a game. Yet her fervent pursuit of Sure You Bai, vowing not to give up until she achieved her goal, felt entirely serious. So he was even more confused about what exactly attracted her to Sure You Bai. In terms of character, ability, physique, and looks, he was far inferior to Junge. Moreover, in this capital city, the only ones worthy of the Hushi Su family were the century-old families and the immensely wealthy, powerful Shun family. Not to mention, they had grown up together, sharing a deep emotional foundation, making them practically a perfect match. No matter how he thought about it, the person she should like was Junge. Sun Yinsheng was caught off guard by his question, as if she had thought of something, her expression somewhat dazed. Shen Juanxi immediately chimed in, tossing an orange to block his mouth. Are you so bored early in the morning? So many words? I don't like oranges. Do you like fists? Qingyu. Xiaozhu is here. On the second floor, Jing Huan and Shun Xingyuan were coming down. Duan Qingyu and Zhong immediately straightened up, putting away their frivolity and politely greeting them. Good morning, uncle and auntie. I'm here to find Junge today. I want to check out a newly acquired club with him. Oh, what's it called? TYJ. That place has been home to the hottest esports team in the market for nearly 2 years. I heard from your dad that you have a talent for this. And it seems to be true. Uncle, you flatter me. My talent is nothing compared to Junji's. Getting this club mainly relies on him. Sun Yinsheng looked at the boy beside her in confusion. She remembered he didn't particularly like playing games. How did he suddenly get so good? Had his skills improved dramatically during the years he was away? Can you take me to play sometime? She raised her eyebrows. Sure. Shun Juanxi leaned down. His clear, magnetic voice felt like it was whispering in her ear, gentle to the extreme. First help me assemble the aircraft carrier. But the words he spoke were anything but gentle. Sun Yinsheng, no talk. Niansheng, are you still used to breakfast? I don't know how your taste has changed. So Annie specially had the kitchen prepare several kinds, both Western and Chinese. Come and have a look. Have you thought about what to wear today? If you have no ideas, Annie can help you pick. She loves dressing her Barbie dolls up beautifully. Niansheng, I'm sorry. Uncle has been busy with work lately and didn't have time to welcome you yesterday. Let me know if there's anything you like. I'll hold a welcome ceremony for you tonight. Zhongzhe and Duan Qingyu noticed how Uncle and Annie only gave them a simple greeting, and their attention shifted entirely to Sun Yinsheng, exchanging glances. It seemed that not only did they feel Junge and Sun Yinsheng were a perfect match, but Uncle and Annie also treated her like a daughter-in-law, pampering her. Kyoto University. Sun Yinsheng had just finished her class and walked out of Chengde building, only to see 3 people, Sure You Bai, Cheng Hao, and Zhao Yihong. What were they doing in the art department? She turned to avoid them, but unexpectedly, upon seeing her, the 3 came running over. Campus beauty. Big beauty, you kept us waiting. Zhao Yihong grinned as he approached. Sun Niansheng frowned slightly, discreetly pulling away from him. Is there something you need? Yes. I'm here specifically to apologize to you today. I'm sorry for accidentally staining your clothes in the reading room last week. It was a roommate's birthday, and I got a bit carried away with the drinks. He said, grinning, next time there's a gathering like that, can I invite you? Especially with you by there. He glanced at her, seemingly waiting for her surprised reaction. By the way, That piece of clothing has already been washed by you by himself, but there are still some minor flaws that couldn't be fixed. And I'm figuring out how to handle it. Once it's resolved, I'll bring it over to you immediately. You're generous, so you want to hold it against me, right? He said with a cheeky smile, but soon Niansheng coldly replied, I will. What? He was taken aback. Sheng Hao was also somewhat surprised. I said I will. Just because you apologized doesn't mean I have to accept it. That's not. It's just that as you Bai's roommate. He had apologized to her and promised to create opportunities for them to interact in the future. How could she possibly refuse? Is there anything else? Soon Niansheng's expression was indifferent. If not, I'll leave. Don't appear in front of me again. Zhao Yihong gritted his teeth. What was she being so aloof about? Usually, she was like a clingy little bug sticking to you Bai. Now she was acting all high and mighty. As Sun Niansheng turned to leave, the boy who had been silent beside her spoke up. Sun Niansheng, you don't need to leave the group. I've already submitted the group project for craftsmanship spirit and characteristic practice, and everyone will be graded as if they got full marks. Yeah, Sheng Hao chimed in, campus beauty, you know how fair you Bai is. He never gives anyone a break. Even when the principal's daughter made a request last time, he refused. This is the first time he made an exception for you. For her? Huh. Sun Niansheng smirked, finding it amusing. They said they were here to apologize, but their words were laced with condescension. Their attitude arrogant and greasy to the point of making her nauseous. How fortunate. But I don't need such a precedent. What about your credits? Sure, Bai looked up, staring at her intently, as if he understood her perfectly and was certain she would take this opportunity. Yes, campus beauty. I know you were upset about the last incident, but didn't Yihong just apologize? Don't let your pride affect your credits. It could impact your graduation. Bai is already preparing for his internship. Chapter 27, he felt a sense of crisis, Chang Hao said, hinting at her. If she delayed her graduation and couldn't intern with Bai, the gap between them would only grow larger in the future. Although she had a bit of money at home now, once Bai entered the finance industry and became an international investment banker or a renowned trader, earning millions a year would be something she could never hope to reach. Yes, stop throwing tantrums and get back to work quickly. Be careful that Bai doesn't get upset and withdraws the assignment, and then you'll regret it. Just as Zhao Yihong finished speaking, a burst of laughter came from the steps above. It was professors of academician level and above from the school who had just finished an academic seminar upstairs. Among them, the most prestigious professor, Feng Shuping, paused for a moment when he saw them, then walked over. Hello, Professor. Hello, Professor. The few of them bowed their heads and greeted him repeatedly. Sheng Hao and Zhao Yihong were also secretly poking Bai's shoulder, exclaiming, Wow, it's Professor Feng. What does he want with you? It can't be related to the internship, right? If you could get his recommendation letter, that would really take you to new heights. They all believed that Professor Feng was definitely there for Bai, but they never expected. Professor Feng Shuping stopped just a meter away from them and looked at Sun Niansheng. Sun Niansheng, are you the student from Arts Management 253? Yes, hello, Professor Feng. Hello. Professor Feng Shuping smiled warmly and extended his hand to her. I heard from Juanxi that you want to take the course Economic Thinking. Originally, this week's schedule was quite full, so I had you placed in next Wednesday's class. But since we happen to meet here today, and we will be using a large classroom later, why don't you come with me now to familiarize yourself with the course content? Is that convenient? Now, Sun Niansheng was surprised, not expecting it to happen so quickly. Shen Xiaoxi's efficiency is indeed reliable. Convenient, very convenient. She smiled brightly, happily following Professor Feng Shuping towards the International Trade Building, leaving the three of them standing there, their expressions drastically changing. The economic thinking course that Professor Feng specializes in? How could an ordinary student like her from the arts department take it? Or as an optional course? Are you kidding me? Even someone like Bai from the finance department's top tier has to submit an application a month in advance. Zhao Yihong was dumbfounded. Cheng Hao snorted coldly, his tone filled with jealousy towards the wealthy. Didn't you hear? It was recommended by Shen Juanxi. Of course. What can't the prince of the Beijing circle do? We work so hard to climb up, yet we can't even compare to a single word from him. It was strange. Why would Shen Juanxi help her? Zhao Yihong looked at Sun Niansheng's back and recalled the smirk on her face when she brushed past him. As if saying, who's regretting now? He suddenly felt as though he had been slapped hard in the face. A burning pain. Maybe it was the reward for cheering for Shen Juanxi last time. Impossible, just a cheerleader. With Shun Juanxi's popularity, he could have anyone he wants. It's not worth trading for Professor Feng's course. That's too expensive a price. I think there must be some other shady deal. He had already been slapped in the face by a girl and had let his guard down, starting to spread rumors. But just as he finished speaking, he met the icy gaze of the boy beside him. Bai's expression was dark, as if covered by a layer of eternal frost, so chilling that it reminded him of the suffocating feeling when his mouth and nose were pressed into the water in the reading room. He quickly changed his words. I mean, could Shun Juanxi be pursuing her? But thinking about it, that's unlikely. With a spoiled, rich second generation like him, he has all kinds of women around him, so he wouldn't need to care so much about one person. Sheng Hao glanced at Bai's expression. Yes. If Shun Juanxi wanted to pursue Sun Niansheng, he would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Moreover, Sun Niansheng was completely focused on you, so she wouldn't respond to him. However, Sun Niansheng's recent tactics were indeed impressive, clearly utilizing the catfish effect. In the past, she had put in countless efforts trying to pursue Bai, but he had completely ignored her. Now, the eyes that were fixated on her back were filled with concern. Conquering challenging things and competing for scarce resources and beautiful women is deeply ingrained in male DNA. Shun Juanxi's appearance made him feel a sense of crisis. He was probably still throwing a tantrum with you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so playfully withdrawn from the group and chosen to study a course completely unrelated to him. This awkwardness was just waiting for you to coax him. Shen Xiaoxi, not bad, completing the task so quickly. After arriving at the lecture hall, Sun Niansheng sent a selfie to Shun Juanxi. Once he received it, he seemed to have teleported, appearing in front of her within 10 minutes. What are you doing here? Your name isn't on today's schedule, right? Hey, don't mention it. Before he could even speak, Duan Qingyu behind him wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes filled with resentment towards the boys. After Jungu received your message, he couldn't wait to fly over, even abandoning the game. Have you ever seen someone like this? They were already pushing towards the enemy's crystal and just ran away. Zhong just shook his head with a smile, walking to the back with his backpack. Shun Juanxi also placed his books next to Sun Niansheng, subtly taking a seat. Come on, you haven't won, right? I have, but I've never lost like this. It's too frustrating, he said with great distress, as if seeking some comfort, looking at Sun Niansheng with a pitiful expression. Sister Sheng Sheng, can I sit next to you? Get lost. Before he could finish, he was violently rejected by the boy. Sun Niansheng chuckled, also curious. Why are you in such a hurry to come over? What do you think? Shun Juanxi casually sat down, glancing at her. You're my recommended person. If you don't perform well, it's my face that gets lost. Hee. Sun Niansheng is native. Who do you think you're looking down on? With my intelligence, I can definitely save your old face. Back in the day, she was also a top student. It was just that in order to have more time to practice figure skating in the future, she applied to the arts department. Once in university, she focused on pursuing someone, which led to her grades dropping significantly. However, as long as she put her heart into it, she could definitely return to the top. With this thought in mind, she began to listen carefully to the class. But as she listened, it felt like she was hearing a foreign language. She had never studied economics before, and she had missed so many classes, severely lacking in fundamentals, making it hard to keep up with Professor Feng's pace. She quietly observed the people around her. Although Duan Qingyu usually acted silly and seemed careless, his grades were among the top in the department, and his esport club was thriving. Zhongzhu was even more impressive, a renowned genius from the medical department who had published several chapters in SCI. Plus, he double-majored in international trade, truly an elite among elites, capable of taking over Zhong's medical capital immediately after graduation. As for Shun Juanxi, he was even more extraordinary. Chapter 028. Palms cradling the face, eyes burning. Professor Feng spent half a day diligently lecturing, while he solved the problem in just a few minutes, spending the rest of the time supervising whether she was slacking off. Su Xiaosheng, what are you looking at? Shun Juanxi, skillfully twirling the pen in his hand, seemed quite displeased with her gaze that had just landed on Zhongzhe and Duan Qingyu. He slightly turned his head. The two people in the back row just happened to raise their heads. What did they do to provoke him? Why did that look feel so creepy? It's nothing, Sun Niansheng said dejectedly. Surrounded by peers who were so outstanding, how could she face going home with this report card and ask for forgiveness? She felt so useless. No, she needed to perk up and start anew. She picked up her practice notebook and humbly asked the people around her, "Is the answer B for this question?" "No, it's C, you little fool," Shen Juanxi said as he lightly tapped her forehead with his hand. "So Niansheng fronet unhappy. If you think I'm dumb, I'll go ask someone else like Zhongzhe." Just as she was about to turn her face, she was pulled back by the boy's strong hand. The intimate action making it seem like he was holding her in his arms. "I just like teaching little fools." Duan Qingyu secretly mimicked his tone. It was gentle, indulgent, and sweet to the point of being nauseating. After the imitation, he was covered in goosebumps. Could such disgusting words really be spoken by the legendary Jungo? "If you dare to call me little fool again, I'll expose the story of you wearing split-crotch pants digging dog holes when you were a kid in front of all the girls in your department." Soon Niansheng threatened him fiercely, thinking he would be scared. To her surprise, the boy was completely unafraid, instead narrowing his eyes meaningfully. "You remember that so clearly? What else did you see?" "I also saw you being chased by a dog, woof." As she spoke, she suddenly opened her mouth and bit down on his finger. A wave of warmth and wetness enveloped him, causing Shen Juanxi's pupils to shrink suddenly, his heart feeling as if it had been seized, and his whole body shivered. This was really exhilarating. His gaze fixated on her mouth, gradually darkening and clouding over, imagining that if such a tender place wasn't T holding his finger, but rather his elegant brows furrowed in discomfort. His scalp tingled. His whole body began to feel restless. He couldn't think any further if he did. "Stop messing around." He spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. Sun Yinxing thought he was hurt by her bite and smugly released her mouth. "Scared, huh?" Shen Juanxi slightly tilted his head, his wet fingertips resting against his palm as if he were trying to soothe his uncontrollable body and mind. After a while, he finally returned to normal. Scared? Terrified. If she did something else in front of so many people, he would be utterly disgraced. "Dare to laugh at me again?" "I won't, Your Highness, spare me." "Umph. Then hurry up and explain the problems." "Okay." Duan Qingyu, who was behind them, was stunned watching the two of them. "Wait, is this what they call childhood sweethearts? Are childhood sweethearts this ambiguous now? They're even more clingy than a couple in love." Sun Yinxing initially just wanted to ask him a question to try it out, not intending to learn anything substantial. After all, geniuses have a common flaw. They like to skip processes and go straight to results. Those simple and tedious foundational knowledge points are just a waste of time for them. But Shen Juanxi was different. He explained from the most basic theoretical concepts to the application of conventional formulas and finally incorporated it into the questions, making the thought process clear and understandable, even more detailed and patient than a kindergarten teacher, allowing her to grasp it immediately. She looked up, her clear and bright eyes bursting with sparkling admiration, which the boy captured, causing his heart to swell and expand. Unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. "Su Xiaosheng, actually like this? Do you understand?" "I understand. What else don't you understand?" "Here and here." "Come over, sit a bit closer." As they talked, the distance between them grew closer, so much so that from afar, it looked like they were about to merge into one. After 2 long classes and half an hour of problem-solving with Shen Juanxi, Sun Yinxing was so tired that she could barely keep her eyes open. Finally, during her 3rd yawn, she couldn't hold back any longer. Her pen slipped from her hand, her head drooping dangerously close to the desk, when a strong hand firmly caught her. Shen Juanxi cradled her face, propping his arm, motionless as he gazed at the obedient girl sleeping in his palm, his eyes burning intensely. Hey. Duan Qingyu waved his hand in front of him, but couldn't T distract him. Damn. He looked at the intimate distance between the two, surrounded by a bubble of pink, and couldn't T help but complain to Zhongzhe. "This dog food is giving me a bit of indigestion. How can it be so sweet? Suddenly, I feel like the relationships I had before were just plain water, completely meaningless." Zhongzhe glanced at the two and also couldn't T help but click his tongue. "You should be grateful you didn't T encounter something like this." "Why is that?" "You'd fall for it at first sight." "That's true. Just look at Jungu's expression. If he doesn't T get what he wants in the end, wouldn't he go crazy? He can't do that. The world outside is so big, he can't just hang himself on one tree." Ding dong. The sound of a phone notification suddenly rang, and he fished it out of the drawer. "Not mine," he said, handing it to Zhongzhe. Zhongzhe took it, and, as he read the message inside, his expression gradually became serious. "What is wrong? Juanqi, look." He directly placed the phone in front of Shun Juanqi. On the screen was an application form. Shiyu, by applying to take the elective course Economic Thinking, Feng Shuping, attached personal transcript, hoping the teaching assistant will approve. Shen Juanqi's eyes instantly turned sharp. Shiyu Bai wants to take Economic Thinking? At this critical moment, Duan Xingyu glanced at the peacefully sleeping girl, faintly sensing something was off. Could it be aimed at Sister Sheng? Didn't he say he didn't like her? Everyone knew he rejected her before, and now he is pulling this? Is he suffering from the common flaw of all men, realizing what he lost only after it's gone? Zhongzhe, quickly reject him. Of course I will refuse, but... Juanqi, don't you think his attitude towards Niansheng has changed? He has become proactive. From the model swap in the last class on craftsmanship spirit and specialty practice to this application for economic thinking, he's been closely following Su Niansheng step by step. It's very purposeful. He usually looked for the worst outcome in situations. Previously, when Su Niansheng said she would give up on Shiyu Bai, it was likely because she had not received a response for a long time. But now that he was starting to take the initiative, it was hard to guarantee that she wouldn't. Before he could finish his thought, a chilling, murderous intent flashed in the boy's piercing eyes. Absolutely impossible. A few years ago, Shiyu Bai had suddenly taken Sheng Sheng's heart away from him, plunging him into hell, enduring pain and restraint every day. Finally, when she returned to him, she promised she would no longer like Shiyu Bai, would date him again, cheer for him, move into his home, and never leave his side. He couldn't imagine what it would be like to lose all that again. Chapter 29, Little Princess. You are mine. Shun Juanqi gently stroked the soft and delicate pretty face of the girl in his palm, his deep gaze fixed on her without blinking, revealing a hint of dampness, as if he was contemplating how to completely enclose her within himself, so he wouldn't have to worry about her being taken away by others. Little princess, you are mine. From the moment you were born, you are mine, all mine. Really? Sheng Sheng, doesn't he seem like the kind of person to go back on her word? Duan Xingyu disagreed. And even if he takes the initiative, what's the big deal? Junge can take the initiative too. Zhongzhe. Isn't he already proactive enough? Ha ha, indeed. Duan Xingyu laughed maliciously. But maybe he wasn't proactive in the right way. Junge, listen to me. Based on my rich experience in the romantic world over the years, having passed through the flowers without touching a single petal, a beautiful and wealthy person like Sheng Sheng would only be attracted to one thing. What thing? Shen Juanqi frowned slightly. Think about it. Before the birth of human civilization, without any external possessions, what kind of male would a female be moved by? He said, lifting his short sleeve to show off his biceps, hinting at him. Got it. Night. The Shen family's back garden was arranged romantically and beautifully, with colorful lights, clusters of flowers, flying balloons, fragrant cream, and fruit wine. Su Niansheng, carrying her backpack, quietly approached and saw Uncle Shun putting a necklace on Aunt Hua and fixing her hair, holding hands, hugging, and taking photos. It was simply sweet to death. Little thief, what are you hiding here for? A deep voice suddenly came from behind, startling her. Shun, Xiaoxi, are you bored? Isn't it better than you peeping? I'm just afraid of disturbing Uncle and Aunt Hua, right? Hey, is today their wedding anniversary? No. The commotion of the two attracted Shun Xingyuan's attention, who waved to them from afar. Sheng Sheng, Juanqi, come over. Uncle, I and Shun Xiaoxi wanted. She was about to refuse when Jian Hua came over. Sheng Sheng, you can't leave. Tonight is a welcome party specially held for you. Huh? Didn't you say it wasn't necessary? This is too grand. Where's it grand? Compared to the surprise of you coming to our house, it's nothing. Yeah, Shen Sheng, you are a very important part of our family. Thank you. Su Niansheng was led to the dining table, holding flowers, wearing a crown, and in front of her was a huge pink castle cake. Shun Juanqi opened a bottle of fruit wine and hummed softly, and it was obvious she was a princess. Upon hearing this, it was a tease. Someone is jealous, yeah. Thanks to you, I don't have this treatment at home. He raised 2 bottles of fruit wine, 1 white grape and 1 grapefruit. Princess, Which one do you like? White grape. Your favorite La Romanicani. Shun Xingyuan also poured a glass for Jianhua, who smiled with her eyes curved. Thank you, dear. Sun Yinsheng was sweetened by the word dear, sincerely saying, Uncle and Auntie, your relationship is so good. Uncle Shun and Aunt Hua were a well-known couple in the capital city when they were young. It was surprising that after so many years, their feelings remained as strong as ever. Especially Uncle Shun, who treated Aunt Hua like a treasure, unlike her own father. Before her mother passed away, he seemed to show so much love, but after she died, he shed not a single tear. Who told you Auntie is my first love? First love? I haven't heard this story, Sun Yinsheng asked with interest. How old were you then? 16. We met at a business banquet. I remember it was very noisy, with many people coming to toast and flirt with me. Only she sat coldly at a distance, not even throwing me a glance, which inexplicably attracted my attention. Sun Yinsheng listened attentively, her face full of envy. Jianhua looked over, her gaze gradually shifting to her son. Sheng Sheng might not have noticed that while she envied others, there were also people who had her in their hearts and eyes. She lightly coughed, interrupting the man who was boasting about his romantic history. Shun Xingyuan stopped, receiving the hint in her eyes, and naturally transitioned the topic to his son. You don't know, when Juanqi was little, he wrote in his diary, Dad and Mom are true love, and I am just an accident. Ha ha! Sun Yinsheng laughed uncontrollably. Looking curiously at Shun Juanqi, is that true? Why didn't I know? Shun Juanqi lightly snorted, You don't care about me. Of course I don't know. His diary had many secrets she couldn't know. Nonsense, I know when you lost your teeth, and I even counted the days. Jianhua. So Sheng Sheng. Do you know about Juanqi's Zhua ceremony? I don't know, I was only 1 year old then, still in Makabaka. You were also there. Jianhua recalled, her face filled with a happy smile. At that time, our family prepared a lot of things for him. Seals, 5 emperor coins, brushes, compasses. And his favorite toy, guess what he chose? Sun Yinsheng pondered for a moment. That is hard to guess. Shen Xiaoxi has quite a few hobbies, but the one that lasted the longest should be football? No. Jianhua shook her head. It was you. Huh? Sun Yinsheng was stunned for a moment. At that time, you were standing on the other side. He didn't even look at those things and went straight over to hug you. No one could pull him away, causing everyone to laugh. Sun Yinsheng also laughed, her eyebrows raised, looking at someone with an incredibly narcissistic expression. Shun Xiaoxi. Didn't he expect my charm to be so great? I captivated you since childhood? Yes. Teased by his own parents. Shun Juanqi touched his ear. A rare hint of embarrassment appearing between his brows. I was so enchanted that I couldn't help myself. Although he was joking, Sun Yinsheng still felt a twinge of guilt inside. She and Shun Juanqi had always had a very good relationship since childhood. But in recent years, due to the passage of time, many gaps had formed, and their shared memories had a large blank space. Just as Aunt Hua said, he had entered a rebellious phase and picked up many bad habits she didn't know about. Duan Qingyu also said that he played games better than professional esports players, which she also didn't know. It felt like she had missed out on so much that she wanted to make up for each and every bit. She grabbed a nearby glass, poured in ice cubes, then opened various fruit wines and juices, and cut a slice of lemon, garnishing it with a mint leaf. Shen Juanqi watched with great interest, unknowingly moving closer. Su Xiaosheng, what dark cuisine are you making? Here. Sun Yinsheng quickly mixed a drink and pushed it in front of him. This is a private custom-made drink just for you. Shun Juanqi looked at the glass of mysterious liquid mixed with red, orange, yellow, and green, his brows slightly furrowed, seriously doubting. Su Xiaosheng. You aren't trying to murder your childhood friend, are you? Chapter 030. A scene that makes one's blood boil. Are you that eager to kill? Are you going to drink or not? Drink. He picked up the wine glass. Even if you poison it, I'll drink it. That's more like it. Sun Yinsheng raised her chin proudly. Just as he was about to taste it, she suddenly stopped him. Wait, this drink has a lovely name. You have to say it before you can drink it. What? QQ Mia Mia, delicious enough to make you go nigh, Lulu Mia Poo. What? Shun Juanqi laughed. Do you dare to repeat that? QQ Mia Mia, delicious enough to make you go nigh, Lulu Mia Poo. Mia Mia QQ. It's QQ Mia Mia. QQ Mia Mia. Delicious enough to go Lulu nigh. It's nigh Lulu. All right, Mia Mia QQ is delicious enough too. Shen Xiaoxi, are you doing this on purpose? Jian Hua sat across from them, watching the two flirt with each other, her heart melting. They were simply too cute. Honey, did you see that? Those two childhood sweethearts together create their own sweet magnetic field. No matter how small the matter, it becomes adorable and interesting. I saw. Shen Xingyuan nodded. He saw that his son was in deeper than he ever was. If this continues, it will be fine if they end up together, but if not, as a father and as someone who has loved deeply, he couldn't imagine what would happen. Thinking of this, he recalled the source of the conflicts between Niansheng and the family over the years. His gaze deepened. The Su family. How is it? Is it good? Su Niansheng leaned on her arm, looking at the boy with anticipation. After drinking, Shen Juanxi's expression was somewhat indescribable. He lightly tapped the rim of the glass with his long fingers, took another sip, savored it for a while, and then gave his feedback. This drink is like you. Like me? Clearly knowing it's dangerous, it still can't help but get close. Su Niansheng, what kind of description is that? What happens after getting close? Later? Shen Juanxi smirked, looking at her with a hint of a smile in his eyes. He drank it all in one go, addicted. Oomph. So that means it's very delicious. So, good you can't put down? Trying to compliment me while being indirect. Satisfied with his reaction, Su Niansheng slightly leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Then after you finish drinking, let us go to your room, okay?" Puffed. The boy almost spat out his drink upon hearing that. What did you say? His dark eyes lit up in disbelief as he looked at her, his ears burning bright red. Why are you reacting so much? Su Niansheng wondered. Didn't we often go to each other's rooms to play before? Do you remember when we were kids? We would drape sheets over ourselves and pretend to be the emperor and his concubine. You looked quite charming wearing a necklace and a skirt back then. So she meant playing house. The flame that suddenly ignited in Shen Juanxi's eyes was extinguished in an instant. He stared at her, grinding his teeth in frustration. How long ago was that? Su Xiaosheng, can you at least see me as a man? What? Are you shy now that you've grown up? Sun Niansheng shrugged. It's okay. You don't have to see me as a woman. It's too late. Shen Juanxi put down his wine glass. In his dreams, she had long become his girl. If they went to bed again, he wanted more than just a playhouse. No, he refused. Su Niansheng originally wanted to go to his room to get to know him better and ask him to help her review the economic thinking from earlier in the day. She thought the study would be fine too, but seeing his adamant refusal made her feel something was off. Shen Xiaoxi, you're not hiding something shameful in your bedroom, are you? As soon as she said that, she keenly noticed the boy's expression stiffen for a moment. Could it be true? Is it some kind of sexy magazine or an 18 video? At this age, boys can't resist such temptations. What are you thinking? Shen Juanxi saw right through her thoughts. As he curled his finger, Su Niansheng nimbly dodged, thinking of something perverted. No, but he raised an eyebrow. There are things that are more terrifying than you can imagine. It's just that my room is a bit messy. Let me clean it up first, you come over later. After saying that, he got up and left, as if afraid she would follow him. Hey, Su Niansheng looked at his retreating figure in confusion. Why was he in such a hurry? Moreover, with so many servants in the Shen family, how could his room be messy? Niansheng, don't mind him, come eat barbecue. On the third floor of the villa, on a nightstand that starkly contrasted with the minimalist decor, a pink girl stand was covered, and the girl frames hanging on the wall were taken down. The cute girl images printed on clothes were stacked away, and even the princess dress doll was hidden away. Finally, Shen Juanxi opened the girl videos he often used in the projection, clicked to hide them, and confirmed that the entire room showed no traces of her before letting out a sigh of relief. He took out some perfume and sprayed it in the air, murmuring to himself, hiding a long-awaited secret excitement. The real little princess was about to arrive. How to attract her attention? He walked to the mirror, and the words of Duan Qingyu began to echo in his mind. Before the birth of human civilization, without any external embellishment, what kind of male would make a female's heart flutter? He gently opened the collar of his shirt. Why hasn't Shen Xiaoxi come back yet? After 3 cups of fruit wine, Su Niansheng was almost drunk, but still hadn't seen the boy return. Curious, she walked into the villa, ready to find out. Unexpectedly, just as she stepped out of the elevator, she witnessed a scene that made her blood boil. Chapter 031, he was bare-chested at the end of the spiral staircase. The bathroom door opened, and a tall, handsome figure stepped out of the white mist. The boy had just finished showering, his black hair wet and clinging to his temples. Messy yet beautiful. Water droplets flowed slowly down the contours of his clear and delicate face, past his shallow collarbones, forming a thin, sparkling line of water. He was loosely draped in a bathrobe, the tie lazily hanging at his waist, revealing large areas of his pale, muscular chest. This was the first time Su Niansheng had seen his muscles so directly and nakedly. Unlike the bulky and exaggerated physiques of professional athletes, or those filled with the smell of protein powder at the gym, his muscles had smooth, flowing lines, proportionate and aesthetically pleasing, youthful and full, as if every inch of his abdominal wall and every side of his V-line had been meticulously measured and drawn seductively, making it hard to look away. She was stunned, her eyes wide open, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. She stared for a full half a minute before coming to her senses, gulping hard, and turning to run. As she ran, she shouted, "Pervert!" Shen Juanshi raised his eyebrows slightly, surprised by her reaction, and followed her. Huff, 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 huff. Su Niansheng ran breathlessly to her room and finally shut the door. Her heart racing. Shen Xiaoxi, that scoundrel. How could he not wear clothes after showering, just flaunting his upper body like that? But his muscles looked a bit familiar. They resembled the male protagonist from a girl's Enlightenment comic book she had cherished called Plaything. With those lines and that sense of strength, it was simply the pinnacle of aesthetics. Once, it had accidentally fallen out of her backpack, and he had picked it up, laughing at her harshly, saying her taste was poor, and that when he grew up, he would definitely look better than that. She hadn't believed him, calling him a braggart, but it turned out to be true. Such an extreme, two-dimensional aesthetic could actually be reproduced in reality. It was unbelievable. Unconsciously, she recalled the last time she had touched his abs in the reading room. Back then, it was through clothes. If it weren't for that barrier, her hands could have freely squeezed. Realizing she was actually fantasizing about Shen Juanshi, Su Niansheng's face instantly turned as red as a burning cloud, and she gently patted her cheeks. "Oh my God, Su Niansheng, what are you doing? Fantasizing about your best friend? Are you even human? Have you gone crazy? You must be drunk. You must be drunk." But she couldn't really blame herself, could she? If anyone was to blame, it was Shen Xiaoxi for being so reckless. Showering without clothes. She was only 19, so young. How could she withstand such top-tier male temptation? Knock, knock, knock. Just as she was thinking, there was a knock on the door, and her heart jumped. Who is it? Su Xiaosheng, is it necessary? Haven't you seen abs before? A teasing voice rang out. It was the scoundrel. Of course. She hadn't at least not in real life. Although in her previous life, she had married Bai. They only had the title of husband and wife. Not the real deal. After all, he had shown his true colors from day one, cheating with Lin San, let alone any intimate relationship. Shen Xiaoxi, you scoundrel. How can you still speak? You showered without wearing clothes. Have you no sense of male virtue? She questioned him fiercely, but he seemed unfazed. I don't have a girlfriend. Why should I uphold male virtue? Su Niansheng. That makes so much sense. She found herself unable to refute. Besides, Shen Juanshi lowered his dark lashes, turning the argument against her. Haven't we seen each other when we were kids? What's the big deal? That's not the same. Su Niansheng instinctively retorted. Shen Juanshi looked at her as if she were prey caught in a trap, his lips curling into a faint, mischievous smile. What is the difference? There's a huge difference. Especially, Su Niansheng thought back to the moment before she ran away, her eyes unconsciously glancing at the curve beneath his bathrobe. It was simply shocking. So Shen Xiaoxi was right. He had changed from when he was a child. He really had grown up. And if I came out naked after showering in front of you? She was so embarrassed that she started to say it halfway, realizing something was off, and quickly covered her mouth. Shen Juanshi, however, seemed to imagine that scene, his deep eyes suddenly darkening, and his voice slightly hoarse. What did you say? I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. Really? When are you showering? Shen Juanshi, you perverted man. Ha! Shen Juanshi chuckled. He indeed was a bit perverted. He hadn't expected the little princess's reaction to be so pure and cute enough that he wanted to bully her, pure enough that he wanted to His gaze ignited with desire when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps coming from downstairs, quickly closing his bathrobe and frowning. Mom and Dad, why didn't you knock before coming up? Oh, Jinhua, seeing the situation, spoke sarcastically. Did we disturb you? What is there to hide? Why are you being so distant with your parents? Wasn't he just being a pervert with Sheng Sheng? Sheng Yuan shook his head continuously. It was over, really over. His son had fallen to the point of using his looks to tempt Sheng Sheng. Such a low-level tactic, nothing compared to when he was young. Jiuanxi, you have fallen. Buffed Su Niansheng was eavesdropping behind the door, covering her mouth in laughter. Got scolded, huh? Let it be a pervert. She didn't know if her laughter was heard or not, but the footsteps at the door gradually faded, and her phone rang. Slowly smile. After you finish laughing, come to my room. Who would go to that big pervert's room? Who knows what he is not wearing this time? She started bombarding him with crazy emojis on the 108 ways Shun Xiaoxi could die. The next day, early in the morning, Duan Qingyu excitedly ran to school. Junge, how was it? Did my flirting technique from yesterday work? Shun Jiuanxi snorted, flipping through his phone, which had a long string of chat records. Duan Qingyu curiously flipped through it. It took him a good 10 minutes, and he still hadn't reached the end. Damn, you guys are really boring. Just sending emojis for so long. My hand is sore from scrolling. He was wrong. He shouldn't have compared childhood sweethearts to lovers. There wasn't this much passion between lovers. However, Sheng Sheng's emojis were quite cute. With so many killing techniques, could she send some to me? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the boy's brow twitch, looking as if he wanted to kill him. How dare you bring it up? If it weren't for your stupid ideas, would she still be ignoring me now? Good news. Duan Qingyu exclaimed excitedly. Good news? Yes. It means Sheng Sheng has a reaction to you. Think about it. If someone has no interest at all, treating you like air, would they react this strongly? So Sheng Sheng must be. Shun Jiuanxi fell silent, seemingly contemplating the credibility of his words. But as he thought, he felt something was off. Why do you keep calling her Sheng Sheng? Chapter 032, she calls too cutely. Can't she call? Duan Qingyu was taken aback for a moment. Sheng Sheng didn't say anything. So why should you care? You're just childhood friends. Don't be so possessive of each other, all right? After he finished speaking, he was immediately hit, scaring him into covering his head and fleeing. Hey, Junge, let's talk it out. Is it really necessary to be so ruthless? To kill the donkey after the grind? You haven't even pursued the girl yet, and you're already attacking the strategist. Until after school. Su Niansheng did not pay any attention to Shun Jiuanxi. Shun Jiuanxi couldn't help but feel a bit irritated. He began to admire how he had endured for so many years in the past. Now, after getting used to her smiling at him every day, teasing him, and being under his nose all the time, he couldn't stand being ignored for even a moment. It was annoying, painfully annoying, and he wanted to hear her voice, even if it was just to scold him. Whoosh at night, a playful whistle came from outside. Su Niansheng raised her head and, through the curtains, vaguely saw a boy leaning slightly against the armrest, looking at her with a slight smile. Shen Xiaoxi really knows how to find angles to show off. She was about to walk over and open the curtains when a paper airplane flew in. The color, size, and folding technique all reminded her of a painful memory that had been sealed away. She almost immediately grabbed it and threw it into the trash can. Shen Xiaoxi, are you immature or what? She frowned, a little annoyed, and reached out to close the window. Unexpectedly, the boy whistled again. His gaze filled with suggestive meaning as he looked down. Su Xiaoxin, look, I found something. What? She looked down and saw a dense patch of Irish moss in the backyard, gently swaying, as if something was hidden inside. Before long, a patchy cat emerged. It was small, short, with a round face and eyes, and a little stubby tail. Its paws were pink and seemed like it was only a month or two old. Instantly melting Su Niansheng's heart. Where did this little kitty come from? It's so cute. She almost immediately opened the door and dashed to the backyard. Shun Jiuanxi also leisurely stood up, the corner of his mouth curling up with a hint of triumph. Mimi? When they both reached the backyard, the cat seemed to sense some danger and whoosh, it darted back into the Irish moss, hiding securely. Su Niansheng had no choice but to carefully crouch down, raise her voice, and mimic a cat's call, trying to lure it out. Meow, meow, meow. After several calls, the little cat finally weakly responded. Meow. Quick, listen, it's making sounds. Meow, 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 meow. as if encouraged. She called even more energetically, to the point that Shun Junshi frowned slightly, feeling something was off. Su Xiaoxing's voice was softer and more charming than the cat's. If she kept calling like this, not only would the kitten respond, but Xiaoxi would too. Su Xiaoxing, why are you calling so cutely? He turned his face, furrowing his brows. You're the one who's cute. Su Niansheng retorted angrily. This is called cat language, do you understand? It's very useful. Can't you see it's responding to me? Is it? Shun Juanxi skeptically pulled out 2 cat treats from his pocket, waving them in front of her. Can this be more useful? Su Niansheng's eyes lit up, immediately snatching them from his hand. If you had said this earlier, she opened the cat treat, and the delicious smell of tuna wafted out. The little cat couldn't resist the temptation and slowly crawled out from the bushes, gobbling it up. Meow, meow, meow while eating. It enjoyed itself, raising its paws in delight. Ah, so cute, so small and fluffy. It's so delicious it raises its little butt. Su Niansheng was almost melted by its cuteness, her fingers continuously caressing its cat ears, her eyes crescent-shaped with overflowing joy. Shun Juanxi watched the girl, who had given him the cold shoulder all day, now fawning over a little cat, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Is it cute? It looks ugly, with patches of black and orange like it got beaten up. You're ignorant. Su Niansheng looked down on him. This is a tricolor cat. Although it doesn't quite meet human aesthetic standards in the cat world, it's a beauty. By the way, is it a stray cat? Yes. Shun Juanxi's gaze wandered a bit, nodding. I just found it in the bushes. I've never seen it before. Really? Su Niansheng's eyes sparkled with mischief. Shun Xiaoxi, do you know what the flower language of stray cats is? Stray cats have flower language? Of course, it's no slow hands. After she finished speaking, she picked up the little tricolor cat and tried to run away. Unexpectedly, her wrist was swiftly caught by Shun Juanxi. Your hands are slower than mine. What are you doing? Su Niansheng looked at him warily. Shun Juanxi held her tightly in his arms, like a precious little clown cat. I found it first, right? But you just said it was ugly. True, but he revealed a tiger tooth at the corner of his mouth, glowing with mischievous intent as he leaned closer to her. I like to compete with you. Bad guy. She angrily raised her hand to hit him. In her arms, the little tricolor cat seemed startled and tried to run away. Hey! Su Niansheng immediately retracted her hand, trying to hold it again. However, just as she stood up, her foot slipped and she tilted backward, almost rolling down the steep slope of the garden. Be careful. A short and powerful voice from the boy reached her ears. In the next second, she was forcefully pulled back and pressed firmly beneath him. Petals of golden sand and cherry blossoms flew around, intertwining in yellow and pink, like stars falling from the night sky. Su Niansheng slowly opened her eyes and saw a handsome face close to hers, and looking down, there was a slightly open collar, straight and symmetrical collarbones, and the outline of well-defined muscles subtly visible. In an instant, it reminded her of the passionate scene from last night, making her heart race. Fortunately, his hands were propped up beside her. Otherwise, with such solid muscles falling down, wouldn't it squash her half to death? The girl panicked as she fell into the flowers, landing in his arms. Her black, silky hair, like satin, was adorned with colorful petals. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying the petals past her bright eyes, her delicate nose, and her alluring lips, making her look like a flower fairy, bewitching the mind, especially as her features were magnified inch by inch before Shun Juanxi. He stared blankly at her, lost in thought, unable to move his eyes, making Su Niansheng feel a bit embarrassed. Shun Xiaoxi, are you stunned from a fall? You. Just as she was about to speak, the boy moved first, raising one hand to gently tuck the stray hair that had floated to her face behind her ear. Su Xiaosheng, you're so beautiful. Chapter 033. Our child. That voice was gentle, like an illusion, but the tone was sincerely firm, as if stating an indisputable fact, making Su Niansheng feel delighted. Of course, you just realized it? I've been beautiful since I was little. Before she could finish, she saw his gaze shift to the cherry blossom petals in his hand. Wait, he was praising not her, but the flowers? Su Xiaosheng, what are you being vain about? Shun Juanxi looked at her with a narrow-eyed interest. Su Niansheng was furious again. How dare he tease her? Shun Xiaoxi. She reached out her hand, ready to punish him further. But her fingers were tightly clasped by the boy, pinned to the ground, leaving her with no strength to resist. This muscle is definitely not just for show. Subduing her was as easy as subduing a little ant. Are you still angry? Shen Juanqi looked at her seriously, the playful tone gone, replaced by earnestness. Soon Yinxing knew he was asking about yesterday, and her gaze involuntarily darted away. Actually, she wasn't angry at all. She had ignored him for a day because she had a dream last night. In the dream, he transformed into the male lead from Plaything, while she became the female lead, and they were acting out scenes right after establishing their relationship. She woke up in a cold sweat. That comic was a teenage awakening, filled with many embarrassing contents that were hard to show. How could she project it on her best friend? It was simply unbearable. Shun Juanqi pressed on, his tall figure leaning slightly down, casting a shadow over her head that brought an invisible sense of pressure, causing Sun Yinxing to unconsciously turn her head away and mumble softly, "I'm not angry anymore." Really? Really? I enjoyed the view of those 8-pack abs. Why would I be angry? You counted? No. I was just guessing. Is that so? Shun Juanqi smirked, wickedly pretending to lift her shirt again, asking if she wanted to confirm again. Shen Xiao see you. Just kidding. Even if you get angry in the future, you mustn't ignore me. Why should I? Sun Yinxing protested. Because. Shen Juanqi glanced sideways at the fluffy creature nearby. Do you still want that cat? Beside them, the little 3-flower cat sat neatly, its 4 paws together, its agile tail swaying in the air, and its round head slightly tilted as if curious about their posture. That adorable expression immediately took hold of Sun Yinxing's mind. Deep down, only one voice screamed, "Aw, meow, meow, mommy is willing to do anything for you." Okay, she immediately agreed. Even if I'm angry in the future, I won't ignore you. Can I have it now? No. Shun Xiaoxi. We will raise it together. She was momentarily stunned, thinking for a few seconds that works. After all, they would always be together. It didn't matter who raised it. You have to keep your word. With his plan successful, Shun Juanqi reluctantly let go of her, pulling her up from the flower patch. Let's give it a name. Name? Sun Yinxing stroked her chin, a myriad of cute and lovely names popping in her mind. But before she could speak, the boy suggested, let's call it Child. Child? Shen Juanqi looked at her. Against the moonlight, his deep eyes stirred with unclear emotions. Our child? Why call it Child? That seems a bit strange. It's so small, still a child. What a straightforward logic. Sun Yinxing laughed, turning to shake the little 3-flower's paw, formally greeting it. Hello, child, I'm mommy. Then I am. Shen Juanqi leaned closer, about to take advantage of being daddy, when a terrifying scream suddenly pierced through the air. Unprepared, the girl suddenly lunged at him, her soft and round chest colliding with him, causing his dark pupils to dilate as if he had received a huge shock. Normally, he could easily hit an 80-kilogram sandbag, but now he was effortlessly knocked down by a light-bodied girl. The two rolled back onto the grass, but unlike before, their bodies were now in close contact without any distance. Due to this heavy fall, the boy beneath felt everything more intensely, so much so that the corners of his eyes turned slightly red. Sheng. He hadn't uttered a word when the girl, like a startled octopus, wrapped her hands and feet tightly around his waist, burying her head deep into his neck, as if wanting to drill into his body. Shun Xiaoxi. Shun Xiaoxi. There's a toad by my feet. A toad. What? She was clearly screaming loudly and clearly. Yet Shun Juanqi heard nothing, his mind buzzing, only feeling her nestled against him, inseparable, her trembling body filling his senses with a mix of floral and her own fragrant scent. And she kept rubbing against him, the overly soft and delicate skin creating a fire that surged straight to his lower abdomen, controlling his pulse and capturing his heart. Sheng Sheng. Sheng Sheng. His gaze gradually became hazy, his atoms apple rolling with difficulty, his voice dry and hoarse, desires flooding over him, one hand firmly gripping her waist, the other running through her long hair, pulling her tightly against him, as if the harder he pressed, the more they could be embedded together, never to part. Sheng Sheng. My Sheng Sheng, my baby. The murmured whispers, as if he had lost his mind, completely exposed his thoughts. Shun Xiaoxi, did you see it? Did you see the toad? Quickly get rid of it. Hurry up, it's too scary. Sun Yinxing was trapped in her fear of seeing the toad. Waiting for Shun Juanqi to kick it away, but unexpectedly, after 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, after a long time, Shun Juanxi not only showed no reaction, but also held her tightly, calling her name, his body hot and burning, his voice hoarse, as if he were lost in a daze, in a frenzy. Shun Xiaoxi, what's wrong with you? Did I break him? Shun Juanxi heard her voice, and for a brief moment, his rationality returned. But it was just a moment, fleeting. No, nothing. I'm scared too. He was extremely scared. She was in his arms, causing his thoughts to spiral, heart racing like thunder, and his body dared not move an inch, fearing that the intense feelings would expose the secrets he had hidden for years, scaring her. Ah, you're scared too? Didn't you used to play with snakes wrapped around your wrist? Soon Niansheng slightly turned her face. Her warm breath sprayed against the boy's ear, her soft, tender lips brushing against the blue veins on his neck, sending a jolt through him like a high-voltage shock, making Shun Juanxi. He completely snapped back to reality, his pitch-black pupils suddenly constricting. Oh no! Sun Niansheng also sensed something unusual. However, she was even more frightened. Chapter 034. The Age of Frequent Bathroom Visits. Shun Xiaoxi. Do you think the toad has jumped to our side? No way, he said firmly, his voice as if it had been torn apart, clearly sounding hoarse. Then why do I feel like? Sun Niansheng was about to reach down, but in the next second, the boy seemed to panic, pushing her away and running quickly towards the villa, leaving her sitting dazed on the grass, her hair disheveled in the wind. After a long time, she finally reacted. Shun Xiaoxi, you're doomed. You actually abandoned me and the child and ran away by yourself. Scumbag. After cursing the scumbag, she weakly got up, afraid of accidentally stepping on the toad, but when she turned around, she saw a more shocking scene. The sky has fallen. The calico cat was actually playing with the toad. Ah! Help! Why do I suddenly want to throw it away? In the end, the great motherly love triumphed over fear and disgust, and she quickly scooped up the calico cat, running away without looking back. Obedient child, it's too ugly. We won't play with it. In the villa's backyard, the butler passed by and saw several servants gathered around the garden, chattering as if discussing something, and curiously walked over. It's almost 10 o'clock. Why haven't you all gone to rest? Hey, one servant smiled and said, I just remembered to give the lady's parrot some water, but when I got to the backyard, I saw the shadow slip in, and I thought a thief had entered the house. Upon closer inspection, it was the young master. He quietly took away the prettiest kitten that the little fur ball had given birth to a while ago. A kitten? The butler was puzzled. Why would the young master take it away? He has never liked cats or dogs since he was young, and the family has never raised any. Why the sudden change? And to secretly take away the stray cat that the lady often feeds in the middle of the night. While they were discussing, they saw Sun Niansheng coming from the back garden, holding a beautiful calico cat, smiling as she stroked it, waving to greet them. The case is solved. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. So it was to comfort Miss Niansheng, truly loving the house and the crow. That's not surprising. Gulme, let us wash the little kitty first, then go find that scumbag to settle the score. Sun Niansheng walked to the sink with the calico cat, preparing to clean it up. The butler saw this and immediately approached. Miss Niansheng, is there anything I can help with? It's fine. I can handle it simply. Where's Shun Xiaoxi? The young master just went upstairs. Seems like he's taking a shower. What? Sun Niansheng frowned in anger. He ran away so fast just now. Not because he was scared of the toad, but because he was in a hurry to go take a shower. What does that mean? Is he disgusted by the dirt in the garden? Or is it me? Too much. It seems that he really needs to be taught a lesson. However, she couldn't go upstairs yet. What if something like yesterday happened? After washing the calico cat's paws, she sat on the sofa, holding it, playing while waiting for Shun Juanxi. At first, she was quite happy, but after waiting for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, almost an hour, her patience was wearing thin. Shun Xiaoxi still hadn't come out of the bathroom. Does he have a cleanliness obsession? A grown man, taking such a long shower. The butler was also puzzled. Generally, the young master doesn't take longer than half an hour to shower. This time seems a bit strange. Moreover, upon careful recollection, the young master's earlier state was also quite odd. He seemed to be holding back something with a very low atmospheric pressure around him. Sun Niansheng, feeling tired of waiting, stretched lazily. Just then, the young man walked out of the bathroom, and coincidentally, he caught sight of her slender waist that was inadvertently exposed. Its color was so white it stung the eyes, and its size was so delicate it made one want to break it to touch. Only those who have experienced it personally would know how soft and tempting it was, making one unable to control themselves. In an instant, a bad feeling surged again. Shen Juanxi's handsome brows furrowed tightly, enveloped in a thick layer of dark and oppressive aura, with countless absurd and cruel thoughts brewing in his heart. Wanted to vent on the girl nestled on the sofa, just as he had imagined in the bathroom. Shen Xiaoxi? Sun Yanqing saw him, and her eyes brightened. Immediately, standing up, "You finally came out. Scumbag actually abandoned me and the kitten to face the toad alone." Wait, speaking of the toad, she suddenly remembered something. Just now, when she got up from the ground, she clearly saw the calico cat playing with the toad. What had she felt underneath her before? But before she could think it through, upstairs, the young man walked back into the bathroom. "You? Why are you going to take a shower again?" Seeing his expression, the butler finally understood something, so that's how it is. No wonder the young master, after all, at 19, is at an age full of vigor and passion, easily stimulated and prone to getting worked up. It's understandable, but I wonder if for Miss Niansheng at home, it is happiness or torment. Kyoto University. On the forum. For 3 consecutive days, a hot topic has been pinned for discussion. Sun Yanqing is taking thinking economics, and his desk mates with young Master Shun. I've never seen a girl sitting next to young Master Shun before. Even more surprising is that an art student can actually take Professor Feng's class? Or did she join halfway? It can't be because of young Master Shun, right? What else could it be? Besides young Master Shun, who else can speak in front of Professor Feng? Wow. Is young Master Shun so special to Sun Yanqing? Is my dead ship about to revive? Don't be too quick to revive. There's still sure you Bai. I saw Sun Yanqing talking to him under Chonda building last time, probably chasing him again. Is it still fresh for Sun Yanqing to chase Sure You Bai? Now being close to young Master Shun is what is surprising. Not just being close. I heard that after young Master Shun and Sun Yanqing became desk mates, their behavior has become quite intimate. It's a pity that Professor Feng's class doesn't allow photos, and I also don't dare to easily take pictures of the young prince. Is that true? Could it be young Master Shun is pursuing her? How is that possible? The dignified heir of the Shun family has so many pursuers behind him. All of them are rich and beautiful. How could he be interested in an ordinary person? Exactly, there's a class divide between them. How could it be impossible? Just based on Sun Yanqing's face, it's quite possible. Don't forget, top beauty is also a scarce resource. Lin Yixuan, upon reading this post, was so angry she nearly crushed her phone. She fell in front of young Master Shun, who didn't even glance at her, but now he personally arranged for Sun Yanqing to take Professor Feng's class. What kind of underhanded methods did this vixen use to get close to him? Chapter 035, openly favoring her, she stormed into the art studio, boiling with anger, only to find that her competition piece had vanished. Where's my painting? What's going on? What happened? People around her gathered, looking at her empty easel and shaking their heads. I don't know, I didn't notice. Yeah, we just got here. We didn't see anyone near your spot. Yixuan, your work was the most likely to win the Peacock Cup this year. It must be found. Maybe someone stole it out of jealousy. Of course, we have to find it. She urgently contacted the school's monitoring room, explained the situation, and began to check the records. Since there were no cameras inside the studio, they could only see the comings and goings in the hallway. From the time she left the studio yesterday to when someone entered to paint just now, only one figure had gone in and out. So Niansheng, finally, I've got you. Lin Yixuan's eyes suddenly turned sharp, a faint sense of revenge bubbling up. Sheng Sheng, catch the ball. No more. No more. I'm a bit tired. In the gym, Sun Yanqing had just finished a tennis match and was wiping the sweat from her forehead with a towel when she noticed numerous missed calls and messages on her phone. There were messages from the class monitor, an unknown number, and Lin Yixuan. What does she want? She selectively opened the message from the monitor. Sun Yanqing, please come to art studio on the 11th floor of Chonda building immediately. There's an urgent matter. The art studio? Okay. She replied with confusion, packed her things, and headed towards Chonda building. But when she arrived at the art studio and pushed the door open, she was taken aback. Inside, it was filled with people. There were members of the student council's disciplinary oversight department, art students, class leaders, her former roommates Su Yu and Zhao Menghan, and Lin Yixuan sitting right in the middle. Seeing her, Lin Yixuan's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Oh, you finally came? I thought you were too guilty to show up." Su Niansheng looked at her hostile expression and the curious, suspicious gazes of those around her, feeling as if she had unknowingly walked into a trap, about to face an unknown judgment. "What are you talking about?" Her nonchalant tone seemed to infuriate Lin Yixuan. "You're acting dumb here? Su Niansheng, why did you steal my painting?" "Your painting?" She frowned. Lin Yixuan turned to the people beside her, shaking her head with a smile. "I knew it." Just then, the door of the art studio was pushed open again, and a tall figure walked in. "Sure, Bai. Hello, President." Everyone stood up to greet him, and Lin Yixuan's expression brightened. "Bai, you're here." Then she turned to Su Niansheng with a cold smile. "I knew you wouldn't admit it. Monitor, please play the surveillance video." "Okay." As the monitor pulled up the video from the USB drive, Sure Bai's gaze fell on the only girl in the room who hadn't turned to look at him. She seemed to have just finished exercising, a thin layer of sweat glistening on her delicate neck, making her skin appear even whiter and more tender. Underneath her damp sportswear, a pair of elegant butterfly bones were subtly visible, her back straight and focused as she watched the video on the projector. In the past, whenever she saw him, or even just heard his voice, she was the first to turn around. As the video played, Lin Yixuan crossed her arms triumphantly, looking at Su Niansheng, then at Sure Bai and everyone present. "Did you all see that? Everyone saw it, right?" This time, she not only wanted to ruin Su Niansheng's reputation, but also to expose her in a state of disgrace, fear, and begging for mercy in front of Sure Bai. She wanted her to experience the pain of being despised and hated by the person she liked, just like that backpack she had soaked, which was thrown into the trash by Shun Xiao. Oh my God, could it really be her? In the video, besides her, there's no one else. But why would she steal Yixuan's painting? Aren't they good friends? Maybe it's just a facade. People watched the video, whispering and pointing. Sure Bai's gaze also shifted to the screen. "I saw it." Having finished watching, Su Niansheng recalled that she had indeed been in that art studio, but she hadn't paid any attention to Lin Yixuan's painting. As for what she had done, she couldn't be bothered to explain to her. "So what? What can it prove? So what? What can it prove?" Lin Yixuan was shocked by her audacity, incredulously repeating, "Su Niansheng, your face is really thick, huh? From yesterday until now, you're the only one who has been in and out of this art studio. You came in with a flat backpack and left with a bulging one. Who else could have stolen my painting besides you?" "Huh?" Su Niansheng couldn't help but laugh. "Why would I steal your painting? Why?" Lin Yixuan suddenly stood up from her seat, pointing at her with a look of intense mockery in her eyes. "What else could it be? Isn't it because you like Bai and are jealous of how close he is to me and me?" As she spoke, she waited for Su Niansheng to show an expression of anger and embarrassment, but unexpectedly, before she could finish, a sharp voice interrupted her. "Enough." She looked up to see Sure Bai's cold expression. "Bai, how much loss has this painting caused you? I'll compensate." "What? Bai, you?" In an instant, her eyes widened, looking at him in disbelief. "Bai, why are you protecting her?" Surrounding them, there were gasps of surprise. The president was actually openly favoring Su Niansheng and was willing to pay for her losses personally. He had always treated everyone and everything fairly. This was the first time he showed favoritism, and the target was the person he hated the most, Su Niansheng. Su Yu and Zhao Menghan exchanged glances. How is this possible? Clearly, could it be that Sure Bai didn't actually hate Sheng Sheng as much as he usually pretended? The crowd was in an uproar, shocked, casting complicated glances at Su Niansheng. But she let out a scoff and laughed. She could hardly contain her applause. What a show, truly a great show. Today, she had been inexplicably dragged here to face a baseless trial, with Lin Yixuan first throwing mud at her and slandering her, followed by Sure Bai's definitive statement that solidified her label as a thief. This couple truly was as in sync as ever, working together seamlessly, just like in her past life when they had played her for a fool. Now he was putting on a show of openly protecting her in front of everyone, making her feel nauseated from the bottom of her heart. Chapter 036. Su Niansheng, do you have to act so high and mighty? Are you here to compensate? How are you going to compensate? Su Niansheng turned around leisurely, looking at him with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Planning to use the donation I gave your mother as compensation? How much does that cover? As soon as she finished speaking, Shiryu's expression froze for a moment. The unmasked contempt in the girl's eyes pierced through his shallow pride like a sharp, poisonous needle, as if pressing his face to the ground and trampling it fiercely. "Su Niansheng, do you have to act so high and mighty?" This was the first time he had such a strong emotional reaction toward her. Even his icy pupils, which had remained unchanged for years, ignited with sparks. The discussions among the bystanders were filled with indignation. Oh my God, how could she be like this? The president is trying to defend her, but she is being so unreasonable. Isn't the president the crush she has been pursuing for years? Now that he finally responded, she actually started to act up. Even if she didn't appreciate it, there was no need to humiliate the president in front of so many people, right? Everyone knows his family background is a bottom line. Maybe she is just relying on her family's wealth. I heard her family only deals with garbage recycling. So what is she so proud of? Is she high and mighty? Is she humiliating him? Is she arrogant? Su Niansheng curled her lips. Yes. I have always been like this. Did you just realize? The humiliation she was giving him now was not even 1/10,000th of the revenge he had plotted against her for years. In her past life, she indeed shamelessly chased after him, but he had also given her responses, albeit weak hints and tiny hopes that supported her to keep going. But in the end, it was just a complete scam. She glanced at Lin Yixuan. The clues had been there from the beginning. She was just too foolish to notice. Has she gone mad? How dare she talk to Shiryu like that? Lin Yixuan looked at her in disbelief. Could it be that she was caught stealing today and had started to lose her mind, saying reckless things? Just then, she wanted to seize the opportunity to crush her spirit. Just as she was about to speak, the door was suddenly pushed open, and the counselor from Art Room 253 walked in. "Counselor, Su Niansheng, I already know the general situation." The counselor raised a hand and looked at the class leader. "How is your investigation going? Have you figured it out? Is it a misunderstanding?" The class leader shook her head. "No, Su Niansheng is unwilling to explain." "She isn't unwilling to explain." Lin Yixuan sneered from the side. The evidence was solid, and it could only be acknowledged. The counselor watched the video again, and after watching it, walked over to Su Niansheng. "Niansheng, I know that this matter has nothing to do with you, and you disdain to prove yourself, but now both sides are at a stalemate. If you can't clearly explain your motives and the process of entering the art room, it will be difficult for the teacher to clear your name." He deliberately softened his tone, trying to ease her attitude a bit. "Explain?" Su Niansheng looked at the people in the art room. Lin Yixuan and Shiryu, who were conspiring to frame her, the angry members of the student council, the classmates casting questioning glances, and the silent Su Yu and Zhao Menghan. They had all long since determined in their hearts that she was the one who stole the painting. Would explaining even matter? It must be said that Lin Yixuan was well prepared this time, having called all the potential witnesses to ensure that this black pot would be firmly placed on her head. "Hey, isn't that Sister Sheng Sheng?" In the corridor, Duan Xingyu was passing by while playing basketball, and his peripheral vision accidentally caught the scene in the art room, stopping him in his tracks. "There are so many people inside. It's so lively. Is Sheng Sheng preparing to perform? Too bad Jungu isn't here to appreciate it." He looked through the glass, but as he watched, he suddenly felt something was off. The distinction between goodwill and hostility is easily recognizable. "Wait, Zhongzhe, why do I feel that the atmosphere inside isn't right? It seems like they're teaming up to bully Sister Sheng Sheng." Zhongzhe looked over. "It's not just a feeling." The next second, he pushed open the door. Inside the art room, everyone was waiting for Su Niansheng to explain when they suddenly saw two well-dressed figures appear in front of them, Zhongzhe and Duan Xingyu. "It's the princelings. What are they doing here?" A group of student council members and girls from the art department suddenly became excited. Seeing this, Lin Yixuan felt a surge of joy in her heart. Fortune favors her today. How coincidental that both young Master Zhong and young Master Duan are here. They're the best friends of Shun Juanxi. If they could relay the whole situation to him and expose Su Niansheng's true colors, then young Master Shun would definitely not be deceived by her fade anymore. What's wrong? What happened? As soon as Duan Xingyu entered, he stood next to Su Niansheng. Zhongzhe only glanced at the screen and immediately understood the situation at the scene. Su Niansheng stole. Just as Lin Yixuan was about to embellish and exaggerate Sun Yinqing's crime, Zhongzhe interrupted her and looked directly at the girl in the crowd. Did you take that painting? Sun Yinqing, no. Good. He nodded and redirected everyone's attention back to the video. This surveillance video seems incomplete, doesn't it? It's complete. The class leader looked confused and firmly assured. I personally copied this video from the school's monitoring room. There are no omissions. What I mean is, it lacks the nighttime content. Oh, the counselor explained, the school's cameras were installed quite early and did not match infrared emitters, so the nighttime footage is all pitch black. Even if retrieved, it has no reference value. Then how can we prove that no one entered this art room at night? Zhongzhe countered, and everyone was suddenly at a loss, especially Lin Yixuan. What does he mean? She still planned to tell them all about Sun Yinqing's misdeeds and have them relay it to young Master Shen. But they actually came in and started defending Sun Yinqing without any hesitation. Why? What kind of spell has Sun Yinqing cast on them? Impossible. The art room door is locked at 6 o'clock every night. If someone were to enter and steal a painting, they could only pick the lock or break a window. But there are no traces at the scene. How do you explain that? I didn't say anyone came in to steal the painting, did I? Zhongzhe looked at her coldly. This classmate, why are you so sure the painting was stolen? Do you know something? Yes. Duan Qingyu stroked his chin. Looking at her curiously, you wouldn't be the thief crying stop thief, would you? Of course not. How could I steal my own painting? Lin Yixuan suddenly became anxious. I'm so sure, because I know the only person who could steal the painting is Sun Yinqing. Lin Yixuan. The counselor frowned upon hearing this. The matter hasn't been investigated thoroughly, so don't jump to conclusions. Lin Yixuan gritted her teeth. The evidence is right here. If it's not her, then who could it be? Even if young Master Zhong is defending her, facts are facts. Zhongzhe. Who is the person in charge of this art room? Chapter 037, it turns out it was a misunderstanding teacher, Zhao, who used to be in the art department, has recently handed over the keys to Director Liu, who is in charge of the Peacock Cup painting competition at the school. Do you have his phone number? Counselor, yes. Please ask him to come over. Okay. No wonder he has such high intelligence, having dual degrees in medicine and international trade. He can spot details others miss at a glance, and remains logically clear without being led astray. Indeed, I saw a character analysis post about Zhao Zhong on the forum. His IQ is over 140, and calling him a genius is no exaggeration. Members of the Princeling class really live up to their reputation, having power, influence, looks, and talent. In the art studio, everyone seemed to sense a turning point in the situation, whispering among themselves. Duan Qingyu raised an eyebrow and nudged Zhongzhe's shoulder. Bro, you really pulled it off. Lin Yixuan looked at the changing attitudes of the crowd, feeling furious. A bunch of fence-sitters. So what if Zhao Zhong questioned it? Even if he called Director Liu, it would only escalate the matter to an unmanageable level. She was waiting to see Sun Yinqing make a fool of herself. In the waiting period, Sun Yinqing glanced at Zhongzhe and Duan Qingyu, a few strands of confusion appearing between her brows. Duan Qingyu noticed and shot her a reassuring wink. Sister Sheng, don't worry. Zhongzhe only gives orders when he's very sure. This matter will definitely be resolved perfectly. She wasn't worried. She was puzzled about why they believed in her so much. Just based on her simple no, without needing any explanation. Before college, she spent nearly every day with Shun Juanxi, without time to make other good friends. Zhongzhe and Duan Qingyu only became close to her after she started pursuing Yu Bai, gradually distancing herself from Shun Juanxi. And she had only known them for a few days, without any deep understanding, let alone such heavy trust. At the scene, even her familiar teachers, classmates, and roommates were silent. But after thinking it over, she understood. Birds of a feather flock together. If Shun Juanxi were here, he would also unhesitatingly choose to believe in her. So his good friends would, of course, do the same. Soon, Director Liu arrived at the art studio. Olhat saw the. Everyone misunderstood. When he entered and saw the large gathering, he immediately understood what had happened and hurriedly explained. Teacher's son. Last night, the investor for the Peacock Cup painting competition suddenly called me, saying that there was a cultural art exhibition on One Nan Road that started early this morning and hoped to temporarily select a few paintings from the students' backup works to participate in the exhibition. I rushed to the art studio overnight and submitted a completed piece. It just happened that today, as workload was particularly heavy, and I forgot to tell you. By the way, I remember the author is Lin Yixuan, right? After he finished speaking, he looked into the crowd. Lin Yixuan's face turned pale, and she instinctively took a few steps back. How could this be? It wasn't Sun Yinxing who stole it. It was director Liu who took it. Shi Yubai also raised his head. In the art studio, everyone was even more astonished, looking at Sun Yinxing with eyes filled with guilt and apology. So that is how it is. Huh? Didn't Lin Yixuan insist that the painting was stolen? Isn't that playing tricks? No wonder Sun Yinxing's attitude towards the president was so poor just now. Who wouldn't be angry after being wronged? It's all Lin Yixuan's fault. She lost the painting and didn't investigate properly, coming up to slander the campus beauty, nearly turning us into accomplices. Exactly. Sheng Sheng. Su Yu and Zhao Menghan wanted to say something, but remembering how they had said nothing when Lin Yixuan accused her earlier, they fell silent again. It seemed a bit too late. After listening, the counselor shook his head, giving Lin Yixuan a reproachful glance. All right, since the misunderstanding has been cleared up, everyone can disperse now. Huh? That's not right. Duan Qingyu suddenly raised his voice and walked up to Lin Yixuan. This classmate, today you gathered a group of people here to baselessly slander my sister Sheng. And now that the truth is out, you don't even want to apologize and just want to leave? Indeed. The class leader looked at the girl seriously. Lin Yixuan, you really should sincerely apologize to Sun Yinxing. Lin Yixuan buried her head, not daring to lift it. She had originally planned to use this opportunity to completely ruin Sun Yinxing's reputation, turning her into a universally condemned thief, but unexpectedly, it turned into a misunderstanding, and she became the laughingstock, feeling so humiliated that she wished she could find a hole to hide in. Shi Yubai looked at Sun Yinxing, his eyes flickering with light. Just as he was about to say something, she let out a faint sneer. No need. Even if she apologizes, I won't accept it. That's true. Duan Qingyu shrugged. An apology from such a person isn't worth much. Zhongzhe, Duan Qingyu, thank you. Hey, what are you thanking us for? Don't be so formal. There are too many people here, and the air is stifling. Sister Sheng, let us go chat outside? Okay. She turned to leave. Shi Yubai's gaze followed her closely. From the moment she stood in the art studio to now leaving, whether facing accusations from the crowd, being doubted, or being labeled with a crime, or finally clearing her name, her expression remained calm, as if she didn't regard anyone, as if she were in a different world. Outside, it had started to rain at some point, pouring down in sheets, trapping many students at the school gate. No wonder the air suddenly felt so stifling. It turned out to be raining. Duan Qingyu idly drummed his fingers on the ball in his hand. Looks like we won't be playing today. Zhongzhe, just wait. It should stop within half an hour. They stood in the corridor for 2 minutes. And soon the people from the art studio came out as well. Why is it raining? Yeah, the weather forecast didn't even mention it. With this heavy rain, running back to the dorm will soak us completely. I wonder how long we have to wait. Shi Yubai looked at the girl standing under the eaves, her clean white shoes getting wet from the raindrops, stained with a bit of mud, as he opened his backpack and took out an umbrella. Lin Yixuan saw him open the umbrella and walk towards Sun Yinxing, her eyes widening in disbelief, quickly followed by deep anger. Today, Sun Yinxing had made her lose face in front of classmates and teachers. Now, in front of Shi Yubai, she absolutely couldn't lose again. Chapter 038, The Shura Field. Young Master Shun snatches the little princess in public awe. She stepped into a puddle, screamed, and quickly withdrew, looking at Shi Yubai with eyes full of pity. Yubai, it's raining too heavily, and I'm wearing these shoes that my aunt made by hand. I'll definitely get them wet on my way back to the dorm. Shi Yubai's figure suddenly froze. Next to him, a group of people were curiously gossiping. On his left was the school beauty who had always liked him wholeheartedly, pursued him, and was willing to spend extravagantly for him. On his right was Lin Yixuan, who had a relationship so close with him that they practically lived together like siblings. Who would he choose? They had always been quite curious about it. After a few seconds, Shi Yubai turned around and handed the umbrella in his hand to Lin Yixuan. As expected, the crowd seemed to have anticipated this moment, casting glances at Sun Yinxing filled with sympathy, pity, regret, or just for the spectacle. In this unequal relationship, she had always played the role of the one-sided admirer, no matter how beautiful she was or how much she gave. The school hunks simply didn't love her. No matter how hard she tried, it was just her desperately trying to attach herself to him. "Thank you, Bai. You're the best to me." Lin Yixuan took the umbrella, her expression smug, as if she wanted to flaunt it right in front of Sun Yinxing. No matter how good you are at disguising yourself or flirting with others, the person you like the most, the one you want the most, will always choose me and never look at you. Damn. Duan Xingyu watched from the side, unable to hold back his grinding teeth and cursing. This pretty boy, hanging on to Niansheng while not letting go of other girls, is really despicable. It makes me want to punch something. I really don't understand what Niansheng sees in him. Sun Yinxing was also disgusted by them and was too lazy to watch the show. She raised her backpack and was about to leave in the rain when Shi Bai turned around and grabbed her wrist. "Sun Yinxing, wait for me here." Before he could finish, a deep rumble of a car engine interrupted him. The crowd curiously looked up and saw, amidst the continuous rain and mist, a pure black Koenigsegg Gemera Mega GT 4-seater supercar, swiftly separating from the bustling traffic like a ghost, driving straight towards the school gate. The car, washed by the rain, glimmered with a cold sheen of futuristic technology and power, its extremely smooth and dynamic lines, along with its understated luxury appearance, all gave a powerful impact that left everyone present dumbfounded. Is this a Koenigsegg? The globally limited edition top supercar? I can't believe I can see it here. What an eye-opener. Wow, it's so cool. Like a monster in the rain. Not only is it handsome, but the price is also astonishing. An astronomical figure that ordinary people can't even imagine. I thought I could only see it at car shows on TV. Yeah, I really want to know who the owner is and why they came to our school. Amidst the discussions, the Koenigsegg stopped 20 meters away. Everyone stood on tiptoe, eagerly waiting to see what the owner looked like. The driver's seat opened, and the driver held up a huge black umbrella, walking towards the back and bending down to open the door. In view, there were shiny black men's shoes, with the ankle bone protruding between the shoe and pants, both sharp and alluring, and above was a towering height of nearly 1.90 meters. He seemed to have just stepped out of a luxurious banquet, wearing a high-end custom suit that perfectly outlined broad shoulders and narrow waist, long legs, and showcased an air of noble charm, especially that top-tier, superior face, clearly hiding its angles in the shadow of the umbrella. With every step he took, he exuded an aura of noble elegance that captivated everyone. Shun Jianxi. Oh my! The crowd involuntarily gasped. Turns out, what's more handsome than the car is the person. It's actually young Master Shun, which makes sense. It's the first time I've seen young Master Shun in formal wear. He's simply stunning, like a god descending. I can't even stand up. Damn, I suddenly understand those brainless female fans in school. Even I, as a guy, can't take my eyes off him. Not only were they shocked, but Sun Yinxing was also stunned. It was just, Shun Xiaoxi today was too extraordinarily handsome. Used to seeing him in casual or sportswear. His carefree and unruly look, suddenly changing into a suit, he lost all traces of youthful naivete and added a touch of mature charm. Every strand of hair seemed to shine, and his handsome demeanor made her heart skip a beat. So stunning. Wow. Even Duan Xingyu, who was familiar with him, was momentarily taken aback by his handsomeness, and, after regaining his composure, whistled loudly. So cool. Zhongzhe, you were just showing off a bit. And Jianxi directly came in big style. Zhongzhe raised his eyebrows. How did Jianxi come? He didn't expect it, did you? Duan Xingyu proudly waved his phone. On the WeChat interface, there was only one sentence and a location. Jianxi, Niansheng is with Shi Bai. Real-time location, Kyoto University. My brother is always one step ahead of you. As soon as he entered the art studio and saw Shi Bai, he sent this message to Jianxi. If he guessed right, Jianxi should be discussing the Jiang Bridge project at the charity banquet. Such an important business, and he just came over. Zhongzhe thought, shaking his head and smiling. He had never seen him like this before. He was truly concerned about Sun Yinxing. As the rain intensified, droplets formed wisps of mist, spreading across the gray-blue sky. From a distance, it looked like a layer of thick ink had been splashed. The young man held a black umbrella, slowly approaching her like a medieval prince, impossibly handsome. The school, the road, the cars, the crowd. For a moment, It all seemed to disappear, leaving only him in the world, evoking a sense of destiny, until a steady force on her arm brought Su Niansheng back to her senses. Shen Juanqi had taken her from Shi Bai. Why are you here? The girl looked at him in surprise, as the umbrella completely covered them. Shen Juanqi, I'm here to pick you up. Immediately, a commotion erupted around them. Oh my god, young Master Shen actually came specifically to pick up Su Niansheng. What is their relationship? Just now, the way young Master Shen snatched Su Niansheng for Shi Bai was so cool and dominant. Definitely a typical overbearing CEO. The scene of 3 hands made my heart tremble. It was simply a Shura field. Could it be that young Master Shen and Su Niansheng are really as ambiguous as rumored in the forums? Absolutely impossible. With young Master Shen's noble status, how could he possibly get involved with an ordinary person? I mean, how did you know I was here? Su Niansheng looked at him, her eyes crescent-shaped, unable to hide her excitement. Seeing him, her previously sullied, blamed, and irritated emotions were all swept away. Even though it was a rainy day, her mood was as sunny as ever. Chapter 039. Stimulating and shameful. Shen Juanqi raised his slender brows slightly, deep emotions swirling in his dark pupils. Su Niansheng, how oblivious can you be? He said. You still don't know after I've pursued you for so long. With that, a stone stirred up 1,000 layers of waves. Everyone at the school gate was left with their jaws nearly dropping to the ground, shattering the silence. Except for Shi Bai, whose expression turned extremely grim in an instant. Shun Xiao, the powerful prince of the capital, is actually pursuing Su Niansheng. Or are you just pretending to be stupid? Shen Juanqi stared at her, the curve at the corner of his eyes gradually disappearing, replaced by a strong sense of self-mockery. Are you intentionally ignoring me? What? Not only is he pursuing Su Niansheng, but he is also being ignored by her. Is this even reasonable? Huh. Su Niansheng was even more confused. Before she could react, the young man stepped closer, his tall figure completely blocking the light in front of her. Then, he slightly lowered his head, his tousled short hair brushing against her fair neck, softly whispering a plea. Just pity me a little today and give me this chance. Don't be so cruel, okay? This scene struck the hearts of all the girls present, except for Lin Yixuan, whose face was as gray as a stone brick underfoot. The domineering prince transformed into a docile little puppy, even whining and snuggling for affection. Who could withstand this? Especially Shen Xiao, who usually appeared aloof and uninterested in women. When has he ever shown such a side to anyone? The upper hand lowering for love, submitting, willingly showing weakness. This was even more romantic than a scene from an idol drama. Everyone's eyes turned to Su Niansheng and then to Shi Bai, with only one thought roaring in their minds. With such a heavenly catch pursuing her, what more could she want? While Shen Juanqi was softly acting spoiled, he slowly raised an eyebrow at the boy beside him, his sharp gaze like a poisoned knife, silently declaring war, completely different from his gentle and obedient tone. Feeling his warm breath on her neck, Su Niansheng stiffened and then realized. Shun Xiaoxi, is he standing up for her? How typical of him. The corners of her lips curled slightly as she raised her hand, feigning pride. Since you're so sincere, I'll reluctantly agree this time. In the midst of a fierce standoff, Shi Bai, who had been exuding confidence, suddenly trembled at the girl's response. What did she say? My honor. Shen Juanqi took her hand, his eyes and brows filled with smiles. It was a joy that seemed to come from the bottom of his heart, almost like a celebration of victory. Shi Bai's expression froze completely. This was the first time she chose someone else in front of him. The heavy rain poured down, enveloping a pair of dazzling figures walking farther away. Shen Juanqi tilted the umbrella in his hand, just like his preference, all of it sheltering the girl, completely unconcerned about whether his expensive suit worth millions was getting wet, causing a series of gasps at the school gate. Everyone who had previously felt pity for Su Niansheng now looked on with envy. Unbelievably, Shun Xiao actually had his eyes on Su Niansheng. How lucky could she be? And he was so pampering and considerate, something she wouldn't even dare to dream of. Just moments ago, they were mocking how futile it was for Su Niansheng to pursue Shi Bai, but now it seemed she had let go of a sesame seed and picked up a watermelon, right? That metaphor might be a bit inappropriate. The gap between them was far more than just a little. It was a chasm. Clap, clap, clap. Duan Xingyu, who had just witnessed a grand performance, couldn't help but applaud proudly. Jun is truly amazing. He has got this. This time, he has definitely won over Sheng Sheng. Rainy day, luxury car, handsome guy, confession. He didn't believe there was any girl who could resist such a smooth combo, especially in contrast to a fickle boy, making Jun seem like a pure love warrior. Yu Bai stood there, staring at the two figures leaving until they disappeared from view, his cold gaze darker than the gloomy sky. Lin Yixuan tightly gripped the umbrella handle. Watching the supercar drive away, her face twisted in jealousy. The person she had longed for, the thing she had always dreamed of, was effortlessly obtained by Sun Yinsheng. Why? She hated her, truly despised her, wishing she could strangle her to death. As the crowd at the school gate gradually dispersed, it took her a long time to come to her senses. She wanted to call Yu Bai to leave together, but just as she turned her face, she saw him walking alone into the heavy rain, getting drenched. After getting into the car, Shun Junshi took out a box from the trunk. When he opened it, there was a pair of size 30 women's sports shoes. Sun Yinsheng was puzzled. Is this for me? Yeah. How could there be my shoes in your car? He tied the shoelaces while looking at her. What is mine is yours. Sun Niansheng is mirqued slightly. Someone's little mouth today was as sweet as honey. Thanks. Just as she was about to take them and put them on, the boy suddenly leaned down, firmly grasping her ankle. Don't move. The originally spacious back seat suddenly felt cramped due to his posture. Sun Niansheng, is he going to put them on for her himself? His fingers tightly held her slender ankle, warmth radiating from his palm, making her feel exceptionally comfortable. As Shun Junshi removed his socks, his fingers accidentally brushed against her sole, causing the girl to shudder all over. What's wrong? Are you cold? He raised an eyebrow curiously, then wrapped both hands around her little foot, rubbing it back and forth. This wasn't just a rub. The moment he started, Sun Yinsheng immediately reacted like a clock that had just been wound up, shaking strongly. Her face flushed, unable to suppress a few soft moans. I'm not cold. Don't rub. Stop. Please stop. Hearing her cries, Shun Junshi froze for a moment, his eyes subtly changing color. Not cold. Then what is it? It's... Sun Yinsheng bit her lip gently, finding it hard to speak. It was that her soles were too sensitive. His hands, calloused from years of playing basketball and working out, made her feel a strange sensation all over. It felt like being electrocuted, stimulating, and shameful. This was not right, too not right. Yes, it was cold, but just turning up the air conditioning would do. She stammered, averting her gaze. Having known her for 19 years, Shun Junshi, who understood her better than she did herself, saw through her disguise at a glance. So it turns out she was sensitive. If her feet were so sensitive, then other places. TSK. He seemed to think of something, his gaze dimming, his throat moving up and down as he tightened his grip on her delicate little foot. Just rub a bit longer. It'll warm up faster, he said, preparing to make a move again. Seeing this, Sun Yinsheng instinctively grabbed his hand, pretending to be angry. No way. If you rub anymore, I'll let you put them on. Chapter 040, he treated her like a baby. Shun Junshi compromised. A meaningful laugh spilling from his low voice, making Sun Yinsheng's ears feel warm. What, was he mocking her? It must be an illusion, right? She frowned and glared at him, only to find a serious expression on his face, as if he were not putting on her shoes, but performing a sacred task. It must be an illusion. However, seeing him like this was quite amusing. Since childhood, he had always cared for her and looked after her meticulously, including but not limited to feeding her, carrying her daily necessities, and handling all the heavy lifting. It was fine in the past, but now that she had grown up and could do many things herself, he still acted as if she were a little baby who couldn't take care of herself, even putting on her shoes himself. But then she thought, in her past life, the person she had pursued with great effort wouldn't even lend her an umbrella. While Shun Junshi, after growing up, still knelt to put on her shoes, unchanged as always. Perhaps it was years of habit that made her overlook his kindness and carelessly hurt him, turning her into a big fool. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel guilty and moved, her eyes getting a little warm. Shin Xiaoxi, thank you for having my back today. Having my back? Shin Junshi raised his eyes and saw something off in her expression. What happened? Huh? Sun Yinsheng was surprised. You don't know? She thought it was because Zhong Zhe and Duan Qingyu had told him about what had just happened, which was why he had rushed over. I don't know. Duan Qingyu only said you were at school. Also, that you were sure you buy. Earlier, in the Chonda building, Lin Yishuan, the teacher, and a group of classmates had forced her to explain why she entered the studio, but she had remained silent. Yet now, she inexplicably wanted to tell him, because he would believe her without reason. Yesterday afternoon, when I passed by the studio, I heard a cat meowing inside. When I went in, I found a stray cat from the school had climbed onto the 11th floor windowsill and was in a very dangerous situation. I coaxed it down with some snacks, put it in my backpack, and took it to the garden. How does that sound? Doesn't it sound ridiculous? Isn't that your usual operation? Shen Juanqi chuckled. After all, it was just a little kitten that could be coaxed easily. But be careful next time. Stray cats can be wild and may scratch. Sure enough, he believed her without hesitation, but if she told the people in the studio, they would never believe it, which was why she was reluctant to speak. However, Lin Yishuan's painting happened to go missing at that time, and she suspected I stole it, gathering a large group of people to accuse me in the studio just now. What? Upon hearing this, Shen Juanqi's expression changed instantly, darkening immensely. Zhou, turn around, he said coldly. Soon Niansheng was taken aback. Turn around for what? He wouldn't go back to teach them a lesson, would he? Hey, no need. Zhong Zhe and Duan Qingyu have already cleared my name, and besides, you came to pick me up in front of so many people just now. Sure, you Bai and Lin Yishuan's faces were so ugly to see, and those gossipers all shut their mouths. I felt great seeing that. I don't want to go back and entangle with them anymore. Really? Shen Juanqi stared at her. As if he could see a hint of grievance in her eyes, he would immediately go back. Really, more real than pearls. Soon Niansheng raised 2 fingers and swore. But as she spoke, she became curious. Since you don't know anything, why were you acting in front of everyone just now? Acting? Shen Juanqi lowered his eyes, the light flickering. You think I was acting? What else could it be? Do you really want to pursue me? After knowing each other for so many years. If he wanted to pursue her, he would have done so long ago. By the way, your acting skills were really good just now, almost reaching the level of an award-winning actor. I didn't realize you actually had this talent. Also, I really have to thank Zhong Zhe and Duan Qingyu today. How come Zhong Zhe is so clever? He always notices things that others don't, paying attention to details that others overlook. I heard he has an IQ of over 140, already stepping into the realm of genius. I didn't feel it before, but today I finally experienced it. And Duan Qingyu, he usually seems a bit silly, but at crucial moments, he is really loyal. After entering the studio, he stood right next to me, instantly giving me a full sense of security. The more she spoke, the more excited she became, her eyes shining, completely unaware that the boy in front of her had a face as dark as thunder. You think so highly of them? Of course. She nodded, ignoring his deliberate tone, which seemed to come from gritted teeth. Especially after experiencing today's events, my favorability skyrocketed. Is that so? Shen Juanqi tied his shoelaces, standing up slowly and brushing off the water droplets from his suit. That's because you don't know them well enough, especially their preferences. What preferences? Su Niansheng asked curiously. For example, Zhong Zhe is a medical student, and his family has a laboratory specifically for dissecting various small animals, like little mice, little rabbits, and little kittens. When Su Niansheng heard about dissecting small animals, her face turned pale, but Shen Juanqi continued to describe in detail. Do you know the entire process of dissecting a little white rabbit? He invited me to visit before. First, you have to lift its 2 furry ears, shave off all its white fur, and then inject medicine into its stomach, veins, muscles, and even the conjunctiva. Stop. Su Niansheng couldn't hold back anymore and almost vomited. Shen Juanqi's eyes briefly flashed with amusement. You can't handle this? It's just one of his daily routines. Last time, I sent him a photo of the kid, and he even asked me to bring it into the lab. No way. That's perverted. Su Niansheng's eyes widened in anger. It seems that geniuses should be kept at a distance. They are too terrifying. And then there's Duan Qingyu. He is indeed very loyal and quite popular with girls, but last time a female junior confessed to him. Do you know what he said? What? Shen Juanqi pondered for a few seconds, his gaze sweeping over her chest. Sorry, you're not a C cup. You don't meet my requirements. Pervert. As soon as he finished speaking, Soon Niansheng made her judgment. Listening to the girl who had just been praising him as a genius and full of security, now calling him a pervert and creepy. The smile in the boy's eyes was almost about to reach his eyebrows. So, don't be easily deceived by others' appearances. Not everyone is as good as I am. Chapter 041. Little Fairy, flirting with him again? As soon Niansheng listened to him boast about himself, she suddenly felt something was off. Is there anyone who slanders their brothers behind their backs like this? Besides, you don't seem to be any better, right? Last time in the backyard when you encountered that toad, who abandoned the green plum and ran away faster than a rabbit. Bringing that up again? Shen Juanxi's expression stiffened slightly. That was an accident. Don't make excuses, scumbag. Next time you dare to abandon me. Sun Niansheng thought for a few seconds and came up with a brilliant idea. She would shout over the school broadcast, I kicked you, making you lose face. Anyway, everyone already knows you're pursuing me. Heh, kicked me? Shen Juanxi narrowed his eyes, exuding a hint of danger as he slowly leaned towards her. It won't be that easy. Be careful, or I might get jealous and tie you up to imprison you. Sun Niansheng, how can he say such things so casually? It seems like he really would do it. Birds of a feather flock together. Since Zhongzhe and Duan Qingyu are so perverted and lewd, as their mutual friend, he must be a combination of both, perverted and lewd. Just as she was about to scold him, she caught a whiff of the cold pine fragrance wafting through the air and saw the handsome face of the boy unexpectedly close, his starry eyes flashing. She awkwardly turned her head to look out the window. Shen Juanxi made a sound. Are you scared? Not at all. It's just that you look too handsome today. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately raised her hand to cover her mouth. What's going on? Why did I say that out loud? Shen Juanxi was also taken aback, and then his lips couldn't help but curl up, his body leaning closer to hers, as if he wanted to press her entirely against the car window. What did you say? I didn't say anything. Soon Niansheng was forced to press her right cheek tightly against the glass. But the boy still wouldn't let her go. He propped his hand on the back of the front seat, trapping her firmly between the window and his chest, forcing her to repeat what she just said. Say it quickly, or I'll use my secret move. Secret move? Tickling. That won't do. She would lose control and let him have his way. Soon Niansheng gritted her teeth helplessly, realizing she had fallen into his trap. If she didn't flatter this narcissist today, she wouldn't get away with it. I mean you look quite handsome today. How handsome? Shen Juanxi raised his eyebrows, watching her face turn a layer of red, like a peach, tender and soft, making one unable to resist wanting to take a bite. Soon Niansheng pointed at the increasingly heavy rain outside. Even the heavens are drooling over your beauty. Su Xiaosheng, you sure know how to sweet talk, he said, his gaze somewhat dazed, as if captivated by something. Suddenly, he leaned down, pressing his face against hers, their noses touching. Well, what about you? A stunningly handsome face magnified exponentially before her eyes, his dark pupils deep enough to seem like they would swallow her whole, and his warm breath intertwined with hers. Even his low magnetic voice sounded incredibly alluring. Soon Niansheng's heart skipped a beat, as if someone had hit the pause button. It stopped beating, her brain blank. 2 seconds later, she raised her hand and slapped his face. Who's drooling over you? You're even more perverted and lewd than Zhongzhe and Duan Qingyu. Shen Juanxi. He was pushed away, and only then did his rationality return slightly, forcing himself to wake up as he shook his head. Just now, he almost couldn't help but kiss her. It seemed he could no longer be alone with her. Being in the same space only made him one indeed. He chuckled. He was much more perverted and lewd than Zhongzhe and Duan Qingyu. Not only did he want her to drool, but he also wanted her to. Soon Niansheng withdrew her hand, secretly letting out a sigh of relief, watching the storm outside, the trees swaying just like her chaotic heartbeat. What is wrong with me? Was Shen Xiaoxi just teasing her? Did she need to be this nervous? Afraid he would continue to press her, she quickly changed the subject. So what do you like? Shen Juanxi raised his eyes, the desire in his gaze not yet completely faded, staring at her coldly. Little Fairy, flirting with him again. I plan to give you a gift, just to thank you for helping me choose Professor Feng's elective course. So it's a gift. He slowed his breathing, taking off a cherry-shaped hair tie from her wrist. How about this? Huh? Soon Niansheng looked at the ordinary hair tie. What do you want this for? You're a big guy. Recently, I've been getting a lot of peach blossoms. She recalled that many couples online wore each other as personal items to declare their love. Was he using her to fend off those peach blossoms? However, this couldn't count as a gift. She had to think of something else. Where are we going now? This isn't the way home. Jean du shopping mall, Yimeng Charity Gala. At Jean du shopping mall. As the Koenigsegg parked, a figure pacing back and forth at the revolving door rushed over like the wind. Oh, my little ancestor, you're finally back. The Jiangzhou Cross River Bridge is such an important project, and you just up and left. The gala is about to end, and Mr. Yin from Hengchuang, Mr. Jean from Jiahe, and Mr. Tao from Dingzhou are all waiting for you. If you don't come soon, I really can't hold on. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing around. Shen Juanxi, however, calmly opened the car door for Sun Yinxing. Isn't Ji Lin with them? It's Mr. Xie who urged me. He doesn't know many details about the second round of bidding, and several executives specifically want to talk to you in person. The Jiangzhou Cross River Bridge? It wouldn't be the famous longest continuous steel truss bridge in the capital that connects the capital to the Northern Highway. Would it? Sun Yinxing was stunned to hear this. Shen Xiaoxi was negotiating such an important project and even came to pick her up. Hurry and go in. Not in a rush. Let me show you around first. Not in a rush. The assistant's eyes were about to pop out. Shen Xiao is truly the most composed person he has ever seen, even calmer than Shen Dong. There's only foreign wine here. You can't drink, but you can eat some small cakes first. Got it. Got it. Hurry up. Even though Sun Yinxing had urged several times, Shan Juanxi still took her into the gala, arranging everything before leaving. The girl forked a piece of Basque cheesecake, chewing slowly, curiously observing the people coming and going around her. The passers-by also looked at her with curiosity, seemingly interested in this girl Shen Xiao had picked up midway. Sun Yinxing, afraid they would come over to greet her, quickly withdrew her curiosity, her gaze landing on the main guest seat where Shen Juanxi was laughing and talking. Chapter 042, not only spiritually empty, but also, sitting next to him were prominent figures from the financial news, well known in the capital, yet they couldn't conceal his brilliance at all. When discussing business, he restrained his usual playful demeanor in front of her, appearing mature and composed, exuding a mysterious and aloof aura from within. This distance made her feel somewhat unfamiliar. Just like in her past life, when she saw him at the Golden Spike Awards, a top tycoon, exuding an air of nobility, while she had fallen to the depths. Reduced to an empty shell of a sick body, they were worlds apart. Memories surged silently, threatening to drown her heart in pain, when a familiar laugh reached her ears. She looked up and saw that the main guests had already dispersed. Shen Juanxi turned his head to look at her, the serious expression in his eyes unexpectedly lifting into a smile, as if reporting to her that the discussion was over, pulling her instantly from the cruel memories back to the beautiful reality. Everything had returned to square one. They had not grown distant, nor had they separated. They remained the best childhood friends in the world, the closest of companions. How wonderful! She bit into the cake in her hand, watching him stride gracefully towards her. Like someone descending from the clouds, each step stepping on the tip of her heart, causing it to thump wildly, just like it had in the car earlier. Until he spoke, this inexplicable fluttering was finally broken. Su Xiaosheng, is the cake here really that bad? You were wearing a mask of suffering just now. Sun Yinxing. Did he just look at her while discussing business? It's really not that great, not as good as the one you gave me. TSK. Shen Juanxi raised his eyebrows slightly. Why is your mouth so sweet today? Every word seemed to tease him. When have I not been sweet? Shen Juanxi, I don't know. I've never tasted it. Sun Yinxing. Is he making a flirtatious joke with her? Indeed, no matter how thick the filter, it can only last 3 seconds on him. Have you finished? Why did you finish so quickly? Are you afraid of making the little princess wait? I'm not that delicate. The corners of her lips lifted slightly, and she felt that the not-so-great Basque cake had suddenly become sweet. Shen Xiaoxi, I didn't expect you to start taking over the family business so early. I thought. As she spoke, she almost let it slip, revealing her thoughts from her past life, and quickly silenced herself. What did you think? I thought you would only develop your career after graduation. TCH, Shen Juanxi scoffed lightly. his tone filled with a strong sense of grievance and accusation. It's some people who have been ignoring me, distancing themselves from me, and excluding me for years. They don't even know what I'm doing, let alone how lonely and empty I feel. All right, soon Niansheng stepped forward, grabbing his suit. Don't act like a resentful wife in a deep boudoir. I will compensate you. Shun Juanshi lowered his eyes, looking at her little hand clutching his sleeve, gently shaking it, causing his heart to flutter. Really? Really? Then you must compensate me well, and double. He leaned down, his dark pupils locking onto her, bursting with fiery light. All these years, I have not only been spiritually empty and lonely, but also physically. Sun Niansheng, it's easy to talk about the spiritual side, but how do you compensate for the physical side? Just as she was about to ask, a sharp voice suddenly cut through the dispersing banquet. Shun Xiao. Looking up, she saw a flash of red at the door, a girl around 18 or 19 years old, wearing a lace off-shoulder evening gown, holding a matching bag, her hair in fluffy short curls, with a heart-shaped face that looked particularly cute. She scanned the banquet, and, upon seeing Shun Juanshi, her eyes lit up with excitement as she lifted her skirt and ran towards him. Shin Xiao, you're really here. Do you know her? Sun Niansheng raised an eyebrow at Shun Juanshi, who looked innocent. I don't know her. That's great. My uncle didn't lie to me. She stopped breathlessly in front of him, her fingers nervously smoothing her bangs, slightly lowering her head, not daring to look him in the eyes, appearing exceptionally shy. Shun Juanshi, however, was confused. Who are you? The girl in the red dress froze at his words, then lifted her head, looking at him in disbelief and hurt. Shin Xiao, have you forgotten me? I'm Yao Yao. We've met many times. Last time at Grandpa's birthday party, we took a group photo together, and the time before that, at the Qianxiang group's ribbon-cutting ceremony, I poured tea for you, and the time before that. She chattered on, remembering every tiny detail clearly. Sun Niansheng could tell from her eager words and fervent gaze that she was Shun Juanshi's little fangirl. Forget it. As in Yao Yao continued, seeing that he still looked unfamiliar, she mustered her courage and smiled, extending her hand. Even if you don't remember, it's okay. We can get to know each other again. Hello, I'm Yao Yao, the eldest daughter of Fume Group. Fume Group? I think I've heard of it. Sun Niansheng was enjoying the show when she saw Shun Juanshi extend his hand. Then, he shook hers. Brother, did you shake the wrong person's hand? She looked puzzled, only to meet the boy's insinuating gaze. It's time for you to repay. Hello, Shun Juanshi. Shun Juanshi slightly raised their clasped hands. A hint of a smile at the corner of his lips, as if proud. By the way, this is my girlfriend, Sun Niansheng. Sun Niansheng. So that was the meaning. He had just said he would borrow her to block peach blossoms, and now he was officially on duty. That was quick. Upon hearing girlfriend, and seeing the hair tie on his wrist, symbolizing being tied down, and then looking at Sun Niansheng's stunningly beautiful appearance, and Yao Yao felt as if struck by lightning. He has a girlfriend? And she's so beautiful. Why you? She was momentarily stunned, stuttering for a while, before calming down. So what if he had a girlfriend? He was the future heir of the Shun family, a well-known prince in the capital, with such a noble status. Moreover, he was so incredibly handsome. Having a girlfriend was completely normal. Even having 10 or 8 was normal. Besides, the girl beside him was so beautiful. More stunning than her equally beautiful friends who had undergone lots of enhancements. She had never seen anyone like this. It was obvious she came from an ordinary family and had stood out due to her beauty, which was why she was chosen as Shun Xiao's temporary girlfriend. After 2 or 3 months, he would naturally replace her. She couldn't even compare to someone from a prestigious family with a wealthy background. Your girlfriend is very beautiful. I wonder which rich family she's from. She looked at Sun Niansheng with hostility, deliberately trying to make things difficult for her. But unexpectedly, the next second she heard, from a he-she-Su family. Chapter 043. With a pink mouth, he loves what? She was deeply struck again, speechless. Yes. Is it the richest family in the capital? The Su family from Hushi? And Yao Yao reached up to support her temples, almost fainting from shock. The Su family from Hushi. That should be the only family in the capital that has the strength to stand against the Shun family, dominating the wealth rankings for years. She had heard that they had a precious daughter who was kept under wraps and rarely participated in public activities. She thought she was just plain looking and shy, but unexpectedly, she was so beautiful. This, she couldn't compare in any aspect. So this is the legendary, mysterious Miss Su? After Xie finished seeing off the guests and returned to the banquet, he just happened to hear their conversation, gazing at Su Niansheng with astonishment, unable to look away. She was truly like a dazzling pearl embedded in the capital, shining brightly. Thank you. Hello, I am Xie. Nice to meet you. He extended his hand. The son of the real estate tycoon, Xie? She felt like she had seen him somewhere. Was it at the Golden Spike Awards in her previous life? Sitting next to Shen Juanqi? Su Niansheng was just about to shake hands when she realized that her hand was being held even tighter by Shen Juanqi. Xie noticed and exchanged a speechless glance with the boy, who silently warned him. It's just Juanqi. We're just making friends. Is it necessary to be so defensive? I'm about to get married. A married person should have fewer friends of the opposite sex. All right. Unexpectedly, he was so graceful in business but so petty privately. However, if he had such a beautiful girlfriend, he would be petty too. But today, I helped you socialize for a long time, battling with words for an afternoon. My saliva is all dried up. You should show some appreciation, right? Come to my house and play a couple of games with me. Shen Juanqi looked down and asked for her opinion. Su Niansheng shrugged indifferently. I have no problem with that. Miss Su is so generous. You. The three were just about to leave when Yao, who had been holding back and turning red in the face, finally couldn't help it and made one last effort. Are you really Shen Xiao's girlfriend? Su Niansheng hadn't answered yet when Shen Juanqi stepped in first. Of course, we've been dating for many years, and our relationship has always been stable. He thought this sentence would deter her, but unexpectedly, and Yao instead caught a hint of something from it. Dating for many years? Clearly, when she searched for his information online and asked her uncle, they all said he was single. How could a long-term girlfriend suddenly pop up with no prior hint? Logically, the union of the Shun family and the Su family should be a strong partnership, a match made in heaven, with no need to hide it. Could it be that Su Niansheng was just a temporary shield he used to fend her off, and not really his girlfriend at all? Thinking of this, her eyes lit up, and she looked at Xie with a pleading expression. Mr. Xie, can I also visit your house? Of course, I can never refuse a woman. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Niansheng noticed Shen Juanqi looking at her again. What does that mean? She didn't respond. However, Xie got the hint and frowned slightly, feeling displeased. Juanqi's constant reporting to his girlfriend made him seem like a big jerk. Let us go. I heard you got a new ride, the only one in the capital. Let me try it out. Xie drove. Shen Juanqi sat in the passenger seat, and the two girls were in the back seat. Taking this great opportunity, and Yao was determined to test whether Su Niansheng was really Shen Xiao's girlfriend. Miss Su, how long have you been dating Shen Xiao? She wore a friendly smile, but a hint of suspicion flashed in her eyes, perfectly captured by Su Niansheng. Testing her? Childhood sweethearts, innocent and naive, officially dating. After becoming adults. Do you know much about him? She began to press. I know everything. Whoosh, Xie. Upon hearing, I know everything, seemed to think of something and looked at the boy's lower body with an inappropriate gaze, whistling, wow. You really know him well. Is it one hand or two hands? Shen Juanqi, get out of the way. Can I ask you a few questions? Feel free to ask. And Yao, do you know Shen Xiao's height, weight, birthday, and a zodiac sign? Su Niansheng couldn't help but raise her eyebrows at the questions. These? You know all of them? Of course, this information is basic. As his girlfriend, you should know him better, right? As a super fan and ultimate secret admirer of Shen Juanqi, she had inquired and gathered all information about him, boasting that her knowledge was no less than anyone else's. Even compared to this girlfriend, that's really intense. Su Niansheng thought, answering one by one. His height is about 188 or 189, weight 65 kilograms, etc. As she spoke, a certain someone's enticing 8-pack abs flashed in her mind. He has been practicing boxing recently, gaining muscle, probably around 68 kilograms, 70 kilograms. His birthday is the same as mine, Gemini. She answered fluently, even updating her database, causing the confident smile hanging on Yao's lips to slowly fade. In the front seat, Shen Juanqi heard this and also relaxed his brows, looking pleased, seemingly satisfied with her answers. What color does he like the most? Do you know? The favorite. Sun Yinqing thought for a moment. Pink. Wrong. And Yao Yao seemed to finally catch her flaw, excitedly almost jumping up. It's blue and white. You don't even know this. Are you sure you've been dating for so long? Really? Sun Yinqing saw her excited expression and innocently said, but he said my mouth is pink, and he loves it. As soon as she said this, the car fell silent. Shun Juanxi's dark pupils narrowed slightly, staring deeply at the girl in the rearview mirror. Su Xiaosheng, so you can be like this. You. She was just answering questions. Yet she also flaunted their love, deliberately provoking her. And Yao Yao was furious and continued to ask, do you know his underwear size? Huh? Sun Yinqing was surprised. You even know this? Of course. Sun Yinqing saw her guilty expression, tapped her fingers and smiled, pretending to be shy. I know his sizes from childhood to now. Which period do you want to ask about? You. And Yao Yao was stunned by her boldness and their close relationship, momentarily forgetting what she was going to say. Wu Xiejian seemed to have heard some juicy gossip and couldn't help but whistle. This pair of childhood sweethearts is playing it too explosively. In the rearview mirror, Shen Juanxi's gaze on Sun Yinqing grew deeper, as if he wanted to absorb her completely, clearly captivated. From childhood to now, using this innocent face to say such things. He pressed his tongue against his chin, seemingly trying hard to suppress something, his Adam's apple rolling slightly, wanting to let her know his current size. Chapter 044. Pounced on by flirtation, what happened to us? Sun Yinqing said such an explicit line, yet her expression remained pure and flawless, blinking her curious eyes at her like an innocent girl who knew nothing of the world, leaving in Yao Yao speechless. She really had a thick face. She had previously thought that young Master Shen was enchanted by her beauty, but now it seemed that no man could resist the various tactics of a vixen. Do you have any more questions? No. She was speechless, not wanting to be fed dog food anymore, so she turned her head and ignored her. Cool. Little fangirl. Nailed it. Sun Yinqing revealed a triumphant smile, looking towards the front row, but unexpectedly caught the dark, ominous gaze of a boy in the rearview mirror, as if he wanted to devour her. Was she unsatisfactory in answering any of his questions? Why did his emotions suddenly become so off? As the car was about to arrive at the Xie family home, and Yao Yao's mood plummeted to rock bottom. If young Master Shen and Sun Yinqing were really a couple, then they were a perfect match with years of solid emotional foundation. If she continued to stir up trouble, wouldn't that be self-humiliation? But she really liked young Master Shen. She didn't want to let go so easily. After thinking it over, she decided to test it one last time. If it turned out to be true, she would let go. So, after getting out of the car, she watched as Shun Juanxi and Sun Yinqing naturally walked together and mustered her courage to say, since you say you're a couple, can you kiss in front of me? If they kissed in front of her, she would completely give up and no longer daydream about him. What? Sun Yinqing was so shocked by her words that her lollipop almost fell out of her mouth. Was this girl a bit out of her mind? She thought to herself, looking at Shun Juanxi, only to unexpectedly meet the flicker of expectation in his deep eyes, as if he were asking her, can we? Absolutely not. Was he doing this on purpose? Cough. She paused for a few seconds, cleared her throat, and put on a shy demeanor. Sorry. We don't have that kind of special preference for exposing ourselves in front of others. As she spoke, she quietly reached out and pinched Shun Juanxi's waist, full of warning, urging him to smooth things over quickly. Yes. Their refusal and reaction instantly reignited a glimmer of hope in Yao Yao, who felt like her heart had turned to ash. After years of growing up together, their relationship was so close that they even knew each other's underwear sizes. How could they possibly mind kissing in front of outsiders? If they wouldn't even want to peck on the lips, there must be something fishy going on. Forget it, missin'. Don't tease this little couple anymore. Some people can't handle the teasing. Xie Zhiling parked the car and walked over, teasingly glancing at his good brother, who had just been flirted with by his girlfriend and was now itching to pounce. He had never seen him like this before. But enough of that. Come check out the latest esports room I set up in my place. It's super cool. He pulled this huge light bulb away, and Sun Yinqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shin Xiaoxi, you little fangirl, you're not simple at all. Have you watched too many shoujo mangas? How can you say anything like that? She frowned slightly, but Shun Juanxi's attention was completely not on Yao Yao. Instead, He looked at her with a flicker of meaning in his eyes. Su Xiaosheng, I find that I still don't know you well enough. Su Niansheng, Is there anyone who knows her better than him? You have many surprises about you that I don't know. Such as? My little princess has grown up and understands many things. In the past, he was afraid that some ideas expressed or actions taken would scare her. So he cared for her meticulously. Now it seems that he won't have to restrain himself so much in the future. He smiled faintly, but from his clear brows and eyes, it was evident that he was in a very good mood. Hey, you have to say it, don't walk away. Entering the luxurious esports room of over 100 square meters at the CF family, Su Niansheng was stunned by the dazzling lights and booming music inside. This was too cool. Good eye. Xie Zhiling chose a team battle game on the screen and turned to toss a game controller to Shen Juanxi. Can you play this? Pair up. As soon as he finished speaking, and Yao Yao raised her hand, I want to team up with young Master Shen. Seeing this, Su Niansheng quickly stepped forward and hugged Shen Juanxi's arm. I want to team up with Shen Xiaoxi too, when the soft and delicate body of the girl nestled close. Accompanied by a sweet and spoiled voice, Shen Juanxi's eyebrows perked up and his heart blossomed. Pick, pick. Su Niansheng saw that he didn't speak and, feeling a bit annoyed, secretly stepped on his foot, squeezing out a few words through her teeth. Are you doing this on purpose? Do you enjoy being fought over by two girls? I enjoy being fought over by you. Shen Juanxi lowered his head, leaning close to her ear and chuckling softly. Seeing him act like a prince, deeply pleased, Su Niansheng couldn't help but grind her teeth. All right then, here she was going through all this trouble to act, helping him fend off romantic advances. And he was enjoying it, even teasing her. Since he was being so unkind, she wouldn't be kind either. Just as she was about to let go of him and turn against him, the next moment, Shen Juanxi wrapped his arm around her shoulders, pulling her in with such force that it seemed like he wanted to take her into his embrace completely. I of course choose my treasure. His voice was low and magnetic, mixed with a hint of youthful clarity, sending a tingling sensation through Su Niansheng, especially when he said the word treasure. Shen Xiaoxi, why did you suddenly become so sweet? She was stunned, and for a moment, she forgot what she wanted to say or do. Shen Juanxi lowered his gaze, looking at the bewildered girl like a well-behaved and soft kitten, wanting to cuddle her even more. Here, you insisted on eating dog food, so I'm feeding you too. Xie Zhiling tossed the controller to Yao Yao alone. Stop thinking about it. Team up with me. Oomph. And Yao Yao stomped her foot in anger. Have you played this game before? Shen Juanxi tilted his head, while Su Niansheng focused seriously on the screen. Let me take a look. After the rules were introduced, the game quickly began, with dazzling visuals and a rapidly changing rhythm, leaving both girls feeling overwhelmed. Chapter 045, Jun Ge. You're so awesome, I've never played this game before. And Yao Yao awkwardly held the game controller and looked at Shen Juanxi with a pitiful expression. Shen Xiao, can you teach me how to play? TSK. Su Niansheng furrowed her brows upon seeing this. This girl really has no shame. Huh? It seems that without some strong measures today, she won't be deterred. With that thought, she stood up and moved closer to Shen Juanxi. I haven't played either. Can you teach me too? Okay. Shen Juanxi patiently took the controller and began explaining to her. First, get familiar with the controller. See these buttons? The left LT is for switching abilities, LB is for the wheel function, right RT is for falling, and RB is for sprinting. Oh dear, Su Niansheng listened, biting her pink lips in distress, and complained in a flirtatious tone. Jun Ge, I can't remember just by listening. Can you teach me hand in hand? Hearing her voice, Shen Juanxi's gaze changed instantly, and Yao Yao widened her eyes. This vixen even called him Jun Ge. How disgusting. Xie Zhilin watched with interest from the side. This Miss Su really knows how to play. No wonder she has Shunxi bewitched. Okay. Shen Juanxi's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, his long arm wrapping around the girl's slender waist, holding her soft little hand. Like this, press the LB button first and select. As he spoke, his voice suddenly trembled, and he found it hard to breathe. Su Niansheng noticed Shen Juanxi's dazed expression and, with a slight smirk that seemed provocative, directly sat on his lap. Like this, it seems more convenient. The girl's round and bouncy, peach-shaped bottom suddenly landed on the boy, causing Shen Juanxi's thigh muscles to tense up almost instantly. and veins on his forehead began to throb. She and Yao Yao wanted to jump up in anger. What is she doing in public? She claimed she didn't like to expose herself. But look at her. She is more open than anyone. Oh, dear Xie, Jilin averted his gaze, playing with the game in his hands, remarking with double meanings, this is really exciting. Should we continue? Sun Niansheng felt Shun Junxi's movements freeze and gently urged him, come on, keep going. While urging, she unconsciously twisted her body, the stimulating sensation igniting a fire within the boy's dark eyes, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead, a nameless heat burning from his dry lips to his taut abdomen. The girl he adored was sitting in his lap, being flirtatious and swinging her legs. So fragrant, so soft, so tempting, he couldn't focus on the game anymore, only wanted to press her down and take her right there. Sun Niansheng watched as he became lost in thought, and after some chaotic button mashing, their game character had already died 3 times in 2 minutes, making her question the truth of Duan Chengyu's words. Shen Xiaoxi, are you really an esports master? How can you not even pass the easy mode? She turned her face slightly, casting a doubtful look. Are you even capable? The words capable struck a nerve in the boy's pride, causing his narrow eyes to narrow dangerously. For a moment, his chaotic thoughts became clear, and his voice came out as if squeezed through his teeth. Look closely and see if I am capable. He spoke hoarsely and began to operate the game. Sun Niansheng watched as his actions suddenly became smooth and exhilarating, unable to help but cheer. Ah yes. Jungu is so awesome, so great. This is amazing. As she called out, some key phrases drilled into Shun Junxi's mind, causing him to falter again. As if he imagined something, blood surged within him, and certain places began to ache. Don't call out. He couldn't help but stop her, his voice already rough and hoarse. Sun Niansheng was confused. What? He is so strict when playing games. He won't even let me celebrate. Let us play another round. No more. Shen Jun, she threw the game controller aside. One round had already drained all his willpower. If they played again, he would break down. Really? Sun Niansheng turned her face again, questioning him. You can't last more than 3 seconds? The term 3 seconds was sensitive enough. But Shen Jun, she no longer had the strength to prove himself. All his energy was spent resisting her breath, her voice, and her body. Unable to resist, he simply gave in. Don't move, let me catch my breath. One of his hands tightly gripped her delicate waist, pulling her into his embrace. His deep, suppressed voice was husky and carried a hint of pleading, beads of sweat trickling down his furrowed brow, flowing over his handsome face that was slightly distorted by desire. And afraid she would see, he buried his head in her thick, fragrant hair. Baby, my darling, I like you so much, I want you so badly. In his mind, thousands of long-held sweet nothings and countless dirty thoughts were all aimed at her. But in the end, they all turned into a restrained and unbearable sigh. Sheng Sheng. Sun Niansheng originally wanted to ask him what he needed to catch his breath from, the game feel. But instead, she heard that alluring, captivating voice calling her name, just like when he called her darling at the door, making her shiver and inexplicably soften, responding instinctively. Her gentle reply made Shun Jun, she feel like he could do anything, his rationality gradually collapsing, teetering on the edge of losing control. His hand gently caressed her beautiful face, his thumb suddenly gripping her chin forcefully, wanting to lean down and kiss her. Meanwhile, Yao Yao watched, furious as she saw the boy, lost and infatuated, clearly bewitched by the vixen, and her face turned green with anger. Her Shun Xiao, just like that. He was fooled by the vixen. She covered her mouth, wanting to cry, glaring at Sun Niansheng, and quickly ran out of the esports room. If she didn't leave now, these two would start doing it right in front of her. It was simply too much. Xiejilin also couldn't take it anymore. The atmosphere was too intense. Even if he was a single dog, he couldn't handle it. This couple was about as sweetened into syrup. It was terrifyingly sticky. I'll go get you some drinks. He quickly made an excuse to escape. Sun Niansheng felt a sense of accomplishment when Yao Yao left, immediately standing up excitedly. Shen Xiaoxi, we did it. Your rotten peach blossom has been cut off by me. We don't need to act anymore. Shun Junxi, who had been frozen in the air after the kiss, suddenly felt as if he had been doused with cold water, waking up abruptly, but his handsome face, soaked with sweat, and his deep, intense gaze still showed that he was lost in desire. Huh? Sun Niansheng was curious. Why didn't Tihi react? Was Tihi unhappy that Yao left? But if her gaze shifted slightly downwards, she would know just how great his reaction was. You. She was about to speak when the boy stood up and headed to the bathroom without looking back. The same reaction, the same figure. Even a somewhat similar scene reminded Sun Niansheng of their last encounter with the toad in the back garden. She looked down at herself, then at the tightly closed bathroom door, and a surge of anger ignited within her. Shun Xiaoxi. Was it because she was sitting on his lap that it triggered his cleanliness obsession, making him go to the bathroom to clean up? Chapter 046 only allowed to do this to him. This bastard really needs to be taught a lesson. This time, she must give him a good lesson. She couldn't rush in right now and could only vent her anger through the game, but after playing 1 game, 2 games, 3 games, half an hour passed, and Shun Juanxi still hadn't come out. No way. Is this person washing for so long? Is he about to lose his skin? She was puzzled and angrily ran over. Ready to knock on the door. Crash, the door opened. The boy walked out, and the irritability he had before going in had dissipated. His face didn't look so terrifying anymore, but there were faint traces of redness at the corners of his eyes. It seemed like he had just experienced something stimulating. Or maybe he was satisfied. Shun Xiaoxi. What do you mean? Sun Niansheng was about to reprimand him when he preemptively spoke up. Sun Niansheng. He suddenly called her by her full name, leaving the girl stunned. The desire that was about to erupt was dispelled, and the boy, who had temporarily entered a zen-like state, realized something more important, his brows slightly furrowing. You're no longer a child. Huh? You should have some basic gender awareness and can't get too close to boys casually. Looking at her reaction when she just got up, it was completely unconscious, her eyes filled with a thirst for victory, without a hint of desire. If one day, something similar happened elsewhere with other boys. He thought about it, and was driven mad. Absolutely not. Huh? Sun Niansheng was confused by what he said, and then she realized. He wouldn't be blaming her for sitting on his lap just now, would he? This ungrateful, heartless person. Who was she doing this for? She was furious, her fist clenched tightly. Shen Xiaoxi, are you even human? I did that just to help you fend off peach blossoms. If it were someone else, I would never do that. As soon as she finished speaking, a spark suddenly ignited in Shun Juanxi's dim eyes. Really? Only doing this for me? What else? Her fists pounded like drumbeats, anger falling into his chest. But for the boy, it was as sweet as a surprise candy bomb. Not only are you not grateful, but you also say I'm being casual. I'm sorry. Shun Juanxi grabbed her wrist, pulling her forcefully into his embrace, his eyes sparkling with unparalleled joy. I'm sorry. Sheng Sheng. He was afraid that she would do the same with others, and that would drive him insane. Unexpectedly, he was the only one special. Is Sheng Sheng, his baby. It's too late to apologize now. Sun Niansheng stomped her foot and pushed him away, but he held her tighter, softly coaxing her. Then what should I do? You say it, and I will do it. Really? Sun Niansheng paused, thinking about how to punish him. During this time, it seemed she had spoiled him too much. Not only did she report everything to him, but she even casually called him Junge. So he had become more and more arrogant and controlling over her. No, she must establish her authority. Then you call me sister. Shun Juanxi was taken aback upon hearing this. Sun Niansheng felt the proud curve of her lips, knowing that this person, who had never been willing to call her sister since childhood, must be very troubled. Thinking this, the boy said in a deep voice, okay. He agreed. Shun Juanxi lowered his head, his high nose slightly rubbing against her thick, soft long hair from her ear to her cheek, his warm breath slowly cascading down, making Sun Niansheng's nerves feel numb for a moment, not noticing how close they were or how intimate their actions were. Then, his lips brushed against her fair, delicate face, as if kissing her, and he called out, Sheng Sheng's sister. Sun Niansheng let out a dazed hum, and, after a few seconds, she finally reacted. Huh? Shun. Yun. See. You have another crime now, being untrustworthy. Huh? The boy chuckled softly, with a layer of deep affection hidden under his raven black eyelashes. Sheng Sheng, can you change to another one? Anything but this. No way, big liar, I want you to call me sister. Sun Yinsheng lifted her foot and stepped on him. What? You want me? Shen Juanshi didn't resist anymore, slightly raising his lips, deliberately misinterpreting her words, looking nonchalant, which made the girl even angrier. Perverted. You're done for. Woo-woo-woo. And Yao Yao ran out, crying loudly. And while crying, she felt something was a bit off. Just now, their behavior was too deliberate, like they were acting. If she went back now, she should be able to see their true state. Thinking this, she tiptoed back to the esports room, looking through the crack in the door, and saw, without her and Xie present, their behavior was even more intimate and natural. Sun Yinsheng seemed to be angry. Shen Xiao was tightly hugging her from behind, playing with her hand while gently coaxing her. The affection in his clear brows and eyes was unmasked, making her so jealous she could almost grind her teeth to dust. However, what was even scarier was their conversation. Shen Xiao, Sheng Sheng, let's go home, okay? Sun Yinsheng, no way. Don't try to change the subject. If you don't call me sister today, don't expect me to talk to you. Shen Xiao, but it's time. Our child should be hungry. Sun Yinsheng, isn't the nanny at home? Shen Xiao, you spoil it so much that it doesn't recognize anyone else now. Only recognizes you as its real mother. Ah, and Yao Yao couldn't take it anymore, feeling a chill run down her spine, letting out a scream of despair. They actually already had a child. How old are they? It's simply too perverted. Inside the room, the two heard the scream and curiously looked outside, only to see in Yao Yao's terrified eyes and her fleeing figure. The air became momentarily stagnant. After a long time, Sun Yinsheng finally realized she might have misunderstood something. No, there's no way it would scare her this much. Did she overhear us talking and think Xiao Sanhua was our child? That's right. Shen Juanshi smirked, revealing a mischievous smile. Xiao Sanhua is indeed our child. A furry child is also a child. Chapter 047, she was supported by a rich man, Kyoto University. In the evening, a post and countless photos exploded across the campus forum. Shun Xiao publicly pursues the campus beauty. The campus prince walks into the rainy night, attached images. Koenigsegg, Shun Juanshi holding an umbrella for Sun Yinsheng. Shi Bai completely soaked. Oh my gosh. What explosive news is this? I can hardly believe my eyes. Thanks for the invite. I'm on site. It's really shocking. Shun Xiao is so romantic. I swear no woman can refuse his confession. Whoa, I always thought Shun Xiao was cold-hearted and indifferent to women. But it turns out he just hadn't met someone who made his heart race. My CP has come true. I knew something was off with him recently. No way. So the hottest topic in our forum, did Sun Yinsheng manage to pursue Shi Bai today, is finally going to be closed? Hard to say. Sun Yinsheng likes Shi Bai so much, she shouldn't let go easily. Come on. Shun Xiao crushes Shi Bai in every aspect. If I were Sun Yinsheng, I would definitely choose him. Sun Yinsheng has been pursuing Shi Bai for so many years, and she hasn't seen any response at all. Even if she liked him, her spirit would have been worn down. Do you think Shi Bai really doesn't like Sun Yinsheng at all? Then why did he choose to take the modeling class? Why did he look so bad when he saw Sun Yinsheng with Shun Xiao? And even got caught in the rain? He even gave his umbrella to Lin Yishuan. You can't guess the campus prince's thoughts. The number of replies quickly exceeded 1,000, reaching the top of the charts, and everyone was eagerly gossiping. However, by midnight, another post quietly appeared, posted by a newly created account, titled, Sun Yinsheng's pursuit of Shi Bai failed. She willingly fell into depravity, and was supported by Shun Xiao at a high price in an instant. The forum exploded again. Oh my god, is this true? You can't just say this kind of thing. Poster, 100 true. If not, I will have bad luck in the future. I believe you, poster. What kind of identity and status does Shun Xiao have? What is Sun Yinsheng worth? She's just a bit pretty, and even Shi Bai doesn't want her. Does she even deserve to climb onto Shun Xiao's high branch? It's definitely just for fun. By the way, can you reveal how much the support fee is? Poster, 20,000. Only 20,000, that's not much. Poster, she is only worth this price. 20,000 is already a lot. Okay? That's 240,000 a year, enough for me to buy a house back home. I seriously suspect she had other benefactors before Shen Xiao. Otherwise, how could she have this much money? Poster, definitely. Her family just collects garbage. I really didn't expect her to be this kind of woman. Selling her body for money. Poster, There are many things you don't know. I have a lot of her secrets. All of them are unspeakable. Please, please, please. Then she must really love Sheng Bai, donating all the hard-earned money she made outside to him. Haha. Unfortunately, Sheng Bai had no interest in such a dirty woman. He liked Lin Yishuan from the art department. Lin Yishuan sat in front of her computer, typing rapidly on the keyboard, the green glow reflecting her extremely proud face. Together with Shun Junshi's fans, and those who coveted Sun Niansheng, they vented their anger at the previous post, Twisted Psychology, and were incredibly happy. However, most people who clicked on this post maintained a skeptical attitude. Who is this poster? Why do they speak so confidently? As if they know all the details, even the specific support fee? Yeah. Since they open a post, they should expose their identity and report it in real name. Otherwise, treat it as slander. These black materials appeared too suddenly, right? Why hadn't we heard about them before? Gossiping. As the sky began to brighten, the heat of this black post increased, surpassing the previous red post, and it was subtly trending towards going viral. Lin Yishuan was afraid that the situation would escalate and affect her, so she urgently deleted the post. But the screenshots had already been widely circulated, and the rumors spread throughout the campus. The next morning, when Sun Niansheng arrived at school, she received many unusual glances, and people were whispering and pointing behind her back, thinking it was a chain reaction from Shun Junshi's confession. She didn't take it seriously until she reached the Qihong building and heard Duan Qingyu cursing. Damn it! Which heartless person dared to spread rumors about my sister Sheng Sheng in the forum? If I catch him, I'll break his legs. A newly created account. It's obvious someone did this on purpose. Give me the ID. She walked around a pillar and saw Zhongzhe, Duan Qingyu, and a very grim-faced Shun Junshi. What's going on? What are you discussing? Nothing. Just waiting for you to attend class. Upon seeing her, the three immediately returned to normal, as if nothing had happened, chatting casually. Really? Sun Niansheng raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Let me see your phone. Just as she was about to take Duan Qingyu's phone, Shun Junshi snatched it away with his height advantage. There's really nothing, just some trash videos he's watching, not suitable for young girls. Duan Qingyu. Jungo, if you want to protect her, you don't have to slander me, right? Oh, Sun Niansheng nodded. I don't believe it. If you won't show me, that's fine. I have my own phone. She opened the Kyoto University forum and saw countless screenshots of slanderous posts. Zhongzhe bit his lip, hesitating to speak. Duan Qingyu gasped, and Shun Junshi furrowed his brow. Sheng Sheng, I will clarify this at school, and I will find out who this person is. No need. The three of them looked at her with concern, but they saw her looking calm and unbothered after reading it. I thought it was something serious, just this. Although, it's a bit ridiculous that the support fee is only 20,000. Can't they make up a higher amount? Zhongzhe and Duan Qingyu. They thought she would be so angry she would cry upon seeing this post, but they didn't expect her to be so calm, even making jokes. Her heart is really strong. What's there to be surprised about? Beautiful women have these kinds of troubles. Sun Niansheng said narcissistically, comforting them instead. Moreover, I know this person. Who? Shun Junshi's eyes narrowed sharply, fierce and piercing. Who else would spread rumors about her except Lin Yishuan? Moreover, still using such low-level, ridiculous means. You don't need to help with this matter, nor do I need to clarify. Responding to baseless rumors will only trap me in a self-justifying trap, making things more complicated later on. I have my own way to deal with it, so don't worry. She threw him a reassuring look and walked towards the classroom. Let's go to class first. Right now, earning enough credits is the most important thing for her. Then, Duan Qingyu hesitated to glance at Shun Junshi. Jungo, are we still investigating? Investigate. First, ban the forum. Delete all related posts. Got it, leave it to me. Chapter 048. Their affection hurt her eyes. Lin Yishuan logged back into the forum and searched for terms like Sun Niansheng being kept in Sun Niansheng 2W, only to find all the content gone. She couldn't help but feel a mix of anger and relief. Relieved that everyone knew about the incident, and also relieved that it seemed like young Master Shun didn't actually like Sun Niansheng as much as he appeared to in public. All he did for her was delete the posts, without even a formal clarification. This meant her guess was right. Young Master Shun merely regarded her as a plaything, just a way to pass the time without any genuine feelings. In a cheerful mood, She hummed a tune while putting on makeup, dressing up carefully in her dormitory before heading to the Binjiang building for the launch ceremony of Because of Love. This short drama project was something she had been vying for since last year. After going through numerous screenings and interviews, memorizing the script thoroughly, and communicating daily with the director and screenwriter, she had worked hard to secure this role. Although it wasn't a big production, it was her first step into the entertainment industry, which she cherished greatly. However, when she arrived at the venue with a beaming smile, the director suddenly informed her that she had been replaced. What? Her expression changed instantly, thinking the director was joking. How could this be possible? Director, are you kidding me? I'm not that free. Look, the new actress is already here and is offering incense. The director pointed to a girl in a pink dress, who had just finished offering incense and was now chatting warmly with the male lead, making Lin Yishuan panic. It was true. Director, why? Didn't you say I was the most suitable choice for this role? Why are you replacing me now without even giving a reason? The director shook his head helplessly. Who knew she had offended someone suddenly? The higher-ups directly stated that if she participated, the project would never get released. So he hurriedly removed her name from the cast list. Director, please, you can ask me for anything, and if you're not satisfied, I can make changes. But please don't replace me. I have invested so much in this project. It's my internship assignment for university and is linked to my graduation thesis. All right. The director was becoming impatient with her entanglement. Anything can be requested, right? Yes. Do you know why that actress was able to come in suddenly? Lin Yishuan shook her head. She is a somewhat famous internet celebrity on Dole, bringing in 800,000 to the production. Even the red envelopes given to the staff at today's launch ceremony were 500 each. Can you do that? Lin Yishuan was left speechless after hearing this. All right, hurry back and don't disturb the filming here. Lin Yishuan said nothing, gripping her hands tightly, looking at him, at the actress who replaced her, and at the entire crew filled with resentment. After a long time, she uncontrollably threw her bag. Is it just about money? Just wait. One day, she would be richer than anyone else, more powerful than anyone else, making those who look down on her unable to reach her. Be a campus rumor buster? President, is this event really that important? Can we trouble you to personally hand out flyers? At the school gate, students were rushing to grab flyers from Bai, joking around. He smiled faintly, saying it was a project that the school needed to promote especially. Then we will definitely respond positively. Thank you. He turned and continued handing out flyers, but inadvertently saw a black Bentley in the distance, from which two familiar figures stepped out, Niansheng and Sheng Sheng. He froze for a moment, the smile at the corner of his mouth slowly fading. After getting out of the car, Niansheng hurriedly ran towards the school, only to be pulled back by Sheng Sheng, saying she hadn't eaten breakfast yet. There's no time. The French class is about to start. If I don't get in now, I'll be late. You have to eat breakfast even if you're late. Sheng Sheng unwrapped a sandwich, twisted off the cap of the milk, and handed it to her. Niansheng rolled her eyes, saying, Sheng Sheng, you're so annoying. I want to eat. What can you do about it? Are you sure? Sheng Sheng raised his eyebrows playfully. Niansheng nodded firmly, saying, definitely, absolutely. All right then, I'll chew it up and feed it to you. Niansheng was disgusted and, under his pressure, had no choice but to open her mouth to eat. Wouldn't it have been better to do this earlier? Sheng Sheng patted her head, his eyes filled with affectionate laughter. President? Nearby, the student council members noticed Bai was distracted and his expression was getting worse, curiously following his gaze and witnessing the scene. Is that young Master Shen and Niansheng? Why did they get out of the same car so early in the morning? They look so intimate. Not hiding it at all, could it be? But they're living together? That's too fast, right? Just a few days ago, wasn't he still pursuing her? Are the rumors true? Niansheng is being kept by young Master Shen? It should be true. Otherwise, how could a college student start living together so quickly? Oh my God, I didn't expect her to be that kind of person, willing to sell everything for money. No wonder our president has been defending her these days, not only cleaning up the forum, but also organizing a special event to counter campus rumors. Shut up. A group of people started to gossip, only to be interrupted by Bai's cold reprimand. President, among them, a junior who admired him felt wronged by his shout, tears welling up in her eyes. Such a girl isn't worth your. Before she could finish, Sheng Sheng turned and walked away. President. After 3 consecutive long classes, soon Niansheng was exhausted. She walked to the small garden to relax. But just as she lay down on a cool bench, she heard a cold voice, soon Niansheng. Turning around, she was surprised to see Sheng Sheng. What was he doing here? Her brows furrowed slightly. She was already annoyed by class, and now she had to deal with such a buzzkill. Picking up her backpack and preparing to leave, she saw him walk straight towards her, blocking her path. Is there something you need? She asked sharply. Could it be that he was here to apologize for wrongly accusing her in the studio last time? As if she couldn't be bothered to watch his insincere performance. Sheng Sheng stopped in front of her, his gaze fixed, not blinking. His naturally cold white phoenix eyes made it hard to discern his emotions. Soon Niansheng waited for a second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Growing impatient, she stood up to leave, but her wrist was suddenly grabbed by the boy. Chapter 049 Jealousy burns, reasoning, let go of me. She almost instantly shook him off, as if shaking off a flood or a wild beast. Her decidedly resistant posture deeply pierced Sheng Sheng's eyes. Clearly, in the morning, she was so ambiguous and intimate with Shun Jiuanxi, laughing so happily, but now, just a slight touch from him triggered such a big reaction. The narrow-mindedness and jealousy that silently grew from the bones burned his reasoning. Sun Niansheng, do you have no sense of shame? Is it so easy for you to demean yourself, to lack self-respect and self-love? What? After he finished speaking, Sun Niansheng looked up in disbelief, seeing that pair of cold eyes, which had somehow filled with contempt, disdain, and intense anger. What did you say? Sheng Sheng also realized that his words were a bit harsh, but the images that had been circling in his mind all day made it impossible for his emotions to calm down. What is your relationship with Shun Jiuanxi? Why did you get out of the same car? Huh. Before Sun Niansheng could finish listening, she scoffed. So, he was questioning her based on the rumors online. She thought he was here to apologize. How funny, really funny. She had never heard such ugly words in her life, and today, she heard them from his mouth. Perhaps because she had given up pursuing him this lifetime, he simply stopped pretending and showed his true colors. Do I need to explain myself to you? Sun Niansheng's eyes were filled with sarcasm. What are you to me? Sheng Sheng quietly clenched his fists. Furthermore, in terms of lacking self-respect and self-love, you and Lin Yixuan should be even worse than me, right? 2 people who had always pretended and used her, and in a past life publicly cheated. Now they had the audacity to spread rumors about her online, and one even came to question her directly. They really had no shame. After finishing, Sun Niansheng turned and left, not wanting to look at him even once more. But Sheng Sheng was stunned by her last sentence. After a long time, the coldness in his eyes gradually began to show a glimmer of hope. She was deliberately distancing herself and avoiding him because she misunderstood his relationship with Lin Yixuan. Was she deliberately getting close to Shun Jiuanxi because she was angry with him? Cheng Hao was waiting outside the small garden. After a while, he finally saw the boy come out. However, his expression had changed from the previous overcast to a warm spring breeze, with a hint of an uncontainable smile. How was it? He proudly placed his hands on his hips. I told you the school beauty was acting strangely lately because she was jealous, but you didn't believe me. She likes you so much. How could she easily give up? Just now, I even saw her running out with a flushed face. You must have teased her and made her shy, right? Have the misunderstandings between you been cleared up? Soon. That's good, but Bai, I've noticed you've been paying more attention to her lately. Sure, Bai said nothing and walked straight toward the teaching building. Hey, Cheng Hao looked at his back, lost in thought. In the past, he thought Bai was just being tsundere, that he had already wavered in his heart due to the school beauty's relentless pursuit. But now it seemed that it was definitely more than mere wavering. The feelings he hid for the school beauty were much deeper than he had guessed. The Jing University Forum, which had been continuously banned for a while, finally allowed entry again. And everyone thought they would see an explanation from either Xin Xiao or Sun Niansheng. Unexpectedly, the first thing that came was an irrelevant statement debunking rumors. The Student Union Joint Department solemnly declares, President Sheng Bai and Art Department's Lin Yixuan are merely neighbors, and there is no liking or pursuing relationship as circulated online. We hope everyone does not spread rumors, believe in rumors, or pass on rumors. Huh? Why did the school hunk debunk the rumors first? I want to see what Shun Xiao and Su Niansheng have to say. Exactly. I'm more interested in their matter. Since part of it has been debunked, does that mean the other part is also false? Not necessarily. Debunking doesn't mean it's true, right? Before those celebrities collapsed, who didn't firmly claim their innocence, then this is unsolvable. Those who believe will still believe, and those who don't will still not believe. Maybe Bai is debunking it for those who are willing to believe? What does that mean? Why do I feel like I've suddenly stumbled upon expired candy between the school beauty and school hunk? Bai, wouldn't he be intentionally debunking rumors for Su Niansheng to see? Really? Didn't he say he didn't like Su Niansheng? But his attitude has indeed been a bit confusing lately. Yes. When he was pursued by Su Niansheng before, rumors were flying everywhere. And he never debunked them even once, let alone so formally using the student union's official account. Hello, Su Niansheng. Congratulations on winning first place in the top 10 universities in the capital's best singer selection. The event sponsor, Orange Soda Music app, will provide you with an annual spokesperson contract. Please arrive at New Moon Bay at 10 a.m. tomorrow to sign it and cooperate in shooting related advertising materials. Su Niansheng had just finished school when she received this message. Orange Soda? She remembered. The Best Singer Competition Guide did mention that if one placed in the top 3, there would be an opportunity to become the spokesperson for the hottest music app. But she wasn't interested in this and didn't want to enter the entertainment industry. She participated only to ensure Lin Yishuan could be eliminated. She replied to the message, preparing to decline. Unexpectedly, they sent another message, the key content being, this champion prize spokesperson fee totals 2 million. 2 million. She hesitated. Although this amount of money wasn't much, it was indeed her first bucket of gold earned through her own efforts. If she could use this money to buy a gift for her family, it would not only be meaningful, but they would also be happy, and it would help them believe in her sincerity for this change. Right, their S also Shun Xiaoxi. Their birthdays are coming up. Received. The next morning, Su Niansheng arrived at New Moon Bay on time. Along with her, 2 girls from the Capital Drama Academy and Technology University also received spokesperson roles. The staff had arrived early to welcome them, leading them upstairs while explaining the signing matters and the advertising shooting content. Later, there would be a member of the BOMM boy band, Yabin, shooting with them, so they must pay attention to the director's positioning requirements. Ah, is it really Yabin? I've been liking him so much lately. He's such a sweet little puppy type. I've been a fan of this group for many years, and they've finally become popular. Yes, it's not easy. The 2 girls excitedly discussed, and the staff kindly reminded them that if they liked him, they could ask for his autograph after the shoot, but they must not disturb him while working. Okay, the 2 girls nodded, and when they entered the makeup room, they finally understood why the staff had given that reminder. Chapter 050. So tender, so beautiful. Can you be a little softer? As soon as they stepped in, they heard an impatient scolding voice. It hurts. Are you clumsy? Is this your first day on the job? After scolding the makeup artist, Yabin's gaze swept over 2 unfamiliar girls who looked stiff and reserved, which made him even more irritated. Newcomers, more newcomers. He was already annoyed from only getting 3 hours of sleep last night, and today his teammates were all arranged to accompany wealthy women at a jewelry banquet, where they only needed to chat and flirt to earn a hefty commission and resources. Meanwhile, he had to shoot an advertisement with these inexperienced newcomers. Just thinking about it made him angry. He was so mad he wanted to smash a cup, but just as he picked it up, he saw a figure walking in. A girl dressed in a light pink satin dress entered, her long hair flowing, skin whiter than snow, and her features stunningly beautiful, exuding an otherworldly aura like a fairy untouched by dust. Yabin stared, mesmerized. After years in the industry, he had seen all kinds of beauties, but he had never encountered someone who combined purity and seduction to such an extent, making his heart race and his eyes unable to look away. She was simply too beautiful. Who is she? His tone softened suddenly. The cup he was holding was slowly put down. The little assistant glanced back and said, "Oh, they are also the spokesperson for this orange soda. I heard they were selected from the best singer competition in universities." So, she is a university student. No wonder she looks so young. Maybe she is still a virgin. So beautiful, so young, and so clean. Yabin couldn't help but swallow. Just then, a staff member happened to walk by with the script, instructing them on their positions. Yabin directly said, "Let her stand next to me." The beautiful girl on the far left. Sun Yinsheng looked up and met his gaze. "Yes, it's you." He smiled broadly, but it couldn't hide the strong desire and confidence radiating from him, making Sun Yinsheng frown in disgust. "All right." The staff immediately responded, signaling her wildly. "Aren't you going to thank Brother Bin?" Sun Yinsheng replied, "It doesn't matter. I can stand anywhere." The staff member. Newcomers really have no emotional intelligence. What a waste of such a stunning face. "Oh," she asked, quite spirited. "Not a pushover." "I like that." Yabin took a sip of coffee. While she was getting her makeup done, he walked over without even having his own look ready, casually leaning on the chair. "Hello, I'm Yabin, the lead singer of BOMM, you know? Sorry, I'm not very familiar with the entertainment industry." "Oh, nowadays, university students don't follow stars anymore." Having been approached countless times throughout her life, Sun Yinsheng had become adept at discerning whether others were admiring, jealous, or had ulterior motives. Moreover, he was being so blatant about it. She didn't want to engage with him and happened to receive a WeChat message from Shun Junshi. So she picked up her phone and began chatting intently. "Where are you?" "At a popular cake shop in the suburbs, buying new desserts." "Liar." How did he figure that out? It seems knowing too much isn't good. Seeing her ignore him, Yabin understood. The little fairy was relying on her youth and beauty, acting aloof. Wait until she saw the money. Her eyes would light up. "How much are you getting paid for this ad?" His tone turned flirtatious. Sun Yinsheng looked up from her phone, her eyes filled with warning. "That's none of your business. You've crossed the line." "Crossed the line? Is this what crossing the line looks like?" He suddenly leaned down, getting close to her ear, inhaling her scent, and said, "I'm interested in you. Stick with me, and I'll give you triple the advertising fee for a year. Get lost." Before she could finish, she issued an eviction order, attracting the attention of some people in the makeup room. But Yabin just smiled, not taking her anger seriously. "What's wrong?" "Not enough. If it's not enough, I can add more, quadruple, 5 times. Sun Yinsheng's anger was building. "How much do you think you're worth? Or has someone already offered to support you?" "Probably those old bald men with beer bellies, barely alive, right? They can't compare to a young and strong little puppy like me." "Ah." Before he could finish, he let out a scream. Sun Yinsheng grabbed a bottle of makeup remover in front of her, twisted the cap off, and splashed it all over his face. "Is your makeup too heavy? There are so many mirrors in this room. Can't you see what you look like? Your face is pale, your lips are dark, your eye bags are about to drop, yet you call yourself young and strong? I see this little puppy of yours is indeed a bit powerful. Dog shit." After she finished, she put down the bottle. A gasp echoed through the makeup room. The makeup artist was heartbroken. He had spent 3 hours on that makeup. God knows how hard it was to do. The 2 girls beside her were so shocked, their jaws almost dropped. They didn't expect this girl, who looked ethereal, to have such a sharp tongue. Dog shit was simply too funny. The BOMM team staff were flustered and stood up, exclaiming, "Oh my God, where did this newcomer come from? She really doesn't know the height of heaven and the depth of earth, daring to splash Brother Bin." And Yabin was furious. With both his status as a star and a man being provoked, he lost control of his emotions and grabbed something nearby, ready to throw it at Sun Yinsheng. "You're looking for death. Go ahead and throw it." Sun Yinsheng calmly raised her phone, turning on the camera to face him. "Just right to let the vast number of netizens see your true self." The 2 girls beside her also quietly opened their cameras. Ever since they entered, he had treated them poorly and made sarcastic comments about newcomers, so they were already disillusioned with him. Not to mention now, he was harassing a beautiful girl and even tried to hit her. The difference in his appearance after removing his makeup was striking, and they wanted to fight back. Seeing the situation, the BOMM team staff rushed over to intervene. No, Brother Bin, don't get worked up over an ignorant little newcomer. Yeah, it's not worth it to create a scandal over a small nobody. Stop filming. All of you get out." Yabin angrily pushed them away. "Didn't you hear how this bitch insulted me? If she doesn't apologize to me today and let me vent my anger, she won't be able to leave this makeup room." What is going on? What's going on?" The staff rushed over, seeing the tense atmosphere, and without thinking, they directly urged Sun Yinsheng quickly apologize to Brother Bin. Sun Yanseng is native. Her phone still recording. The one who should apologize is him. Are you stupid? As long as you're willing to lower your head and apologize. Say a few nice words, this matter will pass. Otherwise, today's shoot will not proceed. Chapter 051. Stunning top star. Want to shoot kisses and hug with her? Yibin, disheveled and grinning like a vicious dog ready to pounce, glared at her. Did she still think she could shoot? Cancel her spokesperson title. Otherwise, I won't participate. No, no, no. Brother Bin, calm down. Look at the mess this is causing. Sun Niansheng, what are you still doing? Hurry up and apologize, so noisy. Just as everyone was at a standstill, a particularly lazy female voice suddenly came through. What is going on? Is it too noisy to film? Everyone looked up, and when they saw that familiar, beautiful face that had long dominated the big screen, they all gasped in unison. Ah, it's Li Qianchu. She was the true superstar. The star among stars, with popularity and traffic levels 800 times ahead of the second place. And her status had remained unshaken for years. Debuting as a child star, she shot to fame overnight. Since then, whether it was movies, TV dramas, or variety shows, everything was a hit. She had countless top fashion resources and acting awards, firmly sitting on the throne of top flow for decades, with no one able to shake her even a little. In recent years, she expanded her business empire, and the artists signed under her entertainment company were flourishing, making her the most dazzling presence in the entertainment industry. She wore a sexy, deep V-red dress, casually draped with a fringe shawl, her long curly hair cascading down to her waist. Just standing there casually, her aura overshadowed everyone. God, how could she be here? Even in such chaos, Baum's manager, assistants, and advertising staff all rushed forward wanting to get her autograph and take photos. After all, usually, wanting to see her meant being lost in a sea of people or being in high-end occasions they couldn't even dare to dream of. Even the furious Yibin's expression changed instantly. He quickly tidied up his messy hair and jogged over, greeting her with a flattering smile. Seniorly, sorry to disturb you. I'm Yibin, the lead singer of BOMM. I didn't know you were filming next door today. I'm really sorry. Li Qianchu glanced at him, drenched and with a face that was a patchwork of black and white, looking extremely unappealing. She disdainfully ignored his outstretched hand. In this day and age, anyone could be in a boy band? Really not picky. What kind of look is this? Yabin secretly gritted his teeth, glaring at Sun Niansheng with loathing. It was all her fault. She made him look like this and embarrassed him in front of such a top senior. Just wait and see how he would deal with her later. Li Qianchu couldn't be bothered to look at him again. She slightly raised her eyelids and looked inside. When she caught sight of the colorful pink figure in the crowd, the weariness and impatience in her eyes vanished, replaced by a bright light. Sheng Sheng. Sun Niansheng was just as surprised to see her. Sister Xiaochu, how could you be here? Before she could react, Li Qianchu rushed over excitedly and hugged her. How long has it been since I last saw you? The last time was at the high school graduation ceremony, right? It's been years. You've grown up, becoming more beautiful and cuter. Did you miss Sister Xiaochu? Huh? What's going on? In the makeup room, everyone stared at the sudden scene, dumbfounded. Li Qianchu actually knew this ordinary person, and her attitude was so friendly. This high-profile, aloof superstar had always kept people at arm's length. When did she become so fond of someone, especially in public? Who on earth was this ordinary person? Yibin's expression changed as well. Seniorly, how could you know her? Sun Niansheng only needed to say one word, and Li Qianchu was completely smitten. She directly planted a fiery red lip print on Sun Niansheng's face. Sister Xiaochu misses you too. By the way, how did you end up here? Shouldn't you be at school at this time? Sun Niansheng glanced at Yibin, who had suddenly changed his expression and was now trembling with anxiety, completely lacking the previous arrogance. She couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. While feigning a pitiful expression, I was invited to participate in an ad shoot, and this person inexplicably appeared, saying he wanted to support me. When I refused, he started making things difficult for me. What? Li Qianchu was already furious. Seeing the video on Sun Niansheng's phone, where he was holding a glass cup threatening to smash it at her while cursing her as a bitch, made her even angrier. She immediately released Sun Niansheng and strode towards Yibin. No, seniorly, it's not like that. She clearly Yibin attempted to explain. Unexpectedly, the next second, a loud slap echoed as her palm struck his face, leaving 5 bright red marks that immediately swelled. What do you think you are? Niansheng was taken aback. She thought she was just going to scold him. But didn't he expect her to actually hit him? She quickly looked around to see if anyone was filming, but everyone in the makeup room was huddled down like quails, afraid to lift their heads. Yubin's reaction was even more unexpected. He thudded to the ground, slapping his own face wildly, crying and shouting, I'm sorry, seniorly, I'm the bitch, I'm the idiot, apologize to my Sheng Sheng. I'll stop whenever you forgive me. Okay. He nodded like a chick pecking at rice, crawling towards the girl. His already muddy face became even more unsightly from the slapping, shaking like a leaf, completely devoid of the previous arrogance. I'm sorry, miss. I didn't recognize a mountain. I was wrong. I deserve it. Please forgive me. I'll never dare again. Never again offending senior. Li meant his star path was completely over. Li Qianchu walked over in her high heels, tap, wiping her fingers with a handkerchief, looking at him with disgust. Be more sincere. Okay. Sun Niansheng was frightened by him. This person changed his face faster than a magician. It was terrifying. Chapter 052. The Spoiling Sister Sheng Sheng. Are you feeling better? Li Qianchu smiled as she took her hand. Sun Niansheng nodded. There's no point in arguing with people like that. Today, my little sister finally gets to see you. Can you accompany me for a few drinks? But she glanced awkwardly at the staff. I still have to shoot an advertisement. No problem. The staff quickly replied, the shoot can be postponed. Whenever you're free, you can come back to shoot. Okay then, let's go. Li Qianchu took her to a private lounge, poured 2 glasses of fruit wine, and instructed her assistant to bring over all the snacks available. Sorry, Sheng Sheng. I usually have to control my diet strictly for the camera, so there's really nothing here to offer you. Otherwise, how about I take you to your favorite restaurant for a meal? No need, Sister Qianchu, I'm not hungry. Thank you for earlier. Oh, why thank me? You're being too polite. She pouted slightly and pinched her face, but was taken aback by how soft it felt. Sheng Sheng, your little face is so tender. Being young is great, so cute and beautiful. If only you were my real sister. It would be great if Sister Qianchu were my real sister. That would be so cool. Earlier, in order to defend her, she disregarded her celebrity status and fought publicly. In her previous life, with just one word from her, she could have used all her resources to help Yu Bai and Lin Yixuan, which is why they were able to establish themselves in the entertainment industry so quickly. The unconditional care and favoritism made her regard her as a real sister long ago. But aren't you afraid of being filmed or having negative news exposed? What is there to be afraid of? Li Qianchu laughed. Me slapping him is his honor. Even if it gets exposed, people will only envy him. Besides, who would dare to expose it? Was that scene just now scary for you? You're too naive. You don't know that the entertainment industry is a huge arena of fame and fortune. There are plenty of people like Yabin who show off in public but kneel to power behind the scenes, doing shameless things for a bit of profit. But Sheng Sheng, you're too low-key outside, right? You were bullied by that kind of trash, and if the Su family finds out, they would be heartbroken. As she spoke, it seemed she touched on a taboo, quickly stopping and looking at her cautiously. Sheng Sheng, how's your relationship with your family now? She knew about the rift with her family. After all, it was because of this that her relationship with them had gradually become estranged. She didn't want to be overly concerned at school, which secretly made her sad for a long time. Sun Niansheng took a sip of wine, trying to ease the tension. Really? Li Qianchu was delighted. That's great. Family relationships can always be resolved, no matter what misunderstandings or conflicts there are. Sister Qianchu, how have you been these past few years? Oh, I'm still the same. Everything in life and career is smooth sailing, living very comfortably. She said it was comfortable, but her eyes showed a trace of melancholy. As for feelings, it's still the same, stagnant, with no progress. Perhaps this is heaven's punishment for me. A perfect woman. Or my brother. Who else could it be? Besides him, who else is there? I've sworn that in this life, I'm bound to him. Like a ghost. Li Qianchu lay limply on the chair, looking like a wilted eggplant, completely lacking energy, but her words were extremely stubborn, making Sun Niansheng want to laugh. Sister Qianchu, whether in life or on screen, you always exude a powerful and noble aura. But in front of your brother, you instantly turn into a pitiful softy. She remembered the first time she met her at 10 years old, following her brother to pass love letters, making heart-shaped lunches, watching basketball, finding excuses to visit their home, and publicly confessing in front of reporters she did everything to pursue her, impressively moving her. But her brother seemed completely unaffected, as if he'd lost all feelings. In his youth, he was all about academics and honors, and after officially taking over the Sioux group, his mind was filled with family business and commercial interests, leaving no space for her. But she was very stubborn and pursued him from school to work for a full 8 years without any thought of giving up, showing a determination of not resting until she got him. She was even more obsessed than in her previous life with pursuing Bai. Sheng Sheng, are you laughing at me? Revenge.Rebirthed. No. Niansheng shook her head. I think you're very cute. Really? Oh, if only your brother thought so too. I haven't seen him for 3 months. I miss him so much. What can I do to see him again? As she spoke, she inadvertently glanced at her, and suddenly her eyes lit up, as if she had seen a savior. That expression inexplicably made Niansheng shiver. Sister Qianchu, what is wrong? Right? How could I forget? Sheng Sheng, aren't you planning to mend your relationship with your family? Why not start with your brother? He just returned from a business trip in London these days. You can go find him at the company and take me with you. Huh? Although Niansheng didn't want to refuse her, she had to no way. I'm scared. Scared? What are you scared of? Li Qianchu was surprised. Of him scolding me. Thinking back, when she was infatuated, she had said all sorts of things in front of her family and her brother, and she felt like she could be beaten 1,000 times for it. She was lucky to still be alive, let alone going to find him. It was better to look for her uncle. Oh my! Li Qianchu was so surprised that it was funny. She sat up straight from the lounge chair. Sheng Sheng, are you joking? How could your brother scold you? He loves you most as his sister. In the first few years of pursuing Su Yanting, she almost thought he was a reincarnation of a Buddha. He was cold to everyone and everything, indifferent and detached. Until he met his sister, Sheng Sheng. Only then did she realize he had exceptions. He had emotions. He could smile, get angry, worry, patiently care for people, always thinking of them, and often took her out to buy snacks and toys to make her happy, just like a normal brother. No, not ordinary at all. He was a spoiling brother. This made her extremely envious, and she dreamed of becoming his sister. Who said that? Niansheng peut disapprove. Even if he did, that was in the past. He is so strict now. He dislikes me, and he even blocked me. What? He blocked you? Ha ha! Li Qianchu couldn't help but laugh, bending over and laughing for a long time before stopping. He could do such childish things? That is too cute. Niansheng, what is cute about that? It's clearly terrifying. It's true that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Chapter 053. Her overbearing CEO, brother anyway, I don't dare to seek him out. Sheng Sheng, you misunderstood your brother. Li Qianchu put away her smile, walked over and pulled her, seriously saying, your brother's favorite is you, his little sister. How could he possibly hate you? I remember before, I met him at a business gala. He got drunk and was napping in the lounge, calling your name in his dreams. That shows how much he misses you. You know what he's like. He only cares about business and partnerships. Cold and emotionless like a machine. When has he ever thought about someone? Although I didn't ask. I also know that the conflicts between you two over the years have become a knot in his heart, a forbidden zone. Sometimes just looking at him makes me feel heartbroken. Is that true? Niansheng listened and felt a bit skeptical. He called my name in his dreams? Sister Xiaochu, we didn't mishear or misunderstand, did you? Maybe he was actually saying stop and don't run away. Ha! Li Qianchu was amused by her. We're getting cuter and cuter. Even making jokes now. Well, have I ever lied to you? That's not the case. But she was still very afraid. Her mind was filled with the harsh words he said when she ran away from home. If you dare to step out of this door today, never call me brother again and don't come back. Come on, Sheng Sheng, don't think about it anymore. Just treat it as helping sister shout you out this one time. Okay? Li Qianchu tugged at her arm, shaking it insistently. Niansheng couldn't resist any longer. After a mental struggle, she hesitated and nodded. Okay, I promise to take you to find him, but if he kicks me out, don't be disappointed. Really? Li Qianchu was so happy, she almost jumped up. Don't worry. I can guarantee with 1,000 promises that he definitely won't kick you out, Kicking me out is more likely. In the CBD commercial center of the Imperial City, at the headquarters of the Su Group, Li Qianqiu and Su Niansheng took the SVP elevator straight to the top floor, the CEO's office. They rang the doorbell, and the transparent glass doors opened automatically. A cold voice came from inside. "Come in." Li Qianqiu couldn't wait to step up the stairs and look at the man behind the large desk. He was dressed in a pure black suit, with a neatly tied shirt and a strict Windsor knot, exuding a sense of restraint. His deep-set eyes and high nose bridge were complemented by a pair of gold-rimmed glasses that subtly reflected light. He was holding a Mont Blanc pen, seemingly signing a contract. His gaze lowered and focused on his work, fully immersed, exuding an inexplicable allure. This was the man she had liked for 8 years. The son of the richest man in the capital, CEO of the Su Group, a perennial figure on the Forbes celebrity list, with a low-key brilliance and remarkable temperament. Every time she saw him, her heart would flutter. Li Qianqiu's smile blossomed, her eyes sparkling. However, the girl beside her felt somewhat intimidated. Since entering the office, she had buried her head like an ostrich, not even daring to lift it. "Yan Ting," she couldn't help but call out. The man slightly furrowed his brows and raised his head. However, upon seeing the two figures standing at the door, his gaze froze. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The clock on the wall was ticking away, but Su Niansheng felt as if time had come to a standstill. It was incredibly awkward. After a long time, he coldly spoke, "Get out." These heartless 2 words were, for her, a form of relief. She shrugged, looking apologetically at Li Qianqiu, her eyes flashing "I told you so," then turned to leave. Unexpectedly, just as she turned, she heard, "I didn't tell you to leave." Her steps froze. This time, it was Li Qianqiu who showed a miserable expression. "I told you so. Go for it." Before closing the door, she made an encouraging gesture. "You must be brave. Try to mend the sibling relationship." Su Niansheng, it would have been better to let her leave. She slowly and stiffly turned around, feeling the oppressive gaze on her head, staring at her. She wanted to say a few casual words to ease the atmosphere, but her mind was filled with memories of the arguments when she ran away from home, the harsh words left behind. At that time, she said, "Even if I starve to death, go broke, or get scammed to death outside, I will never set foot back home." Yet now here she was, returning like a downtrodden puppy. Not being ridiculed was already a blessing, let alone having the face to speak. Fortunately, he spoke first. "What are you doing here?" Su Yanting capped his pen, stood up, and walked to the coffee machine. The assistant saw this and took out 2 bags of milk and sugar that he never added. Su Niansheng stared at the ground and blinked. She was just thinking about how to say it when she was interrupted. "Is Li Qianqiu the one who encouraged you to come?" Su Niansheng, it's been a long time since they last met. Yet how is her brother still able to see through her at a glance? No, she immediately denied it. She absolutely couldn't betray Sister Xiaoqiu. Afraid he would continue to question her, and a few sentences would reveal her true feelings, she mustered her courage and directly apologized. "I'm sorry. I was too young and naive before. I didn't understand the good intentions of my family, nor the false pretenses of outsiders. Now I understand, and I no longer like it. I want to come home again, can I?" After she finished speaking, she cautiously raised her head to gauge his reaction. She saw his expression, which had always been calm, like a mountain that wouldn't change no matter what, finally showing a look of surprise and bewilderment. The assistant couldn't help but remind him, "Mr. Su, your coffee is overflowing." But soon, his expression returned to normal, and he turned around. "What benefits did Li Qianqiu give you that made you so bold?" "Su Niansheng, nothing. What I said is all true." "Then how can you guarantee it?" Su Yanting was just about to take out paper and pen from the desk when Su Niansheng, familiar with the process, raised her hand and vowed, "If I lie, I will automatically leave the Su family, never bringing shame to you, Dad, Grandpa, and Grandma, and all our relatives." This time, before she finished speaking, she was interrupted. "No need." Su Yanting's hand, which was tightly gripping the paper and pen, trembled slightly. The assistant saw this and secretly shook his head. During this time, the young lady had run away from home, and Mr. Su had always regretted it, regretting that he spoke too harshly to her back then, regretting that he hurt her feelings. He had wanted to reconcile so many times, but had no chance, and he had secretly gone to her school to see her, returning in a bad mood, looking much thinner. Yet the young lady still casually mentioned leaving the Su family. How could he not feel heartbroken upon hearing this? Chapter 054. Seriously jealous, I believe you. Su Yanting sighed softly, released the paper and pen, and looked at her. She was so stubborn. Once she made a decision, not even 10 oxen could pull her back, and she wouldn't easily take back her words. This time, it seemed to be true. Even if it were false, he would treat it as true. After all this time, he had finally waited for this day. Besides the matter with her mother, that selfish, narrow-minded boy from Jingda, what right did he have to be with her? Even that boy from the Shun family, who had liked her for so many years, was warned not to confess until he was of age, while he had wasted several years of Sheng Sheng's youth. Just thinking about it made him clench his fist. Then he slowly relaxed it. It was all in the past. Looking back now wasn't too late. Huh? Su Niansheng looked at him in surprise, just like that. He believed her and forgave her. No reprimands, no harsh words, not even a beating. Was this still her brother? He had become much more patient after not seeing him for a while. Her bright, curious eyes stared at him like a little deer, making Su Yanting feel a bit awkward, so he slightly turned his face to change the subject. That Li Qianshu, did you call her to help out? Yeah, let her in. She quickly seized the opportunity, but the man ruthlessly refused. No need. All right, actually, we met while shooting an advertisement. As she spoke halfway, she suddenly realized something and quickly stopped. Oh no, her brother hated her getting involved with anything related to the entertainment industry. He had said before that the entertainment circle was a big dive vat, with all kinds of people that could lead her astray. No matter what industry she chose in the future, he would support her, except for entering the entertainment industry. Sure enough, as soon as Su Yanting heard advertisement shooting, his brow furrowed. Why did you go shoot an advertisement? Don't misunderstand. Su Niansheng waved her hands repeatedly. I don't intend to enter the entertainment industry. I just won the best singer competition at school last time, and it was a reward. Best singer? Su Yanting remembered. He had watched that video. He thought that after leaving home, her condition had improved, and she was reluctant to come back. Since she wasn't trying to enter the entertainment industry, then, did she need money? Thinking of this, his brows furrowed even deeper. Are you short on money? Not really. Su Niansheng was about to deny it when she saw him take out a card from his wallet, a dazzling diamond card. Wow. She was a bit surprised as she picked up the card and examined it closely. Was this the legendary card that had unlimited credit, global emergency rescue, and priority access to private jets? She had never seen one before. It was so beautiful. Seeing her eyes shine with excitement, Su Yanting couldn't help but smile slightly. A small card made her so happy. It's no big deal. If you like it, I have plenty more. No need. Su Niansheng immediately put the card down. During this time, although she had left home, she had been using her family's money, and they probably all knew. It was already quite embarrassing. The black card Dad gave me is still in use. Since you don't lack money, why did you go shoot an advertisement? He really was persistent, seemingly unchanged, still that strict brother who loved to control her. But she wanted to use that money to buy gifts for them as a surprise and didn't want to reveal it too early, so she hesitated. Seeing this, Su Yanting directly walked to the resting area and called Li Qianshu. Su Niansheng, hey, what is he doing? Don't come over. Sit there and wait for me. Oh, Li Qianshu was patiently waiting in a VIP room when she suddenly received a call from Su Yanting, almost throwing her bag out of excitement. She had never received a call from him, first in her life. Sheng Sheng was simply too reliable. She picked up the phone happily, but after talking for a while, Su Yanting's expression grew worse, to the point that Su Niansheng, even from several meters away, could sense a dangerous aura. After a moment, he hung up the phone, turned to look at her, his eyes filled with undisguised anger. Why didn't you tell me if you were being bullied? Did Sister Qianshu tell him about the makeup room? It wasn't a successful bullying. Sister Qianshu helped me vent. What if she wasn't there? His eyes grew sharper, scaring Su Niansheng into quietly raising her coffee cup to cover her face. Su Yanting shook his head, frustrated and angry, redialing a number. This time seemingly afraid she would hear, he walked into the temporary lounge and closed the door. Curious, Su Niansheng followed and pressed her ear against the door to eavesdrop. After a while, she vaguely heard the word ban and blinked. Was that Yabin going to be in big trouble? A few minutes later, Su Yanting came out, still fuming and unwilling to talk to her, but Su Niansheng closely followed behind, putting down her coffee cup and gently tugging at his sleeve. Don't say anything right now. Brother, I miss you. His stern tone was interrupted by her soft voice, which carried a hint of sniffles, freezing him in place. From the moment she entered, she finally called him brother, saying, I miss you, instead of I'm sorry or thank you. All his anger instantly vanished, and his once hard heart softened completely. This mischievous girl who had never let him rest easy since childhood could always make him drop all his principles with just one sentence. All right, no next time. He and T expected to let something go so easily. Hey, you're the best, brother. Su Niansheng smiled and leaned in to rub her face against his shoulder. Su Yanting couldn't help but reach out and pat her head, his cold demeanor finally relaxing. How old are you, still acting cute? When are you planning to come home? Not in a hurry. I've talked to my uncle. He said he would take me back after the competition and be my advocate, blocking all the storms, guaranteeing I won't get scolded at all. Hearing uncle, Su Yanting's relaxed expression tightened again. You want to go home, and you want to find your uncle first? Yeah, what is wrong with that? Why didn't you come to me? Are you closer to your brother or your uncle? Su Niansheng couldn't help but laugh at his serious questioning. How old are we now? Still jealous? Jealous of my uncle? Of course, it's my brother. I came to find you, didn't I? I was afraid of being scolded before, but I really couldn't resist missing you. So I came. With just a few words, she managed to make Su Yanting forget why he was angry, loosening his tie and unable to hide the smile on his face. Chapter 055. The fake brother forces her to call him good brother. Got it. Wait for me here. I'll go down for a bit. Su Niansheng stood at attention. Yes, sir. The assistant also stood up, giving him a respectful send-off. It's been a long time since I've seen President Su this happy. Su Yanting walked into the VIP lounge, and as soon as he opened the door, Li Qianchu stood up, nervously clutching her bag. Yanting, you're here. Thank you for today's matter with Sheng Sheng. No need to thank me. Sheng Sheng is like my own sister. Protecting her is a must. Do you know if there are any new desserts around? I want the best flavor. He switched topics too quickly, and Li Qianchu took a moment to respond, Yes, of course I know. Then please come out with me. He had already turned around. It was only then that Li Qianchu came back to her senses. Overjoyed, grabbing her bag and rushing out. Is he asking her out? She couldn't believe it. Su Niansheng was sitting behind the president's desk, playing with a small ornament when she suddenly heard some noise. She looked up. Brother, you're back so soon. Huh? Shun Xiao Shi. What are you doing here? Seeing Shun Jun Shi, her eyes lit up. The latter narrowed his eyes slightly, rolling up his sleeves, looking like he was about to settle accounts. Shouldn't I be asking you that? Su Xiaosheng, weren't you at a popular cake shop in the suburbs? Su Niansheng smiled as she walked over, tried to ingratiate herself while gently putting down his sleeves. Let us talk nicely, no need to flex. I'm just teasing you. I knew you were lying. Then how did you know I was here? A friend happened to be nearby and saw you get out of Xiao Chu's car. All right. No wonder you're a big star. Someone notices you wherever you go. Don't change the subject. Shun Jun, she tapped her head in dissatisfaction, asking, why did you lie to me? It's a secret. And you? Just because I lied to you, you chased me all the way here? What are you talking about? You ungrateful brat. I was worried you'd get scolded by brother Yin Ting if you came over recklessly. So considerate? Sun Niansheng smirked, poking his hard arm. If I get scolded, what do you do to help me? Shen Junshi leaned down, revealing his bright white teeth. I'll help you too. Shen Xiaoxi. Sun Niansheng tried to twist him, but found she couldn't. Prince. The assistant saw the visitor and hurried over to greet him, wanting to serve him. But seeing how happy he and the young lady were, he understood and quietly exited the office, giving this pair of childhood friends some private space. Sun Niansheng also noticed the gift box in his hand. What is this? The most famous popular cake shop in the suburbs, a new flavor. Sun Niansheng was stunned for a moment. He clearly knew she was lying, but still went to the suburbs to buy her the real popular cake. Shun Xiaoxi. You're so nice. No wonder you're my best buddy. At some point, when Shun Junshi heard best buddy, it started to sound a bit harsh to him. He slightly lifted the cake, glancing at her. What did you call me? Sun Yansheng was confused, then quickly realized. Here we go again. When Su Yanting approached the office holding a box of cake, he overheard the conversation between the young man and woman. What did you call me? Shun Xiaoxi. Are you sure? Not sure, Jungo. Call it sweeter, and you'll get cake. Oh, June, good brother, hurry and give it to me. Such a good girl. The two were playfully teasing each other. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted. What did you make her call you? Shen Junshi and Su Niansheng immediately looked up and stood up. Brother. For some reason, Su Niansheng felt awkward to the point of wanting to dig her toes into the ground, feeling a strange sense of being caught cheating. The fake brother forcing her to call him brother behind the real brother's back, caught red-handed. Of course, she wasn't the only one feeling awkward. Shen Jun, she felt it too. However, he was much thicker-skinned than her and reacted more calmly. Yen Ting, this cake's name is good brother. Su Niansheng almost couldn't hold back her laughter. She shook her shoulders, giving a look to the person beside her. Shun Xiao Shi, you really know how to make up stories. And when you're scared, aren't you fearless? That's different. Shen Jun, she raised an eyebrow. If I'm not fearless, how could I carry her away from the wolf's den? Su Yanting looked at the identical cake in front of them and silently placed the gift box in the corner of the sofa. Why are you here? I came to take Sheng Sheng back to school. The wall clock pointed to 1 o'clock. It was indeed almost time for class. Su Yanting glanced at the time and then at the girl. So, Sheng Sheng, are you going with your good brother or staying here with your real brother? Su Niansheng. Why does my brother suddenly get so jealous and speak so sarcastically? She looked at Shen Junshi for help but found. He was also looking at her, eagerly awaiting her answer. This unreliable person at a crucial moment. Of course. All right. Su Yanting stopped teasing them. Go back to class. Next week is Grandma's birthday. Come home on time. I've arranged everything. Okay, Su Niansheng made a sweet gesture at him. And as she left, she sneakily took the box of cake from the corner of the sofa. Thanks, brother. This is my favorite flavor. I'll eat it all bite by bite. Su Yanting watched her back, momentarily stunned. After a long while, he finally smiled. So she saw it. This little greedy cat. Unexpectedly, returning home and reconciling with her brother would be so simple. Su Niansheng spent the whole afternoon immersed in excitement. While Shen Jun, she gradually fell into loneliness due to the same news. After the little princess goes back, they wouldn't be able to go to and from school together every day, nor could they spend every weekend in a room, oblivious to the world, and more importantly, when he missed her at night, he couldn't just go downstairs and knock on the door. He could only continue to hold onto that pile of cold surroundings for comfort. In the past, he could endure this, but now, it was completely unbearable. The closer he got to her, the more he wanted, like being poisoned. Once addicted, it was impossible to quit. Was he being too greedy? His mood grew increasingly gloomy, wanting to light a cigarette to dispel his irritability. But remembering how the little princess hated the smell of smoke, he forcibly held back, only fiddling with a lighter in the back garden. There was a competition for Chu Jinglan in the evening. Su Niansheng switched the TV to the sports channel, waiting for her uncle to appear. In the meantime, she went to call Shen Jun to watch together. However, she searched the entire villa and couldn't find him, eventually hearing a rhythmic ding-ding sound in the back garden. What is he doing out in the garden alone in the middle of the night? Curious, she walked closer, wanted to scare him from behind, but found he was actually holding a lighter. Shen Xiaoxi. She jumped onto the garden steps, suddenly grabbing his wrist. Chapter 056. Doing all kinds of absurd things to her. How did you get here? How can you even ask me that? Su Niansheng frowned, her eyes ablaze with anger. Shouldn't I be the one asking you? Why do you have a lighter? Have you started smoking? Earlier, Aunt Huan had mentioned that his personality had become rebellious, and he had picked up several bad habits. She didn't believe it, but now she was witnessing it firsthand. Shen Juanshi's fingers stiffened slightly as he let her take the lighter from his hand, his gaze wandering away in guilt. Why? Su Niansheng was puzzled. When we were kids, didn't we hate adults smoking the most? We even promised that no one would smoke in the future. Have you forgotten? There was that time we were playing basketball outside, and someone kept smoking next to us. The smoke choked me, and you even got into a fight with him. As she spoke, she noticed his lowered eyelashes and the lack of expression in his eyes, causing her tone to soften. Is it because you have too much pressure with school and business? No. Then why? When did you start smoking? When we had our first fight. His words left Su Niansheng stunned. That was when she had started to like Yu Bai and had distanced herself from him. Shen Juanshi recalled those endless days and nights of pain. Sometimes, he missed her so much that he didn't know how to cope other than smoking. I broke our promise. so punish me however you want. Sheng Sheng admitted his fault openly, spreading his arms and looking up at her, ready to face her wrath. But unexpectedly, the anticipated punches and kicks from the girl did not come. Instead, she unwrapped a lollipop and put it in his mouth. The fresh and refreshing orange flavor burst on his tongue, the sweetness flowing down his throat and spreading all the way to his heart. Sheng Sheng's dark pupils dilated slightly, reflecting her sweeter-than-the-lollipop smile in the moonlight. From now on, if you crave a cigarette, I'll give you a lollipop, and you can keep eating them until you quit. Sheng Sheng felt like he had been enchanted, frozen in place, motionless, with only his throat moving slightly in the darkness. In fact, he had already quit. After she said she wouldn't pursue Bai anymore, he hadn't smoked a single cigarette. Any addictive substance was merely a substitute for her. Not even a fraction of the joy she brought him. But she was the most fatal. For example, right now he wanted to hug her, wanted to press her head down and kiss her fiercely, even wanted to do all kinds of absurd things to her. His heart raced uncontrollably. So he found an excuse and held her. Why are you standing so high? Is it dangerous? Huh? Sun Niansheng wrapped her arms around his neck. Where's the danger? It's not even half a meter high here. Wait, Shun Xiaoxi, are you deliberately changing the subject? I told you to quit smoking. Did you hear me? Sheng Sheng looked at the commanding look in her eyes, and in his mind, scenes of his parents' daily interactions flashed by, causing a sweet chuckle to escape his throat. Okay, I heard you, my dear wife, but you also have to keep your promise. Sun Niansheng was confused. What promise am I supposed to keep? Sheng Sheng gazed at her deeply. You have to stay by my side, supervise me, and give me lollipops. Otherwise, if one day you don't give them to me, I'll smoke heavily, smoke in groups, smoke several boxes at once, and smoke myself to death. His fierce yet childish tone made Sun Niansheng want to laugh. Shun Juanshi, are you a child? I'm not joking. All right, I can't promise anything else, but I can guarantee you will have enough lollipops to last until your teeth fall out. Is that okay? She said, as if coaxing a child, pulling on his hand. Shin Xiaoxi, can we go back now? No. Shun Juanshi tightened his grip on her hand, not letting her go. Stay here with me. I want to watch the stars. What's so great about the stars? Tonight is Uncle's game. It's going to be exciting. Let's go. Uncle's game can be replayed. He lowered his gaze to her, his eyes gently rippling. In a few days, can you still stay here? Sun Niansheng was momentarily stunned, realizing his focus was on wanting her to stay with him, not on watching the stars. No wonder he was acting so strangely today. Oh, someone can't bear to see me go. Shun Juanshi cleared his throat, sitting back on the cool bench with his hands behind his head, leisurely saying, yeah, if you leave, no one will be around to bully me. TCH, stubborn. Sun Niansheng suppressed a smile and quietly sat beside him. I'm just going home. It's not like we won't see each other again. I used to visit you often, didn't I? True. Shun Juanshi's lips curled slightly. You can't run away anyway. After all, we have a child. By the way, mentioning the kitten, Sun Niansheng immediately suggested, can I take it with me? No. Shun Juanshi flatly refused. Why not? Why? The boy frowned slightly, squinting his eyes as if looking at a backstabbing wolf. Su Xiaosheng, it's fine if you leave. But you also want to take the child with you? Are you trying to abandon me all alone? Of course. He couldn't let her take the child away. He still needed to threaten her with it. No, the kitten clearly likes me more. It will be happier with me. Really? Are you sure it's only a few months old? Has a timid personality and won't have an adverse reaction when moved to a new environment? All right. Sun Niansheng was convinced by his reasoning. Don't worry. If you want to see it, you can come back anytime. If you don't come back, I'll tell it that its mother doesn't want it anymore. Shun Xiaoxi, you're so mean. Sun Niansheng couldn't help but punch him, her fist caught firmly in his palm as he laughed. Look, there's a shooting star. Where? You're lying. As they watched the stars, they playfully chatted, moving from the past to the future, from flowers and plants to cats and dogs. Even when a star twinkled in the sky, it sparked countless discussions, as if there were always endless topics to talk about between them. Perhaps the atmosphere was too relaxed and joyful. Or perhaps Shun Juanshi's emotions of uncertainty tonight were triggered, and he suddenly asked a question they had never mentioned before, tightly buried in his heart. Su Xiaosheng, why did you like Bai so much before? Upon hearing this, Sun Niansheng's smile froze instantly. Why did you like Bai so much before? Chapter 057. The White Knight. Willing to serve the princess, she tilted her head slightly. Gazing at the countless twinkling stars in the boundless night sky, her thoughts unknowingly pulled back to that summer 3 years ago. After the college entrance examination, she followed her coaching team to Russia, starting over a month of intensive training and preparation for the upcoming WJC World Junior Figure Skating Championships. As long as she could achieve a good ranking in this competition, she would qualify for the Winter Olympic Games, stepping onto the supreme world stage to bring glory to her country. Fortunately, she was talented and willing to work hard. After several rounds of competitions, she achieved first place in both the women's free skate and the pairs short program, winning the overall championship and officially securing a gold medal entry to the Olympics. Just as she was excited to return home and share this good news with everyone, she received devastating news. Her mother had passed away 3 days before her competition. She had been involved in a serious car accident. Yet, no one in her family told her. She didn't get to see her one last time and even missed her funeral. They said they were afraid it would affect her performance. They said it was the first Winter Olympics held in the country, of extraordinary significance. They said if everything went smoothly and she secured the Olympic entry ticket and performed well, she would become a legendary figure in figure skating. A culmination of her years of effort, her dreams and honors, and her future could not be disturbed by anything. But that was her mom, her dearest and most beloved, the most important person in her life. Nothing in this world could compare to her. She hated them deeply, her willpower nearly shattered, and in retaliation, she directly gave up her spot in that Winter Olympics. On the eve of the university semester, she locked herself in her room, refusing to eat or drink. Unwilling to see anyone, spending her days in tears, her mental state deteriorating to the point of self-destructive tendencies. Her family was very anxious, trying every means to make it up to her, but she wanted nothing, only to have her mother back. Until one day, a white paper airplane flew into her room through the window with a note that read, "I come from a parallel world. If you have anything to convey to your other self in another world, I can help." She was probably a bit dazed, and naively replied, "I want to convey to my mom. Is that okay?" Yes. Thus, she formed a connection with that mysterious paper airplane. Every morning, it would appear punctually at her window, building a bridge of communication between her and her mother in the parallel world. At first, she had doubts, wondering if it was someone else's prank. But the tone of her mother in the letters was too familiar, as if she understood her completely. The amusing stories her mother shared were too vivid, as if in the real world, they would do and say those things together. Just like her mother was still alive. She became completely immersed, unable to extricate herself, eagerly anticipating the arrival of that paper airplane every day. In the letters, her mother said she had never left, had been silently watching over and protecting her. Her mother said she was the best child in the world and had always been proud of her. Her mother said she hoped one day they would meet in the parallel world and see a sunny, positive, optimistic daughter, carefree, just like when she was little. Looking at those words, her mental state slowly recovered, and she perked up as if she had been given a second life. Perhaps sensing her change, gradually, the paper airplane started to talk less about her mother and more about everyday things, chatting about stars and the moon, cats and dogs. They shared similar interests, talked endlessly, and it felt like they had an insatiable desire to confide in each other every day. In that budding age of first love, she quickly realized she had deeply fallen in love with the author of that paper airplane, the White Knight. Or rather, she had developed a serious mental dependence on it, completely unable to leave it behind. She began to inquire about its gender, age, address, but it refused to tell her anything, only saying it was a mysterious messenger of space and could not reveal itself. She didn't believe it, and, after much persistence, she finally uncovered one piece of information. It turned out he was also a new student at her university, the most outstanding one in the business school. She was overjoyed, tidied herself up, and went to school. On the first day of school, she saw the legendary top student of the business school, the finance department, as top one. The student council president, Sheng Bai. That cool, white figure looked just like the delivery man who often delivered milk to the villa area. He must have been the one who dropped the paper airplane back then. She finally found him. From then on, She began to pursue him madly and recklessly. Of course, the later events involving him severing ties with his family, giving up his career, and being betrayed, falling into a deeper hell were later stories. Those beautiful memories did exist. It's just that later, everything changed, becoming unrecognizable. Not all like the paper airplane she knew. Soon Niansheng's eyes gradually misted over, and even looking at the stars became hazy. In the silence, Sheng Sheng's phone kept lighting up. Group messages, Duan Xingyu. Tieba link, so disgusting, come look. Come look. The student council is once again hyping Bai Yueguang, the finance department's top one, the overall top student in the business school. Duan Xingyu. If it weren't for Junji's high score being hidden by the school system, could this title fall on him? Now he wears it every day without shame. Bro, just fool others. Don't fool yourself. Zhongzhi. There's no way around it. The capital used to suffer this loss. If it didn't hide scores, the top scorer in the college entrance exam would have been snatched away by foreign schools. But Bai Yueguang is different. He comes from a small place, does a bit better, and naturally, they promote him as much as they can. Niansheng. Ah, what a pity. If Junji's score, which was just a little bit short of the total, were released, it would definitely scare him. Shan Juanxi turned off the noisy screen, placing the flower crown he had been weaving onto the girl's head, not wanting to talk about it. It was all in the past. After a while, Sun Niansheng gently responded. It was all in the past. She looked at the colorful and fragrant flower crown on her head, forcing back her tears, breaking into a smile. Shun Xiaoxi, how come you can weave flower crowns? You're so crafty. Who told the princess to like it? I do everything the princess likes. She turned her face curiously, meeting his gentle gaze. As long as it's what the princess likes, the White Knight is always willing to serve. Yixuan, your aunt just called, saying she has a gift for you. I couldn't refuse. And since she's shopping at SKP this afternoon, you can pick it up on your way to school. At the dining table, Lin's mother instructed. Hearing Aunt, Lin Yixuan immediately put down her chopsticks. Aunt? Is that the one who works for the richest family, the Su family, in Hushi? Chapter 058. She is a trash collector, and I'm a relative of the Su family, yeah. She is indeed the most successful among your dad's siblings. Since she was little, she has done everything without worrying her parents, and now she even works as a maid in the Su family, a place where others would fight to get in. She's living better than anyone. Later, if the gift she gives you is expensive, you mustn't accept it. Your mom can't afford it. Got it. Lin Yixuan nodded, but she secretly started to look forward to what gift she would receive. By the way, why has Bai come back with you these past few weeks? Lin Yixuan suddenly recalled the rumors debunking on the campus forum, her expression slightly changing. Maybe he has been busy with work in the student council. Oh, there's nothing much going on these days. I made him a piece of clothing. You can take it to him. Okay. After finishing dinner, Lin Yixuan hurried to one of the most luxurious shopping centers in the capital, SKP, and coincidentally saw her aunt walking out from inside. Aunt, Yixuan, you're here. The middle-aged woman smiled brightly as she walked over and handed her a gift box. This is a gift for you from your aunt. Take it. Lin Yixuan looked down and was shocked to see the LV logo printed on it. She thought it was just a packaging bag, but when she opened it, she found a genuine LV Loop bag inside, worth over 18,000. Aunt, this is too expensive. It's nothing, just take it. Recently, the employer has had good news, and the head of the family is organizing a birthday banquet for the old lady, compiling a long procurement list. This is just a gift from the brand, given to us as a benefit. I thought this bag is young and fashionable. It looks a bit out of place on me, but it's perfect for you. A new LV bag, given as a benefit to the servants. The Su family is indeed the richest, Lin Yixuan thought, excitedly throwing herself at the woman. Thank you, Aunt, you're so good to me. When I start working and earning money in the future, I will definitely repay you well. Oh, you child, we're family, so what is there to repay? Don't be so formal. By the way, when we go back, we'll pass by your school, so we can give you a ride. Aunt pointed to a nearby spot. Lin Yixuan looked and saw a V-Class Brabus in the exclusive parking space. When the Brabus arrived at Kyoto University, a group of art students happened to be going out for inspiration. Seeing Lin Yixuan get out of such an expensive business car, they all surrounded her in surprise. Seeing this, Lin Yixuan deliberately slowed her pace and opened the new bag her aunt just gave her, putting it on her shoulder. Wow, a V-Class Brabus. The Hermes of business cars. This series must start at 200,000, right? The latest LV Loop P bag. I had a queue to get one until next month. And you already have it on? Oh my god, Yueguang. I didn't expect your family to be so rich. You're usually so low-key. Not a hint at all. I'm not like some people. Lin Yueguang listened to their flattery, unable to suppress her smile, enjoying the moment of being praised and fawned over. Yes, yes. Today I realized that you truly embody the style of the wealthy, humble, low profile, and never showing off. Yueguang, you're not the daughter of some big family, are you? Oh my god, did I see that right? ISNT, that Brabus license plate, a consecutive number belonging to the Su family? In the crowd, a boy suddenly pointed in shock at the Brabus merging into traffic, and everyone turned to look. Really? How do you know? Please, the famous Mr. Su is my idol. I've watched many business documentaries about him, and in one episode, it scanned over how wealthy the Su family is. Even the license plates of their servants' cars are consecutive numbers. So, does that mean? Everyone looked at Lin Yueguang in astonishment. Yueguang, do you have a connection with the Su family? Yeah. What is your relationship with the Su family? How did you come in their car? Lin Yueguang looked at their surprised and envious expressions, which also carried a hint of admiration. And couldn't he help but think of the director's insult she endured during the short drama's launch ceremony. I have relatives in the Su family, but it's not convenient to disclose my specific identity. You have relatives in the Su family? Oh my god. The Su family is the #1 conglomerate in the capital. A massive group that has been the richest for years. Its strength is unmatched. Probably only comparable to the Shun family, which has military, political, and business involvement. And Lin Yueguang actually has relatives there. That is not just rich or noble. That is truly upper-class society, a genuine heiress. Yueguang, you've kept this a secret from us for so long. Yeah, with your noble status. You still want to be friends with us. Are you here to experience the friendship of common people? Yueguang, have I passed the test? Can I apply to be your half-sister? Or we can become sworn sisters now. It's not too late. After the group learned about her connection to the Su family, their eyes turned green with envy, eager to rush over and surround her like a superstar. Lin Yueguang just smiled and said nothing, fully enjoying the feeling of being flattered and adored. Suddenly, someone suggested, I heard the Su family mansion is located in the center of Heshi, a traditional Chinese-style garden estate. The layout combines the grandeur of Tang Dynasty spatial design with the gentle and varied characteristics of the Jiangnan water town. Not only is it worth a fortune, but it's also of great aesthetic appreciation. If we could visit, I would have no regrets in this lifetime. Yueguang, could you take us in to have a look? I want to go too. I've never been inside a mansion this grand in my life, let alone a top-tier mansion in the country. It must be awe-inspiring. Yeah. I often watch videos of internet celebrities touring the mansions of the world's rich. Those are spectacular and eye-opening. Our country has such a long history, and the architecture is so developed. The preserved gems are absolutely on par with them. As they discussed excitedly, Lin Yueguang's gaze flickered. What are you all thinking? That's a private mansion, with security guards on duty for several kilometers around. It's not a place ordinary people can just enter. Of course we know. That is why we're asking you, right? You have relatives in the Su family, so you must have a way to bring us in. Yeah, Yueguang, don't be so stingy. Just consider taking us to see the world. Chapter 059. I have something to do, really a lot to do. Yes, let's go take a look, broaden our horizons. We're not doing anything, and we definitely won't disturb the host. A group of people, not caring about the wind or the door, just kept pestering her to get her into the school. At first, Lin Yueguang didn't pay much attention and casually rejected them. But unexpectedly, in just one morning, the news that she has a familial relationship with the Su family spread throughout the entire campus. Some acquaintances she only knew from a few encounters, members of the student council, club members, and classmates from the same department and major all rushed over to join in, eager to witness the grandeur of the Su family mansion. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, she could only pretend to call her aunt, preparing to come up with a casual excuse to brush them off over the phone. Hello, Yueguang. When Aunt Wu received the call, she was brewing tea for the old lady, her voice coming through clearly. Aunt, I'm sorry, but my classmates from Peking University saw you drop me off at school today, and they recognized that it was a car from the Su family. They insisted on visiting the Su mansion, and I said it wasn't convenient, but they wouldn't believe me and asked me to call you. Of course not. Aunt Wu was about to refuse when the old lady raised her hand. Peking University? Isn't that Nanan's school? Let them come, just tomorrow. Tomorrow? Aunt Wu was taken aback. After all, tomorrow was the old lady's birthday. A group of strangers coming over to make noise would surely disturb her enjoyment. The old lady shook her head with a smile. Those are all Nanan's classmates. How can it be called strangers? This time, she proposed to hold the birthday celebration, ostensibly for the birthday, but in reality, it was because she and her family missed Nanan too much. To welcome her back, they found an excuse. Everything must be centered around her happiness. Aunt Wu nodded, secretly sighing. The old lady really spoils her granddaughter. All along, many social elites and media reporters had wanted to visit the Su mansion but were turned down. Yet now they were allowing a group of inexperienced college students to come over. She picked up her phone and replied to her niece, Shuri Xuan. Tomorrow happens to be the old lady's birthday banquet, and more people will make it lively. Lin Yixuan initially thought her aunt would definitely refuse her, but she never expected that it would be so easily agreed upon. Is the Su family that easy to enter? She hung up the phone in confusion, and everyone nearby thought it was a lost cause. Unexpectedly, a few seconds later, she slightly raised her chin, her expression proud. Who wants to go? I do. Me. Me too, me. Ah. In the girls' dormitory, Su Yu and Zhao Menghan received the news and screamed excitedly, tightly hugging Lin Yixuan's arms from left and right. Yixuan, is what you said true? Can we really visit the Su mansion? I just heard the news outside and thought it was a rumor. If it weren't for hearing you say it in person. But you actually have a relative in the Su family? How come we didn't know? That's the top financial group in the capital. What does that even mean? Help! I never even dared to dream that one day I would visit the mansion of the richest person. Tomorrow I must wear my most expensive and beautiful little dress. Yeah, I was thinking of checking out Sheng Sheng's house before. Guessing it should be a nice little villa in the suburbs, enough to make me envious, but I never expected. Now we can directly visit the top mansion in the capital. It's simply unbelievable. When Lin Yixuan heard Su Niansheng's name, her eyes were filled with sarcasm. Can we not compare? You've never seen a top mansion. Have you seen a garbage dump? Su Yu and Zhao Menghan immediately fell silent. However, ordinary wealthy people indeed cannot be compared to the powerful and influential richest person. After confirming the general number of people going, Lin Yixuan went to the student council to find Shi Yubai. Yubai, are you going to visit the Su mansion with me tomorrow? Shi Yubai was sorting through documents, and when he heard her voice, he didn't even lift his head. When did you have a relationship with the Su family? You've heard about it? It's just everyone making a fuss. How could I possibly have a relationship with the Su family? But I did receive their invitation to attend the old lady's birthday banquet. You should come too. Guests who associate with top financial families are either rich or noble. Maybe you can accumulate some connections. No need. Shi Yubai refused. Lin Yixuan seemed to have anticipated this and took out a piece of clothing. This is a shirt my mom personally made for you. Saying to thank you for always taking care of me at school. If you don't want to go tomorrow, it's fine. I'm just afraid that when I meet people at the banquet, I might be at a loss for words. Having you there would make me feel much more at ease. After all, you are so outstanding and can handle anything. Shi Yubai looked at the familiar stitching on the shirt, gradually stopping his movements. Just as she was about to turn to leave, he coldly spoke. I have a meeting tomorrow, but if it ends early, I might rush over. Okay, I'll wait for you. With her back to him, Lin Yixuan smiled contentedly and left. Xingyue Global Port. The 80-meter-high golden dome shed holy light, and the central fountain sparkled with colors, with luxury everywhere in the shopping mall. A pair of youthful and vibrant figures stood out remarkably. The girl in front was busy browsing various shops, selecting and purchasing items, while the boy following behind was responsible for giving suggestions, acting as a model, and providing services like carrying bags, offering water, and getting ice cream. Time ticked away, and soon the morning passed. Finally finished shopping. Grandfather's tea leaves, grandmother's silk scarf, father's tie, brother's cufflinks, uncle's shoes. Over. Mission accomplished. Soon Niansheng collapsed on the bench in the rest area, not wanting to move, summarizing her shopping results when the boy beside her, filled with anticipation, squinted his eyes slightly. Over? Yeah, over. Are you sure? He stared at her with deep eyes. Is that all? No one else? Sure, grandfather, grandmother, father, brother, and uncle. No one else. Niansheng replied. Grandma and grandpa are abroad and can't come. There are too many relatives. I can't send gifts to all of them. Okay. You even thought of the relatives, but didn't think of him. Shun Juanshi ground his teeth and directly tossed aside the big and small bags hanging on him, along with her snacks and the chibi Maruko-chan cup. What are you doing? Soon Niansheng noticed, and a hint of laughter flashed in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Nothing. Shun Juanshi sat down, saying it was nothing, but his handsome face was full of I have something to do. Really a lot to do. Chapter 060, I want to eat your mouth after shopping with the white-eyed wolf for a long time. Soon Niansheng felt exhausted. Oh, are you angry? Soon Niansheng raised an eyebrow. Shun Xiaoxi, you're getting more and more excessive, even getting jealous of her family. What? Do you want to be closer to me than my family? This is just my first bucket of gold. 2 million is too little, not enough to spend. When I make big money later, I'll buy you gifts, okay? She also knows this is the first bucket of gold. It holds extraordinary significance. ISNT, there's still 200,000 left? Then I have to buy myself a pretty little dress, right? And Soon Niansheng suddenly leaned in close to his ear and reminded him mysteriously. Shun Xiaoxi, the rumors outside are saying that you are keeping me. So you should be the one giving me gifts. How can you have the nerve to complain? When Shun Juanshi heard keeping, a hint of teasing flashed across his narrowed brows as he looked at her leisurely. Do you know what kind of services someone being kept has to provide to their benefactor? Of course I know. Soon Niansheng stood up, walked behind him, and enthusiastically extended her hand. Massages, back rubs, sweet talk. Is that so? Shun Juanshi enjoyed her services, the corners of his lips curling up, almost reaching his brows. Then say a few sweet nothings for me to hear. If you say it well, you can have whatever you want today. All expenses covered by young Master Shun. Wow. Complimenting him made him even more flustered. Unfortunately, I don't want anything right now. You ever want something, go pick a gift for me. How much does he want a gift? Spending his own money, yet he still wants her to buy. Sun Yansen laughed. No way. I've already picked for half a day. I'm exhausted. Fine. Shun Juanshi nodded, his tongue lightly touching his jaw. Picking for others is no trouble. But picking for him is tiring, clearly not putting in the effort. Su Xiaosheng, my heart is about to be broken into a QR code by you. Really? Soon Niansheng curiously leaned in, looking at his left chest, while taking out her phone. How amazing. Let me scan it. Don't scan it. I'm afraid you'll see something you shouldn't see. What is there to be afraid of? It's all 18X, not suitable for children, and quite indecent. Before he finished speaking, Soon Niansheng twisted his shoulder hard. Shun Xiaoxi, when did you become so indecent? Ha! Shun Juanshi chuckled. Is this indecent? What if she knew that the protagonists inside are all her? What would her reaction be? It feels so good to twist. Do it again, use a bit of strength. Soon Niansheng. For a moment, she couldn't tell if he was doing it on purpose or if he was just a pervert. All right. Considering you've accompanied me for so long today and carried so many things, since it's been hard, I can't buy a gift. But I can reward you a little. What do you want? I want. Shun Juanshi slightly turned his face, meeting her close, enchanting face. Ripples gradually appearing in his eyes, from her clear and pure eyes, flowing to the exquisitely smooth nose, finally landing on her lips. There, soft and tempting. It seemed that with a gentle kiss, water could drip out, making it impossible to look away. Shun Juanshi stared intently, his Adam's apple rolling slightly. I want to eat your mouth. With those words, the string in Soon Niansheng's mind snapped. Her ears and cheeks felt as if someone had ignited them, uncontrollably burning with heat, and her heart raced. When she finally recovered, she heard him say the candy inside. So, putting those words together, it means I want to eat the candy in your mouth? Shun Xiaoxi. She angrily twisted him a few more times, but she didn't know whether she was annoyed that he was teasing her or that she was overthinking it, reacting so strongly. What's wrong? Shun Juanshi carefully observed her expression, and when he saw a few shades of red blooming on her cheeks, his dark pupils slightly brightened, filled with anticipation. It's just a few pieces of candy. Su Xiaosheng, why are you blushing? Did you think too much? Think of your big head. Su Niansheng forcefully turned his face back. I'm angry. You want candy, right? Here, here, here. All for you, all for you. To prevent him from saying anything lewd again, she quickly unwrapped 3 lollipops and stuffed them into his mouth. Unexpectedly, with his mouth stuffed full, he could still talk. Su Xiaosheng, you're anxious. I'm not. You're the one who is anxious. Su Xiaosheng, why are you so anxious? Are you harboring any inappropriate thoughts about me? Stop being so narcissistic. It's not embarrassing to have your thoughts exposed. Su Xiaosheng, just be bold. Su Niansheng was so angry she gritted her teeth, placing her hands on his neck, pretending to strangle him. Shen Juanxi, if you dare say another word. I'll strangle you. Shen Juanxi raised an eyebrow. Why are you suddenly rewarding me? Su Niansheng. Ha ha ha. Seeing the girl's twitching mouth, the boy was incredibly happy, but Su Niansheng felt like crying without tears. How did his mouth become so poor? She was almost out of retorts. West of the imperial capital, early in the morning, the Su residence was bustling with people, a steady stream of visitors and luxury cars. Although the old lady was hosting a family banquet for her birthday this time, once the news spread, many influential political and business figures came uninvited. At 10 o'clock, the special car sent to pick up the students from Beijing University arrived, and a group of people got off one after another. When they looked up and saw the Su family's entrance, they were all stunned. Royal family, villa, in the capital. Only the Su family dares to use the word royal, right? Of course, if this were ancient times, it would be a presence rich enough to rival nations. Don't forget, there's also the Shun family SDU number 1. Right, royal villa, number 1, just the name sound evenly matched. And Shun Xiao's family background goes without saying. But we want to have a chance to visit there. Everyone, please come inside. The steward dispatched a group of servants to welcome them, leading them from the southernmost Suilin garden, introducing and touring the surroundings. The royal villa was built combining ancient palace and southern garden styles, with layered mountains and flowing water, pavilions and corridors, intricately carved beams and painted rafters. Inside the courtyard, flowers bloomed vibrantly, creating a stunning view that left people breathless. My God, these scenic stones, dripping water, flying eaves, flower windows, and moon gates, beautiful women leaning against. Isn't this just taken from an ancient architecture museum? It's so classical and elegant. Seeing it in reality is even more beautiful than what is described in books. Each place seems to be meticulously crafted by skilled artisans. Look, it turns out that there are bodyguards guarding both inside and outside the private estate, and each one looks tall and strong, resembling soldiers. Chapter 061. Young Master Shun attends the banquet with his mistress. It is said that many top luxury homes hire bodyguards according to the standards of active-duty mercenaries. Is that exaggerated? Surely. Not every stone here is different from those outside. A servant who was introducing the place overheard their conversation and smiled. Indeed, the cobblestones you are stepping on are all selected from the Yulong Cache River and transported here, priced by the gram, and each piece may contain precious jade material. What? Priced by the gram. God, poverty really limits my imagination. So the term every inch of land is precious is realistic. Yishuan, thank you so much today. Without you, I would never step on such expensive stones in my life. Yes, it's truly thanks to you. The scenery here is as beautiful as a painting, even more stunning than I imagined. A group of people surrounded Lin Yishuan, flattering and praising her, making her increasingly proud. After the fountain ahead, there was a Y-shaped intersection. The left led to a private winery, and the right led to the tower, allowing everyone to explore based on their preferences. I want to go to the private winery to see what fine wines the rich collect. I'm interested in astronomy. I want to go to the tower. Miju. Everyone eagerly raised their hands, forming 2 lines. Lin Yishuan vaguely heard a graceful and ethereal piano melody coming from afar. Following the sound of the music, she slowly walked towards the flower bed and, through the swaying shadows of the trees, saw the outdoor banquet being held in the front yard. Inside, the atmosphere was filled with elegant dresses and clinking glasses, and from the extraordinary manners and conversation, it was easy to see that they were all celebrities from high society. I wonder, will the Su family invite them to the banquet too? Don't run. Lydia, I'm going to catch you. No, no, fa. Suddenly, a group of children holding balloons and dolls came running in, laughing and playing, and accidentally bumped into a young maid passing by. She lost her balance and fell to the ground, causing the jewelry box she tightly held to fly out. The jewelry box was intricately carved with golden patterns, complex and luxurious, and it rolled past a dense bush, landing right at Lin Yixuan's feet. As she bent down to pick it up, she saw an earring suddenly fall out from inside. Its vibrant and rich pure color was something she had never seen before. Under the sunlight, it sparkled with a dreamlike brilliance that took her breath away. It's an emerald. Not far away, another older maid noticed and hurried over to scold the young maid. Are you new? How clumsy can you be? Do you know what's inside? It's the birthday gift from the young master to the old lady. A complete set of royal British jewelry just delivered from the auction. One earring is worth an entire apartment in the city. If it gets damaged, even slightly, you could go bankrupt. One earring worth an entire apartment. Lin Yixuan's eyes widened. In her mind, she recalled what the director had said during the opening ceremony. She is a somewhat famous internet celebrity on Douyin, investing 800,000 to join the crew. And even the red envelopes given to the staff today were 500 each. Can you do that? In an instant, without really knowing why, she inexplicably reached out, grabbed the earring, hid it in her sleeve, closed the jewelry box, and quickly left. Where's Yixuan? So you turned around and noticed Lin Yixuan was missing. Zhao Minghan looked around and didn't see her either. Just as she was about to call out, she saw her hurriedly walking over from the direction of the flower bed. Yixuan, how did you end up over there? What's wrong? Your face looks a bit off. No, it's nothing. Lin Yixuan awkwardly brushed her hair back, quickly composing herself. I just wanted to go to the restroom. I'll take you there. A servant walked over as she nodded. Okay. As they passed by the flower bed again, the older maid picked up the jewelry box and carefully inspected its exterior, scolding the younger maid a few more times before leaving. She didn't open it or find any clues. Lin Yixuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and after entering the restroom, she carefully hid the earring in her skirt pocket, ensuring it wouldn't be discovered before leaving with peace of mind. In the front hall, the butler received a message and leaned down to whisper in the old lady's ear. Wan and John are here. The old lady's face immediately lit up with joy as she waved her hand. Hurry, let them in. By the way, Wan's classmates must be tired after wandering the back garden all morning, right? Invite them all over for a meal. Okay, what? We can also attend the old lady's birthday banquet. Is this for real? I thought just being able to come in and visit was an honor. But I didn't expect to also attend the birthday banquet. The Su family is really too gracious. It said that they are the richest. If I don't make money, who will? Hey, do you think there will be celebrities at this banquet? Having never seen the world in the real rich social circle, celebrities are considered a low threshold. A group of people chattered excitedly as they entered the banquet, sitting at the prearranged seats, tasting various high-end delicacies while quietly discussing the guests. Suddenly, a wave of excitement came from the entrance. Inside the banquet, some turned around, some paused their drinks, and others, with beaming smiles, excitedly walked over. They all curiously raised their heads, following the gaze to see. Young Master Shun is here too. The feeling of seeing young Master Shun here is so wonderful. The Shun family is the most powerful family in the capital. It's normal for the crown prince to have dealings with the Su family, right? But, surprisingly, he is accompanied by Sun Niansheng. Sun Niansheng? How'd she come too? The rumors on the school forum can't be true, right? Sun Niansheng is really being kept by young Master Shun. And she is not even hiding it on campus, bringing her along to events too. I think it looks like it. Lin Yixuan, hearing the discussion, turned around and, upon seeing the scene, felt a deep jealousy wash over her. Not only is she being kept, but it seems she is being used as a socialite. What? Is that true? That is too terrifying, right? What else could it be? Lin Yixuan lightly swirled her wine glass. Otherwise, in such a high-end occasion, why would young Master Shun bring along an unnamed university student who has nothing but looks? That makes sense. If she is a socialite, then Sun Niansheng will be toyed with by many people, right? It seems that Su Niansheng is quite daring. If it were me, I wouldn't be willing. Normal families' pure daughters, who would want that? Climbing the high branches of the powerful is not that easy, right? If you're a sparrow, don't think about becoming a phoenix. Chapter 062. Su Niansheng's identity as a young lady exposed. A group of people were discussing intensely, casting various glances at her. Suddenly, all the servants, bodyguards, and butlers in the banquet bowed down, performing a standard 45-degree salute, including many esteemed guests who stood up from their seats, raising their glasses to gesture towards her, all calling out, "Young lady." This grand and synchronized scene deeply shocked several tables of students from Peking University. What did they call her? They were all dumbfounded, staring blankly at the scene, as if they couldn't believe their eyes and ears, until Mr. Su and Mrs. Su stood up from the main seat, tears in their eyes. Trembling voices as they stepped forward to embrace her tightly. "Nian Nian, my Nian Nian. So Niansheng, Grandpa, Grandma." Everyone felt as if they had been struck by a heavy blow. It turned out, Su Niansheng was actually the young lady of the Su family, the precious jewel of the richest family in the capital, the daughter of the #1 financial magnate in the capital. How could this be? How is it not possible? She has the surname Su. Her temperament and appearance are so noble and striking. It was impossible to see her as an ordinary person. Her identity was simply hidden too well, leaving everyone unprepared for the fact that she came from the Su family. Su Yu and Zhao Menghan stood frozen in place, motionless, their faces blank with shock. Lin Yixuan's mind erupted like thunder, her eyes wide with terror, the wine glass in her hand trembling incessantly, nearly spilling on her skirt. How could this be? How could this be? Wasn't her family a nouveau riche selling junk? How could? Before she could finish her sentence, someone next to her quickly covered her mouth. "Don't say that. Those must be rumors. Be careful not to let the Su family hear you, or you'll be in big trouble." "Right," someone else reacted, looking at her with a questioning gaze. "Yixuan, don't you have relatives in the Su family? How come you didn't know Su Niansheng is the young lady of the Su family?" Lin Yixuan. Zhao Menghan came back to her senses, glaring at her with immense anger. It's all her fault. Since the beginning of school, she had dragged her into speaking ill of Niansheng, spreading rumors about her, even trying to isolate Niansheng, causing her to miss the chance to befriend Niansheng and the greatest opportunity of her life. If she had just been friends with Niansheng from the start. Unfortunately, now it was all too late. She regretted it so much that her insides felt twisted, furious enough to almost bite her teeth to pieces. The people around them fell silent, feeling ridiculous for their earlier malicious speculations, feeling foolish for believing in campus rumors. Their faces stinging as if they had been slapped hard, the pain so intense they could barely lift their heads. "Nian Nian, you're finally back. We missed you so much." Mr. Su and Mrs. Su's voices were choked with emotion, their eyes brimming with tears as they held their granddaughter tightly, unwilling to let go, fearing that if they did, she would leave again. Su Niansheng felt her own eyes moisten slightly, her guilt deepening. Grandpa and Grandma had always been the ones who loved her the most in the family. Now that they were getting older, how could she bear to make them sad and cry again? It was simply too unfilial. If her mother were still alive, she would definitely scold her harshly. "Grandpa, Grandma, I miss you too. I'm sorry, I was too willful and disobedient before and hurt your feelings. I promise I will never run away from home again." "Really? Mrs. Su looked relieved, lovingly stroking her hair. "My good Nian is grown up and is understanding now. Grandma is so happy. From now on, no one in the house is allowed to go against you or contradict you. What you say and do will come first." "Yes." Mr. Su thumped his cane. "Now that Nian is back, let's see who dares to speak loudly to her." After saying that, he looked toward Su Yanting. The man, who had never been threatened, slightly flickered his eyes and turned his head away. "What about Hongxian? Father is still in the backyard. He'll come over later. What are you dawdling for? Don't you know what day it is? Your precious daughter is back. You should have come to welcome her early." Su Niansheng laughed at their antics, kissing both elders on the left and right. "Grandpa, Grandma, I have prepared gifts for you." "Gifts?" She turned her face and signaled to Shun Juanxi, who stepped forward with a gift box. "Grandpa, Grandma, This is a birthday gift that Niansheng and I prepared for you. We wish you both long life, happiness, and eternal youth. Good, good, good. Mr. Su and Mrs. Su smiled widely, accepting the gifts, one hand holding Nian Nian and the other holding Nian Nian as friend, with these childhood companions by their side. It felt just like old times, as if there had never been any rifts or changes between them. Su Yanning looked at the tea leaves and silk scarf in the gift box, all brands that Grandpa and Grandma liked. It was quite thoughtful, and he couldn't help but cough lightly, hinting at her, "What about mine?" Huh? Su Niansheng caught his hint, raising her eyebrows in confusion. "What's yours? Today is Grandma's birthday, not yours." "All right." Su Yanting pursed his lips, feeling like he was raising a little ungrateful wolf. Before his wine glass could even be set down, the little wolf had already bounced over. "Of course, they're yours too. Dang, 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 a pair of rose gold cufflinks. Do you like them?" Su Yanting lowered his gaze, looking at the splendid cufflinks, a rare smile appearing in his usually calm eyes. Reluctantly, "Put them on for me. Now." Su Niansheng glanced at his outfit, "But it doesn't really match your outfit today, does it? Should I change into something else?" Su Niansheng couldn't help but laugh again. "So eager to wear them? You say you're reluctant, but clearly you like them a lot. You're a hypocritical brother. Mr. Su is here. The head of the family has arrived." "Chairman." At the entrance of the hall, a commotion arose again. In the banquet, guests stopped talking and dining, enthusiastically stepping forward to shake hands and greet him. Su Niansheng turned her face and saw that familiar figure. Father. He seemed to have come from the direction of the ancestral hall, dressed simply, with red around his eyes, as if he had just cried. Surely he wasn't paying respects to her mother, was he? How could that be? During this time away from home, she regretted it so much, feeling guilty towards many people. Except for him. Chapter 063. The wealthiest in the imperial capital is a daughter slave because the news of her mother's passing was sealed off by him. The head of the Su family, not a single detail was allowed to be revealed to her. After returning to the country, she had never seen him pay respects to her mother, shed a single tear, or even mention her, as if he was not at all heartbroken or concerned. He had shown so much love when she was alive, yet after her death, he was colder than a stranger. It was a betrayal by her mother and a misjudgment by her. She glanced quickly and then shifted her gaze to Shun Juanshi, meeting his slightly furrowed brow, his expression conveying an indescribable tenderness. "Su Shaosheng, do you still remember the purpose of your return?" She pouted, somewhat reluctant. Just as she was engaged in a fierce internal struggle, she felt the man pass by her side without even looking at her, merely saying, "I'm back." Instantly, she became even angrier. He really didn't care about anything. She was too lazy to pretend to have a deep father-daughter relationship with him and just stiffly lifted the gift box in her hand, perfunctorily saying, "This is for you." Su Hongxian paused at the sound, looking at the pink gift box with a somewhat stunned expression, but it was just a moment before it flashed by. He calmly took the gift box, stepped forward to celebrate his parents' birthday, and simply said a few words at the banquet before finding an excuse to leave. "Sorry, everyone. I have some urgent business to attend to. I'll come back to accompany you later." Work, work, and more work. Over the years, he had been nothing but work. He probably had no wife or children in his heart, only his noble identity as the wealthiest man in the capital. Although he was holding her gift now, who knows where it would end up later. She furrowed her brows angrily, wanting to say something when her grandparents pulled her over. "Wan, come over and tell us about your life at school with Zhan during this time." "Okay." In the back hall, in front of a large vintage floor mirror, stood a radiant and imposing man. He carefully took out a tie from the gift box, meticulously tying it, and, after finishing, he looked at himself in the mirror from various angles. Front view, side view, far view, close view. The more he looked, the deeper the smile at the corner of his mouth became, enough to make the butler chuckle. Since Madame passed away, he hadn't seen a smile on the head of the family's face. This was the first time, thanks to the young lady's gift. "Fengrong, this is a gift from Sheng Sheng." "Yes, I heard it was bought with her first pot of gold. She's been thinking of you, the head of the family." "First pot of gold? Is it the prize money from her campus singing competition?" "Yes. The head of the family is really paying attention to the young lady's developments." "Okay." Su Hongxian smiled and continued to adjust his tie. "Is it nice?" The young lady's taste was undoubtedly impeccable, but this pink seemed... What is wrong with pink? He and T finished his sentence when he was interrupted. I just like pink. The first gift Wan gave me was a pink belt that tied my life together. Hearing the second half, the butler lowered his head silently. It used to be Madam, and now it's the young lady, head of the family. You obviously care for and love the young lady so much. Why not explain the past clearly to her? Letting her misunderstand you for nothing. She's still just a child. Some emotions need to be vented. So, to spare the young lady from bearing so much, the head of the family would rather be seen as a villain in her heart? The butler shook his head helplessly. Soon Niansheng was chatting with her grandparents and suddenly realized this guy Shin Xiaoxi had been telling on her the whole time. He said she pretended not to know him at school, or that when she got angry, she wouldn't speak to him, which made her pinch his arm hard. As a result, he also stretched his arm out and presented it to her grandparents. Look, she's still abusing me. Su Niansheng. Ha 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 ha. Grandpa Su and Grandma Su laughed so hard that crow's feet appeared at the corners of their eyes. You two little rascals, just the same as when you were kids. Not a bit changed. Grandpa and Grandma Su Niansheng couldn't win against him, so she leaned on her grandparents' legs and acted cute. Do you believe him or believe me? Both. Don't spill water. Then, Grandma Su thought for a moment and pointed to the banquet table in the southeast corner. Why don't we call your classmates over to ask? Classmates? Su Niansheng raised her head. Only then did she realize that her classmates from Jingda were actually here. Besides some from her major, there were also student council members, club members, as well as Su Yu, Zhao Menghan, and even Lin Yixuan. The overlap with the group that judged her last time in the art studio was quite high. As if sensing her gaze, they all buried their heads tightly, exuding a sense of guilt, especially Lin Yixuan, whose back was so stiff it seemed she would flee at any moment. How did they end up here? It was Wu Sa's niece who called, saying her friends wanted to visit, and since they were all your classmates, I agreed. Wu Sa's niece. Who is it? Lin Yixuan. Upon hearing this, Wu Sa immediately smiled and came over. She's also an art student. I wonder if the young lady knows her? Huh, so it's her? I know her too well. Old lady. Old lady. Not good. Something happened. Suddenly, an older maid rushed over, looking flustered. What happened? Why are you in such a hurry? She leaned over and whispered in her ear. Upon hearing this, Grandma Su's expression gradually became serious. In the southeast corner, at the banquet table, Su put down her chopsticks. Menghan, Yixuan, Sheng Sheng just seemed to look over at us. Should we go say hello? Sure. Just as Zhao Menghan responded. Lin Yixuan stood up with a pale face. I'm feeling a bit unwell. I want to go home first. Every minute and second she stayed here felt like sitting on pins and needles, let alone going over to greet them. You. Then shall we leave too? The others also stood up one after another. They had originally come with Lin Yixuan and had previously believed and spread rumors about Su Niansheng. Now that they knew her true identity, they felt extremely ashamed and had no face to continue staying here. Just as they were about to leave, they were unexpectedly stopped by a maid. Everyone, please wait. Our old lady invites you to move to the back hall. The back hall? What are we going there for? They were confused but still followed obediently. When the group arrived at the back hall, they saw Su Grandpa, Su Grandma sitting at the high table, with Su Niansheng and young Master Shun on either side, along with the renowned president of the Su group, Su Yanning. The noble aura emanating from several people inexplicably gave a sense of oppression. Chapter 064. Lin Yixuan caught stealing jewelry. Did everyone have fun today? Old Madam Su spoke gently. The crowd immediately breathed a sigh of relief. We had a great time. Thank you for your generous hospitality. And, Miss Su, they had thought Su Niansheng would seek revenge for the rumors they had spread about her in the past. But it turned out she was just asking a normal question. Their glances towards the young girl became flattering. That's good. Old Madam Su smiled slightly. Something happened at home just now, and I'd like to ask everyone for a favor. Okay? Of course, no problem. What do you need help with? Xiaohe. As she finished speaking, a young maid came over, sobbing. Half an hour ago, I was carrying the birthday gift, a set of royal jewelry from the eldest young master to the old madam, through the backyard flower bed, and I accidentally tripped over some children who were playing. The jewelry box rolled out into the bushes. When Sister Fong delivered it to the back hall, she found that one earring was missing. Old madam, I swear I didn't take it. I really didn't take it. No one said you took it. We're still in the investigation stage, old Madame Su said. According to Ah Fong's recollection, the people nearby at that time included her, you, a few guest children, and the rest were Sheng Sheng's classmates. Now that everyone else has been checked, I invited you all here to see if anyone saw or picked up that earring. If someone did, it will be returned to its owner, and I will definitely express my gratitude. Earring? What kind of style is it? I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it either. Have you seen it? No. No. I was too busy admiring the architecture and didn't even look down at the ground. Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, looking confused. Only Lin Yishuan's expression changed suddenly as she instinctively reached for her skirt pocket. What? So soon it was discovered? Yishuan, did you see it? Someone turned to ask her. She froze for a moment, then quickly withdrew her hand and shook her head vigorously. No. Su Niansheng sat above, carefully observing everyone's reactions, her gaze landing on Lin Yishuan, noticing her abnormal expression. It was unclear whether it was because she saw her here or... Old Madam. No one saw it. Okay. Old Madam Su scanned the crowd and sighed softly. This set of jewelry was a birthday gift from my grandson. Not only is it valuable, but the sentiment behind it is also precious. I cherish it very much. If it is truly lost, there is nothing I can do. But if there is even a slight chance, I still want to do my best to find it. That earring is made of emerald, with a gemstone set in a platinum base. It can be easily found with a metal detector. The places where it was lost, and the household staff and guest children who had contact with it have all been checked. I wonder if everyone would be so kind as to cooperate with a routine check in a room. I apologize for the trouble. After she finished speaking, Lin Yishuan's pupils suddenly constricted. What? A metal detector? That means it can find her in no time. Sure, I'm fine with it. I have no problem either. Everyone nodded in agreement, as they had nothing to hide, except for Lin Yishuan, whose face turned pale in an instant. When she saw the maid come out with the metal detector, she panicked and stepped out from the crowd. She looked at old Madame Su, her lips trembling, but her words were filled with indignation. Old Madam, is this too much? Are you treating our students from Capital University as thieves? Even if the Su family is a prominent family and you hold high status, looking down on us ordinary civilians, you have no right to search us. Our country stipulates that unless public security, prosecution, and other agencies hold a search warrant, no one else can arbitrarily search citizens. This is not only a serious mental harm, but also an insult to everyone's dignity. Her righteous words fell, and Shen Juanxi narrowed his eyes slightly. Su Yanting also furrowed his brows. Was this a confession? Yishuan. Aunt Wu saw the situation and hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. What is wrong with you? Child, have you gone silly in school? Old Madam just wants to do a routine check, nothing else. How can you speak like that? Apologize quickly. But Lin Yishuan shook her off, her expression indifferent, as if she didn't know her at all, leaving Aunt Wu stunned in place. It should be them apologizing. Behind her, among the group of students, a few who were incited felt their dignity was indeed insulted and whispered to each other, while others felt indifferent, thinking she was overreacting. After all, if nothing had happened, what was the harm in a search? They were even invited to tour the estate and the banquet. However, most remained silent. Only Zhao Menghan thought she had gone mad. The one who usually flattered and clung to the powerful was now publicly yelling at the richest person in the capital. Was she crazy? Had she truly lost her mind? Was it because she was now the eldest young lady of the Su family that it drove her crazy? She pushed Lin Yishuan aside and stepped forward, looking at old Madame Su and Su Niansheng, standing tall and unafraid. Old Madam, Sheng Sheng, I am willing to accept the search. You. Lin Yishuan turned her face, her eyes wide with disbelief, staring at her. You actually betrayed me? In such a critical moment, the first to betray her was her best friend. Was it just because Su Niansheng had now become the eldest young lady of the Su family? What is wrong? Just learn from you. Zhao Menghan met her gaze, unyieldingly retaliating. Willing to accept a search means you have no dignity or self-respect. That is your business. It doesn't mean everyone has to be like you. Willing to accept a search means having no dignity and self-respect? Then I would say you are reacting so strongly right now. Is it because you're guilty and panicking? What nonsense are you talking about? Su Niansheng watched the former inseparable best friends now turning against each other, tearing into each other publicly. And couldn't he help but want to applaud. How splendid, truly splendid. Behind her, a group of students was conflicted about which side to take when suddenly, above, old Madame Su raised her hand. No need. The gentle warmth that had just been on her face was completely replaced by the calm and authority of a grand matriarch, so imposing that no one could raise their heads. Chapter 065. Awaiting the young lady's decision, I was already well aware of where that earring had fallen. Who had taken it? But out of consideration for you all being Sheng Sheng's classmates and still young, I thought it was forgivable if someone was momentarily tempted by the jewelry's splendor and had the foolish idea of keeping it for themselves. So I gave multiple chances, first asking kindly, then inviting you to search the room privately. If it was handed over, it would be fine, no identities would be exposed, and reputations would remain intact. But I never expected that there would be students from Peking University with such poor character and morals, who not only stole, but also refused to admit it and even retaliated. Ah Fong, play the video directly. Okay. The older maid beside her nodded and secretly shot a glance at Lin Yixuan before playing the video. She had never seen such a shameless person. Even a usually kind-hearted old lady was enraged. Did she think she was hiding it well and escaping cleverly? In fact, everyone in the family was just watching a clown perform. She guessed that if there weren't strict surveillance systems inside and outside the manor, how could they dare to lay such luxurious cobblestones? What video? What is she talking about? Lin Yixuan turned around with a face full of panic. Could it be surveillance? Impossible. She remembered clearly checking the surroundings. There was no one, and certainly not a single camera. She must be trying to trick her. She had to stay calm. She kept reassuring herself until, on the big screen in the back hall, in a 360-degree view with no dead angles, the video repeatedly played and zoomed in on her walking from the Y-shaped fork in the backyard to the flower bed, picking up the jewelry box, pulling out the emerald earrings, and hiding them in her sleeve. In an instant, the room erupted in uproar. Oh my God, it's her? It's actually her. Lin Yixuan. She's a thief. How could she be this kind of person? After all these years, I truly didn't know her heart. No wonder she reacted so strongly when she heard about the search. It turned out she had hidden her misdeeds. What a disgrace. It was truly too embarrassing. Such poor character. I've never seen anything like this. This is simply shameful for the school. A group of Peking University students looked at her with shock and disdain, stepping back as if they wanted to distance themselves as much as possible to avoid any association. Lin Yixuan's face turned pale in an instant, all color drained, and as she watched her image repeatedly magnified on the screen, she fell to the ground in a daze. No, that's not me, it's AI. She struggled like a dying grasshopper, trying to make a last-ditch defense, but unexpectedly, Zhao Minghan directly stood up to testify against her, saying it was her. Just a moment ago, at the fork in the backyard, while everyone was making choices, she had quietly slipped away and didn't come back for a while. At that time, I noticed something was off with her complexion. Thinking back now, it turned out she was off stealing. Later, she even made an excuse to hide in the bathroom. So you knew too, right? She pulled Suyu over. Suyu looked at the girl lying on the ground, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Still trying to deny it. Zhao Minghan sneered. She was immensely relieved that she hadn't been swayed by Lin Yixuan's words earlier. Otherwise, she might have been implicated in questioning her character as well. As the crowd continued to accuse her, suddenly, Aunt Wu rushed over, plopping down on her knees and tearfully looking at the old lady. Old lady, you have a kind heart. You are magnanimous. Please forgive my niece. She is still young, and coming from an ordinary family, she has never seen much of the world. Seeing the jewelry, she was momentarily bewitched and hid it away. Yixuan, hurry and take out the earrings, begged the old lady to forgive you. With her words, the group of Peking University students was even more shocked. So Lin Yixuan's so-called relative of the Su family was just an aunt working as a maid there. This hypocritical, vain person, full of lies, who liked to slander others and steal, was simply despicable. It's over, all over. Lin Yixuan crawled on the ground, trembling like a frostbitten autumn leaf, cold sweat soaking her back, dripping from her forehead. Her aunt's plea not only provided no comfort, but rather added insult to injury. Today, her image in front of Shun Xiao, her status in the eyes of her Peking University classmates, and her dignity in front of Su Niansheng were all ruined. All of it was trampled underfoot like garbage. She had never felt so utterly humiliated, wanting to run away in embarrassment, but her body felt weak and powerless. Aunt Wu, this matter has nothing to do with you. The old lady signaled for someone to pull Aunt Wu away. Today, I allowed these students to visit out of consideration for my granddaughter, but I didn't expect to invite a wolf into the house. Su Niansheng? It turned out it was because of her that they could visit the Su residence. Indeed, how could a place that even prominent journalists and major media outlets couldn't enter allow them in just because of a maid's words, not to mention attending a banquet? It must have been the young lady's decision. A group of students raised their heads in unison, looking at the girl with gratitude, but after a few seconds, they lowered them again. They recalled how they had believed Lin Yishuan's words, gossiping about her behind her back, questioning her romance in the art studio. Unknowingly, they had become accomplices. And yet, the other party returned good for evil. They felt truly ashamed and guilty. If this matter were handled by an old lady like me, it would spread that I'm bullying the younger generation. So, Sheng Sheng, she's your classmate. You decide what to do. Okay. Su Niansheng stood up and walked down the hall. Her slow footsteps sounded like the signal of the devil's call, making Lin Yishuan shiver with each step closer. Let Su Niansheng deal with her? She definitely wouldn't let her off easily. Over the years, the slander and casual insults in the art studio were enough for her to hold a grudge and wait for an opportunity to take revenge. Su Niansheng walked down and looked at the girl lying on the ground like a stray dog, her lips curling slightly. She hadn't yet settled the score for the rumors spread on the campus forum a few days ago. She had planned to deal with her after going home. Unexpectedly, she had come to her door. She slowly rolled up her sleeves, then raised her hand. Lin Yishuan thought she was going to hit her, and, in panic, she leaned back and screamed, Su Niansheng, you dare. But instead, she just crossed her arms and smiled languidly. Chapter 066. Her bad girl look is a bit sexy. What can I dare? Dare to hit you? I wouldn't dare. You know the law so well. What if you countersue me? But since you understand so much, do you know how the law punishes infringement of others' property in our country? It's okay if you don't know. I happen to have an aunt who is a lawyer, and she said that if the amount stolen is particularly huge and the circumstances are especially serious, it could result in over 10 years of imprisonment or life imprisonment. Guess how much that earring you stole is worth? Does it constitute a particularly huge amount and especially serious circumstances? What does she mean? Lin Yishuan's head buzzed as she heard her threat. She not only wanted to trample on her dignity and destroy her body and mind, but also wanted to sue her, sending her to prison and putting her in a dead end. Brother. Su Niansheng turned around lazily, looking at the man seated. Can you estimate the price of that earring? Over 3 million. His calm voice fell like a thunderclap in the back hall. Over 3 million? An earring is that expensive? No wonder he is the richest man. Then Lin Yishuan is indeed guilty of theft in a particularly large amount and especially serious circumstances, right? Absolutely. It's already serious to a certain extent. Oh, over 3 million. Thank goodness. Su Niansheng nodded lightly, but then leaned down and smiled fiercely at Lin Yishuan, saying, but it's enough to keep you in prison for a long time. Su Niansheng watched her changing expression, his eyebrows slightly raised. After not seeing her for a while, it seemed like his little sister's personality had changed a lot, becoming even cuter. Shen Juanxi also stared at the girl without blinking, feeling inexplicably thirsty, and picked up the tea in front of him. He had never seen the little princess look so mischievous. A bit sexy. Lin Yishuan heard 3 million prison time, and saw her smiling with hidden daggers, and finally began to really feel scared, her eyes flashing wildly with fear, as if all the blood in her body had been drained away. No. At this moment, she could no longer care about her image and face. Trembling as she pulled the earring from her skirt pocket and handed it to her with both hands, her voice tinged with a sob. Here, I'll give it back to you. The earring is yours again. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Su Niansheng, Miss Su, Sheng Sheng. I shouldn't have stolen the earring. I shouldn't have targeted you. Please forgive me. Give me one more chance, okay? After all, we used to be such good friends. I was just momentarily confused and believed the rumors. That's why I made a mistake. I want to do it again. I swear. Sheng Sheng, can you believe me one more time? She brought up their past friendship, trying to evoke her sympathy. But as soon Niansheng looked at her crying, her mind flashed back to the time she stood on a high stage, holding a trophy, kissing the chameleon necklace, with that disdainful, provocative, and highly insulting smile in her eyes. And that fatal kick. Believe? In her past life, she believed her too much, which led to such a tragic ending. Now she knows to beg for mercy? It's too late. Soon Niansheng picked up the earring in her hand. Don't you know that even if the item is returned to its owner, the charge of theft remains unchanged? Lin Yixuan, in this life and the next. New grudges and old debts, today we settle them together. No, don't do this, Sheng Sheng. Don't treat me this way. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Lin Yixuan's emotions suddenly collapsed, crawling towards her, tightly hugging her legs, crying out loud in public, begging, her tears flowing endlessly. Let go. The people in the room watched coldly, thinking she brought this upon herself. Only Su Yu showed a hint of compassion in her eyes. Although she understood Lin Yixuan's temperament, and that she was indeed not good and had wronged Sheng Sheng still. After all, they were classmates and dorm mates for years. Seeing her now, crying and losing her image, there was still some sympathy in her heart. But she couldn't say a word, because back in the art studio, she didn't dare to stand up for Sheng Sheng either. Now, she lowered her head, her eyes rolling, and suddenly thought of someone. Sure you Bai. Sheng Sheng liked him so much. If he could come and plead for Lin Yixuan, it would definitely be effective. At Jingda, after finishing a meeting, Sure you Bai checked the time and realized it was still early. He remembered Lin Yixuan's words and headed towards Heshi. Just as he arrived at the royal villa, he received a message from Su Yu. President, something happened to Yixuan at the Su family. Come quickly. So noisy. Su Niansheng looked at the girl on the floor, crying and clinging desperately, and impatiently rubbed her ears. Fong saw. Hurry and call the police. Okay, miss. Several servants immediately ran over, pulling her away and dialing 110, but before the call connected, a voice sounded from outside. Oh, madam, miss, this boy says he is also a student from Jingda. Everyone looked up. There stood a tall, slender figure in white. Sure you Bai? Sun Niansheng froneth. Why is he here? Su Yanting and Shun Juanxi's gazes also shifted to him, while Su Lao Yi and Su Lao Foreign were so surprised they stood up directly, and even Su Hongxian, who had just stepped in the back hall, froze in place. Isn't this the boy that Sheng Sheng likes at school? As silence fell over the scene, Sure Yu Bai was stunned in place by the servant's words miss, looking at Su Niansheng, his usually calm phoenix eyes widening in surprise. She is the young lady of the Su family? Then, his gaze swept over Su Lao Yi, Su Lao Foreign, Su Yanting, Shun Juanxi, and finally landed on Su Hongxian by the back door, suddenly freezing. As if he thought of something, his eyes gradually turned red. You Bai, Lin Yixuan, who was originally in despair, saw him and felt like she had found the last straw to cling to, rushing over. You Bai, save me, please save me. I took old Madame Su's earring, and they're going to call the police and send me to prison. I can't go, I really can't go. If I go, my studies, my future, my whole life will be over. Do you know how hard it was for me to get into Jingda from a small county? Do you know how hard I worked to become a star? I can't have any stains. She cried and begged the boy with snot and tears, but met his eyes that slightly looked down with a fleeting look of disgust. It's hard to tell if it was the angle or an illusion. It made her heart skip a beat. He wouldn't not help her, would he? Just like Zhao Menghan? Chapter 067. The Distorted Shun Xiao. Su Niansheng. Are you playing me? No, absolutely not. The only person who can make Su Niansheng change her mind now is him. She likes him so much. As long as he is willing to plead for her, she will definitely forgive him. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth and made up her mind. You Bai, you have to save me. Just like when your father died unexpectedly, my family took you and your mother in and helped you. You know, all these years, my parents have treated you like their own child, but I'm still their only biological daughter. If something happens to me, they definitely won't be able to live on. She was reminding him to be grateful, reminding him of the debt he owes her family over the years. When Sure Yu Bai heard father died unexpectedly, his pupils constricted. After a long pause, he pulled her hand away and walked towards Su Niansheng. The emotions brewing in the boy's eyes seemed to be countless, but in the end, they were all suppressed, and he looked at her calmly, Sun Niansheng. Regardless of what Lin Yixuan did wrong today, I apologize on her behalf. I hope you can forgive her and give her a chance to change, and not pursue legal responsibility. Ha! Hee hee. When he finished speaking, Sun Niansheng found it somewhat amusing. What identity are you using to stand here and talk to me? What qualifications do you have to apologize on her behalf and ask for my forgiveness? If she could, she would have wanted them to go in together. As if he had anticipated her reaction, Bai tightened his grip. Always proud and looking down on others, a hint of humble pleading appeared on his face. Just consider it my plea. This is the first time I've ever asked someone for help. As long as you agree, I am willing to do anything. After he finished speaking, all the members of the Su family turned their attention to the girl, including Shun Juanxi. The curve of Sun Niansheng's lips also froze. This sentence was what she had once said to him in a paper airplane. White Knight, just consider it my plea. Tell me who you are, okay? This is my first time asking for something, and I'm willing to do anything as long as you agree. After that paper airplane flew out, who had never been willing to reveal his identity, voluntarily told her the school and major he was studying. Over the years, whether in the past life or this life, it was him and Lin Yixuan who deceived and betrayed her. She owed him nothing, not even a tiny bit. The only thing was that paper airplane. If it weren't for them, if it weren't for the White Knight, perhaps she would have long since fallen into despair after that summer, following the college entrance examination. Now that he brought it up, did he want her to repay this favor and fulfill the promise made back then? Sun Niansheng looked at him, her eyes shimmering with tears, shaking violently, revealing an unparalleled pain and hatred. Why? Why must even the only beauty she hid deep in her heart be destroyed? Fine. After a long time, she replied. Upon hearing this, Bai's eyes lit up. Fine? He didn't expect her to agree so easily. He thought it would take some effort. Lin Yixuan's desperate face suddenly revived in an instant, revealing an expression of extreme surprise. She was okay. She was okay. A group of students from Peking University whispered nearby. Sheng Sheng really loves the president. The earrings worth over 3 million were resolved with just a few words. Yeah, if it weren't true love, she wouldn't have pursued him for so many years. The president's words are effective. I won't believe the rumors on the forum next time. Sheng Sheng obviously still likes the president. Shun Xiao is probably just a friend. While everyone was shocked, the Su family's expressions all darkened. Old Master Su and Old Madam Su sat down with lost expressions. It seems that Sheng Sheng still likes this boy, so the war with the family won't cease. Su Yanting tightly gripped the cup in his hand, his eyes dark and obscure. That day, when his little sister came to find him in the office and said those words, he suspected their authenticity, and indeed. Su Hongxian slowly relaxed his grip on his pink tie, and the face that had just melted from the gift returned to the stern and severe demeanor of a father. The smile that had always been on Shun Juanxi's face also vanished in an instant, disappearing without a trace. Bai, the only thing I owe you in 2 lives is settled today. From now on, there will only be hatred between us. Don't let me catch you and Lin Yixuan doing anything wrong again, or I will never go easy on you. Sun Niansheng glared at them, her eyes burning with a blazing fire, almost bursting forth. This matter I can choose not to pursue, but the rumors on the school forum that I was being kept. You also spread those, right? Lin Yixuan looked at her nervously, stammering. What? You don't want to admit it? I admit. Afraid of angering her again and going back on her word, she nodded directly in acknowledgement. Compared to legal punishment, moral condemnation was much lighter. What? Bai turned to look at her, deep hatred passing through his eyes. It was actually her. Just admit it. I want you to come to the school broadcasting room on Monday morning and publicly admit in front of all the teachers and students that you spread those rumors. And publicly apologize to me and Shun Juanxi. Don't worry. Before she could answer, Bai responded, I will personally take her there. And then, before Sun Niansheng's words fell, she saw Shun Juanxi suddenly stand up and leave the back hall. From his back, surrounded by an extremely low pressure, it was evident that he was angry. Hey, Shun Xiaoxi. She didn't have time to say anything more and directly chased after him. She chased all the way to the garden and finally caught up, breathless, quickly grabbing his hand, afraid he would run away again. Shun Xiaoxi, what's wrong? Why did you leave suddenly? Didn't we agree to wait until Grandma's birthday banquet was over too? As she spoke halfway, her hand was shaken off. She was momentarily stunned. When she looked up again, she saw the boy's deep eyes shrouded in heavy gloom, black mist swirling. Sun Niansheng, are you playing me? Sun Niansheng. Fake, 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 all fake. Shun Juanqi's thin lips uncontrollably curled into a cold, self-deprecating smile. Now he doubted everything was fake. What she said about not pursuing Shi Bai was fake. What she said about always being by his side and supporting him forever was fake. Everything she said was fake. All of it was a lie. His pupils were extremely deep, as if poisoned, bursting forth with killing intent that obliterated everything. Even his sharp jawline was tense with a layer of coldness. Sun Niansheng, what do you take me for? A consolation after a brief breakup? A plaything that can be summoned and dismissed at will? Or a tool you use to provoke Shi Bai? Huh, now that you've achieved your goal, are you going to kick me away again? As he spoke, his emotions got out of control, and he stepped forward to grab her wrist. The force was so strong that Sun Niansheng couldn't help but let out a slight whimper. He immediately released her. Chapter 068. Shun Juanqi and Sun Niansheng are engaged. Shun Xiaoxi. Sun Niansheng has already figured out why he is angry. It must be the decision made just now that made him mistakenly believe that she still has feelings for Shi Bai. You misunderstood. It's not what you think. Let me explain. Explain? You want to deceive him again, right? Shun Juanqi's eyes were astonishingly deep, his emotions on the verge of a breaking point. He feared that if he stayed any longer, he would lose control and do something irreversible to her. So he turned around and left. Shun Xiaoxi. Just as Sun Niansheng was about to chase after him, a cold voice stopped her. Sheng Sheng. She turned around. It was her father. Follow me to the study. No, I want to chase Shun Xiaoxi. She immediately refused. She had never seen Shun Xiaoxi so angry before. He even shook off her hand. She had a premonition that if she didn't explain clearly right away, it would be troublesome. Su Hongxian, don't make me say a second time. It won't matter if you say a third time. Sun Niansheng turned to run, but unexpectedly. Too tall. Burly bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses blocked her path. Young miss, I'm sorry. Sun Niansheng's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to look at Su Hongxian. He actually had the bodyguards come to capture her. This is simply going too far. In the study, like a prisoner being stared at, Sun Niansheng, who was forcibly brought in, saw that her grandfather, grandmother, and brother were all there, and she was immediately overjoyed to report. Grandpa, Grandma, Dad had the bodyguards capture me. But Grandfather Su and Grandmother Su just silently held their walking sticks, bowing their heads in silence. This was completely different from their attitude at the banquet earlier. She then looked at Su Yanting. The man's indifferent gaze was also indifferent, looking at her with no waves, as if they had returned to the time when the siblings were in a Cold War. What's wrong with all of you? Don't tell me. You all think I still have feelings for Shi Bai just because I agreed to his request? You all misunderstood. I only agreed to Shi Bai because I owe. Enough. Su Hongxian raised his hand while sitting in the main seat. He didn't want to continue listening to her make excuses. He also didn't want to argue with her anymore. Arguing consumes feelings, and he didn't want to bear the consequences anymore. If they were destined to argue endlessly over that boy, it would be better to solve it in the most direct and violent way. Although she might hate him for it and resist with all her might, it would prevent future troubles. Sheng Sheng, how old are you this year? Huh? Sun Niansheng was suddenly interrupted, looking bewildered and somewhat annoyed. Although they had been arguing for years and their relationship had grown distant, it shouldn't be to the point where he forgot her age, right? She still clearly remembered his zodiac sign and birthday. Scumbag dad. 19, about to have a birthday. That makes you 20, not a child anymore. Suong Swan Nativ. When I was 20, I was already dating your mother. So Uncle Song, pick a good day to engage the young lady. What? Sun Niansheng was taken aback by the word engagement, slowly raising her head. Grandfather Su, Grandmother Su, and Su Yanting were also surprised that he would suddenly say something like this, looking at him in astonishment, including the butler who received the order. Head of the family. Could it be that you are confused because of the young lady? How could you suddenly say you want to engage her? I haven't heard of such plans before. Yes, head of the family. I didn't hear wrong, did I? That's right. It's to engage the young lady. Huh. Sun Niansheng was the first to react. Looking at him, a cold smile escaped her lips, and her eyes became sharp. When did he come up with this idea? Did he finally encounter problems in the business world and need her to enter into a commercial marriage? Or did he already hate her to the core and want to drive her out of the house to avoid seeing her? She thought he might be a little happy and changed upon her return. Unexpectedly, Su Hongxian, don't forget what you said before. How you swore in front of my mom. He said she would always be his precious daughter, his most beloved little girl. He said he would support her for life, as long as she was happy and carefree, asking for nothing in return. But now, at only 20, he wants to sell her off for profit. So Niansheng, furious, pointed at him and called him by his full name, almost making Su Hongxian crush the teacup in his hand. You. Seeing this, grandfather Su and grandmother Su quickly stood up to persuade him. Hongxian, are you really confused with anger? How can you joke about something as serious as Sheng Sheng's marriage? Su Yanting, who usually stood on the same side as his father, also expressed his opposition immediately. No, Sheng Sheng is still young. I'm not joking. Su Hongxuan's face was serious. Moreover, while she may be young, her temper is not small. She even dares to call her father's name directly. If you're not joking, then what is it? Do you have someone in mind? Su grandmother was getting anxious, and Su grandfather angrily tapped his cane. Exactly, this is simply nonsense. If you have the ability, name someone and let us hear who is worthy of our world's most beautiful and lovable granddaughter. Su Hongxian, that boy from the Shen family. After the words fell, there was a long silence in the air. Grandfather Su and grandmother Su slowly sat down. Oh, Junqi, huh? He can do it, he's capable. Su Yanting was also stunned, his thin lips parted, wanting to say something but hesitating, as if he was seriously contemplating something. Even Su Niansheng was surprised. Shun Xiaoxi. She didn't even notice that when she heard this name, the strong resentment in her heart dissipated, and the sharp thorns that had risen all over her body were also put down. But Shun Xiaoxi is my best friend. Isn't that perfect? Su Hongxian snorted lightly. You two grew up together, innocent and playful. You've played together for 20 years without any conflicts or disputes. Your relationship has only grown closer. This is the best pairing. Yes, Sheng Sheng, you and Junqi both grew up before my eyes. You know each other well, and you are a perfect match in talent and appearance. No one is more suitable than you two. That's right. Not only are your personalities, appearances, talents, and abilities matched, but even our family backgrounds are comparable. If you were to marry into another family, I really wouldn't be at ease, but if it's the Shun family, I can rest assured. Moreover, the matriarch of the Shun family and your mother were extremely good friends in their lifetime, treating you like her own daughter. Now that there's a marriage connection, it makes it even closer. Grandfather Su and grandmother Su continued to chime in, laughing as they spoke. Chapter 069, His love is well known and undeniable, Su Niansheng. Grandpa and Grandma have always liked Shun Xiaoxi immensely, teasing them since childhood. Now that they hear the suggestion, they would definitely agree with 1,000 hands and feet. Brother, say something. Didn't you say you wouldn't allow me to marry early? Yes. Su Yanting raised his eyes. He does not allow it. But rather than waiting for the day she marries Bai, someone who doesn't love her at all and gets stuck in the mud, it's better to marry Shin Junqi. At least, his love is well known and undeniable. But Shin Junqi is an exception. Huh? Su Niansheng was puzzled. Why is he an exception? Marrying him would be like not getting married at all. She could still maintain her current situation, be with her family, and do whatever she wants. The Shun family and the Su family have had a good relationship for many years, especially between the younger sister and Junqi, who grew up under their watch. Inseparable like a family. Even if they got married, nothing would change. After hearing his words, Su Niansheng was even more confused. So, they want her to get engaged to Shin Xiaoxi for convenience? Do they still see them as kids playing house? As she opened her mouth in disbelief, she heard a familiar clear voice from outside. I'm late. It's Uncle. She turned around and ran towards him excitedly. Uncle. He is also her savior. Ouch. Chu Jinglan picked her up, just like before, ceremoniously spinning her around twice. The food has been good lately. You've gained weight. I haven tea. Uncle, you finally came. Please save me. They want me to get engaged to Shin Xiaoxi. So soon? Chu Jinglan was surprised. Su Niansheng was even more surprised. What kind of reaction is this? What does so soon mean? Should it be? How is that possible? It's as if it's taken for granted that she and Shun Xiaoxi will get married sooner or later. That's great. Sheng Sheng, you're short on credits lately, right? The country just released a new policy that gives 3 extra points for college students getting married. Didn't you know? Is that true? There is such a good thing? Soon Niansheng replied instinctively, then fell silent. What, they all agree to this marriage? It's as if they've already discussed it. Can you consult the opinions of the people involved before making a decision? Su Hongxian, aren't we asking for your opinion right now? He wants her to get engaged to Shun Juanxi, not just to keep her away from that boy at school, but it's a carefully considered decision. In fact, he and Wanwan had been observing Shun Juanxi as a potential son-in-law for a long time. Over the years, whether it was his care and affection for Sheng Sheng or his personal character and quality, as well as his talents displayed in various fields, he was impeccable and beyond reproach. He was sure that no one loved Sheng Sheng more than he did. They would definitely be happy together. The old man of the Shen family had also mentioned this marriage several times. He originally wanted to wait for their feelings to develop naturally before arranging it. But unexpected complications arose, so they had to expedite the process. Perhaps Sheng Sheng also liked Juanxi in her heart. She just couldn't see it clearly because they were too close. Otherwise, when Juanxi got angry and left just now, she wouldn't have been so anxious to chase after him. She was still too young and didn't understand love. Once she understood, she would definitely thank him. And what about Shen Xiaoxi? Have any of you asked him or respected his opinion? Soon Niansheng retorted angrily, only to provoke laughter from everyone. Does he even need to be asked? Of course, Juanxi would be 1,000 times willing. He'd even come crawling. If that kid knew, he'd be secretly delighted even in his sleep. Chu Jinglan twirled the keys in his hand, looking at her with suspicion. But you asking this question, are you afraid? Would he want to? Sun Niansheng. Of course not. Uncle, which side are you on? Haha, the side of your happiness. No, I'm not joking with you. Why are they so sure Shen Xiaoxi would agree? Is there some misunderstanding about him? Or do they want to force him? Just like they're forcing her. As she thought about this, alarm bells rang in her mind. Absolutely not. They could bully her, but they can't bully Shen Xiaoxi. No. She was about to refuse when suddenly, old Master Su let out a hiss, bent down tightly clutching his heart, and his cane fell to the ground with a clatter. Shijai, father, grandpa, everyone rushed over immediately. Are you okay? Uncle Song, call a doctor quickly. As Su Hongxian's words fell, he saw his father secretly blinking at him, and his body froze. Grandpa, Su Niansheng was startled, rushing over with a panicked face. What happened to you? Are you okay? It hurts. How can you be fine? Su Hongxian gradually straightened up, his cold tone laced with obvious anger. You've made your heart hurt with your nonsense. Last time, it was also because of you and that boy from school that you ended up in the hospital. Su Niansheng felt guilty in an instant, tears welling in her eyes. Sheng Sheng. Old Master Su trembled as he reached out to her, holding her tightly. Grandpa is getting old and not in good health. I don't know how much longer I can take care of you. Grandpa, don't say such things. You will definitely live a long life. Grandpa has lived a smooth life with no regrets, but the only thing I worry about is you. You are too pure and kind. It's easy for you to be deceived by those with ulterior motives. Only by entrusting you to a reliable person, sheltered under his wings, can I rest assured. That person is Juanxi. Grandpa only trusts him. Can you promise, Grandpa? Grandpa. It hurts. Seeing her not responding, old Master Su groaned in more pain, looking as if he might collapse at any moment, frightening Su Niansheng into a panic. Grandpa. Father. As Su Hongxian bent down again, Su Niansheng noticed the pink bow tie on his chest. Isn't this the gift she just gave him? Like her brother. It clearly doesn't match his outfit, yet he still wore it right away. Could it be that Dad is also happy about her coming home? She hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded heavily. Okay. Although her unilateral agreement didn't matter, she could ask Shen Xiaoxi for help to act together. At least to let her family temporarily believe she really gave up on Bai, so they wouldn't be so angry. Really? Old Master Su smiled excitedly. Instantly, his heart didn't hurt anymore. His hands stopped shaking, and his eyes brightened. Sununtai Niansheng, Moonmosa. You're really my good granddaughter. Grandpa didn't love you in vain. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads with amusement. To make Sheng Sheng agree, they even forced the old man to act. Chapter 070. The husband chasing funeral pyre on the way back from the hushy CBD. Night fell, and a gentle breeze arose. The dim streetlights cast a glow over two figures, one walking briskly, the other lost in despair. Bai walked while toying with a delicate butterfly model in his hand, occasionally curling the corners of his mouth into a smile. These days, the repeated doubts and tests confirmed her love for him, just like before. He received it, and his heart fluttered like leaves rustling in the wind, the shadows dancing on the ground, passionate yet chaotic, completely beyond his control. He was entirely led by her. Lin Yishuan gradually returned to her senses from the terror of having escaped from death, but all the suppressed emotions in her heart turned into deep resentment. She resented not being born into a powerful and influential family, resented Sun Niansheng for having everything she desired from birth, and resented herself for working so hard, yet repeatedly losing to her, losing embarrassingly. Why? Why was heaven so unfair? Clearly, Sun Niansheng had done nothing. Yet everything and everyone favored her, while she had done everything but ended up a laughingstock. She hated everything that happened today, hated Sun Niansheng. As she dug her nails into her palm so hard that they almost drew blood, she looked up and saw a rare, tender smile on Bai's lips. A smile she had never seen before. In his hand, he was still playing with a butterfly model. This model seemed somewhat familiar. Suddenly, she recalled the rumor that had circulated on the forum a while ago. Bai, having stepped down from his pedestal, chose to take a niche subject for love and publicly exchanged tokens of affection with the school beauty. So it was true, and recently, he had stood up for Sun Niansheng in the art studio and posted a clarification on the forum. All of this. Could it be that even he? Her already sensitive nerves were once again stimulated, making her eyes redden. Bai, what are you smiling about? Is he happy? Is he happy to see her embarrass herself in front of Sun Niansheng, in front of the Su family, in front of all their friends and classmates? I ask you, in those few seconds after Sun Niansheng agreed to you, were you happy that I was finally okay, or happy that she took back her command for you again? Throwing money around? The smile at the corner of Bai's mouth silently faded. He did not respond, but Lin Yishuan could no longer control her emotions. Just say it. Anyone can betray her. Anyone can be moved by Sun Niansheng, but he alone cannot. Bai turned to look at her. What does it have to do with you? What does it have to do with me? Lin Yishuan froze. You tell me? Back then, Aunt Zhou brought him, who was only 10 years old, to their family, and until now, they went to school together, worked part-time, and returned home. Over the years, in the eyes of both families, they were already a pair, destined to be together sooner or later, right? Yet, in Bai's eyes, there was only indifference. Looking at her, there was not a trace of emotion. We're just ordinary neighbors. At most, your parents once did me a favor, and in exchange, I will take care of you, my nominal sister. That's all. Neighbors? Nominal sister? That's all. Lin Yishuan looked at him in disbelief, her eyes redder than ever. Why had he never said such words before? When did he start to change? Was it when Sun Niansheng pursued him? Or was it when he just found out that Sun Niansheng was a rich young lady? She recalled what Zhao Minghan had said before. At that time, she had sworn that everyone would fall for Sun Niansheng, except for Bai, who would always be her solid support. Now, she had been slapped in the face. Sure enough, you were indeed happy about Sun Niansheng's reaction. The daughter of the richest man in the capital is devoted to you, obedient to your every request. Today, in front of so many people, she showed her affection for you, and you must be feeling great, right? You won't have fallen for her, right? Bai didn't want to pay her any more attention and turned to leave. In the past, when she asked this question, he would always deny it immediately. But today, Lin Yishuan lost control of her emotions and stood there shouting. Bai, have you gone mad? Have you forgotten how your father died? You witnessed the true face of your enemy today, yet your mind is on his daughter. Her voice echoed in the empty night, growing louder, and when it reached Bai's ears, it forced him to grip the butterfly tightly. Why? Why have you fallen for her too? Why? As Lin Yishuan shouted until her voice was hoarse, she could no longer see his shadow and broke down in tears. Her last trump card, something she had always been proud of, something she thought could win over Sun Niansheng, was all gone. Sun Niansheng, just wait. You won't defeat me so easily. You won't be so proud forever. Sun Niansheng, who had impulsively agreed to her family's request, quickly regretted it because Shun Juanqi was currently in a fit of anger, ignoring her completely, let alone agreeing to such an outrageous request. It was simply a hellish difficulty. Shen Xiaoxi, are you still angry? Calm down, let me explain, okay? I agreed to Shi Yubai's request just to repay a favor. Not because I still like him. I swear what I said is true. Otherwise, I'll turn into a puppy. Please don't be angry, okay? Come out and meet me. I'll treat you to candy. Shen Xiaoxi? Shen Xiao? Shen Daxia Ko? Junge? Jungij. Can you reply to me? If not, just deduct one is fine. After bombarding him with messages with no response, she began to phone bomb him. To her surprise, he didn't pick up the phone either. It's over. It seems he's really angry this time. It's going to be hard to appease him. She was anxious like an ant on a hot pot, and suddenly a phrase popped in her mind. Su Xiaosheng. Even the gods can't stop your whining. So, she decisively clicked the voice message button, raised her voice, and produced the most delicate, most cutesy, and most nauseating voice she had ever made, even making herself shudder and unable to bear playing it a second time. Good brother, Junguo was wrong, really wrong. Please don't be angry, okay? Please reply to Sheng Sheng. I really miss you. Woo 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 woo. After that, there were 2 minutes of soft, weak, and pitiful crying. No matter how hard-hearted a person was, they would be moved upon hearing it. But after sending the voice message, she waited 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and waited for a long time, yet there was still no response. It's over. It's really over. Shen Xiaoxi was so angry she was about to ascend. Realizing something was wrong, Niansheng quickly put away her phone and rushed to the Shun family. Upon arriving at Diyuan No. 1, she happened to run into the butler, who hurriedly came out of the front door. Upon seeing her, he looked pleasantly surprised. Miss Niansheng, you're here? That's great. I was just hesitating whether to call you. What happened? The young master has been locked in his room on the 3rd floor since he came back from the Su family yesterday. He hasn't eaten or drunk anything and is in particularly bad shape. He won't even let the servants go up. May I ask if something happened? Su Niansheng. It's my fault. I'll go take a look. Okay. Su Niansheng ran to the hall in one breath, but as she went upstairs, her movements became a bit stealthy. If Shen Xiaoxi were to explode or scold her, she must endure it and first appease him. She kept mentally preparing herself. As she grasped the last railing and gradually approached the boy's room, she suddenly heard a strange sound of breathing. There was a breathy, hoarse, low and dull voice mixed with a strong magnetism, intermittent with occasional fluctuations, sometimes urgent or high-pitched, inexplicably vibrant, full of sexual tension, making one's ears feel a bit hot. It was Shen Xiaoxi's voice. What was he doing? How could he make such an ambiguous sound that she had never heard before? Her heart inexplicably raced. Her footsteps hesitated for a moment, and after a few seconds of doubt, she continued to tentatively walk forward. When she reached the boy's door, just as she was about to raise her hand to knock, she heard a soft and delicate girl's voice from inside, similar to good brother. No more, I beg you. Woo-woo. Chapter 071. He was so excited that his scalp tingled. It was obvious that it was coming from the video, repeating over and over again. In an instant, the girl's beautiful eyes widened, and a terrifying thought flashed in her mind. Although she had never seen a pig run, she had at least seen a pig before. Shen Xiaoxi, is he really doing that in front of the screen? In broad daylight. How could he be so lewd, locking himself in his room for a whole day and night, just to do this? Really, just as she was strongly despising and condemning him in her heart, she suddenly heard a very fierce voice from the boy, as if he wanted to kill her. Sheng Sheng. Scared, Su Niansheng immediately cried out. Oh no, discovered. She quickly withdrew her hand and awkwardly ran down the stairs. Just as Shun Juanshi was flashing with bursts of white light, he suddenly heard a girl's exclamation, so real that it didn't sound like it was coming from the audio, but as if it were right outside his room. Thinking it was just a hallucination or an overly imaginative thought, he didn't pay it much attention until a rapid sound of footsteps rang out. He opened his deep eyes suddenly, dark and shining like obsidian in a lightless room. Sheng Sheng. Almost immediately, he closed his phone and rushed out of the room. And sure enough, he saw a charming and bright figure fleeing at the railing on the 2nd floor. The little princess really came. Did she just now? He couldn't help feeling a bit anxious as he met Su Niansheng's turning gaze, which was filled with lingering fear. Seeing the boy, she froze for a moment. He was lazily wearing a set of loungewear. His hair was disheveled and black, perhaps because he had just indulged in his desires. And there was still a faint mist in his dark eyes, giving off a slightly childish yet silently intense vibe. However, he exuded a sense of cold detachment after the fact, making it seem as if he wasn't the same person who had just made that sexy, husky sound. Although this contradictory side of him was indescribably handsome, Su Niansheng's gaze still uncontrollably slid down. Just one glance, and she managed to restrain herself. Too horrifying. Senduxi, no, senxiaoxi. You are too lewd, Shun Xiaoxi. Before he could speak, she took the initiative. Shen Juanxi narrowed his deep-set eyes slightly, filled with a probing depth. Did you hear everything just now? Yes. You were so loud. Who wouldn't hear? Do you know what I was doing? Of course. I'm not an idiot. Then, why is she so calm? There was no surprise, no blame, and none of the disgust, anger, and fear she had imagined. He stepped down the stairs, approaching her step by step. Su Niansheng felt an inexplicable sense of danger, like a looming monstrous figure gradually covering her. He wouldn't want to silence her because she discovered his privacy, would he? No, it was just him doing that thing in front of the screen. She stammered, trying to say those words in an extremely normal, calm tone, but her face still betrayed her, turning red. Although I can't accept it, I understand. Boys, after all. The video? Hearing this, Shen Juanxi's expression froze. She didn't realize that was the voice message she sent him, right? Then did you hear what I called out? What else could he have called out at that time? Just breathing, no. Did he really want to discuss the details of such matters with her? Although they were very familiar, they weren't that familiar, right? Lewd, rogue, pervert. Su Niansheng shot him a gaze filled with embarrassment and anger. I didn't hear it. I just heard you calling my name when you found out I was there. Shen Juanxi. So that's what she thought. No wonder she didn't react at all. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He almost ruined his image. What are you here for? I came to explain. I don't want to hear you talk about how deep your feelings are for sure you Bai, how hard it is to part. Before she could finish, the boy interrupted her, his tone as cold as ice shards. Uncle Li, see her out. Uncle. What on earth happened that was such a big deal? The young master actually didn't want to see Miss Niansheng. Seeing him turn away coldly, showing no mercy, and completely unyielding, her eyes rolled around, deciding to change her strategy. Since softness didn't work, then she would go hard. Wait, Shen Juanxi, stop. I actually came today to discuss something with you, related to Sure You Bai. Su Niansheng, do you not understand my words? Or do you think I'm just a shameless dog who can't live without you? Hearing Sure You Bai, Shen Juanxi's handsome brows twitched violently, anger flaring up. Just as he was about to turn around, he heard her say, I want to get engaged to you, and you can't refuse. Su Niansheng crossed her arms, a small, triumphant smile curving her lips. Otherwise, I'll spread the word about what you did today. She was originally worried about how to coax him into agreeing to help, but now she had the upper hand. She had leverage. What? When Shen Juanxi heard the word engaged, his body stiffened in an instant, his scalp tingling, his dark pupils dilating to the extreme. As if he couldn't believe his ears. He slowly turned his face, staring intensely into her eyes. Hotter and brighter than the crystal chandelier that spanned over 10 meters in the living room. What did you say? I said, I'm going to spread the word about what you did today. The previous sentence. You can't refuse me. The one before that. His memory was so good. How could he forget? He must be unable to believe she said such a thing. Just like her reaction when she heard her father's proposal yesterday was exactly the same. I said, I want to get engaged to you. The girl stood downstairs, her eyebrows slightly raised, a smile lingering on her lips, repeating each word clearly. Shen Juanxi truly thought he was hallucinating. Something he wouldn't even dare to dream about was happening so vividly. The girl he had loved, coveted, and wanted to marry for over 10 years suddenly smiled and said to him, I want to get engaged to you. His brain buzzed, and his heart felt like a fizzy tablet dropped into orange soda, boiling over and bursting. The dopamine and endorphins flooding his body made it impossible to describe his state as merely excited. It was euphoric, exhilarating, 1,000 times more thrilling than just soaring into the clouds. Su Niansheng watched as his expression went from frozen, confused, and shocked to utterly incredulous, finally falling into a state of madness, as if he wanted to devour her whole, and hurriedly waved her hand. Chapter 072. Where can the green plum escape? The bamboo horse young master's forced love wait. Shen Xiaoxi, I don't. Sun Yinxing, you're not playing with me again, are you? No, no, no. Don't misunderstand or be surprised. Let me finish speaking. Yesterday, after I agreed to Shi Yubai's request at home, my family, just like you, thought I still liked him. No matter how I explained, they wouldn't listen and simply decided to marry me off to eliminate future troubles. But I never expected that you would be the one they unanimously deemed a satisfactory choice. You must have been too perfect in your usual behavior. You can't blame me for that. I know you definitely agree. After all, we have a pure socialist revolutionary relationship. But I don't want my family to continue misunderstanding that I like Shi Yubai, and I don't want the house to be in chaos because of me again, so I agreed. But don't be afraid. I'm just pretending to agree, and I actually have my own plan. First, I'll find you to act together. And once they believe me and calm down, this marriage proposal will probably be called off. She finished speaking in one breath, and Shen Juanxi understood. So that is how it is. This made it feel more real. Otherwise, he would think she was playing him again. However, she was mistaken. Shen Juanxi's lips curled into a faint smile, looking enigmatic. Who told you that? Huh? Who told you I wouldn't agree? Huh? Upon hearing this, Sun Yinxing's starry eyes immediately burst with brilliant surprise. Did you agree? That was so simple. Much simpler than she imagined. Threatening was indeed more effective than begging. Of course, my little princess has a request. How could I bear to refuse? Shen Juanxi put his hands in his pockets and walked down at a leisurely pace. His tall and imposing figure, exuding a strong and cold aura, made Sun Yinxing feel a terrifying pressure as if she were being pressed down by a big boss. When he stopped in front of her, he leaned against the railing, completely engulfing her figure. Sun Yinxing felt a strong sense of masculine aggression and couldn't bear it, instinctively wanting to escape. But her waist was quickly grasped by the boy, and her escaping toes were firmly pressed down by his, trapping her tightly in his embrace. Sun Niansheng, if you want me to agree, that's fine. He spoke, his tone dominantly startling. But it's not that simple. You must agree to 3 requests. Sun Yinxing, you say, with requests come demands. Why was he pressing her like this? His intimidating posture made it quite scary. She slightly moved her toes, and he pressed down tighter. She twisted her waist slightly, and he held her more firmly, so heavy that it felt like it would snap with a gentle bend, clearly threatening her not to escape even a little. She could only slightly turn her face away. Unexpectedly, the next second, he forcefully pulled her back, his deep, hot gaze piercing directly into her eyes. First, after the engagement, you are not allowed to have any intimate contact with any man other than me, including curiosity, attention, closeness, liking, etc. Okay. Sun Yinxing made a gesture. This was no problem. She originally had none. Second, you must always stay under my watch. If there are personal matters, you must report your schedule at all times, without evasion or lies. If you encounter any problems or have any needs, you can only look for me to solve them. You are not allowed to trouble anyone else. Sun Yinxing found the first request quite normal, but felt the second one was a bit twisted. Why? We are about to get engaged. Do you think it's reasonable not to know each other's whereabouts? Indeed, but isn't it unnecessary to report all the time? What are you planning to do behind my back? Not all. Then what are you worried about? True. Sun Yinxing was inexplicably persuaded by him and nodded. Actually, this request wasn't hard for her, because if she thought about it carefully, hadn't they always lived like this since childhood? Reporting everything to each other, sharing everything, being honest. Okay, this one is also fine. Good. Shen Juanxi lowered his gaze, hesitating for a few seconds, his narrow eyelids hiding the light that shone through his deep pupils as he spoke the last request. Third, reasonable physical contact. Sun Yinxing, huh? The first 2 requests were so long, and this one is so short? Is it just to make up the numbers? But what degree of reasonable physical contact are we talking about? Just general levels to ensure the authenticity of our marriage, so that others won't see any flaws. Shen Juanxi spoke lightly, as if this was completely unimportant, which made Sun Yinxing not think much of it, and obediently nodded. Oh, okay, I agree. Really? Upon hearing this, Shen Juanxi's gaze changed instantly, as if afraid she would backtrack, confirming again. Really, what's wrong? It's nothing. The boy's lips curled into a slightly secretive smile. The general level he mentioned was the intimacy level of an average couple. Then let us do it this way. As he spoke, he took out his phone from his pocket and pressed the recording stop button. Seeing this, Sun Yinxing was taken aback. Wait, it's an agreement. So why are you secretly recording? Who told some people to like to go back on their word? Sun Yinxing, still wronging her? Uncle Li. Shen Juanxi turned around and shouted downstairs, go to the study and get paper and pen, draft the contract. Okay, young master. Sun Yinxing. Not only does he want to record, but he also wants to draft the contract? ISNT, this too formal. The butler, struggling to suppress a kind smile that could rival the sun, prepared a simple engagement contract and handed it to Sun Yinxing. Miss Niansheng, just sign your name here. And that's it. Sun Yinxing picked up the pen somewhat speechlessly, looking at Shen Juanxi. Is this really necessary? It's just a fake marriage. Does it need to be this serious? It is very necessary. Shen Juanxi glared at her, urging with his eyes. Sign quickly. She had her own plan. He had his own plan too. His plan was to only get engaged once in this lifetime and marry her alone. She wanted to play along, but he wanted to turn the act into reality. This time, even if it was like boiling a frog in warm water, he would slowly cook her until she was tender and devour her whole. Sun Yinxing, like an innocent little lamb voluntarily offering herself, had no idea what terrifying thoughts he harbored. Confused, she picked up the pen and signed the contract. Here, done for you. Shen Juanxi took the contract, carefully reading it, the corners of his eyes curling up in a way that could not be suppressed. The butler couldn't help but chuckle. When a young master signed his first contract worth over 100 million, he had never examined it this carefully before. However, why is there a penalty clause for breach of contract here? Sun Yinxing stood on her tiptoes, curiously pointing at the last blank column of the contract. Does it have no meaning? Of course it does, but it needs to be filled out by me. Chapter 073, My Dear Fiancé. No changes for 100 years. Is this filled out unilaterally by him? What kind of unreasonable clause is this? Suddenly, Sun Yinxing sensed a hint of conspiracy, her eyes suspiciously darting around. He wouldn't want to take the opportunity to trick her, would he? What do you want to fill out? Shun Xiaoxi. Let me tell you, this young lady has no money and won't give her life. I don't want either the money or the life of the young lady. Shen Juanxi raised his eyebrows slightly, staring at her with a meaningful look. Then what do you want? The contract hasn't been fulfilled, and you're already thinking about breaching it? He reached out and tapped her head, and the girl let out an ouch as she covered her head, having been ambushed again. Don't ask what I want. But if you dare breach the contract, I won't be human anymore. What will you be if you're not human? A puppy? Sun Yinxing mumbled softly, and he heard her, letting out a deep, rich laugh that sounded rather mischievous. B. What he had just done to her in the room on the audio. The contract is in 2 copies. Take care of it. Shen Juanxi folded his copy of the contract and carefully placed it close to his chest, then extended his finger towards her. Sun Yinxing was taken aback for a moment before realizing he wanted to make a pinky promise. Shen Xiaoxi, are you being childish? Hurry up. No cheating. Okay, she chuckled, intertwining her pinky with his, gently shaking it, just like when they made promises as kids. Pinky swear. No changes for 100 years. Whoever changes is a puppy. Although he looked quite childish now, the eerie and fierce aura that had surrounded him finally dissipated, transforming into the sunny young man she was most familiar with. This was much more reassuring. He had made her heart race uncontrollably just moments ago. Thinking this, Shen Juanxi suddenly exerted force, pulling her closer as if she could feel his breath. The contract officially taking effect. My dear fiancé, The words my dear fiancé, were magnetic, ambiguous, and carried a hint of alluring laughter, coursing through Sun Yinxing's brain like an electric current, making her heartbeat uncontrollably spike again. You got into character pretty quickly, she stammered, yanking her finger back. Yeah, you should give it a try too. Start with the address. Practice what? Isn't it fine to just call you Shen Xiaoxi? No. Shen Juanxi shook his head. That's how you address a friend, not a boyfriend. Sun Yinxing. Why is he both a fiancé and a boyfriend? He didn't feel ashamed at all, as if he was quite good at flirting. Shun Xiaoxi. She couldn't help but look at him suspiciously. You wouldn't have been dating behind my back, would you? So good at this? Dating behind her? Shen Juanxi lightly pressed his tongue against his lower jaw, a bit displeased. Yeah, he had secretly treated her as his girlfriend for over a decade, just waiting to succeed after college. But unexpectedly, she almost ran off with someone else. Quite the master at turning the tables. What's that? I have plenty more skills. Do you want to hear them? You? What else can you do? For example, Shun Juanxi looked at her, his voice extremely enticing. You could call me baby, sweetheart, darling. You before he could finish, Sun Yinxing pretended to gag. So disgusting. The boy slightly narrowed his eyes. How about, like you said in your audio? Just call me good brother? That also. Wait. Sun Yinxing suddenly realized something. You listened to my audio? Then you must have seen the messages I sent. Not a single reply. Is there a problem? Shen Juanxi pressed his brow down, and she shrank back. No problem. Not a single problem at all. There were still things from before that she hadn't explained clearly, and she didn't want to provoke his anger again. But you complained that I didn't talk to you when I was angry. You're the same, a bit double-standard. She poked her index finger at his, whispering. After hearing her, the boy ruthlessly pinched her soft cheek. Su Xiaosheng, how dare you question me? Knowing I was angry, you didn't hurry to come over and coax me. And it took you a whole day and night to show up. Do you know how I got through that? I couldn't vent my frustration without seeing you. Oh, Sun Yinxing's cheek was pinched, her speech all muddled, like a little fish blowing bubbles. No way to vent, huh? I feel like you have your ways. Her last sentence was full of suggestive meaning, and in her current adorable state, it made Shun Juanxi laugh. Yes, he couldn't hold back and did that. But it was also because the audio she sent was too tempting, sparking his wicked thoughts. No man in the world could resist after hearing that. That's not enough. Far from it. Sun Yinxing was shocked. Even after that, it wasn't enough? What would be enough? Shen Juanxi seemed to see through her thoughts, his thin lips curling up wickedly as he leaned closer to her ear and whispered, of course. It has to be vented on the culprit to be satisfying. Sun Yinxing was so scared she turned to run. But how could she outrun a top athlete? In less than a few seconds, she was pinned down on the sofa. Ha ha ha, Shun Xiaoxi, get off. Ah, let go of my leg, you big pervert. As the two of them playfully tussled, a voice suddenly called from outside. Juanxi, Aunt Jianzhu? Sun Yinxing heard the sound and immediately pushed him away. Standing up from the sofa, Jianzhu rushed into the villa in high heels, her eyes sparkling with excitement upon seeing the girl. Sheng Sheng, Mom, why are you back? Mom heard that the Su family intended to arrange a marriage for you two and flew back from Europe overnight. Sheng Sheng, Juanxi, is this true? It can't be a prank, right? Of course it's true. Shen Juanxi smirked slightly. Jianzhu immediately excitedly covered her mouth and let out an incredible scream. Ah, the thing she had been hoping for day and night for over a decade was finally coming true. The most beautiful, cutest, and kindest little girl in the world was going to be her future daughter-in-law. What could be more exhilarating than this? She ran over, grabbed the girl's hand, and happily spun around, looking more like a kindergarten child than the top socialite of the capital at that moment. Sheng Sheng, is this really true? Is it your own choice? No one is forcing you, right? Anne is going to be so happy, she might go crazy. Ah. Sun Yinxing hesitated about which question to answer first. Suddenly, she was hugged. Shen Juanxi reached out from behind and pulled her tightly into his arms. Chapter 074. I want to eat her up. A refreshing and elegant scent of mint mixed with a strong masculine pheromone rushed over, making the girl's skin shiver involuntarily. Before she could even speak, she felt him lower his head, deeply buried in her shoulder and long hair, inhaling deeply, as if he were recklessly relieving something. While inhaling, he tightened his grip around her waist, as if trying to embed her whole being into his body. He was also going crazy with happiness. Shen Juanxi's handsome brows revealed unparalleled joy and obsession, to the point where his expression became a bit dazed, like a satisfied addict. He could finally hold his baby openly. So fragrant, so soft, so sweet. It made one unable to control their body and desires, wanting to devour her whole. He regretted it and retracted his previous words. Without her, he truly couldn't live. Sun Yinxing felt his scorching body temperature and slightly lowered her gaze, only to see the distinctly muscular arm of the boy. which was even pressing against her chest, causing her face to flush. Did he not feel it? Or was this considered within the reasonable range of physical contact? Alahite, son. Let go, let mommy hug you. Jian was anxious and kept patting his hand. Thus, before soon Niansheng could break free from his embrace, she fell into Jian's arms again. Niansheng, do you know how long your Uncle Shun and I have been looking forward to this day? We finally waited for it. Just think about it. Annie can see you every day in the future. The sense of happiness is overflowing. Oh no, not Annie, it's mommy. I'm about to be officially recognized. By the way, Juanshi, have you set a wedding date? It must be soon. The sooner the better. I can't wait to hear Niansheng call me mommy. It must be as beautiful as I imagined. Soon Niansheng listened and felt something was off. Aunt Jian actually accepted it without any surprise. It seemed she originally thought her family wanted to arrange a marriage between her and Shun Xiaoxi because they were stimulated by the recent events. But now it felt like both families had been plotting for a long time. Just as she was thinking, her train of thought was interrupted. Niansheng, do you have anything you like recently? Anna wants to give you a welcome gift. Huh? A welcome gift? Aunt Jian, you must have seen me when I was born, right? Haha, Jian was charmed by her cuteness. That's different. Back then, you were my goddaughter, and now you're my daughter-in-law. Whatever others have, our Niansheng must have too. And it can only be more, not less. So tell me, do you like jewelry, cars, yachts, or shops? Or should I transfer the group shares to you first, so the Su family can rest assured? Sun Niansheng, why are we talking about shares? Aunt Jian is so happy and generous, even thinking of distributing the family assets to her. With such a big deal, if she and Shun Xiaoxi don't get married in the future, it will be hard to wrap things up. She looked at Shun Juanshi in panic, seeking help. But he frowned and said, Mom, are you done? It's my turn to hold her. Sun Niansheng. Monday, Kyoto University. As the bell for the 8 a.m. class rang, the crowd had not yet woken from their sleep when a voice came over the broadcast. Hello, everyone. I am Lin Yishuan, the class representative of Art Management 253. I'm here to sincerely apologize to two students regarding the rumors I previously spread that Sun Niansheng is a nouveau riche, engaging in improper professions, using unscrupulous means to pursue Bai, and that she was kept by Shan Juanshi. These statements were purely fabricated out of jealousy and subjective malice. Her intermittent, tearful apology echoed through every corner of the campus. Classrooms, playgrounds, cafeterias, dormitories, wherever there were people, everything came to a halt. So these were all rumors? I actually believed them before. 1. I'm sorry, I believe it too. I repent. Ah, beauty is indeed the original sin. As long as a stunning beauty is rumored about, especially with some scandalous details, she's basically sentenced to death. No one will bother to verify. Those who had never spoken ill of Su Niansheng defeated 99 of the students in the school. Because she helped me, she's simply a beautiful and kind little angel. In fact, those who have interacted with Su Niansheng know that she has a good personality. It's just that too many people were deterred by her campus beauty halo, subconsciously thinking she was aloof and bad-tempered, feeling they were not on the same level, preferring to believe the fabricated, slanderous remarks to try to pull her down from her pedestal. Zhao Menghan and Su Yu listened to this and could barely lift their heads. As Su Niansheng's roommates for years, no one understood better than them what kind of person she was: beautiful, kind, generous, and cute, often helping them unconditionally. Perfect in every aspect. But it was precisely because she was too perfect. When they were with her, her beauty reflected their ordinariness. Her generosity made them feel inferior. And her unconditional giving made them feel unrealistic and fake. Thus, they preferred to get close to Lin Yishuan, who they knew had questionable character, and believed the moral flaws about Su Niansheng that she fabricated. Sometimes, they even felt secretly happy when she couldn't pursue Bai, because this way, they could find psychological balance. Jealousy. It was jealousy that she seemed to belong to a different class, and the fact proved that indeed. No matter how much they regretted it now, it was too late. While everyone was discussing, another shocking news quietly arrived. Hey, have you heard? The true identity of the campus beauty is actually the daughter of the richest family in the capital. The He-She Su family. What? Damn it. I could tell her aura and looks were extraordinary, but I didn't expect her family background to be so exceptional. God, look at this. How can someone truly possess beauty, wisdom, and wealth all at once? Can male version come out? Well, there's one really. For details, please refer to the Prince Zhuma from the business school next door. Forget I said anything. So Shun and Su Niansheng are close because their families have been family friends all along, and of course, they're good friends. Everything finally came to light. Those who previously believed that Su Niansheng's wealth was ill-gotten and that she was being kept can now dress as clowns. Oh no, I never expected that the daughter of a wealthy family would be right beside me. Is it too late to be friends with her now? Don't dream. I'm already on the roll. With a loud bang in the sky, the old servant made a dazzling appearance. I only care if Shu Yubai knows this news. If he does, he must be laughing in his dreams, right? Being pursued hard by the daughter of the richest family for years. What a dreamlike start. I heard he already knows, and Lin Yishuan stole something from his Su family and was caught on the spot. He personally went to plead for her. Oh my God, Lin Yishuan even stole something. First spreading rumors openly, then impersonating relatives of the Su family, and now starting to steal. How can such a vain and despicable person be at Kyoto University? She's bringing shame to our school. Yes. It's really hard to understand why Shu Yubai would plead for such a person. Chapter 075. Baby, just hold on outside. Aren't they a bit ambiguous to begin with? The school beauty has been openly pursuing him, while Lin Yishuan is muddling through in between. It's a bit disgusting. I've started to dislike them both, hoping they could just lock it down and stop harming Su Niansheng. 1-1, having watched their drama for so many years. This is the first time I'm on the school beauty side. In terms of character and looks, how can Lin Yishuan compare? Shen Bai's taste is really a bit off. Online spellcasting. I hope my young lady stops pursuing Shen Bai. He doesn't deserve your deep feelings. After Lin Yishuan came out of the broadcasting station, she was met with pointing fingers and moral condemnation everywhere. The school authorities had already received reports about her spreading rumors about classmates. And now that they heard her admit it herself, they issued her a serious warning. The news about her stealing from the Su family was leaked by someone. And for a time, all her classmates treated her like a scourge, avoiding her as much as possible. She couldn't stand the contemptuous looks and left school early for her internship. There were no classes on Monday. Early Tuesday morning, Su Niansheng was woken up. Miss, wake up quickly. Young Master Junshi is here. Who? Su Niansheng was still groggy, rubbing her eyes and reacting slowly. Shun Xiaoxi? Why is he here? I'm not sure. Miss, you'll know when you go check. The servant shook her head, a hint of a smirk on her lips, making Su Niansheng feel a bit curious and anxious. She didn't even change out of her pajamas and hurriedly ran to the living room. In the living room sat her grandfather, grandmother, and uncle, along with Shun Junshi, who was dressed impeccably, full of youthful vigor, holding a large bouquet of flowers. Why is he dressed so flashy and bringing flowers? Niansheng is here? Chu Jinglan looked up, scanning her from head to toe, and clicked his tongue. Why did you come over without combing your hair or changing out of your pajamas? Didn't you see your fiancé is here? It's fine. Before she could speak, Shun Junshi interjected. I don't mind her. After saying that, a hint of indulgent affection appeared in his eyes, as if he was deeply infatuated with her. Su Niansheng, Shun Xiaoxi, why are you here? Of course. I'm here to take my fiancé to school. He stood up and handed her the flowers. A large bouquet of vibrant flowers filled her arms, fresh and elegant, fragrant and enticing, like stars dotted across the sky, making one feel refreshed. Old Master Su looked at the golden boy and jade girl standing together, feeling they were a perfect match, and couldn't help but smile. Riding bamboo horses, playing with plums, living together, no suspicion between the two, good, really good. Not bad. Su Niansheng took a deep breath of the floral scent, slightly tiptoed, and whispered in his ear, prepared so well, and with such superb acting. You're quite dedicated, Shun the great actor. Hearing superb acting, a trace of malice flickered in Shun Junshi's dark eyes. I have even better acting. Do you want to try? Forget it. She immediately refused. Just a bit of acting is enough. Don't overdo it. He is afraid everyone will take it seriously, and then he won't be able to wrap it up, especially her grandparents, who were already so smitten with him that they doted on him more than their own granddaughter. If she told them now that it was fake, they might faint on the spot. Junshi is here. A voice came from outside. Soon Niansheng turned around and saw her father and the butler coming in, quickly averting her gaze, pretending she hadn't seen anything. Then she heard the person beside her shout, "Dad." That one word startled her, making her scalp tingle and her beautiful eyes widen in disbelief as she stared at Sheng Sheng. "Have you gone mad? Who told you to call out? I'm gonna fight with him. You can't call." Her face was angry, but Su Hongxian was quite pleased, quickly responding and throwing her a look that said, "If you don't call me Dad, someone else will." Seeing this made Su Niansheng even angrier. She secretly reached out and pinched the boy's waist, threatening him word by word. "You, quickly, take it back. Just say you called out wrong, otherwise my pinches will cover your body." Unexpectedly, Sheng Sheng not only showed no fear, but also had a gleam of anticipation in his smiling eyes. "What about the bad consequences?" Ahem. Su Hongxian noticed their little actions and cleared his throat, his expression serious. "You're not married yet. You still need to pay attention to your image outside." "Yes." Sheng Sheng smiled as he held her threatening hand, fingers intertwined, his tone ambiguous. "Baby, just hold on outside, don't touch." "Su Niansheng, who touched you?" She was almost fainting from anger. These two really deserved to be recognized as father-in-law and son-in-law, each more outrageous than the other. In Yunqi, the garden restaurant, Zhongzhe and Duan Qingyu saw a pair of beautiful figures walking in from a distance and waved their hands. "Over here." "Oh, Sister Sheng Sheng is here too?" "You're now the talk of the town at Jing University, top 1 on the hot topics list." Once your identity was exposed, the whole school was discussing it. I even heard that at the old lady's birthday banquet, there was a spectacular slap-in-the-face drama. What happened exactly? Can you tell me? While Duan Qingyu was talking, Su Niansheng was worried that his words would provoke a certain petty boy's memories and make him come looking for her for revenge later. So she quickly interrupted. "Yes, even though I didn't go to school yesterday, many classmates sent me messages and I can't reply to them all. My hands are sore. By the way, have you ordered?" She deliberately changed the topic, but it was obviously too late. The boy beside her heard birthday banquet, and his handsome face darkened as he suspiciously glanced at her phone. "Your hands are sore from replying?" "Among them. Is there any news from him?" "Give me your phone." Sheng Sheng naturally reached out his hand, and seeing Su Niansheng's puzzled expression, he asked, "Why?" "Checking up on you." "No. Why do you have a right to check up on me?" "Because," he said, and his long fingers were about to take out the contract from his chest. His tone low, "The first clause of the contract. Do you want me to read it out loud for you?" Su Niansheng fell silent. This pervert actually carries the contract with him, threatening her by reading such embarrassing text in front of Zhongzhe and Duan Qingyu. He has no shame, but she still does. "Here." She gritted her teeth and obediently handed over her phone. Sheng Sheng swiped past the lock screen. "What is the password?" Su Niansheng's eyelashes fluttered as she showed him her 8 little rice teeth, looking like a cunning little fox. "It's the last 6 digits of my student ID. If you don't know and can't unlock it, don't blame me." "Huh?" Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Sheng Sheng input a few numbers and smoothly unlocked it, leaving her wide-eyed in shock. Chapter 76. The two of them were like a married couple, oblivious to the world around them. "You, how could you know? What data do I not know?" Sheng Sheng lifted his gaze, looking at her meaningfully. Not to mention her student ID, he knew exactly what size she wore from head to toe. His fingers swiftly scrolled through the WeChat chat list, only to find that there was no chat interface with "Sure You Bai," nor any friend requests or verification messages in the search bar. He couldn't help but feel pleased, just as he was about to return the phone to her, when he spotted a private group chat with a huge ship icon representing high activity, named Confidential Files. What is this confidential file? He was curious and was about to click in. Suddenly, Su Niansheng jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "That's my daily chat record with my friends, all girls. You can't look? Get it back to me. Hurry up and return my phone." "Daily chat record? Why can't I look?" The more she reacted this way, the more Sheng Sheng felt something was off, his thin lips curling into a charming smirk. "Su Xiaosheng, there wouldn't be anything scandalous in there, would there?" "Su Niansheng, the chat records of girls are the world's #1 top secret. Something that must be destroyed, even after death. Of course you can't see it." "What nonsense are you talking about? Just give it back to me." The girl, usually with a fighting capacity of only 0.5, suddenly soared to 500, stepping up the stairs, her hands climbing onto his shoulders, and she lunged at him, pinning him firmly against the chair. As soon as she came up, Shun Juanqi's attention was completely diverted from the phone, his brows slightly furrowing as he felt the intense impact of the girl's soft and delicate body. Her breath was warm and hurried, spraying against his neck, causing his skin to flush red. The soft, cascading hair that fell around her face tickled him, and the gradually revealed ample curves made the boy's dark pupils deepen intensely. He couldn't help but grip her waist tightly. Unable to control himself, he thought, how can something so slender and soft support such exaggerated dimensions? He got it. Soon Niansheng successfully snatched the phone back from his hands, shaking her whole self with delight. I'm not afraid of losing my life. I just want to keep my innocence in the world. Shun Juanqi watched, unable to suppress his lewd thoughts. If at this moment the scene were different, if she changed into another outfit or wore nothing and swayed on him, it would probably drive a person crazy, right? Happy to the point of madness. He dared not think too much, fearing that it would lead to trouble. Fortunately, the girl got off him. Good thing I didn't click in. Soon Niansheng sighed in relief. You peeping Tom, I'm going to change my password, and this time you definitely won't guess it. Shun Juanqi slowly stood up, lowering his thick, dark eyes to calm his chaotic breathing, remaining silent, as if forcing himself to be calm, or perhaps trying to soothe something. All right. After Soon Niansheng changed her password, she looked at the boy beside her, whose state was still somewhat abnormal, feeling unsatisfied. Why can you check my phone, but I can't check yours? His phone was right on the dining table. She grabbed it in one swift motion. Password. The password is the day we went to hang the lock after the college entrance examination. Shun Juanqi's voice was inexplicably hoarse. Soon Niansheng was taken aback upon hearing this. Holding the phone, she paused for a second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, her eyes darting around, and finally, she silently put it down, speaking in an extremely generous tone. Forget it, I want to look. Shun Juanqi sensed something fishy from her actions. Why won't you look? Because I'm not as petty as you, and peeking at someone else's phone is a very bad virtue that should be actively eradicated. Is that so? Shun Juanqi's narrow eyelids drooped, hiding a hint of sharpness. Are you sure it's not that you forgot the password? If I didn't let you peek, then you should look openly in front of me. Ah. Soon Niansheng smiled slightly, her sparkling eyes resembling a well-behaved and beautiful kitten. No way, Shun Xiaoxi, I trust you. Look. The boy's voice was heavy as he slammed the phone down in front of her. Thanks to her, his attention finally shifted from the pain below to the situation above. Soon Niansheng hesitated, feeling the boy getting closer and closer, his breath growing heavier, his figure becoming more imposing, like a top predator steadily advancing toward its prey, until he completely enveloped her. A chilling, grinding voice whispered in her ear, Su Xiaosheng, you actually forgot the day we went to hang the lock together? Which little puppy swore to always remember this day and the promise hidden in the heart-shaped lock? Soon Niansheng felt guilty, her cheeks flushing as she pinched her ears, her gaze wandering. I just didn't think of it for a moment. Still trying to argue? I was wrong. She immediately surrendered, blinking her watery, shimmering eyes at him, trying to charm her way out, but the boy ruthlessly reached for her ticklish waist. Is it useful to admit your mistake now? Ha 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 ha. The girl couldn't help but laugh, stimulated to the point of wanting to run away, but unexpectedly, her slender waist was tightly grasped by the boy, pulling her into his embrace, firmly restraining her, starting to serve her properly. Ha ha, no, don't, it tickles Shin Xiaoxi. I was wrong, I really was wrong. Please don't scratch me, okay? Ha ha. Woo, I'll compensate you, is that okay? How will you compensate? It seemed he had finally heard what he wanted to hear. Shun Juanqi stopped his hands. Soon Niansheng laughed until tears nearly came out, lying limply in his arms, clearly exhausted from the torment, and could only let him have his way. What do you want? Just say it, I'll give it all. Really? Shun Juanqi's eyes changed. Then he wants her? She would give? Hey. Duan Qingyu watched the two across from him, acting as if they were a married couple, ambiguously unaware of the world around them, let alone that he and Zhong just still existed. He couldn't help but wave his hand. Hello, do you two think we're dogs, being mercilessly tortured? I played games until midnight last night, and I'm already exhausted. You called us here at dawn, and now I'm suffering a mental blow. What did I do to deserve this? Just entering the laboratory early in the morning, Zhongzhe, who had been dragged over to eat dog food, looked at them immersed in their love show, his eyes filled with some resentment. Is this some kind of stress test? For the first time, I feel that being in love can be this sweet enough to ruin my determination to study medicine. Chapter 077 Grand Confession. Wishing our love lasts forever, Shun Juanxi heard their voices and suddenly remembered the purpose of calling them over today. He formally introduced, tightly embracing the girl in his arms with a proud smile on his handsome face. This is my fiancée, Sun Niansheng. What? Both of them froze, especially Duan Qingyu, who nearly spat out his coffee. Fiancé? Weren't they just the best buddies in the world a few days ago? How did it turn into a fiancé in the blink of an eye? I thought Junji's pursuit of his beloved would be a long journey, but unexpectedly. This is just a trick between their little couple. He and Zhongzhe were merely part of the play. Sure enough, I should have thought of it last time at the school gate. He was angry. You guys are moving too fast, comparable to a rocket launch into outer space. Junge, do you have to be ahead of us by a mile and everything? Engaged at just 19? Is that reasonable? Is 19 too early? Shen Juanxi raised an eyebrow. They should be childhood sweethearts. Zhongzhe looked on, somewhat skeptical. Really? Although he knew Juanxi would never let Sun Niansheng go, the pace was indeed beyond his imagination. Also, had Sun Niansheng's feelings for Shi Bai been dealt with cleanly? Of course it's fake. Sun Niansheng pinched Shun Juanxi's leg, then got down from him to explain the real situation about their engagement to them. However, after listening, Zhongzhe and Duan Qingyu's expressions didn't change much, probably because they understood Shun Juanxi too well. Duan Qingyu shook his head repeatedly, looking at the girl as if she were a little lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Sister Sheng Sheng, you are so naive. It's like sending a meat bun to a dog, thinking there's a way back. What's wrong? Nothing, just thinking. He was halfway through his sentence when he caught the silent, threatening gaze from the boys and quickly changed his tune. Just thinking your trick is brilliant. You will definitely get what you want. I'll toast with coffee instead of wine, wishing you and your family everlasting happiness. Zhongzhe also raised his glass in tacit understanding. To 100 years of harmony. Sun Niansheng felt their blessings were a bit strange, and just as her little face was about to express her confusion, Shun Juanxi cupped her face and said, my compensation hasn't been given yet. I'll compensate you with a cup of rabbit latte coffee. Okay, but you have to feed me. Come on, little Shun, open your mouth. Teacher Su will personally feed you. Sun Niansheng said with a teasing tone, lifting the coffee cup to his face. Unexpectedly, the boy stared at her without blinking, using his mouth. The girl's hand trembled, almost spilling the coffee, her brows twitching. Shun, Jun, are you addicted to acting every day? Duan Qingyu and Zhongzhe both took a sip of coffee, realizing that this was not just acting. It was genuine emotion, quite flirtatious. Kyoto University. For several days in a row, Sun Niansheng found herself at the center of campus gossip. Walking down the street, she could hear people openly discussing her or coming up to greet her. In class, strangers helped reserve seats for her. Even in the bathroom, there were groups waiting to ask if they could add her on WeChat. The overwhelming enthusiasm was exhausting, and she even missed the times when everyone thought she was aloof and didn't dare approach her. Especially today, the atmosphere was particularly strange. As soon as she stepped through the school gate, she was the center of attention. A girl ran over with a bright smile, pulled out a stunning rose from behind her, and handed it to her. Sun Niansheng, the language of red roses is I love you. Wishing our love lasts forever. She was stunned, not yet processing what was happening when the rose was forcefully stuffed into her hands. Before she could finish, the girl turned and ran off. Immediately after, another boy wearing a plaid shirt approached with a pink peony in hand. Sun Niansheng, the language of peonies is deep affection. Wishing our love lasts forever. She sensed something was off. Sure enough, the third. No, it was a border collie, a meteorite border collie, running towards her. It had a flower of lisianthus in its mouth, its tail wagging happily like a plane's propeller with a little card attached. Sun Niansheng, the language of lisianthus is unchanging love. Wishing our love lasts forever. So bizarre, yet so cute. She couldn't help but reach out to pet its head. Just as the school broadcast suddenly announced, Sun Niansheng, The language of the endless summer flower is endless romance and beauty. Wishing our love lasts forever. Looking up, she saw a hydrangea tied to the loudspeaker. This was simply too embarrassing, just when she thought there couldn't be a bigger commotion. The windows of a nearby classroom building opened, and all the students held up bright sunflowers, like little suns shining brightly, shouting in unison, Sun Yinsheng. The language of sunflowers is, in my eyes, there's no one else. My whole life is you. Wishing our love lasts forever. Sun Yinsheng was stunned by this overwhelming spectacle. She was completely dazed. What was going on? Was this some kind of prank? It was too grand. In her confusion, she spotted Fang Yin and several classmates in the crowd, clapping madly and enjoying the show. She pulled Fang Yin out. What's going on? What happened? Sun Yinsheng, you still have the nerve to ask us what happened? Shouldn't we be questioning you? After transforming into a rich girl, you forgot about us, your casual friends, right? You didn't even tell us about your engagement. Exactly. Your fiancé is Shun Xiao. It's simply explosive. Now the whole school, no, the entire capital is buzzing. Your dream boys and Shun Xiao's dream girls are all crying in each other's arms. After pursuing the poor campus heartthrob for years without success, I turned around and married the prince of the Beijing circle in anger. I declare this as the most explosive and satisfying gossip of the year. Huh. Sun Yinsheng was even more shocked by their words. How could her engagement to Shen Juanxi have gotten out? Fang Yin looked at her expression and doubted. Really didn't he know? There are already news articles flying around online. I didn't know. I just finished my piano class and hadn't turned on my phone yet. Quick, open it and check the forum. As soon as Sun Yinsheng opened it, she was bombarded with explosive threads discussing her engagement to Shen Juanxi, with the source being a mysterious person. Chapter 078. The language of white plum blossoms. From childhood to adulthood, you only belong to me. Boom. The heir is Sun Yinsheng and the prince of the capital city, Shen Juanxi, have officially announced their engagement. Upon digging into their years of relationship history, it turns out they are childhood sweethearts. The original poster has photos as proof, and the gossip is definitely juicy. Click to indulge. Accompanying images, one of them holding hands as children, and another of an older Shen Juanxi holding her in his arms, the exact timing unknown, but clearly taken from a sneaky angle. Oh no! After reading it, she felt like she was about to explode. When she signed the engagement contract, she had vowed to Shen Juanxi that this marriage was only to appease their families and would never be publicized, but now, everyone knows. His reputation and innocence have been ruined by her. Wouldn't he hate her for this? Sheng Sheng, do you really not know? Or are you pretending not to know? Sheng Sheng, are you putting on show for us? There's proof. Sheng Sheng. Sun Yinsheng couldn't bother to explain to them, turning around and running toward the finance building. In the large lecture hall of International Trade 251, students from various departments were chattering outside, but inside, there was only one person, Shen Juanxi. He was dressed in a sharply tailored pure white suit, formally wearing a bow tie, his short black hair neatly styled, revealing a smooth and full forehead and an exceptionally superior bone structure. Under the gentle morning light, he appeared spirited, handsome, and elegantly regal like a prince straight out of a fairy tale, exuding an unbelievable charm. Hearing the commotion, he slightly raised his deep-set eyes. Sun Yinsheng ran to the large classroom, panting heavily, completely unable to appreciate the boy's handsomeness, and immediately started explaining. Shen Juanxi, listen to me. We've been set up. I have no idea what is going on with the voices outside, and the engagement news on the forum wasn't spread by me. I swear. You have to believe me. I believe you. Before she could finish her sentence, he interrupted her. Shen Juanxi stood up, slowly took off the invisible earpiece from his left ear, and walked closer to her. That was all spread by me. Sun Niansheng. Eh? He spread it? As her mind short-circuited, she noticed he had approached her, producing a bouquet of brilliant white plum blossoms, a charming smile playing on his lips. Sun Niansheng. The language of white plum blossoms is, from childhood to adulthood, you only belong to me. Wishing our love lasts forever. Oh. The students outside erupted in excitement, pulling out their phones to take pictures and screaming. So handsome. So beautiful. Such a perfect match. Help, this is too sweet. I'm about to faint from the sweetness. Urgently need some insulin. Shen Juanxi is so romantic. He really knows how to do it, my goodness. You owe me a childhood sweetheart. Soon Niansheng gradually regained her senses. So the Sheng Yin forever refers to her, and 11 refers to him. It turns out all the events outside were arranged by him. And the news on the forum was also spread by him. No wonder there was such a grand spectacle in their childhood photos. Why? She was puzzled. Suddenly, she was pulled into the boy's embrace. A wave of fragrant blossoms exploded between them, wafting through the air, filling her nose and making Su Niansheng momentarily feel a romantic illusion. Then, she heard him whisper in her ear, "You used me as a shield against your family. So I can use you to fend off bad suitors, right?" Su Niansheng. I see. She had been worried about ruining his reputation, but unexpectedly, he was eager for her to do so. You should have told me in advance. You scare me, and this whole situation is too overwhelming. Shen Juanxi, did we go too far? Now, their engagement was not just known by their families, classmates, and friends. According to Fang Yin, it had spread throughout the entire capital. If she suddenly said it was a prank and canceled it, her family would probably disown her. After all, businessmen value integrity above all. The girl spoke teasingly, with a hint of reproach, causing Shen Juanxi to tighten his arms around her, his smile widening as he pulled her closer. The flames of confession had grown a bit too intense, and the little frog in the water was starting to feel the heat. Since they had already gone this far, why not see it through? Sun Niansheng, that line sounds a bit steamy. How? Do we see it through? Go out and confirm our relationship. Shen Juanxi took her hand and walked outside, while Sun Niansheng, holding the bouquet, looked at the dense crowd outside and felt a bit anxious. Hey, congratulations. Warm congratulations to young Master Shen and the campus beauty Su for achieving a happy union. Make sure to invite me to the wedding. Me too, me too. I contributed too. Sister Shen, how about the soft article I wrote on the forum? ISNT explosive? A match made in heaven. This must be the most compatible couple in the history of our university, right? No, I mean husband and wife, ha. As soon as they stepped outside, they were engulfed by a wave of people. Su Niansheng felt teased, strangely experiencing the feeling of a newlywed couple toasting in a crowd, too shy to lift her head. In contrast, Shen Juanxi was radiant and triumphant, as if he had truly brought home a treasure of a wife. On the university bus, a group of debate team members were passionately discussing, when suddenly, a boy sitting in the back row opened the forum. Upon seeing the content, he rushed to the front as if he had discovered a shocking secret, stumbling over to the front row. President Su Niansheng. She engaged. In an instant, the entire bus fell silent. Sure you Bai, hearing this, didn't he even lift his head, just frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. It's true. The forum just broke the news, and the other party is Shen Juanxi. There's proof. And I heard young Master Shen is throwing a grand surprise confession event at school for her, officially announcing their relationship, and many people are involved. After saying this, he handed his phone to the boy. Sure you Bai initially thought it was just another round of rumors, but when he saw the photo of the two tightly embracing, his calm eyes suddenly narrowed. The bus had just arrived at the stop. Before it even stopped, the boy dashed off, scattering papers everywhere. Classmate, be careful. It's not stable yet. The driver, seeing his reckless actions, shouted out, worriedly clutching his chest while looking at the papers scattered all over the ground. The president's earlier gaze was terrifying. Chapter 079. Kissing her in front of the entire school, a car full of debate club members curiously leaned out to watch. Never having seen the president so flustered before, they looked on, seemingly concerned about Su Niansheng. Didn't he say he didn't like her? You don't understand. The president has always been verbally dismissive, but physically honest about Su Niansheng. On the surface, he seems indifferent, but secretly he has been paying attention to her. Otherwise, how could he have allowed her to pursue him for so many years? Others didn't even get a chance. So that's how it is. Isn't the point that Su Niansheng is engaged to Shen Shao? Is it true? I can't believe it. Let's hurry and check it out. Downstairs at the International Trade Department building, the crowd was getting denser. Su Niansheng was feeling overwhelmed and was trying to sneak away when Shen Juanxi suddenly pulled out several bags of candy from his pocket. Oh wow, Shen Shao is giving out wedding candies. Give me one. Give me one. I want to share in the joy. I want one too. Isn't it too little? Shen Shao is so stingy, not enough to go around. Don't snatch. There will be enough for everyone later. After distributing the candies, Shun Juanxi tore open the last piece of wrapping paper and stuffed it into Su Niansheng's mouth. How is it? Sweet? Su Niansheng held the candy. Speaking muffledly, Shun Juanxi, you even prepared candy? Is the act really that complete? Complete? Isn't it complete? Engagement, announcement, giving out candy, just missing the vows, right? No. There's still one part missing. What's missing? Su Niansheng looked at him curiously. She saw a meaningful smile in his eyes as he said, entering the bridal chamber. Her hand reached to his waist and twisted it mercilessly. I told you to send me into the bridal chamber. Baby's so impatient. Wanted to take off your brother's clothes already? Xin, Yun, Seek. As the two were bantering, a sharp voice suddenly pierced through the noisy crowd. Su Niansheng. Everyone turned in confusion and saw Shi Yubai. He stood at the bottom of the steps, dressed in a neat formal outfit, as if he had just rushed over from an event, but his hair was a bit messy and his eyes showed a hint of panic, lacking his usual cold indifference. President? Why is the president here? Yeah, he clearly knows this is Shun Xiao's planned surprise confession event. Yet he came over specifically. Is he trying to steal Su Niansheng? Could it be? Su Niansheng has been chasing him for so many years, and he hasn't shown any signs until now. Hey, the unattainable always stirs desire. Those who are favored are fearless. Only when they're about to lose do they realize how to cherish. That's human nature. How thrilling. One is the school beauty's crush. The other is her fiancé. I wonder how the school beauty will choose. So dramatic, such a battlefield. Who do you think will win? The childhood friend or the unexpected arrival? I'm betting on the childhood friend. Just looking at Su Niansheng and Shun Xiao standing together makes me so happy. She doesn't look at all like the one trailing behind Shiryu by feeling humble and wronged. Exactly. The one who truly loves you can't bear to keep you waiting so long. They are eager to take you home, fearing others will covet you, just like Shen Xiao. That said, the school beauty has been pursuing Shiryu Bai for a long time. Her deep feelings are well known. She probably won't let go easily, right? Seeing Shiryu Bai, Shan Juanxi's brows furrowed slightly, and he gripped the girl's hand even tighter. Su Niansheng also looked puzzled. What was he doing here? Shiryu Bai looked at the tightly interlocked fingers of the young couple and the bouquet of flowers symbolizing love in his arms. His eyes seemed to sting with sharpness. Su Niansheng, what are you doing? His cold voice made Su Niansheng feel somewhat confused. Was he questioning her? Initially, she had thought that announcing their relationship in front of so many people was a bit awkward, but now it seemed just right. Can't you see? I'm with Shun Juanxi. Before she could finish, the boy stepped forward, interrupting her. Back then at the Su house, I pleaded for Lin Yixuan, knowing you were unhappy. But please don't use this method to anger me, okay? I have my reasons. Come with me. Let me explain, all right? After saying that, he extended his hand toward her. The onlookers gasped in surprise, hissing. He really came to steal her, and he was doing it so openly and brazenly. He completely disregarded Shen Xiao, the once aloof school prince, who had been unattainable for years, suddenly lowered himself, asking her nicely to come with him. Could the school beauty really refuse? In an instant, everyone's gaze gathered on the girl. Su Niansheng, just consider it a request from me. This is my first time asking for something. As long as you agree, I am willing to do anything. Okay. The scene from the Su family's hall that day was still vivid in Shun Juanxi's mind, looping like a slow-motion movie, cutting through his nerves, leaving a chilling sensation deep in his pupils, as if he could solidify and crush the boy in front of him. Su Niansheng heard Shiryu Bai's words and felt as if she had heard the biggest joke, utterly baffled. Just as she was about to speak and ask if he was sick, the next moment, her rosy lips were suddenly sealed by someone. In an instant, the girl's bright starry eyes widened to their fullest, shimmering with trembling light as she stared at the handsome boy's face so close to her. Shun Juanxi is kissing her? Realizing this, a deep crimson spread rapidly across the girl's fair and tender cheeks, reaching her ears and neck, making her entire world buzz, leaving nothing but the closeness of each other and the frantic beating of her heart. Lost in memories, Shun Juanxi was overwhelmed by surging jealousy and possessiveness, his rationality gradually crumbling, fearing that as soon as she opened her mouth, she would agree to him, just like before, leaving him behind again. Almost unable to control his actions, he lowered his head, gripping her chin, and forcefully kissed her, initially intending to keep it light, to seal her mouth so she couldn't speak or escape. But the moment he touched her unbelievably soft lips, all his free will and proud self-control vanished, leaving only endless desire and craving. He greedily explored the girl's lips, and then, taking advantage of her moment of distraction, he mercilessly pried her lips open. Chapter 080. Time over. White and Shun Xiao fight over the school bell. A strong scent of youthful hormones mixed with an overwhelming possessiveness suddenly burst into the girl's world. The candy, wrapped on the tip of her tongue, was abruptly snatched away, and it felt as if her soul had been sucked out, leaving her body soft and weak. Her eyes trembled with madness, a sight that could only be described as frenzied. As her legs could no longer support her, and she was about to collapse into his embrace, the candy was returned to her, exploding with sweetness in her mouth. It was so sweet that the entire world seemed to be filled with pink bubbles, and deep inside Su Niansheng's heart, an indescribable change began to occur. Her heart raced, disoriented, as if she had been electrocuted. An unfamiliar, dreamy sensation enveloped her, wrapping tightly around her expanding heart, leaving her dazed and shy, unsure of how to react. She could faintly sense that if this continued, something would change, go out of control, and she would never return to the way things were before. She suddenly pushed him away and turned to run, flapping her wings like a startled butterfly, flying away. Baby! Shun Juanxi was lost in ultimate enjoyment, breathing erratically, when he was suddenly pushed away. His dark, ink-like eyes were still hazy and dreamy, fixated on the girl's bright and beautiful back, unable to tear his gaze away. Baby! My baby! Little princess baby! How could she be so fragrant, so sweet, so soft? It was driving him crazy, wanting to swallow her whole without a second thought. He abruptly swallowed hard, still intoxicated by the aftertaste, when a series of loud gasps erupted around him. A public kiss, so exciting. Impressive. Shun Xiao is still wild, majestic and powerful, truly the #1 young master of the capital. The finance department's top guy, ruthless and not talkative. Did you take a picture? You have to capture such a beautiful moment as a memento. Awesome. Duanqing Yu couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. What a man. Not even afraid of Sheng Sheng being angry. He'll definitely get dealt with later. But in front of a rival, let us enjoy it first. He won. Zhongzhe, behind his glasses, flashed a glimmer of light. Duanqing Yu looked puzzled. What do you mean he won? Juanxi won. Haven't you heard? To test if a girl likes you, just kiss her. If she slaps you, she doesn't like you. If she doesn't she does. Really? Duanqing Yu rubbed his chin as if he had discovered a new continent. Then I could try it too. Forget it. Zhongzhe glanced at him. This method relies on looks. You might get slapped. What do you mean? Am I not handsome? I'm only a bit worse than Junge. Indeed, just a tiny bit. Amidst the cheers and excitement, only Yu Bai's face changed, his fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound, and the usually cool indifference in his eyes burst forth with unparalleled anger. Bastard! He swung a punch at Shun Juanxi, but was quickly intercepted by Duanqing Yu. President Sure. Isn't this a bit undignified? Those two are merely a young engaged couple, childhood friends, sweetly in love. What is wrong with kissing in public? Who are you? An outsider to comment? You're so agitated now. You're not trying to insert yourself as a third party, are you? I suggest you leave quickly to avoid embarrassing yourself. In front of Junge, you don't even have the basic qualifications to compete. And hey, when Sheng Sheng didn't see well and liked you, you were indifferent. Now that she's back on track, you're nervous? How cheap. Get lost. Yu Bai's eyes turned red as he pushed him away, like he had lost his mind, and continued to swing at Shun Juanxi. With a loud thud, the sound of flesh hitting flesh echoed, and the previously noisy scene fell silent in an instant. Yu Bai actually hit Xin Xiao? This was someone who was untouchable throughout the entire capital. Hiss! Duanqing Yu, having been pushed aside, gasped in shock. Damn, this pretty boy really dares to make a move. He is not afraid of dying. Shun Juanxi was jolted back to reality by the punch. He tilted his head, gently touched his aching left cheek with his tongue, and a cold smile slowly emerged from his thin lips. I waited a long time for this day. Yu Bai still wanted to throw another punch. But in the next second, he was staggered back several steps by Shun Juanxi's counterattack. Shun Juanxi slightly rotated his wrist and walked towards him. Ah, the cheers and excitement from earlier turned into terrifying screams. Shen Xiao was too ruthless, his attacks fierce and frightening, as if he wanted to take Shi Yubai's life. Shi Yubai had no ability to fight back at all. Duan Qingyu and Zhongzhu were stunned for a few seconds before reacting. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and break it up. Jungo is a WBA gold glove level fighter. If he goes all out, he could kill him. A grand and extraordinary confession event ended in a brawl between rivals. When Shi Yubai returned to the finance department, covered in bruises, all his classmates were shocked by the cold aura radiating from him and quickly distanced themselves, whispering among themselves. What happened to the president? Don't you know? It's all over the school that he and Shun Xiao fought over Sun Niansheng. Sun Niansheng? Isn't he not interested in her? Who knows? Maybe he regretted it upon seeing that she is a rich young lady. The president doesn't seem like that kind of person. Luo Bin left the art department dejectedly and happened to see that scene as he passed through the academic corridor, his eyes widening in amazement. That boy, whether it was his height, build, looks, or temperament, he resembled a bright moon in the sky, cold and distant, exuding an aura that kept people at bay. Even with bruises on his face, it didn't diminish his presence at all. He was simply the prototype for the cold school-hung character in his dream script. What a stroke of luck, finding him without any effort at all. He happily grabbed a passing student and asked, "Excuse me, is that boy from your school? Shi Yubai? You don't know him? Is he famous?" Of course. He is the infamous president of our student council, a genius in the finance department, and one of the top school honks. Finance department? The ace major of Kyoto University. That is a bit troublesome. Luo Bin rubbed the bag in his hand, pondering. Why does he have so many bruises? I heard he just got into a fight over the school bell. It's really rare. Usually, he hardly gets angry. School bell? Good. Flaws mean opportunities. Thanks. After saying that, he took out a business card from his bag and walked straight towards the silent boy in the lecture hall. Chapter 081. The great romantic gave birth to a little romantic hello. Shi Yubai, I am Luo Bin, a talent scout from Tianqing Media. Here is my business card. Today, I came to Kyoto University to look for the male lead for a new film. I initially prioritized students from the art department, but to my surprise, the boys nowadays either wear too much makeup or have overly greasy personalities. It's nothing like when I saw you just now. You amazed me at first sight. Boys with such good looks and a cold demeanor are hard to come by. I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to participate in the new film? As soon as he finished speaking, he was coldly rejected by the boy, who said he was not interested. It was as if Luo Bin had anticipated his answer. And he smiled. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. You can learn more about our project. The script is a new work by the top industry master. Teacher Mao Qiu, currently dominating the reading charts at the top position with a large fan base, especially the male lead S character, which is very popular. The filming and production follow the recently popular short drama model, with a short cycle and high returns, attracting many viewers. I can guarantee that as long as you agree to participate with just your looks, you will definitely become an instant sensation and step into the entertainment industry with a bright future ahead. After he finished speaking, seeing that the boy still had no reaction and his indifferent brows were slightly furrowed, showing signs of impatience, he quickly threw out a temptation. Normally, the pay for short drama actors is not high. Even well-known leads only get a cap of several $100,000. However, having worked in this field for many years, I trust my judgment. I dare to bet your future with the company. As long as you agree to participate, I will offer you 1 million. What do you think? Upon hearing 1 million, a ripple of surprise crossed Shi Yubai's eyes. Are you going to compensate? How are you going to compensate? Are you planning to use my donation to your mother as compensation? How much will that cover? That day in the art studio, the girl's sarcastic words were vividly etched in his heart, still fresh in his memory. Seeing his expression soften, Luo Bin quickly seized the opportunity. I know you are a renowned talent in the finance department of Kyoto University, both talented and good-looking. Whether you enter investment banking or brokerage, you will be able to showcase your skills and naturally have your pride. But think about it, by the time you make a name for yourself, how old will you be? As he spoke, he glanced at the boy's injuries. By then, who will your beloved girl be lying in the arms of. Upon hearing this, Shiryu Bai's fist clenched tightly again. But entering the entertainment industry is different. This is the fastest place to cross social classes. With just a pretty face or a hit show, you can gain fame and fortune in a short time. Especially from male stars, you will receive countless admirer support and affection. By then, no matter what kind of girl, they will all fall for you. Perhaps he was tempted by the last sentence, or perhaps he recalled Duan Qingyu's recent provoking words. I advise you to leave quickly to avoid embarrassing yourself here. In front of Junge, you don't even have the basic qualifications to compete. Shiryu Bai turned to look at him. I won't act. Seeing that he seemed to be leaning towards agreement, Luo Bin clapped his hands in delight. It's okay. It's okay. This role is simply tailored for you. You don't need to change anything. Just maintain the current state. Then let's sign the contract. By the clear Qin Lake, Diyuan number 1. Jianhua hummed a little tune in the living room, happily preparing gifts for her future daughter-in-law. Suddenly, she heard a sound of footsteps. Is Junshi back from school? Come here and help Mom choose which gift is more suitable for Sheng Sheng. She turned around and saw her son with a prominent band-aid on his left cheek, with faint bruising around it. Her expression immediately changed. Junshi, you're hurt. What happened? Let Mom take a look. Did you get into a fight? She hurried over to carefully examine her son's face, but found that the boy seemed completely unconcerned, with a silly smile lingering at the corners of his eyes, as if he were immersed in some wonderful flavor, unable to extricate himself, not even listening to her words. What is wrong with this kid? What is he so silly about? Could it be that he got hit in the head? Junshi, don't scare Mom. Jianhua immediately waved her hand in front of him. Look, what is this? Shinjun, she was jolted back to reality by her. No, wait, that S5. Oh no, the child can't even count. Butler quickly called Dr. Ouyang over. It's urgent. Mom. Shinjun, she pulled her back, a bit speechless. I'm fine. I just accidentally bumped into something. It's just a surface wound. It LL heal quickly. That's a lie. You clearly look like you've been punched. Really, who would dare to hit me? That's true. Jianhua nodded. Jun, she had been learning boxing since he was young and was now a WBA Golden Glove champion. Who would be foolish enough to fight him? Then why are you smiling so foolishly? He smiled foolishly because Shun Jun, she recalled her flushed face, trembling eyelashes, rosy ears, and the soft moans she let out, looking utterly stimulated, almost melting his heart. He thought of her incredibly soft touch, the dangerously hot temperature, and the sweet and enchanting scent, which was more addictive than the strongest poison. He remembered how her starry eyes glimmered with tears, as if she were about to cry from his kisses, obedient and captivating, provoking an inexplicable desire to tease her. As if he liked her so much that he couldn't help but bully her, wanting to possess her completely. He also remembered that it was just a brief kiss, yet she couldn't handle it, so delicate. If in the future, he thought too much, to the point of unconsciously saying, I miss Sheng Sheng. Jianhua heard this and was filled with goosebumps, unable to resist teasing him. How cheesy. You just got out of school, and you're already missing her? You little rascal. Finally engaged, and you're not even pretending anymore. Huh? Yeah, he admitted without hesitation. I'll head upstairs first. He continued to think, still somewhat dazed, unable to hear or do anything. All right, go ahead. Jianhua shook her head with a smile, watching him look like he was lovesick, unable to help but recall the past when Cheng Yuan pursued her, which was even more intense. Remember to keep the wound dry. I'll have the maid bring some medicine up to help you take care of it. Chapter 082. Childhood Sweethearts as a Couple. Hushi, Royal Villa. As soon Niansheng ran into the house, she happened to bump into her uncle, who raised his hand to greet her. However, she dashed into the room like a gust of wind without even looking at him. Hey, Chu Jinglan is angry. Sheng Sheng, were you chased by a dog? Why are you running so fast? Little white-eyed wolf. Just a few days ago, she was so excited to leap into his arms, and now she starts to ignore him. She has really forgotten her uncle since getting a fiancé. Sun Niansheng was not just ignoring him. She was ignoring everyone because her face was still burning, her heart was racing, her brain was in turmoil, and she felt like she was on fire, restless, with her mind filled with thoughts like, did Shun Xiaoxi kiss her? Why did Shin Xiaoxi kiss her? How dare Shin Xiaoxi kiss her? Also, after living two lives, She finally understood that intimacy between men and women felt like this. Just a mere touch of lips and tongue made her feel like the world was spinning. Her hands and feet no longer belonged to her, dizzy, dreamy, with waves of tremors that stirred her heart. What a stir! Is this even a relationship that can be stirred? Sun Niansheng, wake up, hurry up. That is your best friend since childhood, your closest buddy, who has an absolutely pure, revolutionary friendship with you. And there can never be any romantic feelings involved. Right, right. Sun Niansheng muttered to herself while desperately slapping her face, trying to calm down, only to realize her tongue hurt so much. That Gaishin Juanshi, why kiss so hard? It was like he was trying to chew her lips off like a little dog. But was his kissing skill bad? Or was it good? If it was good, when did he practice? Who did he practice with? Has he been secretly dating behind her back? Who is the other person? No, wait. Why is she even thinking about this? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Something's wrong with her. She's been messed up by Shan Juanshi's kiss. Sun Niansheng collapsed, holding her head, sticking her butt up, firmly burying herself under the quilt like an ostrich, facing the overwhelming sandstorm, shouting, "Ah," after a while. She cautiously poked her head out, opened her glowing tablet, and like a thief, anonymously posted online, "My childhood sweetheart kissed me forcefully in front of scumbag. Is he helping me take revenge on him? I'm feeling a bit confused and don't know how to face him now." The post was sent out. In an urgent need of answers, she bought some traffic. Soon, the first comment appeared. In 01, who is he referring to? The scumbag or the childhood sweetheart? Anonymous Xiao Sheng. Of course, it's the childhood sweetheart. In 01, oh, then just take it all off and face it. Anonymous Xiao Sheng. In 02, helping you take revenge. Ha, sister, how innocent and cute. If he isn't secretly in love with you, I'll eat it. Anonymous Xiao Sheng. In 03, all right, stop messing around. We know you two are childhood sweethearts. Don't show off your love during workdays, okay? It's annoying enough in this broken class every day. Anonymous Xiao Sheng. In 04, regardless, forcefully kissing a girl is wrong, even if the other person is a childhood sweetheart. By the way, forgot to ask, is he handsome? Finally, finding a comment that wasn't abstract, Sun Niansheng immediately replied, super handsome, superstar level. In 04, then give me his contact information. I'll go teach him a lesson. Sun Niansheng, still being abstract. In 05, poor childhood sweetheart finally mustered up the courage, but was treated like a brother who stabs in the back. Ha, OS. I hate you for being such a blockhead. In 06, the scumbag is worse. Everyone cares about the childhood sweetheart. No one cares about him. In 07, what is there to care about the scumbag? Scumbags should be exterminated like cockroaches. In 08, please. Every day is about defeating the childhood sweetheart. Let us childhood sweetheart fans win just once. Childhood sweethearts, innocent and naive. You know my lengths, I know your depths. What is better than that? In 09, is this length and depth serious? In 010, everyone is only looking forward to shipping CP, not really trying to solve the posterous problem. Ha! In 011, oh, come on, what else with being so distant between childhood sweethearts? He kissed you forcefully, just kiss him back forcefully, and it's even. Dong dong dong, Sun Niansheng was seriously scrolling through the comments when suddenly there was a knocking sound from outside, startling her into flipping over the tablet, stuttering. Who is it? Miss, it's me. It's Little Tao from the kitchen. The door isn't locked. Come in. Okay. Little Tao came in with a food box, smiling widely. Miss, last time you praised how delicious my cake was, the master taught me a few more dishes, all of which are our hometown specialties, blending the tastes of the capital and your preferences. If you don't mind, could you please try them? Of course. Sun Niansheng patted her stomach. After being startled, her heart raced and she forgot everything. Now reminded, she realized she was indeed a bit hungry. Open it up. MMHM. Little Tao excitedly opened the food box and served the first dish, which was mouth-watering chicken. However, upon hearing mouth-watering, Sun Niansheng seemed to think of something. Her eyes trembled, and she reflexively said, I don't eat mouth-watering. Huh? Little Tao was stunned for a moment, thinking she didn't like it, and served the second dish, which was pepper salt duck tongues. Well, what? Tongue? No, no, no. Sun Niansheng waved her hands repeatedly, rejecting it again. I don't eat tongue either. Little Tao was confused. She had never heard of the miss having so many dietary restrictions. Thinking her presentation was too poor to be liked, she cautiously served the third dish, which was dessert. Miss, you will definitely like this stretchy bubble milk. And no stretch. She immediately shook her head, fearing someone would discover something. Really no stretch. But it was indeed quite sweet. Mississippi. After being rejected 3 times in a row, Little Tao lowered her head sadly. Soon Niansheng realized this, and, feeling dejected, slapped her face. Has she really been kissed, silly? Why does everything seem... I'm sorry, Little Tao. My appetite has been a bit off these past few days. I can't eat these. Thank you for your kindness. I will definitely savor them next time. Okay. Little Tao looked up, inadvertently noticing her mouth was swollen. Miss, what happened to your mouth? It's so swollen. Huh? Really? She hurriedly jumped out of bed and ran to the mirror. It really was. That little mad dog Sheng Sheng has swollen her lips. Just you wait. Are you feeling overheated? I'll go get some medicine. No need, forget it. Just bring some over. Otherwise, if her family saw it, they would think they got on the bus before buying tickets. She flipped over the tablet and saw that post. What else with being so distant between childhood sweethearts? He kissed you forcefully, just kiss it back forcefully, and it's even. Angrily, she deleted the post. What a bunch of random suggestions. Too unreliable. Chapter 083. He called her sister third floor. Activity room. While tying the last little braid, Sheng Sheng brought the cotton doll that looked just like the girl today to his lips and gently kissed it. Sheng Sheng. He sighed, his voice deep and magnetic. If I had known her scent was so sweet, I shouldn't have endured for so long. I shouldn't have been so gentlemanly and let her go back in middle school. Shaking off the ridiculous and reckless thoughts in his mind, he turned around and glanced at the time. Had he really been playing for so long without realizing it? Wasn't he a bit too immersed? It was just a kiss, yet he had lost his composure to this extent. If he were to be with Su Xiaosheng in the future, he thought of this, his gaze deepening, and he stood up to head to the gym. Hey, young master, it's almost dinner time. Why did you suddenly get up to exercise? And you rarely use these imported equipment. I need to train my endurance and stamina. Endurance and stamina? The butler was puzzled. Isn't the young master's endurance and stamina already enough? Recently, 3 boxing coaches have been no match for him. What kind of exercise requires such high intensity? Are you going to participate in a marathon? Evening. The young man walked out of the bathroom, lazily drying his hair, completely awake and forced to face the most brutal thing in the world for him. The little princess was mad at him and was ignoring him. Based on previous experience, kissing her forcefully in front of the whole school this time and wanting to make up would be as difficult as the national football team winning the World Cup. Even if she made him call her sister, mom, or even great-grandma, he had to endure it. While Su Niansheng was eating, her phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, she threw it away like a cat whose fur was standing on end. Shun, little dog, how dare you call me? After several calls went unanswered as expected, Shun Juanshi started sending WeChat messages. Tap tap, Su Xiaosheng, are you still angry? Calm down, can we meet? I'll treat you to candy. Su Xiaosheng, Princess Su, Misu, the school beauty Su, can you reply to me? If not, just reply with a 1. Su Niansheng glanced at it casually. These words sound so familiar. Didn't she use these to coax him last time? He copied them verbatim to tell her that his current mood was the same as hers. But at least she explained to him why she agreed to Shi Yubai's request at that time. Yet he had no intention of explaining why he kissed her now. Shen Juanshi indeed wanted to explain. He even typed out words like, I just wanted to establish our relationship in front of Shi Yubai, so he would give up and stop bothering you. But he deleted them all. Too grandiose. He kissed her just because he wanted to. No particular reason. Where's my fiancé? Such a big fiancé. Seeing that he not only didn't explain, but also was being cheeky, Su Niansheng couldn't help but frown. Did he not take this kiss seriously at all? Did he treat it casually like playing house when they were kids, kissing foreheads and holding hands? Was she overreacting? Unreasonably, she became even angrier. After a few minutes, he sent a video. She didn't want to click on it, but when she saw the cover was a fluffy, round little cat head, she couldn't help it. It was the little calico. Kid, your mom is angry. Help me coax her, so she forgives dad quickly. Okay? Meow, meow, meow in the video. The little calico's front paws were pressed together, constantly bowing to her, with a soft and cute face that seemed to say, Mommy, please don't be angry. Daddy and the kid know they were wrong. Come back soon. Instantly, it almost melted the girl's heart. Shen Xiaoxi was simply too unreasonable. He actually used a cat to command the princess. She struggled to control her itching hands and didn't reply to his message. Before long, he sent another picture. It was their contract, the second clause. You must always stay under my watchful eyes. If you have personal matters, you must report your schedule at all times. No evasion or lying. If you encounter any problems or have any needs, you can only find me to solve them, and you're not allowed to trouble anyone else. Sun Niansheng. Just a moment ago, he was apologizing and showing weakness, and now he was revealing his true colors, switching from soft to hard. Right? Yet, this was something she had agreed to and couldn't back out of. She gritted her teeth, resisting, and angrily typed 2 words, at home. Seeing those 2 words, Shen Juanxi's eyes sparkled with layers of joy. The little princess didn't seem as angry as he had imagined. So, next time, could he? I'm coming over now to apologize to you. No need. Then, I'll apologize to your family. What will you apologize to them for? I'm sorry for kissing their precious baby. Ah, Sun Niansheng screamed before she finished reading. This rogue, this was not an apology at all. It was clearly a threat. He was finished. If you dare come, you're dead. Ha! Shen Juanxi curled his lips, lightly rubbing the words you read dead. So spicy. Sun Niansheng angrily replied to the message, and when she saw he didn't respond, she thought he was really coming over, causing her heart to feel uneasy. Just as she was about to get up to check the door, he sent another video, this time featuring himself. He seemed to have just finished showering. His black hair damp and slicked back, his deep-set brows and eyes slightly moistened by the steam, exuding an inexplicable air of a well-behaved puppy compared to his usual sharp and unrestrained demeanor. Little princess. At first, he called her little princess coolly. Suddenly, he leaned closer to the camera. As his unmatched, stunning face magnified right before her eyes, Sun Niansheng was momentarily transported back to school, recalling when he kissed her in front of everyone, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to race. Then, he said something that made her heart race even faster. Also, the words she had longed to hear. The young man's eyes glowed with heat, fixed on her, and he said in a low voice, "Sister, don't be angry. Can you fix me up? I really want to talk to you." His voice, like electricity flowing through the cerebral cortex, was magnetic and seductive, making Sun Niansheng want to ignite. Huff, 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 she stood up, pacing back and forth, fanning her face, unable to eat anymore. When Shen Xiaoxi called her sister, it was too tempting, too captivating, too alluring, right? Completely different from her imagined, obedient little brother. Now she suddenly felt fortunate that he hadn't called her that before. Otherwise, she would have been completely mesmerized, letting him toy with her. Calm down, calm down. She restrained herself for a long time before the heat on her face subsided a bit. Then, quick as a flash, she saved the video, fearing he would change his mind and withdraw it. Chapter 084. Sheng Sheng. You're playing with me again. This was the first time in over a decade that Shen Xiaoxi unexpectedly called her sister, and it must be kept as a rare black history to use as leverage against him. Miss, the old lady requests that you finish your meal and come to the back hall to chat. Okay. Sun Niansheng quickly finished her meal, put down her phone, and went to accompany her grandparents. Upon returning, she found that Shen Juanxi had sent her a bunch of messages, filling the entire screen. She happily opened them one by one. Suddenly, Fang Yin shared a post with her. Peking University Forum, breaking. Sure you Bai and Shen Juanxi fight over the school flower. What? She clicked in and saw a picture. Sure you Bai fiercely swinging a punch at Shen Juanxi's profile, which made her heart tremble, and a fire ignited within her. Does Sure you Bai have a mental illness? Why is he hitting Shen Xiaoxi? No wonder when Shen Xiaoxi was recording the video earlier. She was propping her face up with her hand. She thought she was just trying to look cool, but it turned out she was hurt, anxious, and heartbroken. She wanted to call him immediately, but after dialing, she seemed to remember something and forcefully hung up. The next day, from morning until evening, the girl received no replies. Shen Juanxi couldn't take it anymore and decided to go to the Su family in person. Before he set off, he received a phone call. It was Duan Qingyu. He said he had an urgent matter. Junge, come quickly. Sheng Sheng has had an accident at school. As Duan Qingyu's flustered words fell, Shun Juanxi's dark pupils instantly constricted, and he rushed out almost immediately. The night was thick, the sky like a cover, enveloping the peaceful Peking University. Shun Juanxi anxiously ran to the small grove behind the basketball court, only to see trees swaying in the wind, with no sign of the girl who was hurt. Sheng Sheng! Sheng Sheng! He shouted several times, but no one answered. Just as he was about to call Duan Xingyu, suddenly, a tree in front of him lit up. It was entwined with warm-colored atmosphere lights, twinkling like mischievous stars winking in the night sky. Soon, millions of stars slowly revealed themselves from the surrounding trees and ground. Like a galaxy pouring down, vibrant and colorful, slowly illuminating his figure. Nearby, balloons floated, colorful bubbles rose and merged in the air, creating a romantic and beautiful scene. When the words "Happy Birthday" to Shun Xiaoxi lit up in the center, Shun Juanxi's hurried breathing gradually calmed down, and his racing heart slowly regained its rhythm. Even his tightly clenched hands slightly relaxed. Su Xiaosheng. Playing surprise attacks with him, these little tricks. He felt a bit annoyed, but he couldn't help but smile as he stepped inside. Suddenly, a gift box tied with a bow fell right in front of him. On it was written in the girl's handwriting, 17. This year, we had our first argument. I'm sorry for hurting your heart over someone unimportant. Now, I'm giving you a new one. As he opened the gift box, he found a heart-shaped ruby bracelet quietly lying inside. Its bright and rich color flashing rhythmically in the light, like the heartbeat's rhythm. Beside it, there was a note. You can use this instead of the Chibi Maruko-chan bracelet. To avoid others thinking your girlfriend is a child. There was also a funny ghost face drawn on the back. Shun Juanxi looked at the cute ghost face, and the corners of his lips widened. He took out the bracelet, his dark lashes lightly drooping, as if shielding some intense, surging emotion. After taking a couple of steps, another gift box fell down. 18. This year, you stood on the adult boxing stage for the first time and defeated all your opponents. Did anyone tell you that the way you box is really super cool, super manly, and overflowing with hormones? At that time, I secretly made a little doll I wanted to give you, but it was too ugly, so I never had the courage to give it to you. Remember, when you see it, don't dislike it. When Shun Juanxi opened it and saw the little doll, he couldn't help but laugh. It was indeed so ugly. With a tiny head, a tiny body, but with fists as big as a sandbag. He shook his head, both disapproving and carefully putting it into the pocket of his chest. As he was about to reach the end, the last gift box fell down. 19. This year, I earned my first bucket of gold in life, and you blame me for not buying you a gift. But, Shun Xiaoxi, you are the most important person in my life. How could I forget you? Ding ding ding, this set of shin guards was custom-made for you a long time ago, with pictures of me and the kids printed on them. They may not ensure you hit every target in the ring, but they will definitely keep you safe. As Shun Juanxi saw the words "the most important person in my life," the emotions that had been suppressed in his eyes finally reached their limit, surging and bursting forth. Su Xiaoxing. He frowned, gently rubbing the image on the shin guards with his fingertip, feeling an inexplicable tightness and warmth in his chest. It turns out, pain in the heart comes not only from sadness. Being too happy, too blissful, too fond of her can also cause pain, as if the heart might crack open, breaking into pieces. You want to give every piece to her. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to Shun Xiaoxi, happy 19th birthday. Shun Xiaoxi. A clear and delightful song suddenly rang out. Shun Juanxi looked up and saw a girl in a princess dress pushing a cake cart, walking towards him. The moonlight was like water, sprinkling a bit of gentle light on her hair, making her look like a fairy stepping down from the galaxy, stunning him into a daze. How is it? Do you like it? Soon Niansheng stopped, her delicate brows raised, smiling brightly at him. Since they had their argument and conflict 3 years ago, they hadn't properly celebrated a birthday together. Today, she wanted to make it up to him all at once. Like it. The boy stared at her blankly, his deep eyes dark like ink, thick enough to obscure the turbulent emotions within. The words that slipped out of his mouth seemed to be thoughtless, having repeated in his heart 1,000 times, 10,000 times. He liked her. Very, very much. He liked her to the point of almost going crazy. He stood there dazed for a few seconds, then dashed forward, pulling her into his arms. Tightly, tightly rubbing against her, making Su Niansheng feel a bit of pain. Shen Xiaoxi? Is he that moved? Sheng Sheng. Shen Juanxi closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and showed no sign of loosening his grip, only letting out a low sigh. You're playing with me again. Su Niansheng was puzzled. What did I play with you? Every day, every moment, every second. She was always toying with him, playing with his heart, making it race and swirl, completely not belonging to himself anymore. Sometimes he would fall from heaven to hell, and sometimes rise from hell to heaven, stimulating him to death, yet addictively so. He couldn't help but hold her tighter. Chapter 085. The eyes of a lover are the eighth ocean. That's because your silly Su Niansheng thought he was talking about how she and Duan Qingyu tricked him today. She raised her hand, about to knock on his head, when she noticed the obvious bruise on his left cheek. Her fingers gently brushed over it, and her shimmering eyes trembled slightly. Does it hurt? Shen Juanxi noticed the concern in her brows and eyes. He felt incredibly pleased inside, wishing he had been hit a couple more times. Ouch! She had just touched a corner of it, and the boy gasped, collapsing weakly onto her shoulder, groaning in discomfort. It hurts so much that I can't eat during the day and can't sleep well at night. Su Xiaosheng, I'm about to be in so much pain. So what should we do? Did you put on some medicine? Did you see a doctor? Su Niansheng asked anxiously upon hearing this. The more he acted like this, the more she hated Shi Bai. Don't worry, I will definitely go find Shi Bai to settle this. No. Shen Juanxi immediately refused upon hearing Shi Bai's name. He didn't want her to confront him at all. Even just seeing him would make him jealous. Help me, and I won't hurt anymore. How can I help you? Just. Shen Juanxi suddenly lowered his head, bringing his left cheek close to her face. Blow on it for me. Just blow on it. It won't hurt anymore. The boy's handsome face and well-shaped light pink lips were magnified in front of her, so close that it was almost negligible. Su Niansheng couldn't help but think of, is he joking? How could such a painful injury just be blown away? Besides, helping a blow there, how is that any different from kissing? Thinking this, she indeed caught a hint of mischief in the boy's eyes, as if waiting for a little lamb to jump into a pit, making her ears heat up in annoyance. Xin, Yun, seek. Hurry up, it's so painful. Shen Juanxi urged, just about to close his eyes to enjoy the service from his beloved, when a carefree, teasing voice came from behind. Jun Ge, let me blow on it for you. I have a bigger lung capacity. He lifted his head and saw Duan Qingyu, annoyance creeping into his pleasant expression. What are you doing here? You're interrupting our little world. It's me who tricked you over here. How could I not be here? Duan Qingyu said, crossing his arms with a sense of accomplishment. Jun Ge, didn't you say before that I'm very shallow and that you can see through me at a glance? How come today I've managed to trick you around with such a flawed lie? As he finished speaking, Zhongzhe also walked out from the shadows, carrying gifts. Did everyone see? If you run out of money in the future, just use the campus beauty to scam young Master Shen. You can get as much as you want. Immediately after, a group of dark figures emerged from behind the trees. Almost all of them were friends and classmates of Shen Juanxi and Su Niansheng from various majors. According to the plan, they should have all sung Happy Birthday together upon arrival. However, at this moment, they all clamored to tease him instead. Young Master Shen, let me help you blow. I have a lot of air. Let me do it instead. I just ate garlic, and it will definitely stimulate him a bit. Unlike the campus beauty, whose fragrance would only make him weaker. Why don't we all do it together? The more people, the faster it will get better. Oh, you bad people, he just needs his fiancée, eat a blow on it, and it won't hurt. Su Niansheng was teased to the point where her little face almost buried itself into her skirt, looking as shy as a swan playing in the water. It's all Shen Xiaoxi's fault, always being inappropriate. Last time during the day, she was already embarrassed once, and now it's happening again at night. But Shen Juanxi had a thick skin, nonchalantly grinding his back teeth as he refused. No, I'm afraid you'll give me a cold. Ha ha ha, Sheng Sheng, happy birthday. Sheng Sheng, this is my gift for you. A few girls from the art department walked over with gifts, all wishing Su Niansheng well. Thank you, come here. There's still a surprise. She was pulled over, and Duan Qingyu quietly moved to the boy's side. Jun Ge, today is also Sheng Sheng's birthday. You rushed over here so hastily. You probably didn't bring a gift, right? If you promise to take me to play games this weekend, I'll give you a brilliant idea. Shen Juanxi raised his eyebrows slightly, glancing at him without saying a word, and walked straight towards the girl. Duanqing you. Su Xiaosheng. Sun Yinxing turned around, hugging a bundle of flowers and gifts, and saw the boy smiling brightly as he walked towards her, saying, "Happy birthday." Then, he reached out and gave her a light tap on the head. Ouch! Sun Yinxing covered her head in shock. He wished her a happy birthday. And not only did he not give her a gift, but he also gave her a hit. Just as she was about to explode, unexpectedly, the boy's clenched hand loosened, and a string of sapphire necklaces fell before her like a meteor, radiating a six-pointed brilliance. The translucent blue gems resembled the most mysterious treasures hidden deep in the ocean, pure and transparent, dreamy and beautiful. It was the heart of the ocean, which had been collected by a mysterious buyer since the last century, coveted by countless socialites and noble women in the capital. Sought after but unattainable. The meaning. The eyes of a lover are the eighth ocean. Truly deserving of its name. How beautiful! Sun Yinxing was mesmerized. Everyone around was also stunned. Wow! Even the anime didn't have such dazzling gemstones. It was simply more sparkling than stars. Sun Yinxing gave Shen Juanxi a ruby bracelet, and Shen Juanxi gifted Sun Yinxing a sapphire necklace. This kind of affection was not something an ordinary person could showcase. Duanqing Yu was also dumbfounded. Wait, he could prepare this? That's too impressive. Wait, when he was on the phone just now, he said he had something urgent. Could it be that he was rushing to celebrate Sheng Sheng's birthday? Did the two of them think of the same thing? He is really asking for trouble. So beautiful. Sun Yinxing joyfully accepted the necklace. Yet the boy gazed at her affectionately, his eyes fixed on her. This gem is a fake. Huh, your eyes are the real masterpiece. Wow. The people around were once again struck hard, clutching their hearts as if they were about to faint. No matter how beautiful the sapphire is, it can't compare to young Master Shun's words. Who said science students have no emotional intelligence? Just ask about this emotional intelligence. Who else could compare? He deserves to marry the campus beauty. Sun Yinxing's heart also raced, and her thick, fluttering eyelashes slightly trembled as she dared not meet his overly intense gaze. Shen Xiaoxi, when did your mouth become so sweet? By the way, speaking of sweet words, her heart raced even more. Let the birthday star cut the cake. Yes, we're all starving from your affection. Okay. Sun Yinxing turned to cut the cake. Duanqing Yu and Zhongzhe walked over, giving the boy a thumbs up from either side, respect. The atmosphere quickly became lively as everyone chatted, sang, joked around, and even smeared cake on each other. When someone was about to smear cake on Shen Juanxi's face, Sun Yinxing stopped them, saying, "Don't, his face is injured." Chapter 086. Call once, kiss once, just a little bit. Is that okay? But it matters. Sun Yinxing looked serious. Did you not see how severe his injury is? Shen Juanxi, like an injured little beast, stood behind the girl, his hand weakly gripping her waist, nodding in agreement. But it's serious. He needs his fiancée to support him just a walk. TSK. Duanqing Yu watched someone pretending to be weak and acting like a green tea, finding it quite an eyesore. Is this what they call serious? Does Sister Sheng Sheng want to see how badly Bai was beaten? At midnight, a breeze suddenly picked up, and the crowd gradually dispersed. The twinkling atmosphere lights in the small grove emitted a faint glow, like little fairies blinking, making the atmosphere exceptionally tranquil and warm. Shen Juanxi took off his coat and draped it over the girl. Are you cold? Do you want to go back? No. Sun Yinxing turned around, pulled out a mini cake from the compartment of the large cake cart, lit a candle, and presented it to him. Just now was a birthday celebration from friends for you, and now it's my birthday gift to you. Shen Xiaoxi, wishing you many more birthdays like this. Make a wish. Shen Juanxi looked at her with a deep expression and closed his eyes. Year after year with Sheng Sheng. Okay, what about yours? So soon? Sun Yinxing thought for a moment, closed her eyes to make a wish on the same cake with him. I hope I can keep eating, drinking, and having fun with Shen Xiaoxi until we grow old together. What wish did you make? Is there anyone as bold as you to inquire about someone else's wish? If I tell you, it won't come true. Shen Juanxi chuckled, as if he hadn't tried to pry into her wishes before. Hearing this, Sun Yinsheng suddenly remembered how he had used various temptations, whether candies, toys, or all sorts of conditions, to exchange for her birthday wishes. Poor naive her. Innocent and easy to deceive, he had succeeded every time. All right, Shen Xiaoxi, you're already so grown up, and yet you're still so despicable. Just tell me if it came true or not. It actually came true. Every birthday wish has been fulfilled. As she spoke, it seemed like she suddenly realized something, looking at the boy with a puzzled expression. Could it be that all these years, he had gone to great lengths to find out her birthday wish just to help her fulfill it? A mist began to spread in the girl's eyes, and she stared at him with shimmering tears, as if wanting to reflect his figure completely within them. Her fluttering eyelashes trembled slightly, looking pitiful, causing the boy's gaze to change subtly as he took a deep breath and covered her eyes with his hand. Really want to let people bully you, huh? Su Xiaosheng, don't look at me like that. Otherwise, on a dark and windy night, with just the two of us in the small grove, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't become beastly and consume her completely. Shen Xiaoxi, you are too good to me, right? Sun Yinsheng was touched as she took his hand away and hugged him tightly. The overly soft sensation against her chest lightly brushed against him, making Shen Juanshi clench his teeth in response. Tormented, yet immensely pleased. He wanted to pull away but couldn't bear to. Even his voice had changed slightly. Of course. Who else treats you better than I do? With his other hand, he grabbed a floating white balloon and popped it, still unable to scratch the itch in his palm. Not anymore. Brother Jun is the best in the world. The very best. The most best. Sun Yinsheng released his hand, holding a glow stick and bouncing around him in praise, like a lively and adorable little rabbit, making Shen Juanshi's heart flutter as his smile spread from his eyes to his limbs. His heart was about to burst. All right, no more if there is any more. I won't be able to handle it. Are you not angry anymore? The boy's brows slightly furrowed as he looked at her meaningfully. He originally intended to coax her, but ended up becoming dizzy from her charm. In an instant, Sun Yinsheng understood what he was implying. Her feet stopped bouncing, but her heart began to race. Actually, she wasn't angry. It was just that everything had happened so suddenly and chaotically that she didn't know how to face it. Who said that? She gently bit her lip, a hint of proud annoyance flashing in her eyes. I'm still angry. That was my first kiss. It was taken from her so unexpectedly. There was no sign, no warning, completely different from what she had imagined. In her imagination, a first kiss should be shared with a loved one in a romantic and beautiful place, tender and intimate, not in front of the whole school, both intense and passionate. Just thinking about that scene made her feel embarrassed enough to want to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Shen Juanshi's lips curled slightly. Mine was too. Sun Yinsheng. So what? This is also a first kiss. Does that mean they're even? So, Shen Juanshi suddenly leaned down, whispering in her ear with a slightly hoarse voice that carried a mischievous tone from childhood to now. How many firsts have we given each other? What difference does it make if we have a few more? Sun Yinsheng heard the term first and suddenly blushed, feeling her ears heat up. Can it be the same? And still daring to be cheeky, she reached out and pinched his side. Do you know you were wrong? I know. Shen Juanshi raised an eyebrow. Will you dare next time? I would. What? Sun Yinsheng tightened her grip, threatening him. Unexpectedly, he not only didn't answer directly, but looked at her with a meaningful gaze. Are you still looking forward to the next time? Absolutely not. Stop being slick with your words. Be more serious about admitting your mistakes. After doing something so criminal, do you regret it? This time, Shen Juanshi's expression became much more serious. He nodded. I regret it. Regret not doing it sooner. That's good. Sun Yinsheng slightly raised her chin, remembering how he apologized in the video, calling her sister, looking so cute and obedient, completely different from his usual rebellious demeanor. Her heart couldn't help but stir again. If he could call her that in person, it would sound so nice, right? Since you regret it, show some sincerity and call me sister again. Sister? Shen Juanshi looked at the arrogant little girl, narrowing his eyes. Fine, if you want me to call you again, then give me another kiss. You. Sun Yinsheng's eyes widened in disbelief at her ears. Perverted. She wanted to take the cake and smash it in his face, but was worried it might inflame his injury. So she just stomped her foot in frustration and turned away, ignoring him. Wrong. Shen Juanshi leaned closer, speaking in her left ear, and she turned to the right. Really wrong. He spoke in her right ear, and she turned to the left. Chapter 087. Entering Love Mode. As time passed, the boy who noticed the pattern snapped his fingers near her ear. When she suddenly turned around in the opposite direction, she almost kissed his long-awaited handsome face, startling her heart to skip a beat. She took 2 steps back. Sheng Sheng was completely overwhelmed by laughter. Sun Yanqing's face turned red. Shun, Xiaoxi, how dare you play with me? Who told her to be so amusing? It made him unable to let go of her. I'm not going to pay attention to you anymore. I'm leaving. Sun Yanqing crossed her arms and angrily turned to leave. Unexpectedly, the boy's sharp brows suddenly furrowed, covering half of his injured face and groaning softly. Hiss, it hurts so painful. Sun Yanqing paused, slightly turned her face, and looked at him suspiciously. Really? What do you think? A fist as big as a sandbag came at me, almost ruining my face that's popular with countless girls. I don't know why Bai hates me so much. Is it because of someone? His words hinted at her, stirring up Sun Yanqing's guilt. Then, should I help you apply medicine? No need. I've already applied it. I'm just a bit hungry now. Then you can eat cake. You feed me. Shen Xiaoxi, are you being spoiled? MHM. Shun Juanxi lazily lay on the flower swing, not even pretending anymore, looking like a giant baby waiting for her to feed him. Coincidentally, Sun Yanqing was very into this. All right, considering you're a patient today, I'll reluctantly let you off this time. She picked up a cake fork, speared a piece of cream, and brought it to the boy's mouth. Come on, Xiaoxi, open your mouth. Sister Sheng Sheng is here to feed you. MHM. Shun Juanxi chewed on the cream cake in his mouth, but his dark eyes were fixed on the person feeding him, showing an aggressive demeanor. Sister Sheng Sheng feeds so deliciously, so sweet, so soft. The word fed was so light, it seemed inaudible. Is it that good? Sun Yanqing was puzzled. Didn't you say you don't like sweets? You try it yourself. Shen Juanxi also picked up a cake fork, speared a piece, and brought it to her mouth. The girl frowned slightly. Isn't this piece too big? I can't eat that. Make it smaller. Big? The boy looked at the cake in his hand, then at her delicate cherry lips. His throat rolled slightly, and his gaze deepened. If you can't eat this, then mine. Sun Yanqing, what are you staring at? Nothing. Just wanted to dig a bigger piece to fill you up. Everywhere is full. Then you should eat more. Sun Yanqing suddenly had a mischievous thought, bringing the whole piece of cake closer, getting him all messy, with a bit of white on his prominent nose. Just as she was about to run away with a smile, her arm was suddenly pulled back by him. With a little force, she fell into his arms and was pushed down onto his lap. Su Xiaosheng, you dare smear me? Clean it off. Ha ha, no. You look good like this, then you look good too. He lowered his head and was about to rub the cream on her face, looking like he was about to kiss her, startling the girl and shaking her head and dodging. But no matter how she tried, she couldn't escape his advances. The giant swing, adorned with blooming flowers, shook continuously due to the intense playfulness of the boy and girl, causing the 2 nearby trees to tremble. Sun Yanqing was laughing so hard from being rubbed against, desperately trying to avoid him. Cream got smeared all over her nose, eyebrows, and forehead, making her so angry that she opened her mouth to bite his neck. Unexpectedly, the boy suddenly let out a low, muffled groan, sounding suppressed and somewhat unbearable. A bit like the noise she heard the day she went to find him to propose, while she was outside the door. Her movements froze in an instant. She slightly lowered her head, only then realizing how intimate their position was. He sat on the swing, broad shoulders and narrow waist, long legs casually resting on the ground, while she was facing him, sitting on his lap, her calves dangling freely, only her waist tightly held by him. The distance between them was so close she dared not look, shyly averting her gaze, preparing to get up. But as soon as she moved, the boy tightened his grip on her waist, pulling her heavily towards him, not allowing her to budge an inch. What's wrong? Sun Yanqing looked at him. He still had the nerve to ask her what was wrong. His voice was hoarse, and his eyes were hazy. Did he not know what was wrong with him? At 19, boys were in their prime, easily ignited. Even without external stimulation, they would secretly hide in their rooms to do bad things, let alone. She should be more careful. She couldn't be as carefree as when they were children, playfully roughhousing anymore. And no, it's nothing you. Let go of me. There are differences between men and women. She stuttered, her gaze fixed on the nearby cake, balloons, and bubble machine, almost floating up to the stars. But Shun Juanxi still showed no intention of letting her go. Not only did he not let go, but he also tightened his hold on her slender waist, the corners of his thin lips curling up. There are indeed differences between men and women, but there's no distinction for unmarried couples. There are no spectators here. Do you want spectators? Su Niansheng. Su Xiaosheng, I didn't expect you to have this kind of hobby. Shun Juanxi's gaze surged with teasing laughter. All right, I'll satisfy you. I didn't. Don't slander me. Just right, we can supplement the public announcement process we didn't finish that day. Supplement? Supplement what? Su Niansheng was stunned. They had already publicly confessed, shared sweets, and even kissed. What else was there to supplement? In her mind, his joke flashed inappropriately. Send into the bridal chamber. Shun Juanxi took out his phone. Of course, it's time to enter love mode. Su Xiaosheng, do you know what the first thing couples should do is? What is it? Change nicknames, swap couple avatars, and post a couple photo on social media. Su Niansheng, that sounds a bit like elementary school behavior. How do you know? I wanted to do that when I was in elementary school. Shun Juanxi raised his eyebrows slightly. I've already thought a nickname for you. You'll be called All the Way to the West. All the Way to the West? How cheesy. Then what will you be called? Sheng Sheng Radar. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Niansheng immediately felt like he had grown 2 antennas on his head, looking like a Teletubby. So cute that she couldn't help but touch his hair. And you can find me anytime, right? MHM. Shun Juanxi let out a soft grunt. The dark eyes hidden beneath his thick eyelashes filled with intense possessiveness. In this lifetime, you can forget about escaping from my grasp. Help. Call for help. Even if you scream your throat out, no one will come to save you. Su Niansheng, why does that sound so rogue? Rogue? Shun Juanxi's lips curled into a wicked smile, looking extremely mischievous. There are even more rogue things. As he spoke, he thrust his waist heavily, startling the girl, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. Chapter 088, he is scarier than a trained pervert. Su Niansheng was pushed into his arms, her whole body intimately leaning against him. To stabilize herself, she firmly wrapped her arms around his waist. When she finally reacted and wanted to push him away, the boy forcefully pressed her small face against his firm abdominal muscles, grinning wickedly. Come on, let's take a picture. Su Niansheng wanted to resist, but unexpectedly. As soon as she opened her mouth, she ended up kissing his muscles. Snap! Shun Juanxi instantly froze this moment, extremely satisfied. Good, let's take another one. He lowered his head, directly closed his eyes, and affectionately kissed the top of the girl's head. Another one. Shun Juanxi, let me go, you're done for. Don't move. It's not over yet. Quickly give me back my phone and delete those photos. Sure, if you delete them, I'll use your childhood naked photos as my profile picture. You dare. As graduation approached, many students at Jing University began to leave for internships, submit theses, or study abroad for further education. Only a small portion were still stuck in a frantic scramble to make up credits, in a terrible situation where a moment's inattention could lead to retests, course repeats, or even delayed graduation. Unfortunately, Su Niansheng was one of them. Even worse, her family found out about her situation and thought she was doomed and would be called to a family meeting for criticism. However, she wasn't called in. Shun Juanxi was. Miss, don't worry, young Master Juanxi will definitely handle it well. How can I not worry? The situation has gotten so serious that everyone is unwilling to face me directly and sent Shen Xiaoxi to convey the message. I wonder if it will involve him. She was anxiously pacing outside the study. Before long, Shun Juanxi came out. He appeared calm and collected, his demeanor not much different from when he went in, as if he hadn't gone through any major upheaval. How was it? Su Niansheng rushed forward, cautiously probing, did dad, brother, aunt, uncle, and the others criticize me? No. Then, why do they call you in? As your fiancé, I naturally have the obligation to take full responsibility for you. Shun Juanxi leaned down, his gaze lingering on her, not just you but also your grades. Oh, that's good. That's good. Su Niansheng silently breathed a sigh of relief. Then with a flattering expression, she gently shook his arm. Shen Xiaoxi, you won't make things too difficult for me, right? Huh. Unexpectedly, the boy didn't answer directly, but instead curved his thin lips slightly. That smirk inexplicably made Su Niansheng feel uneasy, as if she had a bad premonition. Don't worry, with your brother here, everything will be fine. Shun Juanxi turned around, tightly holding her 10 fingers, and headed toward the basketball court. Let's go. First play some ball, relax a bit. Yay! My academic godbrother is the best. He knows how to balance work and rest. Sun Yinsheng excitedly followed him to play, but she never expected this to be the last moment of bliss before the storm. Starting the next day, Shun Juanxi established a very strict schedule for her life and studies, from morning till night, covering everything from daily routines to the proportions of each subject, packed tightly, with time precise to the minute and scores accurate to the decimal point. And he resolutely enforced it without any omissions. The specific measures included, but were not limited to. In the morning, before she even opened her eyes, he would carry her into the car, forcefully turning on her phone. At noon, she had to eat the well-balanced meals he arranged, and it was unacceptable to miss even a single bite. In the evening before going to bed, she had to have a lengthy phone call with him, reporting on her study situation and answering questions in real time until her eyelids couldn't hold up and she fell asleep. As for her academic performance, it was even more extreme. Not only did she have to be constantly drilled with keywords like key, important, and must test, but she also had to take an exam every day on her weaker subjects. If she failed, she would face his severe punishment. This was no teaching from a scholarly master. It was clearly the arrival of a devilish boss. Sun Yinsheng wailed. She was being tortured to death, yet usually soft-hearted and unable to resist her acting cute. Shun Juanxi this time seemed to have taken some heart-hardening pill, being extremely cold. No matter how she pouted, acted cute, or begged for mercy, he wouldn't relent even a little. Angrily, she threw down her pen. Shun Xiaoxi, did my family give you some benefit? Why are you being so cold-blooded, disregarding our years of childhood friendship? Shun Juanxi calmly handed her a new pen, tapping the exam paper with his long fingers, and said leisurely, "Continue. You haven't finished this problem. No benefits were given, but there is one downside. If you fail or have to retake courses, resulting in a delayed graduation, then our wedding date will also be delayed." He absolutely, positively would not allow that. Woo woo woo. Sun Yinsheng rubbed her eyes, lying on the desk, pretending to cry. Help! I'm about to become stupid. Be good. Shun Juanxi reached out to rub her head, his low magnetic voice gently coaxing her. After graduation, whatever you want to do, whatever you want, I will promise you. Sun Yinsheng sat up, baring her teeth like a fierce little beast. I want to eat you, cold-blooded big devil. Oh, the cold-blooded big devil's eyes flickered with a mischievous light. Where do you want to eat me? Sun Yinsheng. At the beginning, when the students of Jing University heard that Shun Juanxi was going to get engaged to Sun Yinsheng, they all thought it was a well-matched business marriage. Later, when they found out the two were childhood sweethearts, they thought it was a natural agreement made since childhood. Until recently, they saw the two of them inseparable, entering and leaving the school gate as if surrounded by a shielding aura, isolating everyone, their eyes and hearts filled only with each other, unabashedly showing off their affection in campus. They couldn't help but sigh. After all, it's true that rich families produce romantic types. They are a natural pair. Both their dream boys and dream girls were completely heartbroken and gave up. After knowing each other for 20 years, their feelings were still so close and intense. Even a celestial being would find it hard to sever this strong bond, let alone them. Duan Qingyu was also furious. He and Zhongzhe had completed a bunch of graduation-related tasks early and were now just waiting for the final thesis defense, having a lot of free time. He wanted to find Shun Juanxi to play games, but couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. One day, he directly stormed into the art department. But in the empty classroom, he saw a girl in a white dress, tired from studying, collapsed onto the boy beside her, who was leisurely holding her in his arms, shielding her from the glaring sunlight, tidying her skirt and loose hair, and finally lowering his head to kiss her gently. From the top of her head to her forehead, cheeks, and nose tip, finally softly, lingeringly pressing against her lips. That dark, obsessed gaze was even scarier than a trained pervert in a movie. It was like a junkie hugging his poison. Inhaling deeply, his eyes glazed over, unwilling to let go even a bit. If he hadn't appeared, who knows how far he could have explored. Chapter 89. Revealing his morbid side to her TSK. Duan Qingyu lowered his voice, walking in with a disdainful expression. Junge, you're too filthy. Taking advantage of Sister Sheng's sleep to do such things to her. Is there something? Sheng Sheng lifted his gaze. His dark eyes, filled with intense desire, showed no hint of remorse for his wrongdoing, only displeasure at being interrupted. There is. Niansheng nodded seriously. There's really something. We're going to the club tonight for a match. I've gathered all the members of the first-line team. Just waiting for you. Not free. Can't you see I'm giving my wife a tutoring session? Niansheng. Already calling her wife? This show of affection is getting more excessive lately, as if they're the only ones in the world. No. How long have you been tutoring? You should relax a bit, right? Even if Shun, the great boxing king, has a strong physique and boundless energy, you should consider Sister Sheng. She is a delicate young lady, raised in luxury. How could she withstand you sticking to her like this? Sticking? Sheng Sheng's brows slightly furrowed. Niansheng retorted. Not sticking? People in school suspect you two are conjoined twins. If that is not considered sticking, then what is? Sheng Sheng lowered his gaze, staring unblinkingly at the beautiful girl sleeping in his arms. Every day spent with her, playing, making a fuss, sleeping, helping her with her hair, putting on her socks, feeding her, bringing her to all the places she wants to go, and doing all the things she wants to do. Yet she must always hold my hand, cannot leave my sight, cannot get close to others, and cannot show more interest in anything else than me. He murmured softly, excitement and madness growing on his handsome face as if he had fallen into some kind of trance, sending chills down Niansheng's spine. Is what Jungu said the level of intimacy that should exist between humans? It's too creepy. Moreover, it doesn't seem like he's just saying this casually. It feels like he's rehearsed it 1,000 times to express it so fluently. For the first time, Niansheng discovered that he had such a morbid side deep within him. No wonder when he was playing games or in the boxing ring, there was always a terrifying fierceness erupting from him, completely different from his usual laid-back, noble demeanor. So those were all emotional transfers and outbursts directed at Sister Sheng. He looked at the girl with a serene, sleeping face, unable to help but feel a wave of sympathy. Poor Sister Sheng, having been childhood friends for 20 years, still couldn't satisfy him. If they truly ended up together, who knows how she would be tormented? Silently mourning for her, lighting a candle. Now I finally understand why you two had no friends before. The density of this affection. Even a mosquito intruding would drown. Niansheng shook his head, preparing to sneak away. Just then, the girl moved. Baby, are you awake? And soon Niansheng rubbed her sleepy eyes, emitting a little milky sound. Still half asleep, she didn't notice his address or her position, instinctively moving to find the most comfortable posture, wrapping her arms around his waist and snuggling closely in his embrace. Great Demon King, is there another exam coming up? The girl's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, like the wings of a newborn bird, and her dazed eyes radiated an innate charm, both delicate and obedient, striking straight at Sheng Sheng's heart. For a moment, he forgot the strict rules he had set. His fingertips lightly traced her features and the contours of her face, as if enchanted, taking his time to savor a piece of candy first to wake her up. He unwrapped a strawberry-flavored candy and placed it in her mouth. Soon Niansheng bit down on his lollipop, licking it, feeling the sweetness seep into her heart. Only then did she begin to wake up. What? Did he just say? Rest. Yay. How many days had it been since she heard that word? The great Demon King was finally going to act like a human? Then I'm going to play. She excitedly tried to get up, but her elbow bumped into the books, causing the pen on top to roll off the desk. The pen fell. I'll pick it up. No need. Sheng Sheng was about to stop her when he saw the girl nimbly diving under the desk to look for it. But after searching for a long time and not finding it, she finally popped her head out from beneath, her eyes misty and pitiful, looking at him as if to say she didn't know where it went. She complained, but the boy suddenly tensed up, his breath heavy, staring intently at her with burning black eyes, as if he wanted to consume her whole. Niansheng watched their scene. The girl was half squatting under the boy, her hands resting on his legs, a lollipop in her mouth, her watery eyes looking pitiful, as if she was being bullied by him. The scene was simply, enough. This is a classroom, not your bedroom. After nearly 2 months of devilish high-intensity tutoring, the final graduation assessment and thesis defense finally arrived. Sitting in the exam room, soon Niansheng found herself falling in love with Sheng Sheng like never before. The academic god truly lives up to his name. He really is a genius at predicting questions. On the test paper, every question was basically one he had emphasized, underlined, and repeated, and she could solve them with ease. When the final scores came out, the instructor praised her in class. If you all could be like classmate Sun Yinsheng, not really caring about studying usually, but still managing to get several A's during exams, I'd have it easy. Teacher, that's not fair. Sun Yinsheng has a cheating artifact. Exactly. She is the top academic god from Jing University, guiding her every day. If it were me, I'd pass easily too. The school owes me a shun xiao. The country owes me a fiancé. Even the thesis defense instructor praised her endlessly. Arguments are sufficient, levels are clear, structure is rigorous, and formatting is standard. Oh, by the way, you mentioned Shen Juanxi from the International Trade Department in your acknowledgement section. Is he your Mr. Liu? Does it still use 2G network? This is Shen Juanxi's famous fiancé, E. Oh, so you're Juanxi's family. No wonder. Several teachers suddenly became gossiping, calling her fiancé E and family, making Sun Yinsheng blush a little. When she walked out of the classroom, she saw Shen Juanxi standing under a parasol tree, waiting. The boy stood tall, full of vigor, his refined features radiant, looking more dazzling than the blazing sun above. Shun Xiaoxi. Sun Yinsheng excitedly threw her bag aside and rushed towards him. Shen Juanxi smiled brightly, spreading his arms to catch her. Under the lush tree, he spun her around in circles, her skirt blooming like a large and vibrant flower. Chapter 090. She is the sweetest of all. I graduated. I finally graduated. I successfully graduated. Congratulations, my little princess. Thank you, Brother Jun. Sun Yinsheng tightly hugged him, unwilling to let go. Even her dangling little legs were happily flapping, making her look so beautiful she seemed ready to fly away. I love you. I'm about to love you to death. If it weren't for you, I definitely wouldn't have made it. Although she knew she was just expressing gratitude, when Shen Juanxi heard I love you, his heart tightened, and he closed his eyes, pulling her fiercely into his embrace, wishing he could merge her into his bones. I love you too. Really, I'm about to love you to death. Shun Xiaoxi, do you know that being able to graduate smoothly and wear the graduation gown is a scene my mother always wanted to see? I know. Huh? Sun Yinsheng was taken aback, looking at him curiously. How do you know? This matter, she didn't seem to have mentioned to anyone else, right? Except for mentioning it in the paper airplane. What is it that I don't know? Shen Juanxi affectionately rubbed her nose. Sun Yinsheng blinked and smiled. That's right. When she was training for figure skating abroad, it was always him and her mother who accompanied her from the sidelines. So, she suddenly realized, it's because you were so cold and unfeeling during the tutoring sessions, not willing to give an inch. Was it to help her fulfill her mother's wish? As she spoke, tears of gratitude gradually welled up in her eyes. Brother Jun, why are you so good? So good? She wasn't acting spoiled or flattering him on purpose, but genuinely felt he was too good. So good that she didn't know how to respond. From childhood to now, his place in her heart was like rising tidewater, getting higher and higher, almost overflowing. Even if he were to kill someone with a knife in front of her at this moment, she would think there must be a reason behind it. Now you know to call me Brother Jun? Shen Juanxi nodded, resting his forehead against hers, his dark eyes deep enough to seem like they could suck her in. No longer the cold-blooded big devil. He, Sun Yinsheng, pretended to be silly, raising her signature obedient girl smile. What cold-blooded big devil? I don't know. I only know you are my unparalleled good brother Jun, good teacher Shun. Oh, since teacher Shun is so good, how about paying some tuition? Here, I'll give you a honeydew-flavored lollipop. She took a lollipop out of her pocket and handed it to him. It's sweet, sweet. Shun Juanxi lowered his gaze. This isn't sweet enough. This isn't sweet enough? Then what do you want to eat? Eat, her. The sweetest part. The boy's dark lashes fluttered slightly, staring unblinkingly at her rosy, tender lips. How soft and delicate they were. Only he knew. With just a light touch, sweetness could be drawn out. Sweeter than the sweetest candy in the world. Hey, in public, this little couple is hugging and cuddling. What kind of behavior is this? It's simply damaging to campus morals. It's hard to watch. From behind, a burst of teasing laughter came. Sun Yinsheng turned around and saw Zhongzhe and Duan Qingyu, immediately sharing her joy with them. My thesis defense passed. I heard. The famous genius of the business school, Shan the Great Prince, not only graduated with the top score, but also brought his wife along. This is talent and affection combined. After graduation, I don't know how the junior students will spread the word. Perhaps they will worship him as a deity, carving his statue to be placed in the school for reverence. Haha, that could happen soon. Niansheng's eyes sparkled with laughter, but I'm afraid he is too handsome, and everyone will be too busy admiring his stunning looks to worship him. Oh, is his sister Sheng Sheng getting jealous? How about? Shen Juanqi raised an eyebrow. I'll carve you too, and hold you in my arms. You. Soon Niansheng shyly stepped on his foot in anger. Zhongzhe watched their intimate actions and noticed a key point. In the past, when sensitive words were mentioned, Soon Niansheng would always rush to explain, but now she seems unaffected by words like couple or wife. Juanqi's method of slowly heating the frog in water is working. Now, she has at least 6 parts cooked. Hey, Brother June, before, when I wanted to play games with you, you always used the excuse of tutoring Sister Sheng Sheng to brush me off. Now that the defense is over, there is no reason not to go, right? Today I want to celebrate with Sheng Sheng. Play games? Yay, I want to go too. Take me with you, okay? Soon Niansheng suddenly jumped up excitedly when she heard about the games. Shen Juanqi's words halted, and he agreed. Okay, let us go. Duan Qingyu, witnessing the double standards, felt a wave of emotion. Brother June, all these years of affection and loyalty have ultimately been misplaced. Zhongzhe patted his shoulder in reminder. Don't you know where your true self is? Duan Qingyu suddenly had an epiphany, understood. In the future, if there is anything to find Brother June for, just go ask Sister Sheng Sheng. Kyoto University, the eve of graduation ceremony. In a large group chat of thousands on campus, the president of the anime club, who had been lurking all along, suddenly spoke up. Classmates, every year's graduation ceremony is the same, boring and uninteresting. How about we do something new this year? Before everyone puts on their matching graduation gowns for photos, let us cosplay our favorite anime or movie characters and have a fantastical interdimensional graduation journey. Sound great? This idea is interesting. I wholeheartedly agree. Just thinking about visiting familiar comic conventions at school is exciting. It's bound to be full of laughs. Ha! Luffy. Finally, everyone will know I'm the man who will become the Pirate King. Sakura Kinomoto, applying for battle. Gudetama, promise me anyone can show up, but no pineapple heads, okay? Huan, Si Lang is coming, Chibi Maruko-chan. Okay, the most important thing in life is to relax. Once the proposal was made, the members in the group became more enthusiastic than ever, fiercely discussing which characters they would cosplay. Soon Niansheng rested her chin on her hand, also deep in thought. What should she cosplay? There are so many characters she likes. Let's ask Shen Xiaoxi first. She sent a message to Shen Juanqi and quickly received a reply. Secret. Still playing mysterious. Then she would surprise him. With that thought, she dug out an old comic book from her study, its pages slightly yellowed. It was her favorite girl's Enlightenment comic plaything, telling the story of a chief commander of the Canis Major Federation who, in a backdrop of interstellar conflict, captures the only daughter of his enemy to take revenge, treating her as a private plaything, punishing and tormenting her daily, only to end up losing his own heart. Noble commander, who is truly whose plaything? This line is her favorite. This book also has her favorite plot and art style, although it's somewhat embarrassing. It doesn't stop her from reviewing it twice every year. But, since the last time at Emperor Garden No. 1, when she saw Shen Juanqi walk out of the bathroom bare-chested, his smooth, well-proportioned, aesthetically pleasing abs resembling the male lead in the comic, she could no longer look at this book the same way. Just a glance would automatically bring his face and figure to mind, even his personality, creating a kind of shameful feeling of secretly fantasizing about her childhood friend in the middle of the night. Chapter 091. Su Xiaosheng. Please me, shaking off the chaotic thoughts in her mind. Soon Niansheng decided to cosplay as the female lead from Plaything. Such a niche and secretive female character. Shen Xiaoxi would definitely not guess. The next day, as soon as she stepped into the school gate, she was stunned by the scene inside. The playground was filled with pineapple-headed characters singing around a corgi, while Luffy and his little buddies waved flags and cheered with their little yellow duck swim rings. The Zhenhuan family and the Chibi Maruko family were even engaging in interdimensional friendly exchanges. The variety of cosplays dazzled the eyes and created a lively atmosphere. However, the most popular attraction was at the center of the playground, completely wrapped up in layers of people, making it impossible to see what they were cosplaying. Curious, she pushed through the crowd and saw. Inside was actually the male lead from Plaything, the chief commander of the Sirius warship. He stood at 189 centimeters tall, wearing a military cap, military boots, and a sleek black combat uniform with the emblem of the Sirius warship commander etched on the epaulets. His hands were adorned with pure white leather gloves, the fitted texture accentuating his long, powerful fingers, as if he could crush a skull with a flick. In his hand, he held a short black whip. His hair was silver, styled with a stylish wolf tail. The dark-patterned military cap shaded his sharp bangs, casting a mysterious shadow over his rebellious brows and eyes. His thin lips and nose, along with his deep and exquisite facial features, made his tall and upright figure seem like it was carved by the heavens according to a diamond standard, noble and unparalleled. He exuded a strong aura of dominance. He was practically the male lead from Plaything brought to life, a perfect replica, no, even more vivid, more handsome, and more soul-stirring. However, that wasn't the most shocking part. The most shocking part was, the person cosplaying him was actually Shun Juanshi. Oh, what a coincidence. How could he cosplay the commander? Help! Help! The chief commander is so cool and handsome. It's beyond words. Someone, take me away and ruthlessly trample and ravage me. Please don't pity me, just because I'm a delicate flower. Oh my god, how could Shun Xiao be so handsome? He has simply a perfect male lead. Ah, screaming, twisting, crawling in darkness, squirming, splitting, crawling in darkness, mutating for love. Dear Commander, please arrest me quickly. I'm already at your mercy and will become your most loyal prisoner. Soon Niansheng listened to the surrounding screams and was even more shocked. How did everyone seem to know the content of Plaything? Isn't this book quite niche? Could it be that others also secretly read the comic that inspired her during her teenage years? That's just too shameful. It felt like a private secret being exposed to the public. Embarrassed, she wanted to escape. Today, she was cosplaying the female lead's outfit from when she escaped the Sirius military camp for the 99th time. Wearing a low-key black and red-hooded cloak with a red string tied to her chest, completely concealing her face and body. The only hint of her identity was a string of silver bells on her ankle, but at that moment, it was completely drowned out by the roaring cheers. She stealthily turned around, just as she was about to flee. However, the sharp-eyed chief commander had already pinpointed her in the crowd, casually walking over, grabbing the pom-pom on her hood, and ruthlessly pulling it off. Where do you think you're going, my little plaything? As the stunning face of the girl emerged from under the hood, the crowd erupted in another wave of excitement. Oh my god, the female lead is here too. Look at these two perfect faces. It's simply a masterpiece crafted by Niwa herself. TSK, in broad daylight, openly cosplaying as the couple from Plaything. It's truly a match made in heaven between Shun Xiao and the school beauty. No. Soon Niansheng hurriedly waved her hands to explain that this was just a coincidence. Oh, so it's a case of childhood sweethearts having a telepathic connection? What a high-class display of affection. What a coincidence. You cosplay the female lead escaping at night, while Shun Xiao cosplays the male lead wielding a whip to catch you. It's just too coincidental. Huh? Wasn't he Shun Xiao just reenacting a scene? Come on, let us see more. It's so entertaining. No way. Just as soon Niansheng was about to refuse, Shun Juanshi directly agreed with a smile. Okay. With that, he casually wrapped his arm around her waist, hoisted her over his shoulder, and recited one of the classic lines from the book, Stay by my side. You can only be my plaything for the rest of your life. Shun Juanshi put me down in public to cosplay a scene from the manga and to recreate such an embarrassing plot. Soon Niansheng's face turned beet red, and she struggled desperately to get down. But he showed no signs of loosening his grip. Instead, he raised the little whip in his hand and gently struck her on the backside. Still not obedient? With a pop, the real sensation hit her, like a strong electric current spreading from her backside to her limbs, striking her heart and causing Soon Niansheng's beautiful eyes to widen in shock. Her face turned so red it felt like it was bleeding. Shin, Yun, Seek. How dare you hit my butt? He was so infuriating. The fans of Plaything around them were jumping up in excitement at this scene. Shin Xiaoxiu, finally released. Soon Yinxing was just about to give him a piece of her mind when unexpectedly, he began to recreate another iconic scene. The chief commander tightly bound the little fugitive's hands with the whip, then placed her on the cold control panel of the warship, forcing his long legs between her tightly closed ones. With one hand, he held her beautiful face, his thumb gently stroking her extremely tender skin, his deep eyes exuding a charmingly wild demeanor, and his tone was astonishingly domineering. My little plaything, you've angered me. From now on, please me. Forced to look at him, Sun Yinxing bit her lip tightly. Who understands? It felt like she was about to explode with anger. Yet looking at that face that could provoke divine wrath made it impossible to feel any anger. It was a complex feeling, being so embarrassed that her toes almost curled up, yet immersed in her favorite anime, experiencing the forced pleasure from her most beloved male character. The crowd around them was already excited to the point of madness, and after the piercing screams, they urged in unison, say the lines. Say the lines. Say the lines. Sun Yinxing looked at the boy who was tightly holding her, with a mischievous smile in his eyes, and stammered, feeling extremely embarrassed, see Commander. A 1T Chapter 092. Shun Xiaoxi bites off the gloves, doing bad things? Shen Juanqi's thin lips curled slightly, revealing an ambiguous smile. Then, he knelt down on one knee, his large hand grasping her delicate ankle adorned with a plain silver bell, producing a series of crisp sounds that were both suggestive and lewd. Then just watch and learn well. After saying that, he lowered his head and bit off his white gloves. The expression and movement were wild and lustful, captivating, making Sun Yinxing's pupils dilate and her body begin to shrink back in fear. What is he going to do? If she guessed correctly, he was recreating the ultimate famous scene from Plaything. When the chief commander bites off his gloves, it means he is about to do something bad. Help! Is this really something that can be recreated? Shen Juanqi has gone mad. No way. She immediately retracted her foot in panic, trying to awaken his rationality by seriously stating the lines. This is something that can only be done between husband and wife. We are rivals. Unexpectedly, he looked up lazily, grinned wildly, and said meaningfully, rivals are just like a wife. A rival is a rival. A rival can never become a wife. Help, this is too exciting. Too much, too thrilling. Oh my God, the commander is too captivating. Little plaything, just give in to him already. Is this something we can watch for free? The audience on site went completely wild, each one shouting as if they could tear their throats out, the particularly restless atmosphere and noise attracting more and more people to watch. On the playground, almost all the students rushed over to see the excitement. Shi Yubai took a day off from the crew specifically to attend the graduation ceremony. Cheng Hao and Zhao Yihong were at the school gate to greet him. Hey, Big Star is back. Yubai, we all saw the leaked footage online. Just the video of you as the flag bearer has over 1 million likes. Once the short drama airs, you're gonna blow up, right? Remember us when you get rich. I heard the crew is adding scenes for you like crazy. They clearly want to promote you. Since you're so busy, you might as well skip the graduation ceremony. Yeah. We've almost packed everything for you. By the way, what are you holding in your hand? Do you need help? No need. Sure, Yubai refused. In his mind, a clear and melodious voice echoed. Sure, Yubai. You always say you're busy with your studies and have no time for love. So, after graduation, can we be together? I'm back this time to do something. There's someone I want to see. Okay then. The three of them walked toward the teaching building, but were drawn to a loud commotion as they passed the playground. Sure, Yubai looked up and, through the densely packed crowd, saw a group of boys and girls in the center interacting intimately, their gestures suggestive. His calm gaze quickly turned icy, and dark clouds rolled within him, emanating a chilling aura. Cheng Hao also saw that scene, speechless. If it were before, he would have confidently said that this was another one of Sun Yinxing's new tricks to flirt with Yubai, because she liked him too much to possibly fall for someone else. But now, knowing she was the daughter of a wealthy family, had been childhood friends with Shun Juanqi, and was already engaged, he had nothing to say. After all, in front of a rival family background, nothing mattered. especially since there was a vast chasm between them. You Bai, don't look. He raised his hand and gently patted the boy's shoulder. It's not worth it. She pursued you so fiercely before, leaving no room for retreat, just because she was a rich girl with her family backing her, free to act recklessly. Today she likes this, tomorrow she confesses to that. It's all just a whim, a game, and in the end, she'll still have to marry someone from a matching background. So don't take it too seriously. What if she's a rich girl? Zhao Yihong remembered how she embarrassed him in the reading room and smirked. Isn't she just unable to catch up with you Bai? Now she could be engaged to Shun Juanxi, which just means she hit the jackpot. Otherwise, she's just a useless vase. As he spoke, he felt a cold glare from the boy, making his spine chill. You Bai, do you still care about Sun Yinsheng? Don't you hate her for being fickle and promiscuous? Impossible. After a moment, the boy said coldly, enunciating each word as if squeezed from between his teeth. She can't possibly be engaged to Sheng Juanxi. Absolutely impossible. After saying that, he turned and walked away. Hey, you Bai, wait for us. The chief commander, of course, did not do bad things to the little plaything in public. He not only didn't do it, but also held her in his arms, coaxing, baby, do you like it? Like what? This is so embarrassing. Sun Yinsheng was both shy and angry, burying her head in his chest, unwilling to face anyone, while fiercely stepping on his shoe to vent her frustration. Isn't this your favorite character? Am I not playing it well? It's good, but not in front of so many people. She needed to know this was a borderline comic. Not good. She was stubborn. The commander is a rare 4S, level celestial wolf god. Where's your wolf tail? Tail? Shun Juanxi bent down, his high nose gently rubbing against her delicate earlobe, his warm breath cascading down, ambiguous and unclear. When we get home, I'll transform it for you to play with. Sun Yinsheng was stunned for a few seconds. Then her face turned crimson like a blooming rose. No need. Those who have seen plaything know that the celestial wolf's tail is transformed from the chief commander's certain part, just a word apart. Who want to play? Pervert. No. This isn't right. How can endless life be sweeter than the commander and the little plaything? Shun Xiao and the campus flower publicly killed the dog. Is there no one to manage this? We came to see cosplayers. How did it turn into feeding dog food? At Duxing building in the restroom. As Yu Bai passed the staircase corner, he inadvertently overheard a conversation, and his footsteps came to a halt. Zhongzhe, didn't you always immerse yourself in medical experiments? Treating money like dirt? Why did you suddenly agree to join the group's management to learn today? It's not short on time. Isn't this because Juanxi is getting married, preparing to give him a big gift? TCH excuse. Did you forget what Sheng Sheng said? Their engagement is fake. What's the rush? Their engagement is fake. A few words thundered in Yu Bai's mind like a clap of thunder. His eyes suddenly brightened, a flicker of excitement flashing within, blood boiling in his veins. Sure enough, he knew her engagement was fake. He turned and ran toward the playground, his steps much lighter than before. Chapter 093. May I ask, can you be my boyfriend? Zhongzhe washed his hands and glanced at him. Do you believe it? Watching you laughed. I don't believe it. Not bad. Smarter than a pig. Wait, who are you calling a pig? I didn't call you a pig. The intelligence of pigs ranks in the top 10 in the animal kingdom, but you might not be so sure. Shiyubai ran toward the playground, the voice of the girl echoing in his mind. Shiyubai, I like you, super like you. I've liked you for a long time, even before you knew it. In this lifetime, I will only like you. If you don't like me, that's okay. I'll stand right here, waiting until you turn around and see me. He smiled softly, and he didn't know when his clear eyes were filled with joy. He believed her. Finally, he arrived at the playground. The cosplay event had just ended, and the president of the anime club, Xiang Jialu, was passionately singing on stage while the graduates applauded from below. Through the crowd, Shiyu Bai immediately spotted the shining figure of the girl in the center, which reminded him of the opening ceremony. That day, the weather was gloomy as if it would rain. As the representative of the new students, he went on stage to speak. Halfway through, there was a wave of enthusiastic applause. He raised his head to acknowledge the audience, but inadvertently saw a girl in the corner. She was smiling and clapping, her dimples shallow, her beauty dazzling and bright, like a butterfly that flew in from nowhere, colorful and radiant. So beautiful. He was momentarily lost, forgetting his words. The auditorium was packed, but aside from her, he couldn't see anyone else. Even the overcast sky outside seemed to brighten. So bright it was blinding. However, what he didn't expect was that after he finished speaking, she actually stood up and confessed to him in front of the whole school. Hello, Shiyu Bai. My name is Niansheng, a freshman from Art Management 253. I like you super like you. May I ask, can you be my boyfriend? The room erupted in cheers and excitement. She swayed her dazzling eyes like the stars, crashing towards him like tumultuous waves. But he quietly lowered his gaze, his face pale, his clenched fingers almost tearing the speech paper. So it turns out her name is Niansheng. She was actually named Niansheng. That name, like a nightmare, had entangled and tormented him for years. The long-hidden devil that was the source of his troubles turned out to be her. His thoughts slowly returned. The boy stood still, watching the girl in the crowd who hadn't changed much since then, but her beauty had become even more enchanting, her smile still intact. For years, from the opening ceremony to the graduation ceremony, it had been a full 4 years. No matter whether his feelings for her were hatred or something else, he had gotten used to it, accustomed to this torturous struggle and the deep, lingering emotions. Only her presence could stir his waves. Otherwise, it was just still water. No matter what, she could not leave his life. Thank you everyone. As the song ended, Xiang Jialu bowed to the audience and then revealed a huge curtain behind the stage, which displayed the words truth or dare. Next, there will be a small surprise event. After graduation, who knows when everyone will meet again. So if you have something to say to someone you like or have a crush on, don't hold back. Come up to the stage and shout it out loud. Let us not leave any regrets in our youth. Who wants to be the first? As soon as he finished speaking, cheers rose from the audience, but no one had the courage to confess first. Since everyone was being timid then, Xiang Jialu smiled and looked at the most eye-catching high-profile couple in the crowd. Let South welcome the first place of today's cosplay competition. The undeniable face of Kyoto University, the renowned young master of the business school, the one who charms countless girls, Shun Xiao, to the stage to show us how it's done. Shin Xiao, Shin Xiao, Shin Xiao. Countless screams and whistles erupted from the crowd, rhythmically urging him on. Come on, hurry up. Look at how many titles they've given you. Shen Juanshi smiled and glanced at the girl beside him who was holding a squeaky chicken and urging the loudest. He reached out to mess up her hair. Okay. Su Niansheng shook her head, then raised her small fist. Young Master Shun, you have to do well. But before going on stage, we have to show off some love. But still, I have to thank Shin Xiao for giving me this face. Seeing him on stage, Xiang Jialu's voice rose excitedly. As we all know, this semester our famous school hunk Shin Juanshi and school beauty, Su Niansheng, suddenly revealed their close relationship after years of being childhood friends, shocking the entire campus. With engagements, confessions, kisses, and a series of explosive moves, it left everyone stunned and in tears. At this point, we can only say that our school beauty and school hunk of Kyoto University are truly extraordinary. Not only do they stand out in looks, far ahead of everyone else, but even in relationships, they're leading the way. We just graduated, and they're already getting married. Oh, congratulations. School beauty and school hunk, wishing you a happy marriage. To be honest, I had imagined this scene, but I never expected the school hunk to be him. Why keep mentioning the past? Don't you see how sweet they are now? Even the cosplay is so bold, almost like a married couple. Around her, a group of people threw teasing and gossiping glances at Su Niansheng, making her cover her face. Feeling a bit regretful that she shouldn't have let Shin Juanshi go up. On the surface, he went up alone, but in reality, it was the two of them. Since Shun Xiao already has a girlfriend, oh no, a family, then let us skip the confession part and go straight to the truth-telling time. Please draw a card. Shen Juanshi casually drew a card. Okay, this card has 3 questions. Q1. Please describe her, that is, the school beauty in your heart. What does she resemble? As the first question came out, Su Niansheng was also quite curious, looking at the boy on stage with expectant eyes. What would she resemble in Shun Juanshi's heart? If he dared to answer something like a kitten, puppy, or hedgehog, he would be finished. But unexpectedly, it was even worse than a kitten, puppy, or hedgehog. Shun Juanqi pondered for a moment and answered, a virus. In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. Chapter 094, in the future. I could talk about sickness and viruses by her pillow every day. This doesn't sound like a good word. Soon Yinxing's corner of her mouth twitched with anticipation. She knew it. She shouldn't have tricked him into going up just now. Now he was getting his revenge. What does Shun Xiao mean? Virus? Could it be that he thinks the school beauty is harmful to him, or finds her annoying? I don't know. It's the first time I've heard such a description between couples. While everyone was discussing, Shun Juanqi calmly added, she is like a virus rooted in my heart, suddenly popping up at any moment, occupying all the space, and no matter how I try to delete or close it, I can only obediently admit defeat. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene fell into silence. Then everyone started angrily cursing. This tactic of wanting to lift someone up by first suppressing them is so clever. Too much. I thought there would be some gossip. It's trending to trick dogs into coming in to get killed. Ugh, what a cheesy and mushy description. I can't take it anymore. Help! Shen Xiao is indeed a genius from the business school. This metaphor is amazing. So sweet, it's making my scalp tingle. He must really be in love. Virus. I never knew I could be this sweet in my life. Soon Yinxing felt her ears heat up from his sudden turnaround. Shen Xiaoxi is really good at this. A casual love line crafted so well. No wonder girls both inside and outside the school go crazy for him. I'll help. Xiang Jiaxu clutched his chest in pain, about to be tortured to death. What should he do about hosting? Life is so hard. Q2, please tell us. What attracts you the most about the school beauty? This time, he answered quickly, as if without thinking breath. Damn, get him down already. I can't listen to this anymore. School beauty, breath. Shen Xiao, what a skillful move. Someone, quickly bring me insulin. I'm about to get sweetly fainted. When Sun Yinxing heard his answer, her breath caught. Shun Juanqi saw this and thought she was doing it on purpose. His deep-set eyes narrowed slightly, giving off a hint of danger. Not breathing? Choking play? Even more in love. I don't know if he can still breathe. Anyway, I can barely do it. Xiang Jiaxu radiated a strong sense of resentment from over 20 years of being single and threw his last question at him. Q3. It's rare to have this opportunity today. Standing on this grand stage in front of so many people, what do you want to say to her in your heart? Just as Shun Juanqi was about to speak, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a white figure hurriedly appearing on the playground, staring intently at him through the crowd. His gaze suddenly sharpened, like claiming territory. As he spoke, he walked toward the girl in the audience. I don't need this opportunity. In the future, there will be plenty of chances to talk by her pillow every day. By the pillow, sweet madness, truly sweet madness. They're definitely a real couple. When they torture dogs, they do it without holding back. The atmosphere reached another climax. The shame that had just faded away from Sun Yinxing surged back up, along with her cheeks turning bright red. But Shen Juanqi was unwilling to let her off the hook. He walked over, bent down, and wrapped his long arm around her waist, lifting her up high, spinning her around in the crowd. Shun Xiaoxi, you agree, right? Wife. He asked her loudly while his gaze arrogantly looked toward the figure outside the crowd. Shen Xiao is holding his wife, spinning around, so sweet, endless, endless, endless. At the scene, everyone was cheering for their love. Except for Shi Bai. He watched the scene, his palms suddenly tightening, every muscle in his body tensing up from the effort. But soon, he relaxed. It was just acting. The crowd heated up completely because of the sweet moments of the Sheng Sheng and Xiang pair. Gradually, some bold individuals began to step onto the stage, either confessing to their heartthrobs or expressing regrets about missed opportunities in pursuing crushes or thanking someone for their companionship over the years. Shun Juanqi took out snacks from his bag, patiently coaxing the girl who had turned red from his antics. Mango pancakes, new product from DS. No. Sun Yinxing crossed her arms, watching as his cool commander backpack was filled with her snacks, feeling both angry and amused. Internet celebrity Cocoa Crisps, want to try? No. What about Tai Lu Chu? Still no. Before she could finish, she saw the neatly arranged Lu Chu in the gift box, all customized with little Sanhua's avatar, in various colors and poses. It was simply melting her heart. Her eyes immediately sparkled uncontrollably. How can it be so cute? Shen Xiaoxi actually used this method to tempt her. It was simply too cruel. Who could refuse this? Seeing her reaction, Shun Juanqi's lips curled up slightly. He knew she couldn't refuse. I can't hold it in anymore. Sun Yinsheng stared at the snacks for a while, finally giving in. She picked one up hesitantly and said, Eating our child isn't too good, right? Child? Shun Juanqi lightly touched his chin with his tongue, as if remembering something, and his gaze darkened. It's okay. Eat it. I have plenty more. Sun Yinsheng thought he was referring to the little Sanhua, Lu Chu. While eating, she puffed up her cheeks and warned him. For the sake of the child today, I forgive you, but you can't do this in public next time. Okay. Shun Juanqi looked at her beautiful face hidden under the hat, unable to resist reaching out to pat her head. Little princess, even your threatening voice sounds so cute. He swallowed hard, his eyes deepening. In the future, he wouldn't do it in public. He would only do it behind her back, fiercely, do her. Wow. Everyone's enthusiasm was like fire, and it couldn't be stopped. Xiang Jiashu on stage was struggling with whom to call next when he suddenly saw Shi Bai standing outside the crowd. President? The president is here? Everyone turned curiously at the sound. It really was the president. I heard he is currently filming a major IP short drama supported by Tianxing Media, and has already gained popularity before airing. There are now behind-the-scenes videos all over Dole. I saw it too. He looks pretty handsome, and his acting is great. Hey, he didn't even graduate from the acting department, yet he is so talented. Indeed, excellent people excel in every field. Do you think the president will become a big star in the future? Then I have to go ask for an autograph. Strangely, why did the president return to school today? He was so busy that even his graduation thesis was printed by his roommate. President, since you're here, why not come and support us and participate in our event? Xiang Jiashu warmly invited him. Chapter 095, If You Dare to Fly Again. He'll kiss her to death, but he didn't hold much hope. After all, he knew that the president had a cold personality, was not fond of lively gatherings, and rarely participated in such flashy activities. Moreover, he had signed a contract with Tianxing Media, making his time extremely valuable, so it was even less likely. He just exchanged pleasantries, thinking he would definitely be rejected. Unexpectedly, he agreed. Good. Shi Bai stepped onto the stage. The scene erupted into a wave of excitement. It was a rare opportunity to see the two prominent schoolboys from Kyoto participate in the same event before graduation. It was truly a feast for the eyes. Oh, how honored indeed. Xiang Jialu, taken by surprise, handed him a stack of cards and asked him to draw one. A few seconds later, he looked at the card the boy drew and was momentarily stunned, then lowered his voice, gossiping and shocked as he glanced at the audience. Everyone, the card the president drew was actually identical to that of young Master Shun. This was truly. He recalled the news from some time ago when the two had fought over Sun Yinsheng, fearing that he might get caught up in the chaos and be hit. So he silently swallowed the words fate and changed it to tacit understanding. Tacit understanding. However, President, this card is a confession card and seems unsuitable for you. Should you draw again? Shi Bai casually glanced at the question on the card. No need. Wow. There was another wave of gossip from the audience. In 4 years of college, the only girls Shi Bai had interacted with were Sun Yinsheng and Lin Yixuan. He had kept the rest at arm's length. Now that Sun Yinsheng was officially with young Master Shen and Lin Yixuan was absent, whom would he use this confession card on? Xiang Jialu. Okay, then I must ask. Q1. Please describe, what does she resemble in your heart? She resembles. Shi Bai's gaze was fixed on the girl at the center of the crowd. She seemed tired from playing, her head resting on the shoulder of the boy beside her, asleep. She was like a butterfly that flew into my barren garden, colorful and dazzling, not disdainful of my desolate land, nor would she drift away because of my constant evasion, bringing me a grand spring. After he finished speaking, the venue fell into a silent stillness. What a beautiful metaphor. But the directional implication is too obvious, right? The colorful and dazzling butterfly can only refer to Sun Yinsheng. The barren land represents the significant disparity in their backgrounds, which is evident to all. As for the constant evasion, everyone knew how the president had repeatedly neglected and rejected Sun Yinsheng over the years. But what about the last sentence, bringing me a grand spring? Does it mean that after nearly 4 years of pursuing the school belle, he has finally developed feelings and decided to confess? But it's too late now. The famous flower has an owner. Soon Niansheng is going to marry young Master Shen. People couldn't help but recall the scene from the International Trade Department earlier that afternoon when they had fought, vaguely sensing the taste of a battlefield, and turned to look at Sun Niansheng. But they only saw young Master Shen gently pressing his fingertips against his lips, signaling not to disturb her sleep. He lowered his narrow, chillingly cold eyelids, watching the girl's soft, moist lips in her sleep, pink and delicate. A butterfly? If you dare to fly again, I'll kiss her to death. By the way, I'll flatten that garden. Xiang Jialu also caught his underlying meaning, but pretended not to know anything and continued to ask. All right, Q2. Please tell us, what is the most attractive quality about her? Nothing is the most attractive. Shiryu Bai's gaze remained fixed, and every glance at her was captivating to me. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was shocked. It sounded as if he had always liked Sun Niansheng. Shen Juanxi's deep eyes instantly became incredibly sharp. The two exchanged glances in the air, as if sparks were flying from a collision, provocatively challenging each other, and Xiang Jialu, fearing something might happen, hurriedly asked the last question, ready to wrap it up. But this last question was too hot to handle. Q3, it's rare to have this opportunity today, standing on the grand stage under the spotlight. Is there anything you want to say to the girl in your heart? Fortunately, he did not answer. No. Shiryu Bai lowered his gaze. He had so much to say in his heart, but he wanted to say it to her directly. Xiang Jialu sighed in relief. Good, it's better this way. He was really afraid that if he spoke, a war would break out on stage. The event continued. After an unknown amount of time, Sun Niansheng finally woke up. She lazily stretched, her cheek rubbing against the fabric below. Commander's shoulder is so wide and comfortable to sleep on. Slowly opening her drowsy eyes, she noticed. The boy beside her did not look good. She quickly sat up, checking if she had drooled. No. Then, with a flattering expression, she helped him massage his shoulders. Shan Xiaoxi, did I make your shoulder numb? Awake? Shen Juanxi's gaze softened, the darkness receding significantly. How well did you sleep? Super well. Did you hear any sounds? Yes. Sun Niansheng nodded. I heard someone's shoulder yelling at me. Su Xiaozhu, hurry up. My shoulder is going to be crushed by you. Shen Juanxi was amused by her words, the corners of his lips slightly curling up, showing some self-awareness. What's wrong? Are you bored with the event and want to go home? No, he was just thinking. If she heard those confessions and knew about Shiryu Bai's feelings for her, would she? He already believed that she would no longer pursue Shiryu Bai. But if it were Shiryu Bai taking the initiative? After all, she had liked him so much in the past. Just thinking about this made him unable to bear it. His rationality collapsed, and his emotions surged uncontrollably, a deep darkness rising in his pupils that swallowed everything. So what? Sun Niansheng continued to ask. Suddenly, his wrist was captured, and he pulled her into his embrace. Sun Niansheng, if you dare to go back on your promise to me, I will. I will take you away. You'll never see the light of day again. Sun Niansheng looked at his cold, shadowy eyes under the interplay of light and shadow, listening to the almost fierce warning in her ear, stunned. Shen Xiaoxi, are you cosplaying Commander again? Did you forget your lines? You remember? Of course. The next line is, if you dare to go back on your vow to me, I will completely confine you, making you my little plaything for all eternity. Did that little plaything go back on her word? No, she wasn't that bold. Hearing this, Shen Juanxi's turbulent emotions seemed to be soothed, and a trace of a satisfied smile appeared in his eyes. As long as you remember, that's good. Chapter 096 Graduation Photo. Wedding Photo. My little plaything. His dark eyes fixed intently on her alluring face, his large hand gripping her slender waist tightened unconsciously, feeling the utmost softness. Suddenly, a strong thought arose in his mind. He wanted to kiss her. Kiss his treasure. Su Xiaosheng. Shen Juanxi's long eyelashes lightly fluttered. I want to smoke. Sun Niansheng quickly looked up and saw his dark brows furrowed, as if overwhelmed by strong desire that he couldn't suppress. She hurriedly pulled a lollipop from her pocket and put it in his mouth. Don't even think about it. Shen Xiaoxi, I'm telling you, if you smoke for too long, your teeth will turn yellow and your mouth will smell bad. Shen Juanxi chewed on this sweet peach-flavored lollipop, exactly like her taste that day, and couldn't help but chuckle. Got it, I won't smoke. If it really happens, my treasure won't let me kiss her. As long as you know. Soon Niansheng glanced at the time, stood up from his embrace, and said, I need to wash my face. We're about to take graduation photos. Together. Together for what? Soon Niansheng looked at him, who was being overly clingy, and laughed. I still need to change clothes. Do you want to come with me? No. He squinted his eyes, his gaze flickering slightly, looking very expectant. Is that okay? You big-headed ghost. Just sit here and wait for me. Art department building, dressing room. After Soon Niansheng washed her face and changed into her graduation gown. Just as she was about to leave, a cold voice called out to her from the doorway. Soon Niansheng. She turned around and saw Bai, her brows furrowing slightly. What's he doing here? Just right. She hadn't settled the score with him for hitting Sheng Sheng last time. He came knocking on her door. She coldly approached him and got straight to the point. Bai, why did you hit Sheng Sheng that day? He kissed you without permission. And you didn't want him to, right? Soon Niansheng was taken aback. Just that one subtle expression made a layer of secret smiles rise in Bai's eyes. Whether I want to or not is between me and him. It has nothing to do with you. You don't need to meddle, do you? Sorry. I didn't know your relationship was false. If I had known, he wouldn't have acted. His sudden apology caught Soon Niansheng off guard. Since his rebirth, he had appeared in front of her inexplicably several times, even taking on the role of a white knight at home to plead for her. And now he was apologizing again. It was abnormal, too abnormal. In the past, it would have been impossible. Could it be that he felt she wasn't pursuing him anymore, regretting losing such a selfless admirer, and wanted to give her a little sweetness to trick her back into being a fool? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but scoff. You should apologize to Sheng Sheng, not me. Also, you hate me. I won't bother you anymore. Don't show up again. I came today to give you this. Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted. Bai took a card out of his bag and handed it to her. This is the surgery fee you paid for my mother, a total of 1 million, principal and interest. Thank you. Soon Niansheng looked down at it. Almost forgot about this. This might be the last bit of connection between them, right? Once she took it, he would never bother her again. With that thought, she took it without hesitation and turned to leave. No need to thank you. Bai, goodbye. Never again. I never want to see you again. Soon Niansheng. Bai watched her walk into the light, her bright and dazzling figure, whispering softly. Congratulations on your graduation. Wait for me. Wait a little longer for me. Soon, I will prove to you that I am worthy of you. The night before graduation. Two people, one walking towards a distance, the other staying in place. One exuding a sense of relief from cutting ties with a terrible past. The other filled with hope and plans for a beautiful future. During the art department's group graduation photo shoot, a student from the international trade department sneaked in, causing everyone to cheer. Oh, so sweet, so mushy, so dog food-like. Hey, this is a graduation photo, not a wedding photo. TSK, TSK, TSK. The famous campus flower and campus hunk are all gathered in our department today. It feels like we won the whole school, doesn't it? It must feel like it. Everyone strike a pose. Let us take it seriously. Who knows? Our department's graduation photo might become next year's promotional photo for Peking University. Come on, everyone look at the camera. The photographer made a gesture. 3, 2, 1. Together say cheese. Cheese. Everyone burst into laughter. They took 3 photos in total. In the first, Soon Niansheng made a cute little bunny gesture over Sheng Sheng's head. In the second, they held hands tightly and gazed at each other, just like they did in kindergarten. In the third, Sheng Sheng suddenly lifted her high, startling her, while everyone around covered their mouths and laughed, capturing a photo that looked more like a wedding than a wedding itself. A group of people laughed and joked until the last segment of the graduation ceremony. Leave a mysterious message for your college life, Soon Niansheng wrote, in 4 years of college. The most foolish thing I did was fall out with Shen Xiaoxi. The luckiest thing is, we have reconciled. Super starry eyes and 2 little people holding hands. As night fell, the Peking University graduation ceremony finally concluded. Soon Niansheng declined many classmates' invitations to karaoke and dinner. And without even changing out of her graduation gown, she hurried home. She had promised her mother that they would celebrate together after her graduation. Now, she didn't want to wait even a second longer. She just wanted to tell her the good news as soon as possible. After getting off the car, her figure rushed towards the ancestral hall like a little whirlwind. But before she could step inside, she heard a familiar voice coming from within. It was crying. The cry was hoarse, suppressed, and heart-wrenching, like a flood breaking its dam, filled with endless despair, as if it would collapse at any moment. It made her heart tingle with unease. She peered through the crack in the door and quietly looked inside, only to see her father, the renowned and untouchable richest man in the capital, who had never shown any weakness in front of them, was now kneeling despondently in the ancestral hall, tightly holding her mother's portrait, crying like a child, as if he would shatter with just a gentle touch. Su Niansheng was left stunned, frozen in place. However, when she heard his words, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Chapter 097 I'm sorry. Wan, Sheng Sheng graduated today. You said that once she finished her studies, you would take me and Yanting, the four of us, to Iceland to see the aurora, to see the most beautiful purple aurora in the world. Do you have auroras there? I'm sorry I couldn't fulfill all of your last wishes. Sheng Sheng learned about your death and was devastated, fell seriously ill, couldn't attend the Winter Olympics, and couldn't let you witness her performance in the sky. But fortunately, she has now come out of the shadows and is engaged, together with Junshi, just like when we were kids, happy every day, and I feel relieved. But Wan, I miss you, I really miss you. You must be very cold and lonely there, waiting for me anxiously, right? I want to find you. Is that okay? After Sheng Sheng starts her own family, and I feel at ease, I will come and find you. Su Niansheng couldn't control her intense emotions upon hearing this, covering her mouth with her hand, letting tears stream down her face. It turns out that the one who ordered to seal off the news, not allowing even a hint of your death to be revealed to her, was not her father, but her mother. It turns out that winning the World Junior Championship and standing on the Winter Olympic stage had always been her mother's wish. It turns out that her father was not as cold and heartless as she imagined. He had always loved her mother deeply, to the point of wanting to die for her, but he promised to take good care of her while she grew up, which is why he held on until now. They all cherished and protected her so much. But what about her? Not only did she ruin the opportunities she had worked hard for over the years, but she also let down her mother's painstaking efforts and even blamed her father and everyone else, as if the whole world owed her something. A flood of regret surged in, swallowing her whole. She trembled in pain. Su Hongxian heard the commotion, turned around, and saw the girl in a graduation gown standing at the door, his eyes wide with surprise. Sheng Sheng, why are you here? Daddy, after 4 years. She called him Dad again. Like an injured little beast, she leaped into the man's arms, instantly dispelling all the gloom above his head. Dad, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for being so willful and mischievous, hurting your heart. She cried out loud, as if trying to pour out all her regrets, making Su Hongxuan's heart ache. He held the girl tightly, gently patting her back, comforting her softly. It's okay, child, it's not your fault. It's Dad's fault for not taking good care of you. It's all Dad's fault. Wan's death left him heartbroken. He didn't care about anything else, only thinking about following her. If it weren't for her illness worrying him and her future making him anxious, perhaps. Woo. Su Niansheng buried her face in his arms and cried for a long, long time. The man patiently comforted her for a long, long time. Finally, she lifted her head, looking at him with red eyes, pleading, Dad, please don't leave me, okay? I no longer have a mom. I can't lose you too. I love you. Su Hongxian couldn't hold back his tears upon hearing the last 3 words. He stayed silent for a long time. Finally, he nodded. Okay, Sheng Sheng, Dad will never leave you. Dad will protect you for a lifetime. Dad loves you too. After saying that, he placed a kiss on the top of her head. That day, Su Niansheng secretly made a decision. She would return to figure skating, not only to fulfill her mother's wish, but also, she was 20 years old, grown up, and should learn to take responsibility for her own life, become a part of the family's glory, protect those she loves and those who love her, rather than continue being a child who needs others to shelter her under their wings, knowing nothing. The next day, Shun Junshi sent a message. There's a yacht party at Donghai this afternoon. Want to go? No, I'm going to the Olympic Sports Center. Su Niansheng was typing halfway when a mischievous thought crossed her mind. There's a fan meeting for an idol there. It's going to be lively. Are you coming? In less than a second, A reply came back. Location. Hee, so eager. Shun Xiaoxi, what good thing are you thinking about? After sending him the specific information, she smiled and put her phone away. An idle meeting? Shen Juanxi received the message, his dark eyes narrowing slightly. Su Xiaoxing, are you trying to sneak off to see some pretty boy without me? He quickly tidied himself up and went to the Olympic Sports Center according to the location. However, after entering, he looked around and didn't see any stars, idols, or groups of fans. He didn't see the girl either. Could it be that someone made a mistake? He took out his phone and was about to call. Suddenly, a dazzling figure shot past him like a meteor. The girl had her long hair tied up high, wearing a shining heart of the ocean around her neck, and appeared in matching training clothes. At first, she was just warming up. As she raised her arms and lifted her legs, the tight-fitting outfit wrapped around her curves, perfectly showcasing her proportionate and flowing lines. As she moved gracefully, it was astonishing how her delicate body was so agile and flexible. When she bent down, it made people's hearts race, afraid that such a large arc would break her. But she was unharmed, continuing her spins. Every movement, every expression was as elegant as an ice ballet dancer, captivating and mesmerizing. Then, she began the main event. The sharp blades under her feet carved silver arcs on the ice, splashing sparkling ice crystals like a brilliant starry sky orbiting around the main character. With Y-shaped spins inside and outside jumps, hydroblading, soaring swift, free. Each precise combination on the ice, every unimaginable skill was a fierce symphony of beauty and strength, graceful and flowing. At this moment, compared to a lingering, seductive dancer, she resembled a fearless warrior charging in a battle, radiating a bright and dazzling brilliance that captivated the mind and soul. Shen Juanxi was mesmerized. For a moment, he felt the roaring wind howling in his ears, and the vast expanse of white snow and ice in front of him made the world disappear, leaving only the dazzling girl dancing in front of him. The sharp ice blade under his feet seemed to slice through his throat, warm blood gushing out, burning through his entire body. Only the wildly beating heart in his chest, almost bursting out, proved that he was still alive. Su Xiaosheng was performing ice skating. How many years had it been since he last saw this? His thoughts were suddenly pulled back to 6 or 7 years ago. The first time he watched her compete at the National Sports Center. He sat in the front row, the closest seat to her, ready to applaud and cheer for her with the most sincere applause. But when he saw her in a gorgeous competition outfit, stretching her limbs and performing on the ice like a dream, he found himself shamelessly aroused during the period of desire awakening. He panicked, felt ashamed, and didn't know what to do. He was angry at the evil and absurd thoughts about Su Xiaosheng in his mind, even tried to avoid her for an afternoon. But by evening, he found himself dreaming of pressing her down on the ice. Waking up was both thrilling and chilling. That was his first time. Later, after several days of mental torment and moral condemnation, he had to reluctantly accept a fact. Since childhood, he had always been close to Su Xiaosheng, playing and joking with her. He felt happy when he saw her smile, and sad when he saw her cry. Holding her hand brought him happiness. He wouldn't allow any boys to get close to her and didn't want her to be interested in any boys. All he wanted was to always be by her side, to shield her from the wind and rain, to accompany her in eating, drinking, and having fun, to protect and care for her for a lifetime. All because he liked her and wanted to have her. This feeling became clearer and stronger as they grew older, to the point that it became uncontrollable. Until now, he couldn't imagine what he would do without her. Chapter 098. Our children are not small anymore. High on the ice surface, that brilliant shooting star suddenly flew towards him at high speed. When it was just a hair's breadth away, it blinked and instantly drew back his wandering soul. Shun Xiaoxi, have you been fooled? Su Niansheng crossed her arms, looking at him with a proud expression. There's no idol here. Are you disappointed? Not disappointed. He stared at her blankly. He didn't see an idol, but he saw his goddess. Why are you silent? Are you angry? Su Niansheng gently grasped his wrist through the railing. Shun Juanxi felt as if he had been caught by a star, looking at the ocean heart around her neck, desperately suppressing the surging waves in his heart, but the smile at the corners of his lips betrayed his emotions. Why are you back on the ice again? He thought that after what happened 3 years ago, she would never touch figure skating again. This is my hobby, and it's my dream. Although I had to put it aside because of some things and some people in the past. But it one T happened again. I not only want to skate again, but I also want to train hard, preparing for the upcoming Winter Olympics in Russia, striving to achieve great results there like 3 years ago. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with a crystalline glow, like a star that had once operated normally but was mercilessly sucked into a black hole. After years of struggling, it finally broke free and re-emerged, its radiance polished to shine even more brightly. Shen Xiaoxi, do you think I'm just daydreaming? Su Niansheng bit her lip and looked at him at the end of her sentence. After all, she hadn't skated for many years, and many techniques and movements had become rusty. Her weight and figure were not what they used to be. Not all. Shen Juanshi decisively denied it. Then how do you think I skated just now? Dazzling, unparalleled. Unparalleled. He is too exaggerated, right? Su Niansheng immediately laughed. How much of a filter do you have for me? 0. 100% real. All right, his emotional value was at its peak, and Su Niansheng regained some confidence. Changed her shoes, sat beside him, and excitedly chattered. Let me tell you, it's amazing. All figure skaters are most afraid of the growth phase because rapid changes in height and weight can lead to a sharp increase in jump failure rates. And many subtle movements cannot be executed accurately, greatly reducing the performance. But I just got on the ice and didn't feel that at all. Even the coach was amazed, saying it seems age has no effect on me. Isn't that incredible? Not incredible. Shen Juanshi listened, his expression calm. You were always a gifted athlete, born for figure skating. This was something his mother often said in the past. Hearing this, Su Niansheng's nose couldn't help but feel a bit sour. But after he finished speaking, he changed the subject. The growth phase still has some effect on you. What effect? Su Niansheng immediately looked at him nervously. Shen Juanshi lowered his gaze. The glimmer of light ambiguously swept across her chest, pausing for a few seconds, growing darker and more intense, enhancing its appeal. Su Niansheng froze for a moment, then quickly reacted. Her face flushed, she clenched her fists and began to pound on his leg. You pervert. Ha! Shen Juanshi's brow was slightly raised, a deep smile spilling from his eyes as he caught her hand. Stop it. Here. It would be hard to end if it escalated. You're so talkative. Su Xiaosheng, are you really sure about your decision? There are less than 8 months left until the opening ceremony of this Winter Olympics. Shen Juanshi looked at her seriously, a trace of subtle heartache flickering in his deep eyes. Each country only has 3 slots for individual competitors, 2 of which are determined by the previous season's World Championship rankings, leaving only 1 spot to be chosen from the list of those who did not qualify. This means you not only have to reach the minimum score required by the ISU, International Skating Union, within 8 months, but you also have to defeat all the eliminated competitors to qualify. You think it's difficult, right? From a capability standpoint, it's not difficult, but from a physical standpoint, he reached out and rubbed her head, his fingers entwined in her dark, soft hair, which was as chaotic as his current mood. With one competition after another, you can only win and not lose. It's too exhausting. I'm afraid you. He swallowed the words can't take it and spoke his true feelings. I can't bear it. Su Niansheng looked at the thick emotions swirling in his dark eyes and couldn't help but lean her head on his shoulder, gently nuzzling against him. Like a spoiled child. Not only was she not discouraged, but she also comforted him. Oh, it's okay, I'll sign up for 2 events, which will ease the pressure, and besides, I'll do my best and leave the rest to fate. If I can compete, great. If not, there's always the next one, right? The next one, at 24, isn't that old. Just at the retirement point for most people. And besides, didn't you say? I'm exceptionally gifted. Who knows? Even if it's the next one, at 28, I might still compete. By then, the news headline will be old veteran Su Niansheng from China. Haha, 28? Shen Juanshi raised his eyebrows. By then, our children won't be small anymore, right? Su Niansheng, hearing this, felt her face, which had just been provoked by him, heat up even more. She clenched her pink fist and attacked his chest again. Shen Xiaoxi, what nonsense are you talking about? Who's children with him? Shen Juanshi looked confused. I'm talking about the little third flower. What's wrong?